Volume 2. Chapter 100. Episode 28/Chapter 2, Great Attack, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The dozens of steel structures did not fall in random fashion. The ones looking from the ground couldn't tell, but Tae Ho realized it in an instant from his perch far above. The budding flower-shaped steel structures were separated at intervals consistent with one another, and they fell in a circular formation with Calliv Castle at its center. Indeed, it seemed like a circle was being drawn to isolate the castle from the city. Loud explosions sounded in consecution. The Fomors that attempted escape as the situation had worsened were crushed by the steel structures and died on the spot. The ground split and the sky rang as the steel structures pierced deep into the ground. The runes upon the structures' surfaces started to shine, and they floated up to form a sort of diagram. The hundreds of lights became interconnected and established a single, huge wall of light. Pack. A rainbow-like energy barrier surged up to the sky. Its appearance was breathtaking, although it spelled death for the Fomors trapped inside. The god of war, Odin, had given up chasing the Fomors that fled outside of the barrier, and instead, he planned to completely eradicate the Fomors inside Calliv Castle. The Fomors within the castle were successfully trapped by the rainbow wall. Unfortunately, the humans within close proximity to Calliv Castle were similarly restrained. The steel structures shot open one after another. The sight of dozens of steel structures rapidly unfurling in sequence was overwhelming by itself. Valhalla. Odin watches us. The flowers made with steel bloomed, and warriors emerged in ranks from within. Most of them were inferior-ranked warriors, but they numbered over 2,000. Even the lowest-ranked warriors had the strength which far surpassed the best warriors of the mortal world. As an inferior-ranked warrior was like gathering 10 of the lowest-ranked warriors, a might of tens of thousands of warriors had appeared on the battlefield. Warriors! Charge! Many Valkyries had followed the warriors down in the rain of steel, and they led the warriors into an earth-shaking charge. Among them were Reginleaf of Tyr's Legion and Gander of Aller's Legion. The warriors roared and sprinted forward. To their allies, they were the warriors of gods and terrifying angels of death to their enemies. The ones that have blue paint on their foreheads are humans. The rest are Fomors. Valkyrie Gander yelled in a loud voice, and the inferior-ranked warrior, Rolf, of Aller's Legion, nodded. The warriors surrounding Gander kept her words fresh in their minds as they roared to face the enemies before them. Meanwhile, the Fomors had given up escaping the magical barrier, and they charged towards the warriors in a haze of wrathful vengeance. As the two supercharged forces collided, blood spewed into the air and began slowly seeping through the battlefield. Elsewhere, Raskrid pictured the battle in her head from within the small forest. She gazed at the distant rainbow barrier with hazy eyes and knelt down. No, collapsed was a more proper description. As one may have guessed, the barrier was an incredibly large-scaled great magic. As she had undertaken a key role during the ceremony, she had ended up spending all of her magic power and stamina. She was drenched in her own sweat, and her breathing had grown increasingly labored. She didn't even have the strength to move her fingers. Ingrid and Chaldea, who had shared their strength with Raskrid, were also in similar states. Chaldea seemed almost unconscious on the ground, and Ingrid had to use her sword as a staff to prop herself up. Raskrid closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. With effort, she raised her head once again and looked at the ones leaving the small forest. A huge figure shot through the sky, and one especially brave warrior of Valhalla sat atop it. Fly properly. Maybe you should wear it. Who told you to lose in rock, paper, scissors? I knew I'd win from the start. You. Only. Play. Rock. Bastard. Men should always go with rock. Raskrid pretended to ignore the voices she'd heard. She just blessed them with the little amount of strength she had left. Braki, who had transformed into a huge dragon after donning a dragon wing coat, was flying awkwardly above the city, and Haribel glared at the rainbow barrier that were fast approaching. At the same time, Tae Ho looked down at the battlefield from an even higher vantage point. The dozens of flying-type Fomors had begun to show unified movements even in the midst of the chaotic environment. They increased their speed as if they'd seen the end of the barrier. Inevitably, they would soon reach the place Tae Ho's group was stationed. Tae Ho glanced towards Siri as she chugged another potion. Although she hadn't recovered completely, she was now able to control her body. "Go, Tae Ho." Siri spoke tersely, but Tae Ho understood and nodded. He released his arms that were grabbing on her waist and spoke. "I will entrust Rollo to you, Merlin. Do not worry, my king." Tae Ho transmitted his thoughts to Rollo one final time. Rollo snorted, but his attitude vanished a moment later. Like a Denmaha, who grumbled but still did everything Tae Ho asked, Rollo held a similar disposition. Tae Ho kicked off Rollo's back and surged into the air. Siri laid down to stabilize her posture and Rollo flapped his wings harder and increased his speed. Tae Ho looked down once again. He twisted his body and took out the Liberatus prototype. "Let's go for it." Tae Ho answered Cuchulain's words with a smile and then took out Calidbulb from the Liberatus prototype. Calidbulb was already burning as he'd stored its power for the past 15 days. Thunder sparked following the blade's release. Tae Ho entrusted his body to the gravity. No, gravity wasn't enough. Tae Ho kicked off empty space to accelerate further. He shot down like a meteor and then swung Calidbulb in a wide arc across the swarm of airborne Fomors. What he'd fired was lightning. A strong attack which could even destroy a mountain. Quagagagagang. Thunder exploded. The lightning fired from the flaming Calidbulb was like a net. Hundreds of bolts spread in all directions. The Fomors didn't even have time to scream, let alone dodge the lightning, and they were swept up by the deadly burst and incinerated to pieces. The dozens of flying Fomors were annihilated in an instant. Their charcoal remains fell, returning to the battlefield. The warriors of Valhalla had clearly seen the scene from the ground. They cheered at the flashy display of thunder and lighting that could brighten even the clearest of days. Thor. It's Thor. The god of thunder is protecting us. The warriors of Valhalla cheered and their morale surged, but there were some that felt otherwise. They exclaimed almost in unison. "I'm telling you that I'm Thor's warrior. I am a warrior of Idun." They were voices from the sky that wouldn't reach the ground. Tae Ho turned his eyes to follow the voice and then spotted a large dragon flying strangely like a newborn. He was a dragon absolutely wreathed by muscles and brown scales, and the image gave Tae Ho the feeling of watching a dinosaur. Is really sloppy at flying. Bra-kai. Tae Ho smiled unconsciously. He consecutively jumped through the air to reach Brackey. Unfortunately, since Brackey was already a poorly flying dragon, he had completely lost balance from the aftershock of having crossed the barrier. Uaaaa. Is it time to quibble over that? Fly properly. I am? Haribel cursed at Brackey while the latter swore and put more effort into his flapping wings, but he was still a mess. Tae Ho landed on Brackey and activated a saga instead of telling the bewildered Haribel to calm down. Saga, the one that controls dragons. He shared his senses with Brackey and then Brackey's flight was quick to stabilize. If it was like this, he may be able to land properly. Haribel let out a sigh of relief, but Brackey still had his complaints. I feel weird. It's the same for me. He didn't feel so violated when he'd shared senses with Siri or the Valkyries. Shut up and land. As Brackey let out a vague complaint, he twisted his body downwards. Haribel yelled out once more. Brackey unfurled his wings after dropping a good distance. Tae Ho led Brackey to land and then looked at the ground. The Fomors that had poured from Cowliv Castle were charging towards the warriors of Valhalla with reckless abandon. If he landed like this, Brackey's huge body would crush quite a few Fomors, But it wasn't that efficient a strategy. Instead, Tae Ho took out a summoning rock from Anur. "McLaren!" he yelled and pointed at the ground. Instead of acting bewildered, the rock serpent that appeared in the air grasped the situation in an instant. It was because he had already heard from Adenmaha about the battle that would take place today. Quagagang! The rock serpent dug into the earth and released a small earthquake. The charge of the foam wars was naturally disrupted, but the serpent didn't stop. He tunneled beneath the surface underground and threw the grouped foam wars into discord. Tae Ho recalled Adenmaha's words at that scene. He didn't delay and another summoning rock appeared in his hands. Adenmaha! A white, majestic sea serpent appeared in the air. Recently, she'd seemed to favor the shape of a goddess, but today was different. She had obviously prepared after McLaren's and Rollo's summonings, and she spewed an ice breath immediately. "It's a battle of monsters." Cuchulainn spoke with an absent-minded voice. The battle prowess of two serpents being unleashed upon the foam wars made one think of a natural disaster. This still wasn't the end. There was something else that remained. Brachii had released his transformation as soon as he'd landed. Tae Ho restrained Haribal from trying to kiss the ground and then extended his hand to Brachii. Brachii understood Tae Ho's meaning and said, "You are going to wear it?" Tae Ho shook his head. He activated another saga instead of answering. Saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. The fake Haida appeared. She received the dragon wing coat from Brachii with a plastered, bright smile and threw it on without hesitation. In Haida's voice, a shout erupted from her lips. "Draco!" A small yet beautiful dragon appeared in her place. Its red scales resembled the color of Haida's hair, and its eyes were also gold like Haida's. It looked just like a stunning Shinsu that would appear in legends. If the real Haida wore it, she'd totally be much more beautiful, right? "That's the first thing you say?" Cuchulainn spoke in a ridiculous tone, but he was smiling nevertheless. Tae Ho rode on the fake Haida and then spoke to Brachii. "I will leave the ground to you. Tear down the sky, Tae Ho." The sky was filled with battle-ready foam wars. Rollo, who carried Merlin and Ciri, was struggling to fight them alone. He had to go and help him. "For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms." Tae Ho and Brachii spoke almost synonymously and then laughed at the absurdity. They both turned to face their respective battlefields. Brachii and Haribal charged, and Tae Ho shot into the sky. The Battle of Calliv Castle was only just beginning. Episode 28, Great Attack, 2, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 101. Episode 28/Chapter 3, Great Attack, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The battlefield smelled as one would think. It was nasty and repugnant, and the air was thick with the scent of copper and fish. It was the smell of blood, smoke, and death. The battle was proceeding fiercely. The foam wars that had hidden beneath Calliv Castle poured out from cracks and crevices like an army of ants. The ones that could fly flew, and the ones that couldn't charged on foot. Many sprinted towards the rainbow barrier rather than towards the warriors of Valhalla. Brest the tyrant's senses were keen. He chose to flee rather than lead the foam wars to face the warriors of Valhalla. As the foam wars fled to the surface, he decided to go underground. Of course, the foam wars' actions were also caused by Brest's skillful manipulation. He needed scapegoats to buy some time as he ran away. Brest mentally reviewed the recent events as he dashed from his throne towards the subterranean network of tunnels. This battle wasn't by coincidence. Valhalla had made all the necessary preparations. They were just like a patient hunter who calmly watched their prey flee after releasing an arrow. The patient hunter always caught their victims. The rain of steel had fallen down upon Midgard. Such an event hadn't occurred since the Great Barrier was raised. There hadn't been only 1 or 2 volleys either. The number was enough to completely surround Kal-Liv Castle. Valhalla was undoubtedly aiming for a swift victory, and that was why he had chosen to flee. As always, staying alive was Brest's top priority. If he died, everything would end. He had to stay alive so that he could plan for the next opportunity. However, Brest came to a bitter realization as he continued running. He probably wasn't going to be able to escape through the ground. Valhalla had had plenty of time for plenty of preparations. From the look of those war machines, there was a really low probability for their operation to have left a path for Brest to escape. And his guess was spot on. The rainbow barrier didn't only spread to the ground but also far below it. Every passage of the maze-like tunnel network was blocked. In addition, many of the tunnel's ceilings had collapsed under the shock generated when the barrier had penetrated through them. He couldn't escape underground. If the barrier was the only problem, he would have pierced through it, but he couldn't do anything as the passages themselves had been sealed off after crumbling apart. Cold sweat streamed down his back, but Brest still let out an unconscious laugh. It was because he'd felt Odin's strong desire to catch Brest. His disadvantage grew the more time he wasted, for Odin would then also have more time to act against him. What he needed to do was to escape quickly, and he could only think of one method. He had to destroy the steel structures that were sustaining the barrier and then break the barrier itself. Without a second thought, Brest promptly crashed through the ground toward the surface. The Fomor commanders were positioned outside of Kal-Liv Castle, for the most part. If they could attack the steel structures from outside the barrier, his plan would definitely succeed, but it was a pointless decision. Even if they'd returned to the castle upon realizing the danger, they lacked enough much-needed time. Brest thought of Korga and Mordred. They were the forces he could use, but the two of them were already in the middle of battle. He knew he'd almost reached the surface, for the putrid scent of battle had started filling his nostrils. Brest wasn't thinking of creating any sort of heroic battle. He ran toward the direction opposite of where Korga and Mordred were fighting. He was planning to charge as a normal Fomor without releasing his power as king. He would only release his might for a moment, but it would be enough to destroy the steel structures after passing through the warriors of Valhalla. He didn't need to disguise himself further, as he'd already thrown his crown aside upon vacating his throne. Someone once called the most beautiful king of the Tuatha De Danann, was hiding his stunning looks with a straw mat. He didn't even consider of using the humans in Kal-Liv Castle as meat shields or hostages. It wasn't because he thought lightly of them. He was faced against the warriors of Valhalla. It was absurd to think that Odin's battle-mad war machines of warriors would grow weak-hearted because of such a strategy. They would slash him through any hostage without a second thought. Brest finally left the castle. Around him, screams, cries, roars, and cheers had all mixed together to form the cataclysmic orchestra of battle. Korga was doing battle to the north, and Mordred slew with his sword anyone foolish enough to attack him. If one had to choose a direction, he was also towards the north. Because of that, Brest chose to head directly south. The warriors of Valhalla and the Fomors slaughtered each other in waves as Brest charged towards them. He heaved his axe into the warriors of Valhalla that dared to swing their swords at him. A sword was easily deflected away by Brest before he slung his axe at the chest of the weapon's owner. Brest kicked away the surprised, dying warrior and then narrowed his eyes sharply. He rechecked the location of the steel structure once again. It wasn't time yet. He needed to approach a bit more to release his power. There was no way the preparations of the warriors of Valhalla would be simple. The moment they discovered Brest, they would surely activate something. That was why he had to get closer. He would release his full power when he became certain he could destroy the structure in an instant. But right then, as he was about to take one more step, Brest could feel it. He hurriedly looked up at the sky. A ribbon of bolts were screaming towards him. Saga, the arrow of the witch never misses its target. The attack came from above at an extreme distance, however, Bress could still see them. Idun's warrior was watching him atop a red dragon as a golden-haired witch pulled on the trigger. The ribbon exploded. It exploded even before Bress could properly react. It wasn't that they were attacking him with the explosion itself. It was a signal. The atmosphere all across the battlefield changed the following second. The eyes of the surrounding warriors of Valhalla turned to focus on Bress. Not only that, but the Valkyries that were scattered around started to gather with alarming speed. Idun's warrior. Bress didn't howl and instead donned a face colder than ice. Bress was that kind of person. Impatient and immature kings could only dream of his level of control. He no longer looked toward the sky. He even erased the lingering doubt regarding how Idun's warrior had found him for now. Bress glanced at the steel structure and then released his aura in the form of a massive explosion. The unlucky warriors that had been closest to him were incinerated without mercy. Blood, flesh, and dust obscured his vision. However, his surrounding had already been memorized by Bress's eyes. This obviously included the steel structure. Bress the tyrant took a step and his body grew bigger. It was the result of obtaining the body of Sickle, the preceding king of the Foam Wars. He, that had been crossbred with a Tuatha De Danann, had a previous height no different from a human's, but it was different now. His body that had swelled up so suddenly now stood more than 3 meters tall. He took another step. Treasure that had rested inside the magic pocket of the Tuatha De Danann were unleashed into his hands. They were treasures of Aaron, a gruesome sword and twisted axe. He swung them without pause and the number of deaths on the battlefield soared. The sharp whistle of cut wind followed in his wake. The warriors nearest to Bress were bisected in an instant and fell without so much as a scream. The ground was swept up by the aftershock and also became a mess. Bress charged across the battlefield toward the other steel structures, but Regenleaf blocked his way. Mighty Odin! Regenleaf cried out as she hefted her sword. It was a sword she'd used for the ceremony and was not her normal weapon. Runes bursting with the power of Odin covered the exquisite blade and hilt. The sword absorbed Regenleaf's magic. The runes emanated a blue light, and Bress couldn't help but pause momentarily. He'd realized what Odin had prepared against him. It was hard to send superior-ranked warriors or above to Midgard due to the presence of the Great Barrier. As a result, Odin had planned to weaken Bress's strength with warriors below the superior rank. It was to the extent that even intermediate and inferior-ranked warriors could face him. This was in order to reduce the number of casualties while fighting him. Valkyrie Gander appeared alongside Regenleaf. She was also wielding a sword that had runes carved with Odin's power. The number of Valkyries increased to 7 in the next instant. Each bore Odin's magic power in order to weaken Bress substantially. But it wasn't enough. Bress was king of the Foam Wars. The reason he'd chosen to escape wasn't one of weakness. A sword etched with rune magic was a rare sight in Valhalla, but it was not but wishful thinking to defeat Bress with only that. Knowing this, the Valkyries had also prepared something else. Regenleaf dripped cold sweat and glanced upwards. Even speaking was difficult under the strain of the magic sword, but she still called out in earnest. Beyond the sky, and outside the barrier dash. There was someone who responded to Regenleaf's call. An earth-shaking thunderclap was heard far off in the distance. Thor, the god of thunder. The strongest god of battle in Asgard. He also couldn't cross the Great Barrier easily. No, it wasn't only that. The moment Thor descended, a big hole would be torn into the Great Barrier. The entire barrier could lose balance and face destruction. As a workaround, Thor had chosen to send his strength to a spot prepared in advance. His objective was to add his own power to the magic made by the magical swords and thus weaken Bress even more. Thor took a deep breath and raised Mjolnir. The pure power of a god was concentrated on top of the hammer made using an unt. Thor's eyes scanned the landscape below him. Now that the magic circle was established, he would be able to transmit his strength without destroying the Great Barrier. Thor swung Mjolnir. An overwhelming thunder fell towards the magic circle drawn by the Valkyries on top of the Great Barrier. At that moment, the thunder changed direction without warning. This was done by Thor himself, for he'd seen that the magic circle above the Great Barrier had suddenly started falling apart. It wasn't that a change had occurred on the ground. The Valkyries were still suppressing Bress. It wasn't Bress, someone aside from him. At that moment Thor could only think of one being. Loki. Thor. A reply was uttered. Loki revealed himself above the Great Barrier as the magic circle was completely erased. Reginleaf could feel her mouth dry up. She sent an earnest look, but no answer came from the heavens above. Thor's divine power wasn't being transmitted. How? Why? Why was he delaying it? There was certainly no time to think as the situation grew more dire at every passing second. Bress the tyrant was becoming more accustomed to the magic power which suppressed him. They didn't have the leisure to wait anymore. They had to complete the magic circle now. Reginleaf's mouth moved silently and a new rune formed on the magic sword. It was one of the goddess Freya's. As a backup, they could weaken Bress with Odin's runes and then reinforce the magic with Freya's runes. The seven swords shone more fiercely, but at that moment, Bress also swung his sword. The magic circle was completed. Runes were engraved over Bress's body, but the blood of the Valkyries still dyed the air red. Reginleaf, who'd had her power sucked out by the magic sword, slumped to the ground and watched on in horror. The body of Erendia, a Valkyrie of Thor's legion, was crudely sliced in half. The neck of Valkyrie Erend, of Heimdall's legion, was also cleaved into paste. 2 Valkyries had died, but that was merely the start. Bress was weakened, but he was still overwhelmingly strong. They couldn't weaken his power as planned using just the power of the Valkyries. Erend. Rescue the Valkyries. Mighty Odin. The surrounding warriors of Valhalla bellowed and charged towards Bress, bloodlust in their eyes. Reginleaf wanted to stop them, but no voice came from her mouth. She was too weak. Her eyes stung as fresh blood splashed over them once again. Bress massacred the charging warriors of Valhalla mercilessly. In his current state, they couldn't defeat Bress with inferior-ranked warriors. Some inferior-ranked warriors grabbed Reginleaf along with the other remaining Valkyries and ran. Gander muttered something with the little voice she had. They had to protect the steel structures. They couldn't let the barrier break down. Bress didn't get drunk from his massacre. He slashed through the warriors of Valhalla with his sword and axe and then looked at the steel structure. He finished up the warriors assaulting him with fluid motions to then begin reciting a chant. It was the magic of the Foam Wars. As he finished the short chant, the middle of Bress's forehead split open and a third eye emerged from the gap. It was the eye of none other than the Grand King of Foam Wars, Valor. It had an overwhelming power to kill those who entered its vision. The ones capable of carrying a god's power could resist it, but there were only inferior-ranked warriors surrounding him. Valor's red eye blazed with evil magic, and dozens of inferior-ranked warriors screamed and collapsed. The ungodly eye spent an overwhelming amount of magic power, so much so that Bress himself was only able to unleash it a couple times a day, but he was satisfied with the effects. Bress began approaching the steel structure once more. Halt! Stop him! Even though dozens of warriors had died helplessly before their eyes, the warriors of Valhalla didn't hesitate. They advanced toward Bress but with more than just inferior-ranked warriors. The scattered intermediate-ranked warriors had started to gather. Bress took a breath calmly and pondered. There was a setback in Odin's plans. He saw as much through the reactions made by the Valkyries. Perhaps, the Magician King may have mysteriously intervened as he often did. Bress threw the axe he gripped in his right hand towards the warriors of Valhalla and took out another weapon from his magic pocket. The spear of the god of light, Luff. The trophy of the Tuatha De Danann when they defeated Valor, the king of the evil eye. Bress looked at the sky and saw Idun's annoying warrior as expected. He was in the midst of charging towards him on the red dragon. Tae Ho! Reginleaf summoned her strength to shout out as Bress appropriately threw Luff's spear with all his strength. The god's spear that emanated an overwhelming light sailed towards Tae Ho like a harbinger of death. Light filled the sky completely and a scream could be heard from Ciri. The red dragon that carried them disappeared without a trace and they tumbled forward as Rollo dove to save them. Bress waited for Luff's spear to return and took out another trophy. Unexpectedly, Brackey had charged towards Bress as the latter dealt with Tae Ho. Saga, the son of a god. Saga, thunder enters his hammer. For Thor. Brackey let loose a valiant roar as swung his hammer. Coincidentally enough, the new weapon Bress had retrieved was also a hammer. Bress swung his hammer towards Brackey's without hesitation. Both hammers collided with a tremendous boom. A normal person's bones would have shattered from the vibration alone. The thunder generated by Brackey clashed against Bress's magic power, but it soon dissipated. Brackey's hammer cracked, but Bress's was unmarked. Brackey! As Hannibal screamed out, Bress swung his hammer once more. The mallet crushed down towards Brackey's head. Episode 28, Great Attack, 3, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Episode 28/Chapter 4, Great Attack, 4. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Brackey was smashed away like a ragdoll. Hannibal roared and threw his harpoon as Brackey feebly swung his left arm to reduce the impact of Bress' strike. The atmosphere of the battlefield had started to change once again. Precisely speaking, there were notable differences in the movements of each side's forces. The Fomors spread out instead of rallying beside their king. It seemed they were also aiming for the steel structures. This was no exception for Korga and the other strong Fomors. About half of them worked to save themselves instead of protecting their king. Bress wasn't displeased, however, as the warriors of Valhalla also had to spread out to deal with the dispersed Fomors. Cowliv Castle had been the Fomors' hidden stronghold. Despite the Fomors having spread to several places throughout Midgard, the ones living here still numbered in the thousands. Meanwhile, the surviving Valkyries provided new orders for the warriors. Those of inferior rank were sent to impede the other Fomors, while the intermediate-ranked warriors rallied to challenge Bress. Very soon, almost every intermediate rank, excluding the ones facing Korga and the other stronger Fomors, had gathered before the king of the Fomors. Reginleaf was slung over the back of an unknown warrior like a sack of potatoes. She'd been gritting her teeth ever since escaping the reach of Bress. Her last strategy to seal Bress' power had been a failure. Many warriors and Valkyries had already died by his hand, and she realized now that they'd underestimated his strength. Although he'd only become the strongest after the true monsters had died during the Great War against Eren, Bress the Tyrant was still abnormally powerful among all living Fomors. Reginleaf craned her neck to stare at the sky again. She hoped in vain for Thor's thunder to resound once more, but her wish was not granted. They had to claim victory with their current forces. Reginleaf took a breath as she was let down. She drank a potion she had prepared for true emergencies and recovered much of her spent magic power. A moment when she'd need the rune's power on the magic sword would come again. As a Valkyrie, she couldn't keep looking on as her warriors sweated blood. The seals of the runes in Bress's body were glowing with myriads of different colors. They had to finish him before the seal lost strength, or the result would be disastrous. The ever-present battle cries of the warriors increased in ferocity, and the intermediate-ranked warriors bellowed as they tore across the ground towards Bress. Siri grabbed Tae Ho mid-air and then landed on the ground. Tae Ho had several deep scratches across his body, and he had lost consciousness despite having been protected by Aiden's blessing. It's because of Lufa's spear. It was an attack capable of even annihilating the dragon the king was riding on. We should be thankful that he merely lost consciousness. Merlin spoke poignantly as Siri laid Tae Ho down onto the ground. Isolated skirmishes were happening all around them, so it was to no one's surprise that several Fomors had dashed over with killing intent in their eyes. Adenmaha! Siri glanced around before yelling. Adenmaha wasn't far away. She'd been running towards Tae Ho ever since they'd crashed. The rock serpent snaked behind Adenmaha like a stalwart defender. The pair gave off an aura strong enough that the Fomors didn't dare approach, so the one who approached them was obviously different. Adenmaha didn't waste time after reaching them. She gritted her teeth and checked Tae Ho's situation. Meanwhile, Siri's eyes grew wide, and she hurriedly stood to raise her weapon. Mordred. He had followed Adenmaha. Merlin let out a howl and released his formidable magic while Siri tried to attack him at close range to prevent him from approaching. She ran facing Mordred and pulled the trigger in consecution. Adenmaha didn't even glance at Siri and focused entirely on Tae Ho. She quickly recited a chant for recovery magic and at the same time checked Tae Ho's chest. It was to find the piece of golden apple she had heard about from Haida. Saga, the arrow of the witch never misses its target. Saga, the arrow of the witch is like a curse. Siri's bolts emanated the reddish-black aura of a curse as they launched towards Mordred like streaks of mist. Mordred simply laughed and charged at the enchanted bolts. Instead of dodging or blocking them, Mordred just crushed them with his own power. He looked at Tae Ho and cackled once more. He'd noticed the absence of Caliban's light, and he felt Camelot's glory could now be his. Such was his logic that he made an enemy of Tae Ho. Mordred's mentality had completely fallen apart over the 15 days since their last meet. Even Clarent, the blade which sustained him, had abandoned him. Still, so long as his heart beat, he was forever a knight of the Round Table. A part of his mind was still analyzing the situation. Merlin was certainly a great magician. He was a living legend that had established Camelot alongside King Arthur. But he wasn't a combatant. Rather than a battle magician, he was more of a sage. Opposite to the Knight of the Sun, Gawain, he was someone that grew stronger the deeper the night became and weaker as the moon set and high noon approached. Finally, he was ruthless, a truth that Mordred knew all too well. Mordred's body blurred. He moved at a speed that far surpassed Siri's expectations and then closed their distance faster than an eye blink. He didn't allow Siri draw her sword before he surrounded her with his domain. He could then feel Merlin's hesitation, and he laughed and swung his sword. Mordred's attack power had greatly diminished after losing the treasure sword, Clarent, but he'd still retained his swordsmanship. Siri tried to block his attacks with her crossbow, but it was a futile gesture. As he danced, Mordred cut Siri's body to a bloody pulp, and dozens of sword strikes were quickly gouged through her flesh. Elsewhere, there was another battle far above Midgard. Loki, who hovered outside of the Great Barrier, didn't bother turning to look at the ground. Even for Loki, a magical genius, stopping the mighty Thor was difficult. He wouldn't be able to delay him for long. But it was an important task nevertheless. An event that couldn't be rewritten would happen in that short period of time. Loki. Thor's voice contained bitter resentment. Loki flashed a smile in response that contained frustration and sadness. He decided to recite a new chant instead of reveal some pathetic expression. Each second was precious. Each second, the situation changed. Brachiae twitched on the ground. He'd survived even after having been crushed by Bress's attack, and he had his genius-like talent towards battle to thank for it. Right before Bress's hammer fell, Brachiae had focused upon a god's power which lay in his mind. It wasn't done consciously. It was something that had surfaced instinctively. He had saved his own life. Instead of his head being crushed, his injuries ended at the point of merely feeling pain. Still, it was exhausting. His entire body felt heavy. He tried to stand, but his eyes had trouble focusing. Father. Bragi thought of Thor and called his name. No, he may have called out his name out loud. Thor, the god of thunder. Bragi knew. He knew that Thor wasn't his real father. Even the devout worshippers of Elodai Lake had said as much. They'd told him that he wasn't the son of Thor. He'd never had any relation with his mother. Thinking about it, it was an obvious notion. Bragi was an illegitimate child with a prostitute for a mother. He'd become certain of it after arriving at Valhalla. 100 years since the Great War, and Thor had never gone down to Midgard since the formation of the Great Barrier. It was a clear truth that he couldn't deny. Right. It wasn't even something to tease him over. He already knew it. That day, Bragi had ended up crying. He was a big guy, big enough for even Raskrid to feel intimidated, and he'd bawled his eyes out in despair. Thor found Bragi that day. No, rather than that, it was more appropriate to designate their meeting as coincidence. After all, Thor visited his own legion quite often, but he'd never seen such a large man cry with such sorrow. Thor had heard of Bragi, for Bragi's name as a warrior had already spread far across Midgard. Perhaps, he may have heard his nickname as the son of a god. Maybe that was why he'd patted Bragi's shoulder and said with a smile, "You are my son." Thor hadn't meant any deep meaning with his words. Thor thought of all the warriors in his legion as his children and his brothers by extension. It wouldn't have been much different to the warriors of the Skald Knights calling each other brothers. But Thor's words were enough. Bragi could smile again. Right. Bragi was a son of a god. The son of the god of thunder. That was why he couldn't be crumpled up in this place like trash. He had to stand up and fight. Saga, the son of a god returns. It was a saga he could use only once per day. Bragi's injuries recovered audibly. He stood up and then hefted a nearby sword instead of retrieving his broken hammer. He took a deep breath. He stood up straight and glared at Bress, who was mercilessly massacring the warriors of Valhalla. Father. He saw several times what Tae Ho did. That's why he could also do it. He had to. It was good even if it lasted for a moment. Bragi thought of Thor and then concentrated the power of a god. Legend ranked Saga, son of a god. For how long would he be able to maintain it? Repercussions? Why would he waste time wondering? The blood of a god pumping through his veins, Bragi roared and then rushed at Bress like a divine champion. Ciri's vision was dimming. She had lost too much blood, and her state was the result of only having faced Mordred for a moment. Mordred's swordsmanship was borderline transcendent. She couldn't even block properly, and it took all her energy to remain standing. She couldn't hear either. Was it because she had lost too much blood, or were her ears ruptured? She couldn't know. Had Tae Ho recovered? How much had passed? She ought to have surpassed the minimum time by now, right? Mordred swung his sword again. She felt pain as if she had been badly burned. She'd already surpassed her limits and felt like she'd collapse at any second. His next attack would probably be her last. Ciri didn't even know how she'd endured so long. She had confronted Mordred after yelling like a beast, but her consciousness was hazy and distant. She had to protect him. This time, she had to. She thought of the face of her brother. Her brother who'd dangled from a tree after becoming a lifeless corpse. She saw her sister eaten alive by dogs. Ciri faintly watched Mordred's sword as it approached her neck. It was probably the last attack that she'd ever see. It was the end now. However, Ciri didn't close her eyes. She tried to move her body in the seemingly time-frozen world around her. She had to stay alive. This time, she had to protect him. Siri. A voice was heard. It was the voice she had only heard once since being born, but she clearly remembered it. Ullr, the god of hunting. The god who Siri served and the god who'd never once betrayed her service. Ullr was currently watching Siri's fight. Even as he observed the giants on the front lines, he did not neglect his warriors. Siri was an important warrior for him, and thus, this battle was also one of importance. Siri felt strength from Ullr, but she was inwardly surprised upon hearing his half-joking words. I won't let Aiden take you. Siri smiled and then realized . She had also received classes from Ragnar and learned from Tae Ho several times now. Mordred's sword wasn't allowed to touch Siri's neck. She dodged it by the breadth of a hair. Bewilderment appeared in Mordred's eyes as Siri's consciousness grew clear once more. She followed Ullr's voice and released his godly power from within her. Legend-ranked Saga, Wolf Goddess. Siri's eyes became feral and yellow. She moved and disappeared from his vision the next instant. Tae Ho opened his eyes. He could see the face of Adenmaha. I was worried. He wanted to caress the tear-stained cheek of Adenmaha, but he didn't have the leisure to do so. Tae Ho blinked once and then recalled the situation immediately. He'd been hit by a shining spear while charging towards Bress with the fake Haida. The fake Haida had been utterly annihilated, but it was fine as he'd called her with his saga. The problem was the dragon wing coat. Tae Ho shook his head. He chewed the piece of golden apple he had in his mouth, and after that he grabbed on Adenmaha's hands to stand up and then blinked once more. He could hear a battle. He felt the strong power of a god near him. Siri fought against Mordred head-on. Blood flew off her body with every movement, but weirdly enough, he still thought she looked exceptionally beautiful. Her golden fur shone like the sun, and a wolf's tail had appeared above her rear. She moved at an overwhelming speed against Mordred. Just from a casual glance, she was much faster than Tae Ho when he activated Aiden's warrior. Elsewhere, Brake's cries echoed across the battlefield. Backed by the entire army's force of intermediate-ranked warriors, he faced down Bress with fire in his eyes. Go! Merlin spoke from off to the side. He was busy channeling his magic towards Siri and Mordred. His efforts were partly to thank for Siri's ability to overwhelm Mordred. He increased Siri's physical abilities and hindered Mordred's movements simultaneously. Tae Ho realized why he had told him to go instead of joining Siri. Bress was growing stronger with each passing moment. It meant that the seal the Valkyries had set up was weakening. He had to finish him quickly before he regained all of his power. Tae Ho nodded. As if she wanted to help him, Adenmaha bit her lips, but she decided to let him go. Tae Ho stroked Adenmaha's head and then turned to look at Bress before inhaling sharply. He inserted his strength towards Caliburn. Legend-ranked Saga, King of Camelot. Legend-ranked Saga, Aiden's warrior. His body suffered under the burden of activating two legend-ranked sagas back-to-back, but he had to do it. Tae Ho rapidly approached Bress' battleground. Bress the tyrant was currently enraged. His cold visage had reached a new extreme as the battle had grown fiercer, but he couldn't endure it anymore. The warriors of Valhalla. The terrible kinsmen that were more worried about how they would die instead of when. The piles of corpses were growing larger. Dozens of inferior-ranked warriors and more than 10 intermediate-ranked warriors had lost their lives in a short time. Regardless of that, Bress was still tied up by his feet. The warriors of Valhalla ignored the threat of death and assaulted him with reckless abandon. Not one batted an eye when the heads of their comrades got crushed or when their bodies were split in two. They were like moths gathering before a fire. Bress let out a howl and swung his dagger of the Tuatha De Danann. A blow containing his full strength could absolutely demolish the warriors of Valhalla, but he couldn't use it. Brake, radiating the godly power of Thor, was blocking his attacks. It strained his body terribly, but he was still capable of doing it. The biggest issue of Bress's mobility was undoubtedly Brage. As he blocked Bress, a few nearby Valkyries had pulled out the magic swords and tried to reseal the binding magic on him. He had to hurry. Bress didn't save his strength. He released his full might to burn away the rune magic suppressing him. Bress's body grew even bigger, and at the same time, the rune magic that was covering his body started to fade. Only a little bit more. If he endured for a bit more, he would be able to break it down completely. He would be able to sweep up the warriors of Valhalla in an instant and leave this terrible battlefield. The rainbow barrier appeared to have been weakened, perhaps because of the foam wars that were in other places. If he broke one or two more steel structures, then the barrier would undergo a complete collapse. But right then Bress turned his head. He saw the most terrible existence. Idun's warrior. It wasn't only the power of Idun this time. Bress recognized the sword that Tae Ho was holding. He remembered the glory of Camelot that had once blazed brightly. Just who the hell was this guy? He wasn't this strong during the battle to possess Skathack. Back then, he was merely a normal intermediate-ranked warrior. Even if he could grow strong through Valhalla's rune system, it also had a limit. In addition, for him to have Caliburn, the glory of Camelot. Qua Gon. Caliburn clashed against the sword of the Tuatha De Danann. As Bress was much bigger than Tae Ho, it looked like the former meant to press the latter down like a nail. But Tae Ho didn't get pushed down that easily after activating Idun's warrior. He fended off Bress' sword rather well. Bress forced a smile that wasn't a smile. He hadn't felt true killing intent in a very long while. He forgot about escaping for the moment and focused on killing the existence in front of him. Bang! 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 Loud explosions were heard in consecution. With each clash of their swords, a visible shockwave swept up their surroundings. Even Brage, who had previously been holding Bress back alone, couldn't endure it anymore. He bounced backwards and disengaged. The battle quickly reformed around the two combatants. It quickly became a 1v1 duel. The warriors held their breath and surrounded them. Regenleif and the Valkyries raised their magical swords again and added more strength to the seals, and the intermediate-ranked warriors kept the surrounding foam wars at bay. Endure it. You must endure it. Cuchulainn spoke. Bress was really powerful, but he, as a veteran warrior, grasped that Bress's condition wasn't normal. It was because he'd forcefully broken down the strong seals, so a change occurred inside of him. Sickle's body, of which Bress was proud of, was starting to show a negative reaction. The efforts of Brage and the other warriors of Valhalla weren't wasteful. They'd driven Bress to a point quickly approaching exhaustion. Idun's power was supporting Tae Ho. Every time their swords clashed and his body splintered, Idun's power restored him. Bress was becoming stronger every second. He would keep growing stronger until he completely broke down from the strain. Bress's body became a bit bigger still, growing to a towering height of almost 6 meters. Instead of swinging the sword of the Tuatha De Danann, he used his own arm as his weapon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a piece of flesh with no determined shape, as that was the power which the body of Sickle contained. Tae Ho concentrated and called out Idun's name several times. He felt Idun's power becoming stronger every time and sharpened his senses. Synchro rate, 47%. Tae Ho suddenly recalled something back when he'd fought against Mordred. That day, Tae Ho was beaten in swordsmanship. He couldn't overcome the peerless swordsmanship of a fallen knight of the Round Table. But what about Kalstead? What if it was Kalstead, the strongest swordsman of the Dark Age, that had fought in his stead? Synchro rate, 48%. Tae Ho was a warrior of Valhalla. He was a warrior of Idun and king of Camelot. But that wasn't all. Kalstead had always been his root. The swords clashed again. Each one of the blows was staggeringly heavy, but he managed to block them nevertheless. Strangely, he felt that he'd soon be capable of enduring even heavier blows. Synchro rate, 49%. The fierce battle stimulated his instincts and a force awoke inside of Tae Ho that not even he had been aware of. A power that didn't belong to Aiden nor Camelot. The strength of a dragon knight. The power of the exalted Kalstead. The swords clashed one more time, but their impact was vastly dissimilar to its predecessors. Caliban fended off Bress's sword, but Tae Ho didn't stop there. The force caused Bress to stagger backwards. And at that moment dash. Right then dash. Tae Ho snarled, and the legendary roar of a dragon rocked the entire battlefield. Bress released his power to fend off the unpleasant, scary aura. He swung upwards with all his strength and Tae Ho was tossed a distance away. However, Bress the tyrant wasn't pleased, and Bracky could feel it. Tae Ho hadn't bounced off because of Bress. He had used that momentum to surge up to the sky. How so? Why? Bracky understood it instinctively. Precisely speaking, he remembered a scene from long in the past, and the same happened for Regenleaf. Everyone from Black Fortress could remember. The beautiful trajectory drawn in the sky. That powerful attack. Rollo and Tae Ho intersected as if they'd made plans beforehand. Rollo carried Tae Ho and started to fly higher with more strength. Bress grimaced at Tae Ho's receding figure. He didn't turn towards everyone else but rather increased the size of his already enormous body even further. He opened up the Eye of Valor in the middle of his forehead. Synchro rate, 50%. The thing that only a dragon knight who contained a dragon's blood in his veins could do. Rollo wasn't a normal griffin anymore. He transformed into a real dragon at Tae Ho's command. The owner of the flames who had contracted with Kalstead, the Dragon Knight, for the first time. Red Dragon, Shooting Star. The dragon that appeared amidst the flames arced through the sky. Tae Ho, who rode upon its back, then took out Gibalg. Haida. He called out to her as a smile etched itself onto his face. The red dragon fell down towards the ground as burning lightning. Valor's evil eye gazed at Tae Ho, and a strong curse of death spread towards him. Tae Ho made no attempt to dodge it. He threw Gibalg and transmitted the power of Aiden with the sentence of the Milesians. The power of life protected Tae Ho. Roar of the dragon, draconic ballista. The red lightning passed through the air to explode just above the ground. The previously overbearing curse of death was pulverized under the colossal force. Long ago, the one who'd defeated Demon King Valor had been Luff, the god of light. His spear had pierced through Valor's evil eye and led the Tuatha De Danann to victory. Today, history had seemingly repeated itself. Gibalg pierced the evil eye of Valor. It pierced the head of Bress the tyrant. Today, a legendary part of Aaron's history had been reenacted. The red dragon kicked the ground and displaced the air as it flew up once again. Below, Bress's body lay smoldering and unmoving. Episode 28, Great Attack, 4, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Episode 28/Chapter 5, Great Attack, 5. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Gibalg became stuck in the ground. The white spear had triumphed over Balor's evil eye, and it seemed to almost be resting within the dirt after accomplishing such a strenuous task. The red dragon soared upwards. Upon it, Tae Ho had closed his eyes after taking a deep breath. He welcomed the cold, refreshing wind with a smile. The dragon's name was Shooting Star, the master of flames. He was flying with a real dragon. There was more. As Bress's life force faded, an incredible amount of runes was released into the air, and the sensation of victory overwhelmed his body. Bress the tyrant. In his time, he'd been both king of the Fomors and king of the Tuatha De Danann. He was Aaron's enemy of many years and had been one of the ne'er-do-wells that brought destruction upon Aaron. The sensation Tae Ho felt from Breast's defeat was unlike his victory over the giants. Perhaps it was because of the new responsibilities he'd undertaken as successor to Aaron. The sentence of the Milesians and Aaron became clearer in his mind, as if rejoicing in Tae Ho's destiny. Tae Ho could feel joy in Cuchulain's words. However, Cuchulain was also a veteran warrior, and he was the first to re-emerge from his drunken victory into the battle which still raged around them. Not yet. There are still many Fomors left inside the Rainbow Barrier. It was a big accomplishment to be sure, but strictly speaking, he had only defeated a single Fomor. King or not, just as Cuchulain had said, there were thousands of Fomors still fighting. The warriors of Valhalla were fighting desperately against the Fomors. It had become a battle of attrition between the Fomors that sought to escape through destroying the steel structures and the warriors of Valhalla that dyed the land red as they protected the barrier. Tae Ho opened his eyes slowly. Honestly speaking, his strength was all but spent. Even Idun's warrior and king of Camelot had faded. But there were still things he could do. Saga, the one that controls dragons. He placed his hand on the scales of the red dragon and several emotions and thoughts were transmitted instantaneously. The Master of Flames, Shooting Star. A strong existence with a mighty name even among the numerous red dragons during the Dark Age. The real Shooting Star was a true monster that was hundreds of meters long. In comparison, the dragon which Tae Ho rode upon was somewhat lacking. About 10 meters in length, but a suitable size for a dragon knight to handle. The soul also belonged to Rollo. It wasn't actually Shooting Star, the one hailed as king of the lava zone. But it was indeed a real dragon. It was because Rollo had transformed into Shooting Star through the power of the Dragon Knight and his pact. Although he was rather small, but could still harness the might of the real, legendary dragon. So long as he could maintain the transformation, Tae Ho felt it was necessary to educate the Fomors on why the Master of Flames came to be called Shooting Star. Rollo twisted and rolled after receiving Tae Ho's order. He had made clear that he would only serve Adenmahai as his new nym, but it seemed he was in a good mood after having transformed into a dragon. Rollo flipped in the air and then flew towards the direction where the Fomors were gathered. He snarled a meteor of fiery energy and released his draconic fire. It wasn't a mere stream of fire. The blazing sphere was like a miniature supernova as it exploded upon reaching the ground. The nearby Fomors were defenseless to resist. Flames billowed into the sky. Rollo flaunted like a majestic beast as he flew through the debris caused by the explosion, and many warriors cheered at the dragon and rider duo while others just stared in awe. He's really energetic. Yeah. Reginleaf spoke after dropping her magic sword, and Gander had to agree. Before, he'd often appeared like a tamed horse, but now his visage was that of a wild beast overflowing with energy. Bracky looked at Tae Ho and sighed from exhaustion. The effects of the legend-ranked Saga, son of a god, had disappeared, but the blood of a god still remained in his body. And the overwhelming amount of runes that had poured out of Bress had also helped Bracky recover to a degree. He could still fight. Bracky acted immediately after he came to that conclusion. He dropped his mangled weapon that had been damaged while battling Bress and then extended his hand towards the Valkyries. Among the Valkyries, only Reginleaf understood Bracky's request clearly. She laughed magnanimously and then handed over the sword she was holding. May Tyr's blessing accompany you. Bracky's forehead was too high up for her to bless him there, so she gave him a blessing on his chest instead. Bracky smirked and knelt down, and Reginleaf gave him another, proper blessing as well. I'm going. He spoke briefly and then ran towards Ciri without hesitation. The night bastard he had seen before was going all out against Ciri. The place that needed Bracky most was probably over there. Bracky roared and drew attention to his presence with a mighty battle cry. Impressive. Loki spoke craftily. He put on a smile mixed with admiration as he moved his hands busily. For mere intermediate-ranked warriors to be able to defeat Bress the Tyrant. It was entirely possible had he been completely sealed, but the seal had failed because of his own intervention. The efforts of the forces of Valhalla must have been limited with only the seals of the Valkyries. I suppose. Is it Idun's warrior this time too? Loki smiled bitterly and frowned. He was almost at his limit anyways. See you around, brother. Loki activated the several magics he had prepared beforehand and melted into the void. Thor's thunder tore into Loki's position a second too late, and in the second it took to eradicate the traces of Loki's magic, the tricky god had already completely vanished from Thor's sensory perception. Loki! Thor let out an enraged howl. However, no reply came back, and another furious rumble of thunder subsequently shook the sky. The Magician King, Utgard Loki, frowned upon his throne in Jotunheim. He'd evidently sensed the death of Bress the Tyrant. It's unfortunate. He thought he would be able to use him a bit longer. But it was unavoidable. Valhalla's attack this time had been really unexpected. Having deployed Loki as a desperate counter to Thor wasn't something he'd originally planned on doing. The Magician King rolled his fingers. He ordered the giant of Arath, Balgad, who was currently marching toward Calliv Castle, to retreat. Valhalla and Midgard. The Magician King had ran many calculations. Although Bress the Tyrant was now dead, his absence was merely a single strand removed from a massive web of scheming. The big picture wasn't damaged. He could still proceed with his plans. About Garmr's soul fragment. The Magician King opened his eyes slowly to stare off towards a distant place within Midgard. The Battle of Calliv Castle came to an end at dusk. In the end, the Fomwars hadn't been able to cross the barrier, and however many thousands they'd numbered were all slain by the warriors of Valhalla. The warriors of Valhalla let out whoops of victory. Many gods of Asgard were praised, and they enjoyed the victory to their heart's content. Unfortunately, the losses the warriors of Valhalla had suffered wasn't negligible. Almost a fourth of the inferior-ranked warriors had returned to Valhalla to become steel warriors. There were also still quite a hefty number of injured among the surviving warriors. But even so, it didn't mean that the light of victory in this battle was lost. The execution of Bress the Tyrant and his Fomwars at Calliv Castle was akin to having partially avenged the tragedy that had befallen Eren. Perhaps more importantly, Midgard had become safer. As the warriors of Valhalla existed to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms, none of them could ignore the joy of victory. The Valkyrie Regenleaf retrieved the corpses of the dead warriors and explained the situation to the bewildered humans that had been trapped inside the barrier and had hidden during the battle. Gander gathered the bodies of the intermediate-ranked warriors and the Valkyries that lost their lives in the battle against Bress. Raskrid, Ingrid, and Chaldea proceeded to make a ceremony so that the ones that lost their lives wouldn't lose sight of the path beyond. They lit a grand bonfire like they had done in the battlefield of Asgard, which shone like a beacon across the darkened landscape. You should just rest since you're really hurt this time. Don't go drinking or anything because you won. Go to sleep directly. Understood? Adenmaha was Tae Ho's buzzkill. It seemed like Rollo really enjoyed having transformed into a dragon earlier, and his face beamed with self-satisfaction, although McLaren had eyes as if he wanted to return as soon as possible. Right, thanks to you too. You should also go to rest. Tae Ho stroked Adenmaha's head and dodged her nagging. Adenmaha inflated her cheeks but didn't push away Tae Ho's hand. She just waited until Tae Ho removed his hand and then snorted. You really? Really what? Adenmaha pouted and then unveiled an anonymous smile before returning to Idun's residence with Rollo and McLaren. Tae Ho waved his hand in farewell and then turned towards his surroundings. Some of the humans who'd survived the battle were helping the warriors of Valhalla to clean the gory residue off the battlefield. Take Gi Balg first. Cuchulainn suddenly spoke with an anxious voice. They hadn't been able to retrieve it after they'd defeated Bress. You really think someone took it? Giebald was a weapon that couldn't be pulled out if you weren't a successor of Aaron like Tae Ho, just like it was for Caliburn. Tae Ho retrieved Giebald from the remains of Bress. He felt like the spear of the god of light, Luf, would probably also be near. Fortunately, the magic pocket is also intact. Well, wasn't it obvious as we were in the middle of the fight? Be it warriors of Valhalla or Valkyries, they weren't ones to grow greedy for material items. They had retrieved the magic sword of the Tuatha De Danann which Bress had dropped in his battle hammer, but the magic pocket was still half buried in the ashes. Tae Ho picked up the magic pocket. It seemed like it was an item belonging to the Tuatha De Danann that the sentence of the successor of Aaron showed a reaction. Let's examine it later. It wasn't Cuchulainn's words, but Tae Ho's thoughts. Tae Ho stored the magic pocket in An-Nur before turning his head. He then saw Brackey and Ciri that sat back to back with wide grins rivaling each other's size. We took care of the traitor. Brackey's words were spoken slowly, and Ciri nodded with an exhausted face. Mordred's corpse was collapsed behind the two of them. And Merlin? He went to assist the Valkyries. It seems like he wants to help on organizing the battlefield. Brackey pointed at Raskrid, who was proceeding with the ceremony, with his chin. Merlin's face was casual as he recited magical chants, but Tae Ho could sense a deep, solemn aura from his back. He stood at the corpse's feet for a very long time, and Brackey closed his mouth, and Ciri closed her eyes. He had merely heard about Merlin's and Mordred's relationship through brief stories, but it wasn't like he'd been completely oblivious to their connection. He could somewhat understand Merlin's feelings. You have done well. It was really absurd today too. You too, Brackey. Ciri was also outstanding. Did you see how she fought? A little bit. She also had a tail, right? Tae Ho looked at Ciri for clarification, but she merely blushed and frowned. She didn't say anything, but looking at how she covered her face with her hands, it seemed like she was quite embarrassed. Tae Ho forced himself to not remark at her beauty for her sake, but Brackey had other thoughts. He laughed and spoke brazenly. You were really beautiful and strong. I will see it at a later time. Ciri didn't even react at Brackey's thoughtless words, and Tae Ho, who knew well enough how her brain operated, prepared to escape while stepping back. And a few hours later, when the night was deep. When the ceremony and the retrieving of the fallen had ended, the warriors then wanted to begin their traditional feast, but there were still stray Fomors lurking about. More importantly, there was a possibility for the Fomors outside the castle and the city to come seeking revenge, so they just drank a cup and then concentrated on resting and guarding. Tae Ho slept in a big room alongside Brackey, Haribal and Ciri. As all of them were really exhausted, they fell in a deep sleep as soon as they lay down. After an indeterminate amount of time Tae Ho opened his eyes naturally. A green plains was spread in front of him instead of the wall of the castle. As expected, a massive apple tree had also appeared before him. Aiden's divine message. Tae Ho put on a smirk and waited for Aiden to appear. She always appeared abruptly to offer greetings. But something was off. Aiden didn't speak to Tae Ho. She didn't even approach him. Aiden had her back against Tae Ho and was transfixed upon the apple tree. It seemed as if she was entirely unaware of his presence. Maybe. If that were the case, him being there didn't make any sense at all. Tae Ho approached Aiden slowly and made loud footsteps on purpose. Aiden turned to look at him. She tilted her head a few times instead of revealing the smile Tae Ho had grown to expect and then spoke with an exaggerated voice as if she hadn't even recognized him. Oh, wow. Aren't you Tae Ho, the warrior of Haida? I am called Aiden, the goddess of youth. Ah, but where is my warrior that doesn't only call for me when he needs it but also when it's really important? Do you know? Aiden smiled inquisitively as cold sweat dripped down Tae Ho's neck. Episode 28, Great Attack, 5, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. Episode 28/Chapter 6, Great Attack, 6. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. How else would he react to such a bizarre situation? As a pro gamer, Tae Ho's brain churned to analyze his sense of impending danger, but he couldn't think of anything. He'd been isolated. It was no different to having been surrounded by an enemy. At a complete loss, Tae Ho cocked his head as Aiden suddenly began to laugh. I'm joking. It's a joke, so don't give me that look. Aiden spoke brightly and shrugged her shoulders. But of course, it's true that I feel sad and disappointed to hear you only call Heida's name in decisive moments. At least she's a Valkyrie of our legion. It would have been really twisted if you'd called for another legion's Valkyrie, so it's fine if it's Heida. Yeah, it's fine. Was it really fine? Tae Ho had felt her tone grow formidably cold as she said, if you'd called for another legion's Valkyrie. Tae Ho glanced at Aiden and she giggled once more. It's the truth. It seems like I took my joke too far. Forgive me. My joke ended up going too far because my warrior is just too lovely. Aiden gathered her shoulders and smirked. It was a slight movement, but he felt her charm in that motion. And no, it's fine. To be fair, her words about him calling Heida weren't wrong. Tae Ho and Aiden let out synchronous sighs of relief and smiled. It doesn't feel right to keep you standing so. Please, take a seat. As always, I have news to share. Aiden pointed at the wide boulder. As Tae Ho sat down first, she appeared beside him and took a deep breath before continuing. Firstly, I would like to praise you. Your merits are worth many great accomplishments. As you know, Brest the Tyrant was an enemy of our Asgard for many years. I want to express my gratitude as one of the gods of Asgard. I couldn't have done it alone. Tae Ho thought of the moment of victory he'd shared with his team. He had said similar words each time, but it always felt slightly embarrassing. Still, he hadn't made it up. It was the truth. The reason he'd been able to defeat Brest the Tyrant was really because of everyone else. The Valkyries had sacrificed their safety in order to weaken Brest, and Braki and the intermediate-ranked warriors had bought invaluable time. The Rainbow Barrier had held strong because the inferior-ranked warriors had fought tooth and nail against the Fomors. If even one of these groups hadn't given their all, his results surely would have left much to be desired. Aiden soundlessly gave a soft smile at Tae Ho's sincere words. She deeply admired this aspect of him. But Aiden, can I ask you what happened? Although the battle had ended in their favor, if something had gone wrong, then there would be much more damages than right now. One of the decisive keys in their strategy was missing. The light covering Aiden's face darkened. She answered with a lower tone. The traitorous god, Loki, interfered. He blocked Thor's power from being transmitted to the Valkyries. The traitor of Asgard, Loki. Tae Ho frowned at her response, and he checked Aiden's face and inquired. Are the Magician King, Utgard Loki, and Loki different people? He was surprised, but Aiden still nodded at his question. Thinking about it, it was obvious for Tae Ho, who'd come from another world, to not know about the gods of Asgard. In addition, everyone went out of their way not to mention Loki the betrayer. He may have heard the name Utgard Loki several times while fighting his underlings, but he had never heard the name Loki by itself. As they shared the same name, Tae Ho's confusion was only natural. Because of that, Aiden explained calmly. Loki isn't a true god but actually of the giant race. Odin once disregarded this fact and took him in as a god of Asgard. Actually, Loki had acted as Odin's cheek pocket. In other words, one could say that he'd been Odin's aide. Thor and Loki shared many adventures together and formed a strong friendship. Thor treated Loki as his real brother, and he even became his eventual stepbrother. It was a tragic tale, for they now stood as both brothers and enemies. Thor had treated Loki as his kin, and the gods of Asgard had treated Loki like one of their own as opposed to a giant. But no one could do anything about his real personality. You see, Loki took the side of the giants during the Great War. He joined ranks with the camp of Utgard-Loki and became our enemy. The Magician King, Utgard-Loki, and the traitor of Asgard, Loki. The two had similar names. Tae Ho, you must have already realized this, but Utgard-Loki is one of our greatest enemies. Unfortunately enough, Loki's position isn't much different. Tae Ho nodded. Although their names were similar, just as Idun had said, they were two very different individuals. He then also understood why the Valkyries often referred to him as the Magician King rather than Utgard-Loki. The traitor Loki is an almost unparalleled magician to the level where his skills are even comparable to the goddess of magic, Freya's. During your battle, he appeared at the decisive moment and prevented Thor from sending his power. Loki couldn't defeat Thor, however, he could certainly tie down the greatest god of battle in Asgard for a mere moment. Additionally, the relationship between the two gods was far from simple. He may appear before you someday. Be careful. His skill in trickery is absolute as the god of lies. Tae Ho nodded slowly at Idun's warning. Loki's appearance was certainly unexpected, but it still happened regardless. It was a lesson of carelessness to those of Asgard. Odin weeps for the lives that were lost because of this heir. The losses were far from inconsequential. Although Tae Ho hadn't lost anyone close, Bragi had lost Erendia, the Valkyrie of his legion who he'd been good friends with. It only lasted for a moment, but a heavy silence followed Idun's somber words. Idun smiled brightly, trying to change the atmosphere, and then continued speaking. I've also heard good things. It's been decided that you shall be promoted to the superior rank. Strictly speaking, Tae Ho still hadn't reached the level of a superior-ranked warrior. However, Tae Ho's battle prowess when using Idun's warrior and King of Camelot far surpassed the level of an intermediate-ranked warrior too. His strength had certainly reached the boundary of the superior rank. Because of that, Valhalla had chosen to uniquely promote Tae Ho to the superior rank. It will take some time for it to become official, but you will have more capabilities with such a rank. Do you know what they are? Idun asked without hiding her anticipation. Tae Ho drew a good mood while looking at her and answered that he indeed wasn't yet aware. Idun giggled and then placed her hand over Tae Ho's and said, Tae Ho, you are now able to become the commander of our legion. The commanders of each legion must be superior ranked at a minimum, but you will soon become one, right? The commander of Idun's legion. The warrior who stood closest to Idun. There were many differences between a normal warrior and a commander, and Idun started to name each one of them excitedly. But more of that, an inquiry formed in Tae Ho's head. The seniors of Idun's legion whom he couldn't meet yet. He was expecting it to an extent, but he became certain as he listened to Idun speak. Tae Ho asked carefully, and Idun nodded with a dark expression. That's right. My warrior, Tae Ho, you are the only warrior alive in Idun's legion. As it turned out, he didn't have any seniors at all. Although the legion's size hadn't been large during the Great War, the news still came at a shock. Tae Ho didn't push for details. It was because Idun had grown pained after Tae Ho questioned her about his seniors. But Tae Ho, it's not that I'm promoting you to commander because you are the only warrior available. Tae Ho, you are really my beloved warrior. Even if there were others, the result would have remained the same. Idun clenched her fists and said vigorously before continuing to speak like a bird as if trying to change the atmosphere once more. Thanks to you, Tae Ho, the number of warriors that serve me in Midgard have increased. We will need some time, but new warriors will be entering our legion quite soon. It wasn't an external position in the end. At the present moment, Aiden's legion needed a commander. Originally, we will have to do the nomination in Asgard, but, Tae Ho, just as you know, it's not easy for a warrior that possesses the strength of a superior rank to pass freely in Midgard. As your strength has reached the point of a superior ranked warrior after defeating Bress, we aren't able to summon you so simply anymore. It wasn't as if all the tasks in Midgard were solved. Just like it was hard for a new, superior ranked warrior to be deployed to Midgard, Tae Ho's existence was all the more important as he was already there. The Valkyries will perform the nomination in Midgard. This is something personal now, but how about summoning Heda then? After all, it was weird for an administrator of Aiden's Legion not to be present during the nomination of the commander of Aiden's Legion. There was a vague, expectant feeling in Aiden's voice. Tae Ho nodded. I will do so. Of course, Tae Ho also wanted to meet her. The reason he hadn't called out Heda in the Battle of Cowliv Castle was because the situation was just that urgent. In addition, there was no way Heda would be in danger during a nomination, so there wasn't any reason not to call her. I will be watching over you from far away. Aiden spoke softly and then stood up to place her lips on Tae Ho's forehead. She didn't withhold any blessings from her warrior like always. May my blessing accompany you. Tae Ho closed his eyes. After Tae Ho woke up, he participated earnestly in the reorganization of the battlefield. The first issue that arose was the dividing of the spoils, but Tae Ho wasn't greedy. You thought well. This battle wasn't won by you alone. Ignoring the deaths of your comrades and trying to monopolize it all would only produce strife. Tae Ho had already claimed both the Spear of the God of Light, Luff, and Bress Magic Pocket. He had already taken the most outstanding treasures among the ones Bress had possessed, so if he grew even greedier than this, then only trouble would descend, like Cuchulainn said. There were many treasures of Aaron the Fomors had gathered beneath the earth of Cowliv Castle. The Valkyries amassed the spoils and divided it to the warriors fairly according to the merits they have achieved. Raskrid didn't talk for long about the dragon wingcoat she had lost. The dragon wingcoat was certainly a precious treasure, but it's more important to me that you are safe. She spoke as stiff as ever and didn't blame Tae Ho and Bracky. She rather blessed the two people. I heard from Ingrid. You are receiving blessings from her every day, right? I will also bless you while we're together. The frequent blessings were a means to strengthen Tae Ho's saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. I'm jealous. I also want a saga like that. Me too. While Bracky and Haribal grew envious again, Ciri shook her head and Raskrid laughed a sound that was uncharacteristic of her. The Valkyries had calmed the city of Calivahim that had lost its ruler so unexpectedly and prepared to return the warriors to Valhalla. Even though they'd rushed it, it took 5 days to prepare the huge-scaled ceremony of calling the Bifrost to send back the great army. After one more day passed and it became the 6th morning dash. Regenleaf lined up the warriors of Valhalla in front of Cowliv Castle. The warriors of Valhalla that had died in this battle numbered almost 1,000. Before making the ceremony to return to Valhalla, Tae Ho's nomination to the superior rank and promotion to the commander of Aiden's Legion took place. As the Valkyries and the warriors knew better than anyone else about Tae Ho's performance in this battle, there was no one that opposed to it. It was obvious for the great warriors to be loved and respected in Valhalla. As the time to step onto the platform arrived, Tae Ho summoned Heda. Heda appeared in front of him and blinked once, just like when he called out Adenma. Hello, once again? Heda said awkwardly and Tae Ho laughed unconsciously. He felt sorry remembering, but the origin of his strength was always incredible. I firstly want to apologize. Heda apologized about lying to him about his seniors in the Legion when they'd first met. The reason why she lied was simple. Tae Ho, who had already been uneasy, would have been even more racked upon being told that he would be entering a legion with no other warriors besides himself. Tae Ho accepted her apology as there was no reason to not understand her reasoning. What more, it had all been for his sake in the end. In the first place, Tae Ho wasn't even thinking of mentioning to her before she'd brought it up. "It's good to see that you are all well and nice, but the ceremony will start soon." Compared to Haida, Adenmaha, who'd been summoned earlier, grumbled from nearby. Haida giggled and then grabbed on Tae Ho's hand and pulled him to the platform. Regin Leaf was acting on Odin's behalf, and she declared the promotion of Tae Ho to the superior rank. The warriors cheered wholeheartedly and Regin Leaf laughed and blessed Tae Ho on his forehead. After that came his promotion to the commander of Aiden's legion. Haida made public that Tae Ho had become a commander of Aiden's legion just like Regin Leaf had done so in front of the warriors. The warriors cheered once again, but the end was a bit different. Tae Ho knelt down on one knee like when facing a god, and Haida looked at her surroundings with an excited expression and inhaled sharply. She approached Tae Ho with red cheeks and ears and motioned for him to stand. Regin Leaf and Raskrid tilted their heads in perplexity, and Siri and Adenmaha muttered, "She isn't planning to dash. May Aiden's blessing accompany you." She rose on her toes and, without warning, placed her lips on Tae Ho's. The kiss wasn't light but was rather quite an ardent one. Everyone held their breaths, and then the warriors of Valhalla subsequently exploded. Wah! The warrior that was kissed by a Valkyrie. Aiden's warrior. Uaaaa. This is too much. The atmosphere became heated in an instant. Regin Leaf laughed magnanimously and Gander giggled. Haida finished and then regained her breath before whispering to Tae Ho with a flushed face, "May Haida's blessing accompany you." Tae Ho laughed with joy and proceeded to kiss Haida once more. Episode 28, Great Attack, 6, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Episode 29/Chapter 1, Aiden's Commander, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The king of gods, Odin, spent long hours each day sitting beside Mimir's lake. Because of this, several important matters regarding Asgard and Valhalla were organized on location, although Odin wasn't one to demand the opinions of others. He fell deep into thought while sitting there, curled up in between the roots. Mimir, who'd grown hollow and devoid of emotion after death, had become his only advisor. The three sisters sometimes conversed with Odin, but they didn't exchange opinions. Their conversations only served to pass to Odin the thread of fate they had made. After the Great War, Asgard underwent many changes. Odin's disposition also underwent a similar metamorphosis. He hadn't always been someone who decided upon everything by himself. His verdict had always been final, but he once asked for the opinions of others and consulted with his many advisors on a regular basis. The Great War had changed him. Odin now held many more secrets than before. Excluding Thor and a few other exceptions, the gods couldn't meet with Odin at all. Instead, the gods and Valkyries communicated with him through the crows Hugin and Munin. Perhaps the changes to Odin's character were calculable. The Great War had taken many things from Odin. Odin's wife and most reliable ally, Frigg, had her life stolen amid the conflict. Once Odin's advisor and friend, Loki betrayed Asgard and chose to stand alongside the giants. Frigg wasn't the only god who'd lost their life. Several of Odin's loved and treasured had disappeared from this world. The sun was setting on Asgard. Odin admired the beautiful sunset as he rose to leave. After he left Mimir's lake, he traveled to Heimdall's fortress, the bridge between Midgard and Asgard and the origin of the Bifrost. Heimdall, the chief gatekeeper of Asgard who'd used Gyllerhorn to alert everyone of the Great War, hadn't left his fortress even for a single day. Its defense was his sacred role and task. Even Odin, the king of gods, had to personally visit the fortress to converse with him. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. Heimdall welcomed Odin in the deepest and most secretive room within his fortress. He, whose body seemed as solid and stiff as rock and steel, had the appearance of a living, iron tower. Odin hit his chest twice in reply to Heimdall's courtesy and then curled up by the corner. Heimdall didn't jest. He just stood at the wall across the room and waited for the next visitors to arrive. "I've arrived." Thor was next to appear. He hit his chest twice with Heimdall and then sat alongside Odin. Odin lightly patted on Thor's shoulders twice without speaking and expressed his emotions as a father. Thor answered him with a smile. The last one to arrive was Freya. She, the goddess of beauty and magic, had obscured her head with a large hood. She expressed etiquette towards Heimdall as soon as she entered the room but frowned upon seeing Odin curled up in a corner of the room. "You are a king, so do you really have to sit like that? It's the same for you, Thor. You should have stopped him, and you Heimdall, you should have prepared some seats. I prepared one for you." A smile appeared on the brusque face of Heimdall. There was a comfy, elegant chair prepared in the direction his finger pointed. Freya put on a hesitant face but then let out a sigh and spoke honestly. "Thank you, but you do know that I wasn't telling you to give me a chair, right?" "Of course." Heimdall also found it uncomfortable that the king of gods chose to remain curled up in a corner of the room. Freya read the sympathy in Heimdall's voice and wore a like-minded face as if she too were suffering before taking a seat in her chair. Thor, who watched them from his spot, put on a nice-to-see-you smile. "You are still cute." "Thor, you shouldn't smile like that. Even with that handsome face, you still appear foolish. How nice it would be if you were to show a cool and dignified face like Heimdall." Thor laughed once again as Freya grumbled with a sweet voice. "Thanks for calling me handsome, and Heimdall, I can tell you're smirking. Even the great Heimdall is moved by a compliment from Freya, is that it?" "I won't deny it," Heimdall said shortly, and Thor laughed even louder. Freya shook her head a few times as if they were both lost causes and then took off her hood. Her bright, blue hair that wasn't unlike the hue of the sky flowed down naturally like a waterfall. Her pale white face could only be described as matchlessly beautiful. To speak any words of flattery would not be an overstatement. The goddess of magic and beauty, Freya. She, who was hailed as the most divinely beautiful woman in Asgard, was a goddess of the Vanir race that had disputed with the Aesir over the right to rule Asgard. She had come to Asgard as a hostage after having been defeated, but that was now all in the past. She was an important existence that couldn't be replaced in Asgard and was the commander of the Valkyries that ruled over Valhalla with Odin. As Freya's beauty revealed itself, Thor's mouth hung slightly open unconsciously. Heimdall's face didn't change, but his face and eyes became softly tensed. "You have that look again. I am going to tell Sifune about this." Freya spoke sharply, but everyone could tell she'd been joking. However, to Thor, it seemed like a rather serious threat. He hurriedly averted his eyes and Heimdall let out a short chuckle and spoke. "You say that, but it seems like you're enjoying it. Well, there isn't a woman alive that dislikes being told that they are pretty." Freya shrugged her shoulders and spoke matter-of-factly, and Thor's mouth dropped open again, although he seemed to have better control than before. This meeting was a gathering between the strongest gods of Asgard, but the atmosphere wasn't heavy at all. Actually, Freya didn't mention that she had purposely brightened the mood. Ever since the Great War's conclusion, she'd worked hard to enliven and revitalize the atmosphere even if she had to act cute. "Then, let us begin," Odin said in a low voice, and the atmosphere in the room grew neutral. The first one to speak was Thor. "The fragments of Garmar's soul aren't being discovered at all. We've finished searching through all of Asgard and Svartalfheim but haven't found anything." Thor also reported about the movements of the giants that were at the front lines. The giants that were there showed their existences clearly with small and big provocations. After Thor's brief had concluded, Freya frowned slightly before speaking up. "There are also no notices from Vanaheim and Ulfheim. There's Nidavellir and Niflheim remaining, but, as the places are such, searching is difficult and the probability of discovery is low. Nidavellir was underground and Niflheim was the land of death. The difficulty of searching couldn't be compared to other realms. In addition, there were comparatively low traces of the Great War compared to the other places. As Garmar's soul fragment was normally found near the old remnants of the Great War, there was less of a chance to uncover any soul fragments in Nidavel or in Niflheim. As Freya concluded, the next one to speak was Heimdall. It's not certain, but we've discovered traces of a soul fragment having already been retrieved. If the Fomors or the giants really did find it, then the fourth soul fragment has been claimed in Midgard. The number Asgard retrieved and destroyed was 5, and in addition, 3 more had been discovered in Midgard. Just like Heimdall had said, if the fourth fragment really appeared in Midgard, then there was a high probability for the fifth and sixth ones to also be discovered there. It's a bit weird that they are so concentrated in Midgard, but as the Great Barrier was set up after the Great War, it's not that it's impossible. In addition, Odin and Freya hadn't been in their right minds when they created the Great Barrier. Odin's thoughts had weighed heavily on the death of Frigg, Loki's betrayal, and the deaths of countless other gods. Freya had also faced hard times because her brother, Freyr, had died. They had proceeded hurriedly to block the second attack of the giants, so Odin and Freya were absent regarding things that happened after the Great War and right before they set up the barrier. The battle between the warriors of Valhalla and Bress was an example of their non-intervention. I suppose it's obvious to say that we will have to concentrate more on Midgard. Thor turned to look at Odin and said these words. After the Great Barrier was set, Midgard had held a superficial peace for around 100 years. By now, the truth of its hidden turmoil had already been revealed. For the giants to search in Midgard was a difficult task because of the Great Barrier, but even so, it wasn't wise for the gods to take their time completing the task. But Thor. As they discussed their forces having to concentrate on Midgard, Freya looked at Thor and carefully called out to him. As Thor turned around with an inquisitive expression, Freya smacked her lips a few times and then inspected Thor's face after throwing out a question. How was Loki? Thor and Loki had faced each other during their latest battle. No, to say faced was an understatement. They'd attacked one another. Freya knew about the relationship between Odin, Thor, and Loki really well. After all, she also had some friendship with him. Because of that, there could only be several emotions fixed in her voice. Thor closed his eyes tightly and then spoke with a heavy tone. That guy no, that bastard is our enemy. It was impossible to convince him through a conversation. It was also impossible to return to the past when everything had been better. Thor stayed silent for a moment and then opened his eyes and continued speaking. It's all my fault that our strategy fell apart. If he had just expected that Loki would appear. If he had just pushed him back more fiercely. Freya hurriedly raised her voice at Thor's self-blame. It's not your fault but Loki's, and if you are going to speak like that, then it's fair to say I was also caught unprepared for his intervention. It's not only your fault, so don't be that dispirited, yes? Freya ended up requesting it to him without being aware of it. As Thor loosened his expression forcefully, Freya spoke again with a rather bright voice. I'm planning to reward all the Valkyries and warriors of Valhalla that had contributed this time. Our budget will suffer greatly, so be ready to work hard, Thor, okay? I will. Good. That's a good determination. From what I've heard, Idun's warrior's performance was peerless this time around, right? Freya changed the subject and looked at Heimdall. Heimdall nodded and agreed. It was an eye-catching performance to say the least. If he wasn't there, our warriors' sacrifices would have been much more numerous. No. Perhaps they wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. Bress's power had increased from when he'd attacked Eren. If he had had more time, then he would have completely removed from the seal of the Valkyries. As Heimdall spoke in an excited voice that didn't suit him, Freya's eyes shone with interest. I want to meet him once. The Valkyrie of our legion also said that she wanted him as he was an outstanding guy. Will that kid hate it if I go to meet him? Thor clicked his tongue as Freya referenced Idun instead of her warrior. After such a long time, she's finally got a warrior again, But you are planning to take him? How well disposed of you. Who said I would be taking him from her? I just said that I was going to meet him. But of course, she wasn't planning on stopping him if Idun's warrior fell for her and said that he would move over to her legion himself. As Freya snorted, Heimdall cut in with a low voice. It won't matter, as he won't get taken even if you go to him with such intentions. What are you speaking about? Freya became slightly annoyed by his words. However, Heimdall didn't elaborate. He didn't mention the highlights of the most recent nomination. Well, I can somewhat guess. Thor smirked, and Freya frowned as she felt left out of some exclusive secret. As the heavy atmosphere recovered to some degree, Odin, who'd been watching silently, spoke again. Having dispatched Brest the tyrant is certainly no minor deed. We will need to provide a suitable reward for Idun's warrior. Regardless of that, Heimdall, how are the battles against the remaining Fomors going? Although the Fomors are without guidance after losing their king, they are showing up one by one. We are grasping their location slowly, so we aim to hopefully have them taken care of after the nomination for Idun's commander ends. Valkyrie Raskrid will assist on the nomination. Freya added hurriedly. Originally, the Valkyries would command the strategy, but they now had a superior-ranked warrior and a commander in charge of a legion. It wasn't only Raskrid, but all the Valkyries that had traveled to Midgard should obviously assist with the nomination. Ragnar didn't look at him that way for nothing. It seems like it won't be long until the day arrives when we stand together on the battlefield. As Thor spoke in a nice mood, Heimdall also nodded. At the reaction of those two gods, Freya, who'd never met or seen Idun's warrior, Tae Ho, pouted as if feeling anxious. If you keep speaking like that, I really have to go to meet him. Do I have to dispatch a Valkyrie from my legion? Even if that wasn't the case, it seemed like Valkyrie Hildegard wanted to go to meet him. As light chatter came and went among the gods, Odin grasped his connection to Hugin a great distance away. He had sent Hugin next to Raskrid this morning, so although there was a time difference due to the barrier, he would be able to watch both Idun's warrior and the others that were in Midgard. The crow Hugin transmitted its memories to Odin. Odin then unveiled a bitter smile. Idun. Heda. Idun. Heda. What are you doing? I'm protecting my family's, the peace in my residence. Episode 29, Idun's Commander, 1, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Episode 29/Chapter 2, Idun's Commander, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Idun. Heda. Idun. Heda. What are you doing? I'm protecting my family's, the peace in my residence. Tae Ho answered Braki's question with a rather serious face. Obviously enough, Braki's face contorted in disbelief as he asked again. What bullshit are you talking about? Just how was alternatingly calling the names of a goddess and a Valkyrie related to protecting the peace in his residence? Braki's doubt was logical, and Ciri, who was sunbathing nearby, angled her head as if she were equally perplexed. It was obvious for the two of them not to know of Tae Ho's domestic plight. Ciri had never met Idun, while Braki was a man who'd never even visited Idun's residence. Tae Ho crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Was it wise to elaborate to those two? Frankly, he felt he needed some proper counseling from others at least once. If it's Braki and Captain Ciri. They were the best comrades in arms that could exist, warriors that had surpassed several obstacles together alongside him. In addition, Braki was a married man with several wives, and Ciri was a woman. At the very least, they'd know better about women than himself. Although, she's not just a woman but a goddess as well, but Idun always announced her attitude as joking and that she wasn't really so petty that he need worry, but Tae Ho couldn't help but feel uneasy. It will be fine for the two of them. If he insisted, they would keep his secret. Tae Ho's determination overcame his sense of precaution, and he motioned for Brackey and Siri to come closer. Well, the thing is. Tae Ho explained the things that had happened during that short, sweet time. After he'd finished, Brackey was the first to speak, his words filled with admiration. So even a goddess came to visit you. Scary bastard. It was a divine message with words, but it was actually a meeting. Siri also nodded with a really surprised face. Anyways, the problem is that Idanim has become sulky? Siri spoke while choosing her words carefully. Tae Ho nodded and Brackey smirked. The goddess of youth indeed. How cute. Brackey, you are being disrespectful. Siri stared daggers at Brackey for his casual remark. Brackey showed his palms as if telling her to calm down and then turned towards Tae Ho. Anyways, if the problem is as such, isn't there an easy fix? Oh? It seems like you have thought of something? No, well you can also call out the name of Idanim in decisive moments. Take me for instance, I always pray to Thor. It was so whenever he swung his hammer, called out lightning, or even simply swung his fists. I also thought the same. In the first place, I don't know how many times Idanim has been bothered by it. The words of the two warriors were reasonable, as it was a no-brainer for the warriors of Valhalla to praise whichever god they served. However, Tae Ho awkwardly scratched his head before speaking. What can I say? It comes out unconsciously. I just accidentally blurt out Haida's name instead of Idanim's. After all, he did get strength from it. That's serious. But still, it's a good time for you. A good time. Brackey clicked his tongue and then laughed again. But hey, if you flip-flop calling out Idanim's name and Haida's name, you'll still end up calling out Idanim's name first sometimes. Won't Haida also sulk out? He'd call out her name after Idan's. Tae Ho flinched at Brackey's words which seemed to pierce his soul. He ran a quick simulation in his head. Actually, as a serious thought, Haida, unlike Idan, had no way of knowing who Tae Ho called out first, so there was no need to worry. Unfortunately, Tae Ho had already distanced himself from thinking rationally about such a tender subject. Idan could always tell Haida. She won't, right? Whatever the case, Haida was still a Valkyrie of Idan. It would be weird to sulk out because Idan was called out first. However, Brackey only raised his head triumphantly and spoke with an air of unfathomable wisdom. Foolish child, the heart of a woman is something you can't understand with your head. Compassion filled Brackey's eyes as if he'd suddenly gazed upon some poor, hapless creature. Tae Ho was overwhelmed by a sudden feeling of uneasiness, and desperately turned to look at the only woman present. Captain Siri? I don't know about that. You should go ask Adenmaha instead. Embarrassed, Siri shook her hand and quickly stepped back. Siri always grew awkward when they talked about the heart of a woman or other cheesy things. Ha! Besides, it's disrespectful. Let's end it here. Siri cleared her throat and put their conversation to an abrupt halt. Brackey smirked as if reveling in something, but Tae Ho could only put on a dumbfounded face. But it was at that moment What are you talking about that's so funny? Valkyries Reginleif and Raskrid had walked over. Kal Levahim, a land whose ruler had disappeared, had ended up falling into a state of vacancy. The Valkyries were now in charge of the political affairs, and they worked hard to lessen the problems Bress's absence had created by promoting new rulers in his stead. As the situation was as such, although half of the deployed warriors of Valhalla had already returned home, the Valkyries were still stuck at Kal Liv Castle. We were just talking about worldly affairs. Brackey winked towards Tae Ho as he spoke. It was a sign that he would keep their secret. Regrettably, his secret gesture had been far too obvious, and it was no different than proclaiming that there was something hidden between the two of them. What was fortunate was that the ones who'd appeared were Reginleif and Raskrid. If Gander was also present, she would have pressed for the truth until the end. It's enough if you are resting well. The reason we came is because we have an order to pass along, warrior Tae Ho. Tae Ho stood up reflexively at the word order. Siri and Brackey also fixed their postures. Regaleaf put on a satisfied face at the reaction of the three people and glanced at Raskrid, maintaining a neat figure as she stood before Tae Ho. Warrior Tae Ho, commander of Iden's Legion. Effective immediately, you shall become the commander of all forces of Valhalla currently within Midgard. As she spoke about forces, it was obvious that she meant not only the warriors but the Valkyries as well. As if proving this, Raskrid spoke right after that. Both I and Valkyrie Regenleaf will support you. As of now, you have two directives. The first pertains to dispatching the remaining Fomors, and the second is ensuring the continuation of the search for Garmar's soul fragment. This is a direct order from the King of Gods, Odin, so please fulfill your duties as a glorious, superior-ranked warrior of Valhalla without any setbacks. Raskrid ended the explanation while looking at Tae Ho and then hit her chest twice. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. As Tae Ho hit his chest twice and expressed etiquette, Raskrid let out a short sigh. Regenleaf, that was behind her, laughed before speaking. Well, there's no need to be nervous about it. It really isn't that big of a change. You will only have to command and lead the forces as well as deploy us Valkyries to the appropriate areas. That does seem like something, Brackey remarked, and Tae Ho nodded. Compared to the times when he had to follow the Valkyries' orders, it was the difference between heaven and earth. However, Raskrid smiled as if telling him not to worry. Warrior Tae Ho, Regenleaf and I will be assisting you. It won't be an easy task, but I've no doubt of your endurance. I have a question. The one that raised his hand and spoke up was Brackey. As Raskrid asked him what was wrong, he continued with interest. Is there something that changes when one becomes a superior-ranked warrior or the commander of a legion? I'm wondering because I've never met a superior-ranked warrior aside from Tae Ho. Brackey had once seen the old man that commanded Thor's legion in the welcoming banquet from far away, but that was it. A superior-ranked warrior was still an unfamiliar existence for him. For the superior-ranked warriors, right, if I speak with numbers, it will be easier to understand. Regenleaf clapped her hands and then raised 6 fingers. The warriors of Valhalla number approximately 600,000. Among them there are merely tens of superior-ranked warriors. Even if you calculate it simply, it's about 1 superior-ranked warrior per legion. Of course, about half of those 600,000 were steel warriors, but still, tens of warriors compared to 300,000 was still a low number. Superior-ranked warriors are heroes that can take control of an entire battlefield by themselves. Because of that, in battles that superior-ranked warrior are deployed, only us Valkyries will assist them. They weren't the leaders anymore. The authority of a superior-ranked warrior superseded that of a Valkyries. You must already know about the myth-ranked saga of a superior-ranked warrior, and if there's a change in normal life, superior-ranked warriors live in a different place from the intermediate-ranked warriors and below. When they are outside the residence, they are given individual tasks that often entail traveling to other planets or protecting the front lines. Siri, didn't you already go to the front lines once? It was for a really short while, but I have. When Tae Ho and Brackey were lowest-ranked warriors, Siri was already an inferior-ranked warrior. After her promotion to the inferior rank, she'd been dispatched to the front lines with the warriors of her legion, albeit for a short time only. Regenleaf nodded and continued. It's not excessive to say that most of the superior-ranked warriors are in the front lines, as the war between the giants is still raging even at this moment. In truth, they were in a state of ceasefire, but the gods of Asgard and the giants had never come to an agreement or signed any formal pact. Their peace was only temporary. Because of that, Asgard was still dispatching droves of warriors to the front lines in preparation for the inevitable invasion by the giants. Whatever the case, the treatment a superior-ranked warrior receives becomes better. Each legion does this differently, so ask when you return to yours. In other words, she'd implied that he'd have to find out for himself. As Bragi rolled his eyes, Raskrid began expounding upon another topic. The commander of a legion is a warrior that both represents and commands it. A warrior can become a commander starting from the superior rank, and each legion only has a single commander. Tae Ho was the only warrior in Aiden's legion, but he'd been an intermediate ranked warrior until very recently. It went without saying that there hadn't been any commanders for Aiden's legion until now. The commander will administer the legion along with the representing Valkyrie of the legion, from training the legion's warriors to increasing the buildings of welfare by using the legion's resources. As a result, the quality of a legion changes depending on who becomes the commander. So if a commander is a division commander, then the representative Valkyrie is the one in charge of a division? Just by looking at the work they did in their legions, the Valkyries were no different from administration personnel in many ways. A commander is the person closest to the god of a legion. Because of that, they're granted more audiences with their god. Bragi and Ciri nodded as Reginleaf spoke as if that wasn't cool, but Tae Ho put on a vague expression. He already met with Aiden quite frequently. Tae Ho probably had the highest frequency of meetings with his god among all the warriors of Valhalla. But warrior Tae Ho, are you training hard on the attributes? Tae Ho grew unconsciously nervous at Raskrid's question, and Ciri also flinched and shrugged her shoulders. Tae Ho put on a desperate expression and replied, I'm doing it every day. So there's no reason to take classes. Tae Ho forced out the last syllables and sent an earnest gaze, and Raskrid laughed in a low voice and nodded. Right. If it's you, I can trust in your abilities. I hope you can keep progressing. Thank you. Tae Ho thanked her sincerely. Ciri, who stood behind him, didn't make a sound, but her expression was identical to Tae Ho's. She let out a sigh of relief as soon as Raskrid finished speaking. Reginleaf laughed again. Anyways, we have finished with our immediate task. It seems that we'll head out to deal with the remaining Fomors in a few days at most, so you should enjoy your free time. It's every warrior's duty to rest when they can, so I hope you can enjoy this time earnestly, okay? I understand. Tae Ho had become a commander that would lead the forces deployed in Midgard, but he was still more accustomed to receiving orders. Raskrid put on a smile at Tae Ho's unavoidable answer as Reginleaf laughed magnanimously beside her. Elsewhere, at the same time Merlin, who'd been searching for Mordred's room for the past few days, finally found it. Deep underground, it was closer to a prison cell than someone's living quarters. Merlin scanned the cold, dark room hewn from rock with a contrite expression before sitting on the dusty, rotting bed. Mordred. Drawings which littered the floor, ceiling, and wall entered Merlin's aged vision. Within them was depicted the untarnished splendor of Camelot that he couldn't even forget in his dreams. Merlin couldn't forgive Mordred. His rationale for betraying King Arthur to protect Camelot was completely insane. Still, despite everything, Merlin's heart bled upon realizing the magnitude of Mordred's love and grief for Camelot. Merlin checked each drawing slowly before pausing on one. It was the only drawing that wasn't of Camelot. Is that it? It was a place that couldn't possibly exist now that Aaron was gone. Regardless of that, Merlin couldn't completely deny the notion. When Tae Ho had recreated Camelot's glory with Caliburn, Merlin could feel its existence in a faraway place. It was the promised resting place of the king. It was the land of the fairies, a place which had the highest possibility of containing the sword of the fairies, Excalibur. It's Avalon. Merlin let out a low exclamation and then extended his hand to envelope the drawing itself. He delved into the remnants of Mordred's magic power which remained in the drawing. Time flowed. The warriors of Valhalla that currently resided in Cowliv Castle were preparing themselves for a new battle. The Fomors that had lost their king were appearing everywhere, and the underlings of the giant of earth, Balgad, moved stealthily amidst the fuss. On the 6th night since the Battle of Cowliv Castle, Tae Ho made plans to go to battle with Raskrid and went to sleep late. A few hours later. Tae Ho opened his eyes again before dawn, but he was quick to realize from experience that he was still dreaming. Did Iden Nim call me? Normally when this happened, he'd be granted an audience with Iden. Tae Ho stood up from his bed and waited for Iden to visit him, but it was different. Rather, it was the same. His surroundings didn't change no matter how long he waited. A wide plains with an apple tree had yet to appear. But that wasn't the only weird thing. A sweet scent was coming from somewhere, different from the smell of apples. Tae Ho sniffed a few times and then pinched his cheek once to see if it hurt or not before rising from his bed. The sweet smell was coming from outside his door. Tae Ho slowly opened the door and was greeted by a completely different scene than the hall of Cowliv Castle. It was a really big bed. There were several layers of carpets on the ground, and beautiful, thick tapestries were draped along the walls. It gave a rather cozy feeling. Tae Ho scanned his surroundings slowly. There were cats rolling on the cushions splayed over the ground. If he'd counted their numbers, it wouldn't be surprising for there to be dozens of cats. It wasn't a divine message from Iden. The sweet scent and the odd feeling weren't hers. Tae Ho took a wary step forwards and then the inner side of the bedroom entered his vision. To his surprise, a bewitchingly beautiful lady lay lounging on the enormous bed. Tae Ho halted his movement, but he was already in front of the bed. The woman wore a thin, sky-blue dress that flashed her skin and a fluffy hood which covered her head. He couldn't see her face, but he knew she was an outstanding beauty just from her figure alone. So, you are the rumored commander of Iden. The woman spoke enigmatically and then twisted her body forward a bit to fixate upon Tae Ho. She then took off her hood, and long hair and a beautiful, alabaster face were revealed underneath. The goddess of beauty and magic, Freya. Her beauty seemed to depict the golden ratio. Even gods fell for her beauty if they met her in person, so there was nothing more to say about the warriors of Valhalla. Freya had never requested any warrior to move to her legion, but there were nevertheless countless warriors that had done so. Obviously, all of those who'd flocked to her legion voluntarily did so because they craved her love. Freya wasn't particularly thinking of stealing away Iden's commander. She was curious, but if Heimdall hadn't provoked her, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Freya looked at Tae Ho with her mystical, azure eyes. It was the seductive eyes of Freya that had caught the hearts of innumerable men. But when Tae Ho faced them, a thought arose in his mind which Freya couldn't have foreseen in the slightest. Heda is prettier, is what he thought of unconsciously. The cloud of love was rather mighty. Episode 29, Iden's Commander, 2, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. Episode 29/Chapter 3, Iden's Commander, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Freya was stunned. Her shock came from the fact that there was no change in Tae Ho's face even though she'd approached him directly. No, there was a change. His look was one you'd wear after seeing something beautiful. Tae Ho's expression revealed as much. The face of someone who just spotted a beautiful person. But it was a bit different. Should she relate it to an expression one held when viewing something beautiful in nature? It was obvious that Tae Ho hadn't fallen head over heels for Freya. Freya suppressed her bewilderment and focused on making her gaze even more coquettish. Again, Tae Ho faced her eyes, but he still didn't fall over her beauty like a slobbering idiot. Ah. Isn't he impotent? Or he likes men. However, Freya discarded that thought as her beauty didn't only affect men but also women. She was certain that the reason Iden's warrior could be so calm in her presence was because he was thinking of another woman. Freya laughed inwardly and then put on her usual, bright expression instead of a seductive one and spoke. Commander of Iden. I'm called Freya. Idun's warrior greets the goddess of magic and beauty. Tae Ho had been educated about the gods of Asgard by the Valkyries, Bragi, Siri, and others. As he called out the fields of Freya's divinity, she put on a satisfied smile. But it was then dash. Freya! A shrill voice pierced through the air. A corner of the cozy room cracked to reveal planes behind it. The next second, the whole wall broke down to unveil a very familiar apple tree. Two opposing domains became mixed in one spot, however, the planes couldn't completely overtake the bedroom. Freya, who'd sat up on her bed, let out a sigh before speaking to the goddess standing there. Hi. It's been a while. Just what are you doing? A really indignant voice. Although her face was obscured by the light shrouding her, one could clearly feel the anger radiating off her. Tae Ho was a bit frightened at her unfamiliar visage, but Freya merely waved her hands as if she'd expected it. Calm down, calm down. As the chief of the Valkyries, I just came here to compliment the warrior that had performed many great merits. I wasn't planning on taking him or anything. Her words were as if addressing a kindly junior of hers. Idun didn't respond and only glared at Freya. The latter just shrugged. Well, it doesn't even look like he's interested in swapping legions. It really hurts my pride, you know. Of course, if Freya grew determined and went all out, the story may have changed, but as she had said, it wasn't her intention. It appeared that Idun had grown even more agitated at Freya's words, as she walked to stand firmly between Tae Ho and the bewitching goddess. Her aura was like a cat's whose hair had bristled. Freya continued to smile as she slowly crawled toward the end of her bed to look at Idun and Tae Ho. Idun's warrior, as your goddess is so brusque, I'll get straight to the point. Idun still didn't say anything. As Tae Ho nodded behind her, Freya crossed her legs to show her sensual curves before continuing. You should already know, but I'm the chief of the Valkyries. I aid Odin, the king of gods, in ruling over Valhalla. The one at the apex of Valhalla's command was obviously Odin, but his next direct subordinate wasn't Thor, but Freya. Among other things, the rune growth system, which was every warrior of Valhalla's roots, was created by her. Although she'd collaborated heavily with Odin, no one could dispute the notion that she was the true creator of Valhalla. Idun's commander, the achievements you've earned this time aren't small. You must have already received praise from the Valkyries, but I came to this place because I wanted to compliment you directly. A great warrior deserves treatment suitable to their accomplishments. Freya's beauty changed based on the situation, just like a fairy pit. At this moment, Freya's beauty emanated a stark nobility and air of high standing. After Frigg, Odin's wife and Asgard's landlady, died, Freya assumed her role as administrator of Asgard. As a result, she was accustomed to the role of a queen and gave off a profound dignity alongside her usual brightness. Freya stopped talking for a moment and flicked her eyes between Idun and Tae Ho. At that, anger appeared in Idun's eyes for a moment, but she expertly regained her composure. Freya laughed. Idun's commander, while I was thinking of what reward to bestow you with, I heard something fun. After hearing, I knew exactly what to prepare. Apparently, you're called the Valkyrie Master by the warriors of Valhalla? Tae Ho was at a complete loss for words and couldn't speak. It may have been his imagination, but he felt a bit of resentment from Idun's back. Whatever the case, Freya laughed gracefully as if finding Tae Ho's reaction amusing and then crossed her legs the other way. Extend your hands. I will bestow upon you something suitable for a Valkyrie master. At Freya's words, Tae Ho extended his two hands and light seemed to condense in the air. A white, flawless horn appeared within them. It's a Valkyrie horn, something like the sibling of Gyllenhaal which Heimdall possesses. When you blow it once, the Valkyries nearby will gather at your side. This horn holds my decree as Valkyrie chief, so all those who gather will follow your orders without question. Originally, a superior-ranked warrior held higher authority than a Valkyrie, but that didn't mean they could order them around. Of course, if a superior rank became a commander of a legion, they could obviously give orders to the legion's Valkyries, but it wasn't that they could do the same to the Valkyries in other legions. There were many cases of Valkyries following and respecting the orders of a legion's commander, but strictly speaking, they weren't obligated to follow the orders of a commander from another legion. What Freya gave was an object that granted him the right to gather and order any Valkyries on a whim. It was a reward that only the real Valkyrie master could grant. "Thank you." Tae Ho suppressed his happiness and thanked her politely. As Freya nodded lightly, Aiden, who'd been staring, spoke up casually. "Freya, you're finished with your business, right?" Her voice was still on guard even if it was less than before. "Don't rush me too much. After all, you're in front of none other than your warrior." Aiden's mouth clamped shut at her words. Such was the integrity of honor between gods. Regardless of how she'd meant her words, they were still true. Actually, Tae Ho was really surprised about Aiden's behavior. Her actions, expressions, and words were quite different from her usual self. "You really are being favored. I'm always thankful." As Tae Ho gave a suitable answer immediately, Freya laughed and nodded. She turned towards Aiden once more. "Come closer. I will give you a blessing before the divine message ends." She was speaking to Tae Ho, but her eyes were directed at Aiden. Tae Ho also turned to look at Aiden. Aiden pressed her lips inside the light at the eyes of the two people and then stood to the side and opened a path. Freya smiled cutely at her silent permission before switching her gaze to Tae Ho. He gulped dryly and then stood in front of Freya and lowered his posture. "Raise your head." Tae Ho raised his head as Freya approached him. She arched her back to bless him on the forehead. Suddenly, Freya turned to look at Aiden with a malicious smile. She then blessed Tae Ho's lips instead of his forehead. "May my blessing accompany you." The time their lips touched was merely an instant, however, it was a really vivid and memorable one. Tae Ho opened his eyes widely in surprise, and Aiden exploded in anger. "Freya Uni. Let's meet another time." Freya laughed and then waved her hand. Both Freya and the bedroom disappeared like a lie and the planes swept over the entire surrounding area. It was a perfect hit and run. After a few seconds had passed Tae Ho wasn't happy even though he'd just been kissed by the goddess of beauty. No, he rather felt that he was faced with misfortune. As Tae Ho struggled awkwardly, Aiden took a deep breath and then spoke as if nothing had happened. "HM, my warrior Tae Ho. It's good to see that you are healthy." She acted as usual but also felt incredibly uneasy. Me too." Tae Ho just made it worse. All of a sudden, Aiden swooped down in front of Tae Ho and spoke urgently. "Why are you like that? Did she use a strange magic on you? Is that it?" Freya was the goddess of magic. Whatever Aiden's thoughts were, several warriors of various legions had indeed migrated to Freya's while vying desperately for her love. The light obscuring Aiden's face revealed traces of shock, worry, rage, and fear all at once. Tae Ho peered at the light and then opened his mouth gradually. "No, I was just wondering why you're always hiding behind the light." It went without saying that their awkwardness was a result of the recent situation, but Tae Ho also hadn't made his question up. When he first faced Aiden, he thought that all the gods were like this. But Thor was different. He could clearly see his face. It wasn't that weird until now since Tae Ho only had two references. But after seeing Freya, he became certain that there was something strange. While Freya seemed to glow from her charm, there wasn't any bright light on her like Aiden. Like Thor, she'd been clearly visible. Aiden flinched at Tae Ho's words and then answered with a low voice. If you want to see what's beyond the light, I can show it to you." Aiden didn't particularly wait for Tae Ho's answer. As she finished speaking, she raised her right hand and touched her face. The light covering her face subsequently disappeared. Beautiful, blonde hair that seemed woven from countless strands of gold was revealed atop her translucent face. However, he could only see half of her face. Across the rest, Idun wore an encompassing, black mask that contrasted her fair features. Of course, it wasn't that the mask covered her entire face, so he could still see her expression clearly. Her sharp chin and pretty lips were also clear. "Aishun, it seems like you are somewhat disappointed." As Idun spoke with a sulky voice, Tae Ho flinched and shook his head hurriedly. To be frank, he'd merely been baffled to see a mask appear under the light. Regardless of what he saw, Idun had still listened to his request. It wasn't something he should be disappointed about. Idun covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. "I'm joking." Joking. Although she was wearing a mask, it was much easier to read her emotions and expressions than when she was hidden behind the light. But what did she hide herself for in the first place? He couldn't imagine any reason for it. In addition, by looking at Idun's movements, it didn't seem like a normal mask. It was like a veil or a pair of sunglasses that the wearer could use to look from the inside. While Tae Ho was pondering it, Idun looked up at the sky and pouted. "My warrior, Tae Ho, it's unfortunate, but I will have to return today." Of course, she hadn't originally planned to send a divine message at all. Tae Ho nodded and then lowered his posture like he did with Freya. Idun thought for a moment after seeing Tae Ho kneel, but she ended up blessing him on his forehead like always. "May my blessing accompany you." Idun revealed a gentle smile and Tae Ho answered in kind. He then blinked and woke from his dream. The number of warriors that had remained behind in Valhalla to eradicate the remaining foam wars were exactly 100. This included Tae Ho's group. The number decided upon after guessing that it wasn't a good influence for existences of Asgard to roam Midgard for longer than necessary. Ingrid stayed back in Kjolve Castle with a few warriors. It was to dissuade some neighboring countries from invading the now leaderless Kjolveheim. It wasn't that acceptable for the existences of Asgard to provoke to politics in Midgard, but it was only to prevent Kjolveheim from suffering any further damage. It was a really irresponsible thing to step back saying that human affairs should be handled among themselves. Tae Ho split up some forces with Raskrid as she had the most leadership experience out of the Valkyries who'd remained behind. It was also to exterminate the few foam wars that were left effectively. And a month later as the mopping up of the foam wars was ending, a change occurred. The smoke coming from the fragments of Garmr's soul that Ingrid had stored away started to blow in a specific direction. Valhalla showed an immediate reaction, as this phenomenon had already happened in the first expedition in Midgard. Tae Ho and Raskrid received a heavenly order and paused the cleanup of the remaining foam wars to make haste towards another location. They rushed to where Ingrid and the soul fragments were at. The giant of earth, Balgad, didn't personally witness the battle that occurred in Kjolve Castle, but he knew what happened. The giant of the night, Avalt, fought of the giant of strength, Harad, at the last moments of Brest the tyrant's life. Idun's warrior. The one that had slain the giant of strength was Thor. However, Avalt remembered what Harad was trying to do before he died. He tried to kill the high-named Ragnar Lodbrok and the warrior of Idun that wasn't even at the intermediate rank. It was then that he thought that Idun's warrior may very well become a great enemy for the Magician King one day. The day of Brest's death, Avalt was able to confirm his belief. Idun's warrior was dangerous. There was a dire need to sever the roots before the flower bloomed entirely. The giant of the night, Avalt, opened his eyes in the darkness. At that moment, there was a voice that called out to him like an illusion. The giant of earth, Balgad. It was him. The Magician King, Utgard Loki, sat upon his throne and looked off to a distant place. He rolled his fingers across his armrest and sent out 2 streams of his magic-carrying orders. One was sent to the front lines and the other to Midgard. The Magician King took a deep breath. He felt like the old wound in his shoulder by the Prince of Light, Cuchulainn, was itching. 100 years since the Great War. Soon, the time to stand on the battlefield would come again. The gods on par with Thor couldn't enter through the Great Barrier. The possibility of their immense power influencing the barrier was too high. Loki was certainly a strong existence, however, he was the god of lies and could portray his level of strength however he wished. Loki was now inside the Great Barrier. He, who stood in a place cast in shadow, was glaring at the sky like a statue. Far above, a flock of crows were traveling through the air. Odin. Loki took his eyes off the flock. He analyzed the message of the Magician King that had grown faint after having passed through several territories. Let everything happen as the king wishes. Loki mumbled in a low voice before moving with vigor. The biggest country of humans in Midgard, Ironside, was now his target. Episode 29, Idun's Commander, 3, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Episode 30/Chapter 1, The Knights of the Round Table, 1. T.L. Subak. Ed. Including the now destroyed Eren, there were now 10 planets in this universe. Each of these realms used the name of a world that exists. Just like Asgard, Eren, and Olympus. The realms weren't the same with each other. They had similar parts but each of them had their unique colors. Asgard's biggest difference with the other realms was the existence of the world tree Yggdrasil. Asgard was divided in several sectors and all those sectors were in touch with the roots or branches of Yggdrasil. Asgard, the land of gods and the place that is at the highest point of Yggdrasil. The huge land of humans, that is covering Asgard. Alfheim, the land of fairies, and Svartalfheim. The beautiful land where the Vanir reside. The home for the dwarves and the underground kingdom where the sun doesn't rise, Nidavellir. Asgard's other world that is filled with frost, Niflheim. Those weren't the only sectors that the world tree touched. One of the roots of Yggdrasil touched with the land of the giants, Jotunheim. This composition was widely spread in Asgard and also in Midgard. Because of that, the humans in Midgard land and rocks that were above the big roots and branches to be their world. It was a funny idea but the truth was a bit different. The world tree Yggdrasil was a really huge tree but it was still smaller than Midgard. No, it was certainly smaller than even Alfheim and Svartalfheim. The world tree was just a concept. The white and huge tree was piercing the center of Asgard and several people called it as the world tree Yggdrasil. But this was only half true. That tree was merely a substantiation of a part of Yggdrasil. It was more proper to look at it as Yggdrasil connecting the several sectors into one. The several lands were connected by one thanks to the system called Yggdrasil. That was the shape of Asgard, one of the 10 realms. And Valkyrie Ingrid greets the commander of Idun. Ingrid faced Tae Ho at the entrance of the castle of Kalliv and then hit her chest twice. After Tae Ho got promoted to the commander of Idun's legion, Ingrid always used polite words at formal places. You wouldn't know in personal places but she had said that she couldn't treat a commander of an army impolitely in a formal place. She's as earnest as always. There were many times that Raskrid and Regenleaf talked politely to Tae Ho but they weren't comparable to Ingrid. Actually, it wasn't only the Valkyries that changed their way of speech with Tae Ho. Don't call me Captain Siri from now on. Siri had said these words about a month ago, when they were going out to clean up the remaining Fomors. Tae Ho, I know why you keep calling me as captain but you are now a commander. I don't know in private places but honestly speaking it's burdensome for you to call me captain when there are many people. It also won't be good to you. For Tae Ho, Captain Siri wasn't a title but a nickname filled with affection. As Siri had faced countless trials with Tae Ho when he was merely a lowest-ranked warrior, Siri was something beyond a simple comrade. Because of that, Tae Ho came up with another nickname as soon as Captain Siri got denied. Then what about Siri Nuna? It was close to impossible to guess the age of the warriors of Valhalla with just their appearances, but taking into account the time they had been in Valhalla, there was no doubt that Siri was older than him. Siri flinched at Tae Ho's proposal and then said quickly while shaking her head. Just call me Siri. Just like Haribel and Brachii does. Please. It was burdensome for Tae Ho to call her as Nuna, but it would become a bigger problem if Brachii or Haribel imitated him. In addition, Siri still had some rejection towards people calling her Nuna. Tae Ho simply listened to Siri's request, as she had said that she was afraid about Haribel and Brachii imitating him. Tae Ho thought of what happened with Siri and then glanced back. He could see Regenleaf, Siri, Merlin, and Helga that were in the same troop in the subjugation of the Fomors, so they had been with him all along. Siri tilted her head as if asking what was wrong, and then Tae Ho nodded once and faced Ingrid. Listening to the story, it seemed like Raskrid's group had also arrived. As they didn't have the time to waste or leisure, Tae Ho moved to the conference room where Raskrid's group was waiting at. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. Tae Ho saluted with Raskrid while hitting his chest twice and then greeted Haribel, Brachii and Gander with his eyes and started the conference. There was a map of Midgard spread in the big and square table that was in the middle of the conference room. Ingrid placed a red rock on top of Kal-Liv Castle that was in the center of Kal-Livahim and started to explain. Garmar's soul fragment has started to react 2 days ago, and it's pointing a certain direction just like it did in the island of King Sven or in Katrin, but they sent the soul fragments they discovered in the island in Kat Aren to Valhalla, but the fragments they retrieved in Redetza was still being held by Ingrid. The direction it's pointing at is as following. Ingrid placed a long and firm wooden ruler on the table this time. The fragment of Garmar's soul would be in the direction the wooden ruler was pointing at. There are no special regions in the path? There are a few. Ingrid answered briefly at Raskrid's question and then placed yellow rocks on the path the wooden ruler crossed. They are named forests, villages and cities that exist in the path. Until now, Garmar's soul fragment had always created a change. Because of that, if there were people living in the yard near the fragments, then the rumors would spread much faster. There are particularly no rumors regarding the changes. Perhaps the soul fragments may be located on the places that the yellow rocks aren't placed at. As there have already been several precedents, they could somewhat guess the distance with the amount of smoke the fragment emanated. Although the margin of error was quite big, they could lower the margin if more conditions were added. Ingrid pointed at the place in between the two yellow rocks that were the farthest from each other. Currently, this place has the highest probabilities. Brachii frowned at Ingrid's words. It was because the place Ingrid's long and slender fingers pointed at was one of the famous and harsh mountain ranges in Midgard, the Karten mountain ranges. It's vague. Raskrid opened her eyes sharply. She raised her head to look up at Tae Ho and he nodded. The direction where the remaining Fomors were headed to is overlapping. The remnants Tae Ho and Raskrid chased were all heading towards the mountain ranges of Karten. Their objective may be beyond the mountain ranges, but it was too much of a coincidence. Then, Merlin, that was silent until now, approached the table and said, "If it's the mountain ranges of Karten, there's a place that comes to my head." Merlin picked a red rock and then placed it in the middle of the mountain ranges. "There's a gate that connects to Aren in this place." "A gate? Are you talking about a space door?" Merlin nodded at Raskrid's question. "It's similar. An old gate that was built long before Aren got destroyed. And even before Camelot was set up. Aren and Asgard hadn't been interacting with each other a few days ago. It was an item that the Tuatha De Danann and the Fomors disputed over with before the Milesians appeared in Aren. Does it still work?" Merlin frowned as if going through his memories at Tae Ho's question. "It was actually half destroyed when I passed over there long ago to check on it. In addition, even if it does work, Aren has already been destroyed. There's a possibility that the exit gate in Aren or even the place itself got destroyed. We also can't ignore the influence of the Great Barrier. 2 or more space doors had to exist in order for it to work properly. It was because the entrance and exit gates had to do their roles. But if it does work and there's even a destination place, it means that it's the escape route for the Fomors." Brachii frowned and said, If it were the Fomors, they may only think of hiding and live like rats, but the ones that had some strength would choose to evade the warriors of Valhalla and escape from Midgard. So the fragment just appeared in that place? If it was coincidence, then it was a trick of fate. Haribal shrugged his shoulders and said, "If we interpret it in a good way, it is a good opportunity. We will be able to catch 2 or 3 birds with one stone." The Fomors had lost their pivot with the death of Bress. The reason Valhalla put that much effort to get rid of Bress wasn't simply to chase away the Fomors from Midgard. It was to stop the giants from entering Midgard through the Fomors. Now that the powerful Fomors along with Bress had died, the force of the Fomors was greatly weakened. Because of that, it would be hard for the giants to send strong giants to Midgard like in Redetza or Cat Aaron. The Fomors got weakened, and so that would hinder the movement of the giants. While all this happened, Garmar's soul fragment had appeared. Looking at it with a different point of view, it was the opportunity to take care of 2 things at once. Everyone turned to look at Tae Ho, and he came to a fast conclusion instead of delaying. "Let's depart immediately. To the mountain ranges of Catan." The warriors of Valhalla left the castle of Calliv. And at the same time on a different place, Haida was tying up the wooden boat in the dock while Tae Ho's group was increasing their speed. La 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 la. After she finished setting things up, she sat on the wooden box just like the first day she faced Tae Ho. As she looked at a far place, she could see ships of other legions entering the dock. The Valkyries of the other legions that were standing on the decks saluted Haida. Haida waved her hand lightly or greeted her with a glance of her eyes and then checked her bag she had brought with her. It seemed like she was planning to write a letter to Tae Ho while she waited. But it was when she just spread the paper and wrote a word of hi. A shadow was cast over Haida's head. Haida turned to look up reflexively as her piece of paper got dark and then faced some big warriors standing in front of her. She was looking at them for the first time, but it was different for the warriors. They had expressions as if they were meeting a famous person, as if they had heard several things about Haida. Haida blinked for now. She looked at her surroundings and then pointed at herself with the pen she was holding. "Ha? Maybe? Maybe. Idun's Valkyrie. The most beautiful Valkyrie." The warriors smirked and Haida flushed. It was partly because she was embarrassed, but also because she was excited of pure happiness. How long had passed since Tae Ho entered? New warriors had entered Idun's Legion. Episode 30, The Knights of the Round Table, 1 end. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Episode 30/Chapter 2, The Knights of the Round Table, 2. TL, Subak. ED, slow as lightning. Haida closed and opened her eyes once. It didn't change. There wasn't only 1 or 2 big warriors in front of her, there were 5 of them. Tae Ho didn't know, but actually Valhalla didn't take in warriors every day. At least once in a few days, or at most once in a day. As a warrior's soul entered the soul's resting room at the entrance of Valhalla, it fell asleep until its turn so that it wouldn't notice the passage of time. Whatever the case, the important thing was that they gathered the warriors and received them at once. It was different for popular legions like Odin's or Thor's legion, and it depended on the situation in Midgard, but there were times that they received hundreds of warriors at once. Because of that, 5 warriors wasn't that big of a number. You could say that it was rather low. But everything depended on who you were talking about. 5 was a big number for Idun's Legion as it reached a record of 500%. In addition, the time they gathered warriors this time was short. As Haida looked at her surroundings, she noticed that the number of warriors that entered the other legions only amounted to 10. 5 people. Oh, 5 people. It was different too when Tae Ho entered. She could be calm with Tae Ho as it was the first time someone entered Aiden's legion since the Great War and was a really unexpected thing. But this time, she was somewhat looking for it and the results were more than she had thought of, so her mouth dropped open unconsciously. If she had a tail, she would be waving it really quickly. Haida forced down her urge to jump everywhere and said calmly, "Wait a moment, I will check your names." Haida opened the pocket that was hanging on her waist and then spread the list as if it was something she usually did. There are. The names of 5 warriors were really listed on it. Right. Yeah. But I will still check your names just in case. Answer me if I call out your name, At. Haida called out the name of each of them and every time, the warriors answered with a loud voice. But it was when Haida finished naming the 5 of them. The most beautiful Valkyrie. The prettiest Valkyrie in Valhalla. The Valkyrie that is prettier than even a goddess. The warriors called out to Haida with their own methods. Haida cleared her throat at the embarrassing but nice to hear nicknames and then asked after flushing. What? Do you have anything you want to ask? I'm Haida. Called me that way. For her to be the prettiest Valkyrie in Valhalla. Was Tae Ho the one that spread the rumors? And just what was the Valkyrie that is prettier than even a goddess? Tae Ho wouldn't have been able to meet that many goddesses. Or was he talking about Freya, the goddess of beauty and magic? Tae Ho, you too. He is so childish. It was when Haida was twisting her body and thinking about Tae Ho. One of the warriors that looked at each other raised his hand and asked, "Valkyrie Haida. Where's the ship of our legion?" "Ha?" As Haida asked back unconsciously, another warrior asked while his eyes shone. Aiden's warrior said that we had a really big and cool ship. Right. It was a luxurious ship that was adorned in gold. It was a cool ship that could carry hundreds of people. It could even fly on the sky. It seemed like they were talking about the flying pirate ship. But that wasn't the important thing. The important thing was that the warriors were looking at her with eyes filled with expectation. In addition, one of them looked at the wooden boat that was behind her and Haida felt like she could listen to his thoughts. That wooden boat shouldn't be it, right? No way. Aiden's legion wasn't a place that kids played war at. So? Haida felt cold sweat dripping from her back. Tae Ho could come up boldly as nothing, but the situation was different this time. There were too many things the warriors had heard before entering the legion compared to Tae Ho that didn't know anything. Tae Ho. Just know he was the subject of affection, but now he was the subject of resentment. How could he lie like that and how would he take care of it? Will you wait for a moment? She had to first put off the urgent fire. Even if she came up confidently as Tae Ho, no, as boldly as him, the wooden boat in front of her was too small to carry all 5 warriors. She couldn't make repeated trips while leaving the warriors standing on the dock, so she had to come up with something. Haida hurriedly drew a rune in the air and threw a white feather to the air. And then, the white feather transformed into a beautiful owl and started to fly towards the residence of Aiden. Just a moment. The simple warriors didn't doubt that Haida's reaction was suspicious but rather let out sighs of exclamation while checking their surroundings. As she heard the stories in between, it seemed like their expectation towards the residence was great. What do I do? That tens of Valkyries prepared delicious and luxurious meals every day. Just what kind of residence was he talking about? Haida pressed her mouth shut to hide her anxiousness and then looked at the direction the owl flew at. A reaction returned when the ships of the other legions started to leave one by one. Haida, what's wrong? A Denmaha, that appeared as a sea serpent, transformed back into the shape of a goddess and landed on the dock. The warriors clapped, enjoying the flashy transformation. Haida said, "They are new warriors that entered the legion. I forgot about the number of warriors and brought a small ship. That's why I would appreciate it if you could help. Compared to Haida's leisurely words, she sent an earnest gaze, and a Denmaha that was fast to catch on things just nodded slowly instead of breaking the atmosphere by saying things like only a small boat? Our legion only has that boat. Well, it's unavoidable. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Haida moved her mouth and sent a gaze filled with thankfulness, and a Denmaha snorted like always and then jumped back into the water and transformed into a sea serpent. 2 will get on the boat with me and the remaining 3 will ride on a Denmaha. Oh. Oa. The greatly moved warriors discussed about who would ride on a Denmaha, but the one that had the final decision was none other than her. A Denmaha picked 3 warriors that seemed to be the lightest, and the ones that weren't picked put on depressed faces and got on the wooden boat. HMHM. Does someone want to smoke? Haida departed from the dock and then asked after taking out the cigarette. Compared to Tae Ho, all of them wanted to smoke it, but there was only one cigarette. Haida told them to smoke it in turns and then gave it to the warrior closest to her. Haida could hide that she had coughed out the smoke because the warriors were fighting on who would smoke it first. Haida fixed her posture to sit more comfortably and then looked at the warriors smoking the cigarette with a satisfied expression, but then worry filled their faces. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Or is it cold? As a Denmaha asked the warrior that was riding on her, the handsome warrior that had a long beard shook his head. That's not it. I'm just moved. One of the reasons is because I entered Valhalla, but the main reason is because I also became a warrior that rides on Valkyries, right? So he was trembling because he was happy. The warriors that were sitting behind the bearded warrior cheered. Oh. Warriors that rides on Valkyries. Me too. Do you want to get beaten? Do you still want to spout nonsense? I will turn over. The last one was a Denmaha, and the warrior that received the gaze of a sea serpent directly could only shut their mouths and shrink down. It was poor to see the dispirited warriors, but Haida ended up laughing unconsciously. The warriors that were riding on the boat asked that Haida. I heard that Idun's legion possesses the best food in Valhalla and that it's not from this world. Is that true? As it's food from Valhalla, it's already not from this world, right? No, I also heard that it's the most delicious in Valhalla. Right. I also heard that. The warriors talked among themselves and brought out topics to speak about. I also heard that there are beauties that are comparable to Valkyries. Is that the only thing? Ragnar Lodbrok. I also heard that the king of the Vikings is residing in Idun's residence. Oh, Ragnar Lodbrok. There are also strong and cool shinsus. The warriors put on shining expressions again. The warrior that was closest to Haida asked her with shining eyes. I'm really expecting going towards the residence. Yeah. Haida clenched her fists unconsciously and drew a smile. And Haida told me that you will pay for it. The day after the warriors arrived at the residence, a Denmaha got summoned by Tae Ho and clicked her tongue. You should have held yourself in the exaggeration. How could you make up things? A Denmaha got summoned to a small cabin inside the flying pirate ship. It was carrying all 100 warriors of Valhalla, but it had still surpassed the limit even though the ship had increased to its maximum size. Because of that, a Denmaha's shoulder was touching with Tae Ho's. Tae Ho shook his hands and said, EY, when did I make up things? There's you and Haida in the residence. And also Captain Siri and Skat Haknim. The part that Idun's residence was a place that beauties stayed at in Valhalla wasn't made up. Although he did exaggerate the numbers a bit. HMHM. A Denmaha snorted like always, as if she was happy that she got named. Tae Ho snickered and continued speaking. In addition, Master Ragnar really is there. If it were the strong and cool shinsus, he had a Denmaha, McLaren, Rollo, and his wives. What about the food? If it's the food Haida made, then it's the most delicious in the whole world. You also eat it every day, so why don't you know? Ah, I want to eat food made by Haida. Ah, yes. How infallible. Adenmaha said with lukewarm eyes, and Tae Ho relaxed his body a bit. So new warriors really entered our legion. It was the result of some months of publicizing. He thought that it wasn't completely proper to be happy as you had to die first to enter Valhalla, but whatever the case, it was true that he was happy. They said they were warriors that died against the battle with the Fomors. They all fought valiantly because they believed that they could go to Valhalla. Listening to it, it seemed like they were the warriors that had died in the recent battle against the Fomors. So this was what Master Ragnar spoke about? The warriors of Midgard knew that Valhalla existed. Because of that, they thought that it was more important how they died rather than when, and they didn't fear death in the battlefield. But it all had its limits. If all men wished for a brave death in the battlefield, the world could only become a mess. The warriors were more specialized in destroying rather than creating. Just who would work the field and make buildings if everyone wanted to become warriors? If young men threw their lives like nothing, then the heritage of the families would only get cut off. A world with endless wars was just like hell. And Odin didn't wish for a world like that. Because Midgard wasn't a human farm to replenish warriors of Valhalla. It was a precious world where countless lives grew up. Ingrid had said that it wasn't good for the warriors of Valhalla to stay in the mortal world for a long time. It was obvious. The more the humans of Midgard saw the activities of the warriors of Valhalla, they would value the life after death to be more important than their current lives. Raskrid hadn't made the warriors stay in the shrine for nothing. Having sent back most of the warriors to Valhalla right after the battle with the Fomors ended was for same reason. When the cleanup of the Fomors and the searching of Garmar's soul fragments ends, Valhalla will distance itself with Midgard. We will stop deploying warriors for at least tens of years, or perhaps for dozens of years. The best thing is for the existence of the warriors of Valhalla to stay as legends inside of myths. We are too close to them right now. Tae Ho remembered Ragnar's words and nodded. Even Tae Ho, that didn't belong to Midgard, found the current situation to not be normal. Ah, and I have something to discuss with you. Adenmaha, that was looking at Tae Ho thinking by himself, flicked her shoulder and then said, "The number of warriors will keep increasing from now on, so Haida asked me if I wasn't thinking of becoming a Valkyrie." You can become one? Because Adenmaha was a goddess of the Tuatha De Danann. However, she just shrugged as if it was nothing. Well, it's not that I can't. And if you look at it with another point of view, it's rather similar. Valkyries had a low stature, but they were still goddesses. Looking at it from Adenmaha's point of view, that was just a normal goddess of the Tuatha De Danann. Her rank didn't increase or get lower, it was just moving to a side. What do you think, Master? Would you like it if I became a Valkyrie? I will always welcome it. Actually, in Tae Ho's situation, nothing would change in his life if she became a Valkyrie of Idun, but he would gain quite a bit from it if he looked at her battle prowess. He could strengthen her with the warrior that rides on Valkyries and also register her with the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. I will think about it then. Right, I will be waiting for the day I receive a blessing from you. Adenmaha's mood became good at Tae Ho's words and then stood up from her place. I will be going now. Right, tell Haida how I'm doing. Adenmaha frowned because he kept calling out Haida until the end and then disappeared while snorting. Tae Ho got left alone in the cabin and started to think. Wait a moment. We will reach the mountain ranges of Khatan in 2 days, and new warriors entered today. At least tonight, or tomorrow at night. Tae Ho fell asleep early and then could face the one he had expected. My warrior Tae Ho. There are a lot of things I want to talk to you about. The goddess of youth Idun. She was more youthful than usual today. Episode 30, The Knights of the Round Table, 2, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Episode 30/Chapter 3, The Knights of the Round Table, 3. TL, Subak. ED, slow as lightning. That's what I'm saying. I met the 5 of them today. They were all good kids. Aiden started speaking with a really excited face while sitting next to Tae Ho on the wide boulder. He could only see her lips because of the eye cover that was more like a mask, but Aiden could make quite a lot of expressions with just her pink lips. Tae Ho felt like he was looking at a bird that was chirping, so he started to concentrate more on Aiden rather than her story. But still, Tae Ho, you went too far. Haida was really troubled because the expectations of the warriors were too big. She could somewhat evade the answer when they were going to the residence, but when they arrived they only found Haida as a Valkyrie. Excluding Tae Ho, the only warrior that stayed in the residence, the 5 could not avoid noticing that they were the only ones there. Tae Ho answered boldly at Aiden's voice. EY, weren't their expectations fulfilled? They were greeted by Haida and even met Aiden. I didn't lie up to that point. I was a bit subjective. And a little excessive? You do speak well. Aiden giggled. She tilted her head and looked up at Tae Ho for a moment and then asked with a friendly voice. My warrior Tae Ho, did you listen about picking a new Valkyrie from a Denmaha? Yes, I heard that Haida proposed it to her, but if the commander was someone that commanded the warriors of a legion, then the representative Valkyrie of a legion led the Valkyries in a certain legion. The need of a new Valkyrie wasn't that noticeable as Tae Ho was the only warrior, but Haida was in charge of selecting new Valkyries and training them as she was the representative of Aiden's legion. New warriors will increase, so we will also need new Valkyries. All of these things haven't happened in a long while, so it's quite enjoyable. He could feel just how happy she was with her lips, voice, and even her small movements. Tae Ho looked at that Aiden and felt that it was regrettable. Because the more warriors entered, the time he would be able to face Aiden also got shorter. Perhaps, it may also be true for Haida. Was this the feeling you got when you get new siblings? As Tae Ho smiled bitterly, Aiden placed her hand on top of Tae Ho's and said, You are special, Tae Ho. How will you be the same as them? Aiden was looking at him as if she already knew what he was thinking about. Tae Ho got happy but also bewildered. Can you show that much favoritism? I can. Why wouldn't I be able to? Aiden answered rather shamelessly and smiled brightly. No matter how many warriors entered the legion, the one Aiden would favor the most would still be Tae Ho. Now that I see, Haida was asking. A Valkyrie more beautiful than a goddess. Just who were you talking about? Tae Ho couldn't see her eyes because it was being covered by the eye bandage, but he felt like she would be putting really sharp and expecting eyes. Tae Ho answered immediately. Of course it's Freya. Aiden seemed to be really happy that Tae Ho said Haida was more beautiful than Freya, perhaps because she had had a little confrontation with her. Aiden snorted for a moment as if she was imitating a Denmaha and then looked up at Tae Ho and asked like a surprise. Then Tae Ho, what if you compare Haida and me? I'm also a goddess. Tae Ho couldn't answer immediately. As Aiden saw his hesitation on his face, she put away the hands that were on top of Tae Ho's and pouted. So that's the case. Tae Ho was certainly a warrior of Haida. That was the case. Rather than imitating Haida, it seemed to be her own words. As Tae Ho started to drip cold sweat, Aiden giggled like always and then shook her head. I'm joking, a joke. Until what part and up to where was a joke? Good times always pass by the fastest. Aiden took a deep breath and then stood up. She placed her hands on Tae Ho's shoulders and said gently, My warrior Tae Ho, I will be waiting for the day you return to the residence safely. Tae Ho closed his eyes after getting up and Aiden placed her lips on Tae Ho's forehead. Let my blessing accompany you. A warm golden light wrapped up Tae Ho. And the biggest advantage with the flying ship was that you could ignore the terrain and fly, but being able to operate it day and night was also a strong point you couldn't exclude. Excluding Raskrid, who was tired from operating the ship all night, all the other Valkyries and intermediate-ranked warriors were gathered at Tae Ho's room. As the cabins were small in the first place and there were too many members, everyone's shoulders were touching each other. The reaction of the soul fragment is becoming stronger. It seems like it really is the mountain ranges of Catan, Ingrid said with her usual sincere face. Merlin pointed at the surroundings with a cubic light and said, "There are already quite a lot of Fomors gathered. Looking at the flow of magic power, they are preparing to operate the gate." Looking at the number of Fomors gathered in the mountain ranges of Catan, it seemed like they weren't able to operate the gate yet, so they had arrived just in time. So the Fomors have the soul fragment? They may have a beast that has transformed with it or are holding it to gift it to the giants. But the latter is probable, right? Because there was no way the Fomors and the beast would look at each other in a friendly light. Hannibal nodded as Gander answered at Ciri's question. Good, whatever the case, we just have to sweep up the both of them. It's good as it's simple. They just had to charge towards them and sweep them up. Although it was a really crude and simple way, it was really the way of Valhalla. Regenleaf smiled bitterly as if there was nothing to do about it and spoke to Tae Ho. "Commander, our exact objective is to destroy the gate and stop the Fomors from escaping, and also retrieving the fragment of Garmer's soul." It was more systemized, but in the end it was similar to what Hannibal had said. "Merlin, is it possible to destroy the gate?" The gate of the Tuatha De Danann wasn't showing up above ground. It was inside the huge fortress that was dug underground, just like the kingdom of the dwarves, Nidavellir. The size of the fortress was so huge it wasn't excessive to say that an entire mountain was used for it, and it was as complicated as an ant tunnel. Merlin frowned at Tae Ho's question and answered, "It won't even budge if you touch the surface, as it is a really huge gate. But if you destroy the core, you will be able to stop them from operating it." As Merlin moved his hand, one of the mountain molds made of light got amplified and then a complicated structure showed up. It was a map made based on Merlin's memories. The core of the gate was located in the deepest cave of the fortress. It was right next to the huge gate that was installed in the floor. If the Fomors are planning to gift Garmer's soul fragment to the giants, the possibilities of it being on that place would be the highest, as it the place with the tightest security. If we approach a little more, I will be able to amplify the location. Ingrid answered at Braki's words, and then she turned to look at Tae Ho. "Commander, if we move at the current speed, a battle will occur in 2 hours. I hope you can choose the strategy for this battle. How they would fight there." Everyone turned to look at Tae Ho. Tae Ho looked at the mold for a moment and then crossed his arms and said, "Let's go the Valhalla way." Valhalla way? Valhalla way. Just what was the Valhalla way? Everyone could understand it excluding Merlin. And Yuwa ea aowa. I can't sense my lower body. It's thrilling. It's always something new. Rains of steel fell down the sky. There were a total of 3 steel structures, and they were the ones that were used in the battle in Calif's castle. They had sent back almost all of the steel structures back to Valhalla along the warriors, but Tae Ho had taken some just in case. Even if it looked harsh, it was worth having carried it. The flying pirate ship and Squabchuan increased their speed in between the steel structures that were drawing a triangle. The speed was similar to the rains of steel, but compared to the steel structures, there wasn't anything to fix yourself to, so the suffering was much bigger. The members that rode on Squabchuan, that didn't even have a roof, screamed as if they were riding on a black flash. And in front of them, a red dragon charged. Tae Ho and the intermediate-ranked warriors, that could be called as the key to this battle, were riding on Rollo that had transformed into Shooting Star, the owner of flames. "Amazing, Tae Ho!" Brackei yelled sincerely. Ciri gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, and Hannibal seemed like he would die at any moment because of his blue face. Tae Ho and Rollo looked at the ground while sharing their senses. Tae Ho thought of the trauma generated when he rode on a black flash, but he could somewhat maintain himself calmly thanks to Rollo, who enjoyed the thrill. Tae Ho counted the numbers while looking at the ground that seemed like it would smash them at an amazing speed. He looked at the words covering the mountain range of Khatan with the eyes of the dragon. Kaya ah, dot. The cry that was like a scream was heard in several places of the mountain. The flying-type Fomors surged up, but they couldn't do anything about the rains of steel that were descending with an incredible speed. Tae Ho chose the slope to descend on that was a bit higher than the entrance of the fortress. The reason was too clear. Bang! 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 The rains of steel hit the ground. Rolla flew up before clashing against the ground and flew up the dust cloud, and Tae Ho extended a summoning rock and yelled, "McLaren! I choose you." Endnote: Brock chose Onyx. J.K. The rock serpent that appeared in the air acted as he was ordered beforehand. It started to dig on the mountain rather than landing on the ground to carry Tae Ho. Endnote: Onyx used dig. The passage that connected the fortress were all complicated. As it was filled with the Fomors gathered from various places of Midgard, there was too much waste in time to charge through the entrance. Because of that, Tae Ho made things simpler like a warrior of Valhalla. He would dig a new path. He would destroy the normal passages and make a new path that connected to the core of the gate. The sea serpent McLaren could move freely in the ground. Just by charging forward, a tunnel of several meters was made. Amazing! Amazing! You are an exemplary warrior of Valhalla. Brake yelled in joy, and Haribal, that landed on the ground, started to throw up. Tae Ho sent back Rollo and then looked at the tunnel McLaren was making ahead of him. It seems like Garmar's soul fragment is at the core of the gate, just like we expected. Ingrid got down from Squabchuan and spoke quickly. Tae Ho turned to look at the steel structures hurriedly. Rasgrid, I will entrust you with securing the path to retreat. I will heed to your order. The Fomors that were near the entrance and scattered throughout the mountain ranges were flocking over there. There were a lot of them, but as most of them were low class, he could leave them to Rasgrid. About half of the members that got down the steel structure stayed behind with Rasgrid. As 3 steel structures and 1 flying ship took place, it looked like a rather small fortress. The warriors of Valhalla charged with Tae Ho at the front. As they had decided on the landing spot after looking at the map Merlin created, McLaren's path was mostly straight. The Fomors are coming! Merlin yelled, running behind Tae Ho. Tae Ho could also feel that the flow of magic in his surroundings was becoming faster. The tunnel McLaren made passed through the original paths. Tae Ho looked at the Fomors that were gathering with his eyes of the dragon. They were stronger than the ones that were outside and also numbered the dozen. It was quite a big number when they were the remnants. But thinking about it contrarily, this was the remaining force of the Fomors, as most of the Fomors outside of the mountain ranges of Khatan were already subjugated by Tae Ho and Rasgrid. Gander! Leave it to me, dot. As Tae Ho yelled, Gander set up a defensive wall along the warriors of Valhalla that stayed behind once again. It was to retrieve a retreat path just like Rasgrid had done. McLaren kept charging without stopping and reached its destination. Kwa Gon. A big hole pierced the core of the huge cave. McLaren jumped as if diving inside the ground, and Tae Ho kicked the air and observed in front of him. There was quite a strong Fomor at the end of the cave. Has planted a fragment of Garmar's soul. Korga. Korga had somehow made it out alive from the battle of the castle of Kalliv. He had a fragment of Garmar's soul that was emanating a bright red light, stuck in his chest, that was broken because of the injuries. Crazy dogs of Valhalla. Korga cursed out. He could only do so. Crazy bastards. They really were crazy. For them to pour down from the sky and even make a new path. To make the defenses they had prepared become useless. Korga increased his magic power. The red and black smoke that surged up from the soul fragment covered Korga's body, and the flow of magic power filling up the cave became faster. For Asgard in the Nine Realms. Valkyrie Regenleaf yelled and announced the start of the fight. The warriors of Valhalla charged towards the Fomors that were inside the cave, and Merlin looked at the ground. The huge magic circle that filled the entire floor of the cave was emanating a golden light. It's right before the gate activates. Tae Ho charged forward instead of answering. He charged like a storm, and his objective was Korga. Bragi and Ciri ran towards the direction Merlin pointed at. It was towards the altar that was at the middle of the magic circle. Iden's hunting dog. Korga charged towards Tae Ho instead of fleeing. Cuchulainn found the expression hunting dog to be funny, and Tae Ho concentrated. He wasn't planning on wasting even a second on defeating Korga. The smoke that was covering Korga poured out towards Tae Ho. That thing that got gathered at one place took the shape of a huge hunting dog in an instant, and Tae Ho swung the sparking Caladbolg and pulverized the smoke. He didn't stop at that and kept charging. At that moment, Merlin, that was checking on the magic circle, raised his head, and Tae Ho could feel it instinctively. The gate was already fully charged with magic power. They could activate it whenever they wanted. In addition, Korga was already in front of it, and there was quite a number of Fomors gathered. But why weren't they fleeing? Were they waiting for other Fomors to gather? That Korga that even left behind his king and fled? Tae Ho reached Korga, and he got bewildered at the really fast Tae Ho and moved his hands urgently. Tae Ho didn't parry his sword but cut off his arm. It was possible, as he had entered Korga's reach even before he could react. The arm of Korga that fell to the ground let out a blunt sound. Korga let out a terrible scream, and Tae Ho tried to slash his chest upwards. But Korga was a bit faster this time. He rather charged towards Tae Ho instead of stepping back. He released the red and black smoke once again and yelled after holding Tae Ho. Kata's Krodaya. It was certainly the activating word for the gate. The golden light getting emitted from the magic circle got stronger, and Korga tried to walk towards the inside of the magic circle even more. Bragi destroyed the altar with his lightning hammer. Merlin hurriedly recited a chant and disturbed the flow of the magic power. Tae Ho now understood what Korga was planning. He wasn't simply planning to escape from Midgard. His real objective was to take Tae Ho's group through the gate and send them to Eren. How? Tae Ho stopped pondering about it. He emanated the divine power of Iden and endured it with his two legs. Tae Ho then faced Korga's pushing power head-on and stabbed Caladbolg in his body, and then made the lightning in Caladbolg explode. Quagga gang. Caladbolg was closer to being a rod that fired lightning rather than being a sword. Lightning exploded in the center of Korga's body, and he couldn't advance anymore. Garma's soul fragment fell from the huge hole that was made in his body. It seemed that just trying to push him rather than fighting Tae Ho had weakened him. Tae Ho gulped dry saliva. He threw his body in between the hole that was created and then retrieved Garma's soul fragment and turned around. It seemed like it was thanks to Bragi for having destroyed the altar, or thanks to Merlin's chant having taken effect, that the golden light being emanated from the magic circle got really reduced. However, Tae Ho could see it with his eyes. The gate had already activated, and the transporting magic to Eren was still proceeding. Korga had failed. He had failed from pushing Tae Ho to the magic circle and activate the gate. But Tae Ho had to make a decision. And the reason was really simple. There were still people on the range of the magic. Ingrid and the warriors of Valhalla. Bragi and Ciri. The transporting magic got completed. The light emanating from the magic circle became a pillar of light and surged towards the ceiling. Tae Ho didn't hesitate. The moment the light surged up, he was already charging forward. "My king!" Merlin yelled. However, Tae Ho didn't stop. Because he was a commander. No, even if that wasn't the case, he couldn't throw his allies in front of his eyes. The pillar of light dispersed. There was nothing in the place the pillar disappeared at. And the Great Barrier didn't stop things from going outside of it. If you wanted to enter inside the Great Barrier through the gate, your body and soul would get crushed after being hit by the barrier, but fortunately, such things didn't happen when you got out of it. It has been a long time since Eren got destroyed. The fire of the giant sword burned and destroyed Eren, and the destroyed Eren broke down to pieces and scattered towards Asgard, Olympus, and the temple. Because of that, there was a possibility for the arrival gate to not exist. But fortunately enough, a destination existed this time. The Pillar of Light dispersed. Moving a long distance through an incomplete gate was dangerous and hard. The warriors of Valhalla let out rough breaths and sat on their places, and Brackey and Siri also panted with hard expressions. Tae Ho, that could jump inside the Pillar of Light by the breadth of a hair, raised his head. He had heard Merlin's voice calling out to him at the last moment. Eren! There was grief in that voice and sorrow about the reality. The beautiful land he had seen from Cuchulain's memories didn't exist anymore. The broken land, the land of death that has dried up everything. The magic power in the ground was really weak, and the sky and ground were completely gray. Tae Ho looked at his surroundings with the eyes of the dragon. He couldn't see any Fomwars, excluding the ones that were transported with him. But the moment Tae Ho looked up at the sky, he could understand why Korga tried to push Tae Ho inside the magic circle. And that was a really simple story. You couldn't send forces inside the Great Barrier as you pleased. It was also impossible to dispatch a giant strong enough to be able to defeat Idun's warrior. That's why they would take him out of it. They would hunt him down outside of the barrier. 2 of the 5 fingers were obsessed towards a warrior that had just become superior ranked. It wasn't an easy thing to happen, and because of that it was also hard to guess. Korga had failed and Merlin had intervened with the transporting magic. Idun's warrior appeared in a different place to the planned one. But the important thing was that Idun's warrior had gotten outside of the barrier. The Giant of Night Evolved thought of when he first faced Idun's warrior. He observed him inside the darkness. The place where the destroyed fragments of Eren gathered at in the ash sky and beyond the front lines. The land that was closer to Jotunheim rather than to Asgard. Idun's warrior. The giant of earth Balgad said and descended on the completely grey land. Episode 30, The Knights of the Round Table, 3, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Episode 30/Chapter 4, The Knights of the Round Table, 4. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Brackey remembered what happened a few months ago. The Giant of Strength, Harad. The things that happened when the Black Catastrophe appeared. The warriors of Thor's legion were completely massacred. The lowest-ranked warriors couldn't endure the strength that was released when Harad descended. The Shinsu of Thor's legion, the Tangjuster, disappeared with a mere wave of Harad's hands. Even now, Brackey still couldn't understand what Harad had done to make the Tangjuster vanish. And the same thing was about to happen. It was a different strength, but it had a similar smell to it. Get back! Brackey yelled reflexively. He activated Son of a God and gathered thunder in his hammer. Back then, Ragnar had been with them. The legendary Viking king had protected Brackey and the warriors. Move! Ingrid yelled. The inferior-ranked warriors, paralyzed by the crushing pressure which emanated from the sky, reacted to the Valkyrie's command. From where Ingrid stood, she threw her body behind Brackey's. An earthen disaster descended as the ground shook at that moment. A deep earthquake churned the ground and a torrent of soil surged up into the air. It was an incredible amount of dirt. It was the phenomenon created as Balgad, the giant of earth, descended to the ground. Brackey looked at the airborne earth, which seemed fierce as a wave and fast as a storm, and swung his hammer. Lightning crackled before him and made an opening. Quagagang! The hail of dirt pummeled the ground. From a distance, the earth shook like mad as yellow lightning surged furiously amidst the growing dust cloud. Such was what Tae Ho saw. He, who was behind Brackey's group, moved towards Merlin as the wizard stabbed his staff into the ground. An invisible barrier coalesced in the shape of a wedge and cleanly split the wave of dirt around them. Ciri huddled behind Brackey and covered her mouth and eyes. Although the lightning had torn through the hail, no one could do anything about the dust. Breathing was impossible, much less opening one's eyes. Merlin clutched his staff and trembled. His magic power had been halved after Aaron's destruction, and sweat began dropping like rain from his furrowed brow. Tae Ho's vision pierced outwards. He could see a red word beyond the dust that was smashing at Merlin's barrier. The giant of earth, Balgad. An existence comparable to even the giant of strength, Harad. As he walked, a thick armor of rocks formed over his body. What seemed like a mountain of rocks slowly closed in on them. The gate connected with Aaron had grown warped and distorted. The several things Balgad and Avalt had prepared had also become a mess. The reason the Giant of the Night, Avalt, stayed behind in Jotunheim was to hide Balgad's battlefield with his specialty magic, darkness. But now, the battlefield itself had been moved and Avalt couldn't see the effects of the darkness. Because of that, Avalt took his eyes off the battlefield and instead looked to a distant place. The giants weren't the only race the Great Barrier was obstructing. Ironically enough, it also obstructed the gods of Asgard. The giants at the front line sensed Balgad's sudden movement. Similarly, the warriors of Asgard squaring off against the giants also noticed that a disaster had occurred in some faraway place. The giants didn't move, and the same went for the warriors of Asgard. It was an obvious thing. This place was in Asgard. The appearing of the giant of strength, Harad, in Asgard was a different case, but it wasn't such a matter for the giants at the front lines to intervene directly. The gods of Asgard could know of the events inside the Great Barrier immediately. Still, while they knew the giant of earth, Balgad, had released his strength, they couldn't know who his opponent was. But that was enough. There was enough time. The giant of the night, Avalt, looked towards the Balgad and Idun's warrior once again. But it was only for a moment. He could only return his gaze to the front lines. There was a change at the front lines. The forces of Asgard had started to move. How? Like many instances, Avalt's confusion was an obvious thing. They couldn't have imagined that there was a goddess not only observing her warrior but was even conscious of his condition. The moment Tae Ho left the vicinity of the Great Barrier, Idun could feel it. She could even connect with Tae Ho directly when he used Idun's warrior. Idun was instantly aware of the danger Tae Ho was facing at the front lines. She had ignored all procedures and requested for assistance with all her strength. He reached out to the god stationed at the front lines. That god didn't hesitate for a moment. He surged up with a crescendo of thunder. The problem was time. Time wasn't with either side. The moment Thor moved, the giants at the front lines reacted. As Thor and the warriors of Valhalla marched, the giants blocked their path. The giant of earth, Balgad, wasn't planning to face Idun's warrior alone. He had lined up his underlings in the arrival gate of Aaron. Balgad had moved alone because the destination had been altered, but it wasn't that his underlings had returned to Jotunheim or stayed immobile. They moved swiftly to chase the back of their master. For some, time flowed quickly. For others, time had slowed to a crawl. Balgad, the giant of earth, was like a living mountain. He was the most massive giant among the 5 fingers. Distance shortened drastically with each of his steps. As the cloud of dust faded away, what Brackey and Ciri saw was a towering wall of rocks that charged forward at incredible speed. It wasn't something that could be countered like the hail of dirt. Brackey steeled himself. He took a deep breath and gathered all of his strength in his right arm to try and slow it down as much as possible. Faced with a decision, Ciri transformed into a wolf. She bit Ingrid, who stood closest to her. Ciri charged forward. Ingrid yelled and two inferior-ranked warriors hung onto Ciri. Brackey charged forward and smashed the ground with the strength he'd amassed. However, it wasn't to split the earth. The thunder that followed his strike hit the wall of rock that was charging towards them. The giant of earth was unavoidably halted for a step. Brackey's full-powered attack wasn't something easily disregarded. But even so, it wasn't that he could defeat him. Balgad, who'd been slowed in his advance, stomped the ground and the lighting subsequently scattered. An invisible force plowed toward Brackey. Brackey set up a defensive layer with the god's power within him and endured the invisible force while being pushed back. However, the inferior-ranked warriors weren't so fortunate. Their bodies were pulverized and became lumps of flesh. Brackey gritted his teeth. Ciri, who barely managed to avoid the attack, raised her head and looked at Balgad. Balgad ignored the two of them. He kicked the ground and charged towards Tae Ho. 40 meters. The charging of a giant that tall gave a pressure that made it seem like the sky was crumbling. Tae Ho didn't freeze, for he could hear Aiden's voice. She didn't inquire his situation and instead worked harder to transmit to him more of her strength. Tae Ho bellowed out Aiden's name. He charged towards the giant of earth as an image of Ragnar appeared in his mind. He had to do the same as he'd done. He had to protect his allies while facing the giant. Chant! Tae Ho transformed into a hawk and shot off at blinding speed. Balgad didn't miss Tae Ho and tracked him with his eyes. He swung one arm and rattled Tae Ho's path with the overwhelming wind pressure that followed and fired rock-hewn arrows from his other arm. Tae Ho flipped his body mid-air. As he transformed back into a human, he created a shield with warrior's equipment and covered his body. At the same time, he stretched out his left arm and called out, McLaren! The rock serpent that had been summoned in Midgard appeared in the grey lands of Arryn. As McLaren appeared, Tae Ho simultaneously gave a command and then threw aside the shield he'd blocked the rock-hewn arrows with before charging into the air. McLaren circled the opposite direction from his master. Before the shield reached the ground, he'd already opened his mouth widely and gulped down Ciri, Ingrid, and the surviving warriors of Valhalla. With them secured, he tunneled into the ground. Balgad ignored the serpent. He gazed intently at Tae Ho and swung his arm. Contrary to his size, it was a fast and precise movement. Tae Ho gritted his teeth. He forcefully kept his eyes open and looked at the wall of rocks crushing the air before him. He then activated his rune magic in quick succession. Gant! A magical gale of wind was fired from Tae Ho's arms. It wasn't to push away the wall of rock but rather to increase his own fleeing speed. Balgad's arm passed beneath Tae Ho's feet by a hair's width. Tae Ho contorted his body once again and kicked the air to surge up. He reached a higher vantage point and unveiled a second summoning rock. Rollo! The griffin fluttered its wings and picked up speed. Rollo cried valiantly instead of shrinking back before the giant. Clutching onto Rollo, Tae Ho activated his saga. Rollo's wings fluttered twice, and what were previously white feathers morphed to become the membranous red wings of a dragon. Shooting Star, the master of flames. It was different from when he'd summoned him to execute a lance charge. The true dragon wasn't merely 10 meters long. Now, while Rollo still wasn't as big as the original Master of Flames, he had grown to a length of around 20 meters. Rollo's second flap of his wings created a great wind. It wouldn't be improper to call it an eruption. Sadly, Balgad was a bit faster. He didn't falter at the red dragon which had appeared so suddenly before him and knew exactly what he had to do. He extended his hand towards the seething red dragon quickly and grabbed its wing with his huge hand. With a mighty pull, he ripped it off. The red dragon cried as blood-like flames poured from the wound and dispersed into the air. Rollo! Tae Ho screamed out as Balgad swung his fist towards the falling red dragon. Rollo was slammed to the ground like a crumpled piece of paper. The ground shook and Balgad tossed aside the wing he was holding. He then aimed a kick at the body of the red dragon. Rollo tightened his muscles. He opened his mouth and fired flames towards Balgad. It was a disastrous attack that could even melt rocks, but Balgad simply reacted to it calmly. He blocked it using his arms as a shield and didn't pause his advance at all. He then swung his arm in a wide arc to disperse the flames and grabbed onto the neck of the dragon. To this, Tae Ho also reacted rather calmly and immediately removed Rollo's transformation. The moment Balgad grabbed the air, Tae Ho had sent back Rollo, who'd crashed down after having lost a wing. Balgad's eyes glinted at Tae Ho and the rock-hewn arrows were once again fired out of his armor like rain. Episode 30, The Knights of the Round Table, 4, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 30/Chapter 5, The Knights of the Round Table, 5. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Thor was going. Thor would go. Odin just spat out those words. He couldn't say anything else. Adenmaha felt like she would go crazy at the anxiousness. McLaren hadn't returned, and Rollo had his chest crushed and lost a wing after a mere few seconds on the battlefield. He had said that this battle wasn't much. That it would be fine as they would only clean up the remaining phone wars. But that wasn't the case. Adenmaha read the memories of Rollo through the magic of the Tuatha De Danann, and thus she could also sense the fear and despair Rollo had felt. He was scared. So scared that a cry came out unconsciously. She recalled that fateful day in Erin. The day that everyone near her had started to die. Bragi, who was big and foolish but still held reliable qualities. Ciri, who seemed the toughest but was actually the most gentle. And her master Dash. The stupid guy that only thought about Haida. She felt like they wouldn't be able to return. At least one, or perhaps all of them. Adenmaha hoped earnestly. She didn't pray for everyone to return safely. She only waited for Tae Ho to call her so that she would be able to do something on the battlefield. But no matter how earnest she was, Tae Ho didn't call, and Adenmaha couldn't help but cry again. The ash-colored lands were dyed in blood. Bragi staggered to his feet. He fruitfully tried wiping the blood dripping from his head and tried to recall what had happened, but there were gaps in his fuzzy memory. Like the landscape, the sky was ashen. Bragi took a breath. He started to remember everything that had happened in a few minutes one by one. Balgad had stomped on the ground and McLaren, who'd been hiding, was launched into the air. Tae Ho had desperately recalled McLaren, but Balgad was a second faster. Balgad had gripped both McLaren's head and tail and pulled, tearing him in two. As McLaren was closer to being a spirit rather than a living being, his demise wasn't certain, but he couldn't know the details. McLaren disappeared and the ones within him had appeared in his place. The inferior-ranked warriors of Valhalla had all died helplessly. Bragi closed his eyes. The blood on his forehead wasn't stopping, and he couldn't activate the Son of a God Returns as he had already used it today. A fierce battle had occurred in a short time. Ingrid was collapsed on the ground and unmoving. She had stopped the attack just before she'd lost consciousness. Bragi didn't check if Ingrid was alive or not. He just had to hope that she was. He spat out a mouthful of blood and breathed in pained breaths. Tae Ho and Ciri were still fighting. Ciri's movements became really fast after she'd transformed into a wolf. Tae Ho mobilized several weapons on top of her as they fought together. It was like two people were fighting with one body. Still, their battle against Balgad was disadvantageous to the extreme. If they allowed even one attack to hit them, they wouldn't be able to fight again, but Balgad still continued unabated even after having received several attacks from both Tae Ho and Bragi. But they still had to fight. Bragi gulped dry saliva for the last time and then charged towards Balgad. Mighty Thor! Bragi's roar passed in between Tae Ho and Balgad. Balgad had almost all of his rock armor destroyed and looked at Bragi. His appearance was that of a scaled-down Thor. Standing up time and time again after being hit and charging towards him was a terrible thing by now. Balgad swung his hand. He used the intangible force to make a wall and strode forward while glancing at Idun's warrior at the same time. The guy that was riding on the golden wolf was holding a pair of swords. Caliburn and Calidbolg. Calidbolg's thunder was powerful. Although it wasn't to the point where Tae Ho could destroy a mountain with one attack like when Fergus MacRoich wielded it, it couldn't be looked down on at all. Every time an attack landed on Balgad, a part of his armor was vaporized. Balgad had to admit that the bastard was strong. So strong, in fact, that it was unbelievable for him to be someone that had just become a superior ranked warrior. That was why he had to kill him. He had to end the fight no matter what. Balgad roared and swung his pillar-like arms. Deadly kinetic energy was released alongside countless rock-hewn arrows. An earthquake followed that made their footing a mess. It was an attack that came both from the sky and the ground. Ciri had succeeded in closing the gap between Balgad to dodge it until now. It wasn't easy, obviously, as a single error could result in their deaths. Balgad thought that Ciri would do the same, but he was wrong. Tae Ho lowered his posture while sticking atop Ciri, and Ciri turned around. Rather than charging towards the arrow, she showed her tail and escaped. The sudden change in their pattern caught Balgad off guard. In that brief moment of reprieve, Ciri was able to put some distance between them and Balgad, and Tae Ho silently praised Braki for stopping Balgad. Tae Ho turned to look at his back on top of Ciri. Then, above of the head of the mountainous Balgad and beyond the ash-colored sky dash, Merlin's chant was completed. They hadn't fled from the battlefield because it was disadvantageous or because they were scared. It was because they believed in Merlin's magic. What they called for was the disaster of the sky. The giant of the night screamed in shock from within the darkness, and Balgad then realized what manner of magic had sundered the atmosphere above him. A meteorite summoned from beyond the sky was tumbling down. It fell at an unmeasurable velocity. Even as he looked up, Balgad didn't waste any time. He kicked the ground and tried to dodge the meteorite. However, Merlin didn't allow that. In the first place, he had prepared two magics. Although his magic had been halved, he was still the great magician of Camelot. The shadows that pierced from the ground firmly rooted Balgad's feet. They were obstacles that would only buy a few seconds. But it was enough with just that. With an ear-deafening explosion, the falling meteorite directly smashed into Balgad, the giant of Earth. The resounding shockwave seemed to atomize all nearby matter, and the flames that burst out gulped down Balgad's figure. Ciri let out a sigh of relief, and Tae Ho did the same. However, Merlin couldn't do that. He knew otherwise, as he was the one that had activated the magic. "My king!" The moment Merlin called out, a dark figure sprinted through the fire. A 10-meter giant whose skin was of rock. It was the original body of the giant of Earth, Balgad. The body that was 40 meters tall had merely been his avatar. The meteorite destroyed the avatar, but it couldn't break Balgad himself. The moment of the collision, Balgad released the remnants of his armor. His injuries were only minor. Balgad rushed towards Tae Ho and Ciri and swung his fist. Ciri sprung off the ground reflexively, but she couldn't dodge the attack completely. It was because the moment she threw her body to dodge the fist, pillars of rock also surged up and attacked her. Subsequently, both Tae Ho and Ciri skidded across the ground. Merlin feverishly recited a new chant as Braki unleashed his energy reserves to roar and charged forward. Balgad didn't waste any time. He arched his spine and heaved a mighty hammer fist towards Tae Ho and Ciri. Thor couldn't reach them in time. The giants at the front lines obstructed his path. Idun had grown frantic and called out Tae Ho's name repeatedly. However, Tae Ho couldn't answer her. Adenmaha worked hard to save the life of McLaren, who'd been torn apart. She kept reciting chants through a tear-stained face. Tae Ho took a breath. He hadn't died. He felt like his body was broken, but he was still alive. With no regard for his own safety, Bragi had blocked Balgad's attack and even fired lightning to dissipate some of the impact. He had fallen along with Ciri, who was also alive. He could feel her shallow breathing as if it would cease at any moment. Tae Ho checked his pocket. The pieces of golden apple had disappeared. It seemed like he had lost the pocket sometime during the fierce fighting. Bragi couldn't endure for long. He collapsed after receiving an additional attack from Balgad. He was thrown far away and lay twitching on the ground. Balgad looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho returned his stare, but he also glanced at the area beyond him. He could see the red words approaching. It seemed like they were the underlings of Balgad. He still had a summoning rock left, but he didn't call a Denmaha. He just squeezed out his concentration and activated a saga rather than calling her into danger needlessly. 5 Valkyries' doppelgangers, Haida included, were summoned next to Tae Ho. They charged towards Balgad, however, they were just able to buy a few seconds. They were mercilessly destroyed. Tae Ho took a breath and swung Caliburn, which still stuck to his hand. To resist until the end. To fight. Iden, Haida. His practice had taken fruits. Tae Ho called out Iden's name first and then smiled. He faced Balgad, who was bellowing and closing in fast, and then produced the glory of Camelot. Cuchulainn assisted with a bit of his strength, and Iden cried out and strengthened her divine power even further. After that, shapes of people started to coalesce next to Tae Ho. Eren was destroyed. The fire of Surtur had burnt down everything. The sky and the ground were dyed in ash. But even that being the case, there was something that hadn't changed. A sentence of light appeared atop Tae Ho's hand. Eren's successor. The one who would receive everything from Eren. Merlin, who had been reciting a chant, stopped moving his mouth unconsciously. The ones that had gathered next to Tae Ho had that effect on him. The Knights of the Round Table. Their souls that had been scattered, now returned. Camelot was but a memory and Eren was destroyed, however, they didn't forget their pledge towards their king. Even if this land was dyed in ash, it was still Eren. It was the land in which the heroes of Camelot had given their ultimate sacrifice. The glory of Camelot gave strength to the Knights of the Round Table. Although dim, the shadows, who had gathered next to the Sword of Selection, Caliburn, regained the appearances of their previous lives. They were in an incomplete state. It wasn't yet time for Tae Ho to fully achieve the power held by the King of Camelot. If this land wasn't Eren, they wouldn't even have been able to appear. Nevertheless, now wasn't the time to wait for the king to come into his own. The Knights of the Round Table expressed etiquette towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho didn't know them well, but Caliburn remembered them all. It was living proof of their legends. Our king calls for aid. One of the knights spoke in reverence. His expression filled with veneration towards Tae Ho. He stepped forward and then flew at Balgad. For the king of Camelot. The rest of the knights followed suit. The first knight to reach the giant was pressed down by Balgad's power and obliterated. Such was their limit as incomplete souls. Nonetheless, the remaining knights of the Round Table didn't waver. As one, they overtook Balgad's position like moths drawn to a flame. Remember our names. Remember our stories. It was a complete massacre. With only their remnant souls, they couldn't win. But they didn't fear. They were rather happy that they could fight for Eren once more. Caliburn taught to Tae Ho as much through the sentence of the Milesians. The name of each one of them. What they were going to do now. Because of that, Tae Ho couldn't hold them back. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Tae Ho uttered these words. He expressed his etiquette as a warrior of Valhalla. The remaining knights of the Round Table smiled gallantly. One who had remained beside Tae Ho until the end hit his chest as if imitating him. For Asgard and the 9 realms. The knight charged. Seeing this, the giant of earth, Balgad, who'd known these knights well in battle, felt that their weakened souls were really quite pathetic. The knights of the Round Table were vanquished one by one. More than 10 had been summoned, but now there weren't even 5. Tae Ho stood in place and looked at them. The knights of the Round Table were buying time, but not for Thor to arrive. The underlings of Balgad were approaching and the red words in the sky loomed closer. There was now only one remaining knight. Balgad swung his fist and even he disappeared. And then it arrived. It was only one at first. The thing that fell from the sky hit Balgad in the back. Caliban explained the situation through the sentence of the Milesians. The most loyal knight of all, Bedivere. The sword he didn't let go of until the end. Balgad looked at the sky reflexively and then a second weapon pierced his shoulder. The best archer, the Knight of Love, Tristan, and fail not, the magical bow he once used. As more weapons poured from the sky, the consecutive blows brought Balgad to his knees. The sword of the most lofty knight, Galahad. The Knight of the Long Spear, Perceval. The magical sword of the Knight of Truth, Agravain. The knights of the Round Table were all warriors of Aaron. The sentences of the Milesians they possessed summoned their weapons while burning the last of their souls. Balgad hurriedly fended off the pouring weapons with his intangible force, but it wasn't easy. The strongest weapon of them all pierced the wall. No, it didn't only penetrate Balgad's shoulder but destroyed it. The strongest knight in the Round Table. Lancelot's sword, Arondite. Balgad let out a pained groan and at that moment, the underlings of Balgad arrived. More than 10 giants jumped from the void and stood next to him. Balgad let out a frustrated howl and his underlings charged towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho took a deep breath. He swung Caladbolg and fired lightning. It wasn't towards Balgad or his underlings. Tae Ho stabbed Caladbolg towards the sky and the lightning split the clouds. Balgad couldn't understand Tae Ho's actions, and his underlings felt similarly. They just charged towards him. But Merlin knew, for one sword hadn't arrived yet. There was still one last weapon. The heavy cloud split and a column of light stretched from the heavens as the last weapon descended from the glory of the sun unto Tae Ho. The knight that shared the etiquette of Asgard with Tae Ho dash. The last words he left behind dash. Tae Ho sheathed Caladbolg and Caliburn. He remembered the story Caliburn told him and grabbed the sword that arrived in front of him. Gallatin, the sword of the Knight of the Sun Gawain. The story that is behind it. The legend of the Knights of the Round Table. Synchro rate, 54%. Idun's power entered the sentence of the Milesians and it added strength to the legend of Gallatin. From it, a new myth was born. Myth-ranked saga. You will grow stronger the higher the sun is, and at midday, you will be invincible. Such was the legend of the Knight of the Sun, Gawain. Such was the legend engraved within Gallatin. Sword of the Sun. Tae Ho swung Gallatin, and the burning fury of the sun was unleashed upon Balgad and his underlings. Episode 30, The Knights of the Round Table, 5, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 30/Chapter 6, The Knights of the Round Table, 6. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The giant of Night of Vault couldn't stand still. He didn't just watch like with Harad. The distance between Jotunheim, the land of the giants, and the ruins of Erin wasn't short. It wasn't a distance one could traverse in an instant. Besides, Avalt had his own agenda. While the underlings of the Frost Giant King, Harmardi, kept retreating and advancing against the forces of Asgard at the front lines, the Magician King, Utgard Loki, protected Jotunheim along with the Five Fingers. Stabilizing and facing Asgard in several battlefields was their task. But they still had to move. There were still things they could do compared to that time with Harad. Avalt emerged from the darkness and cast magic in rapid succession to contact the giants at the front lines. Stopping Thor and the other rescuers was their task, but now they had to change the temperament of their actions. Balgad needed assistance. They needed to protect him from Idun's warrior, and if that wasn't possible, they had to at least eliminate Idun's warrior completely. Avalth left the castle of Jotunheim and felt anxious. The flow of time was unabated. A century passed since Erin's ruin. The dark, dense clouds blocked the sunlight. Everything was dyed in ash and nothing good remained. One couldn't find any trace of Camelot. Erin, once known as a paradise, had completely disappeared. However, it shone at this moment regardless of its century in shambles. The bright light of the sun fell down on the land dyed in ash. The giant leading the charge lost his eyesight. Ironically, the strongest, brightest light he'd ever seen since being born had burned out his eyes and plunged him into darkness. The giant couldn't see. The moment the sword of the sun cut his neck, a vision of light flooded his mind before his soul perished. Scatter, dot. One of the giants yelled out, but it was pointless. The neck of the first giant rolled on the ground. Tae Ho, who'd stepped into the air, kicked back the shoulder of the collapsing giant and jumped up again. The blade of Gallatin was shining, but that wasn't all. Slowly, a new blade of light began forming on top of it. The new sword of light was longer than Tae Ho was tall, and it seemed like it was moving on its own. The sun shone upon Tae Ho. It gave him strength endlessly. Meanwhile, Balgad had lost an arm to Lancelot's Arondite and couldn't believe the scene in front of his eyes. Idun's warrior was certainly dying. He was barely enduring by channeling the strength of the goddess of youth and life. That being the case, what exactly was this scene in front of him? Thunder and gale protected the warrior of Idun, and the sword he swung once again cut off the head of another giant. The giants didn't just die. They couldn't hit Tae Ho directly, but they attacked him by hexing curses on him. They depleted his strength and life by all kinds of negation magic. There was another small giant like Sigil. Compared to the other giants that couldn't do anything against the small and nimble warrior of Idun, this giant could face him head-on. They exchanged blows a few times and then he suppressed Idun's warrior with his overwhelming strength of a giant. This exchange didn't occur without injury to either side. Be it a large or insignificant difference, their efforts would deplete the strength and energy of each other. Gallatin slashed the chest of the little giant. The giant spat out his last curse and collapsed. As he fell, the curse formed a blade of grudges and pierced Idun's warrior. That's why he had to force himself to fight. As he himself was spending his strength, Idun's warrior was also growing weaker. Or so he thought. Even though Tae Ho's body was a bloody mess and not unlikely to collapse at any moment, he didn't falter. Rather, Gallatin began emitting an even stronger light. The more they fought, the stronger Idun's warrior seemed to become. How? Why? The 12 underlings became 8 in an instant, and the giant of earth, Balgad, knew well enough. He remembered the day of Erin's destruction when he'd fought against the Knights of the Round Table. This was the night of the sun, Gawain. He'd grow stronger as the sun rose higher, and when the sun was at its peak, he would be even more powerful than the strongest knight, Lancelot. Balgad looked upwards unconsciously. He looked at the light of the sun that was splitting the sky and pouring down. Time, it seemed, had abandoned the sight of the giants. As they fought, the sun rose higher with each passing second. Idun clenched her chest. Her once immaculate form was now sweating rivets and she gasped for air while lying half collapsed on the floor. Tae Ho was becoming stronger, but that strength was a double-edged sword. It wasn't a strength that Tae Ho's broken body could endure. Idun had made it possible. She squeezed out all her imperfect and immature power and sent it to Tae Ho. The strong power of the sun destroyed Tae Ho's body, but the gentle power of life kept it together. My warrior, Tae Ho. Idun didn't turn to look at herself. She reinforced the flood of energy into Tae Ho. The number of giants was further reduced to only 6. Tae Ho's breaths were haggard as he looked out in front of him. The body of the giant he had just defeated collapsed on the ground with a heavy rumble. Tae Ho recalled Harad, the giant of strength. He was the first catastrophe he had faced upon entering Valhalla. The giant of earth, Balgad, was someone comparable to Harad. He wasn't merely a strong existence. Balgad regained his composure and became decisively calm in the high-strung situation. He layered his own strength as his subordinates perished. He had lost an arm thanks to Lancelot's sword, Arondite, and had suffered a lot of damage because of the other knight's weapons, but he still had remaining strength. Tae Ho's strength was becoming stronger the higher the sun rose, but Balgad was currently still stronger than him. The number of giants had now declined to 4. Gallatin's light shone vibrantly as Balgad finally threw his hulking form towards Tae Ho. At the forefront, his underlings didn't stand by idly. They fell back to clear space for Balgad and Tae Ho and slowly circled them in anticipation. The battle between a giant and a human couldn't be compared to a fight between beings of the same size. Where Harad increased his acuity and dexterity to enhance his battle prowess against comparatively tiny humans, Balgad increased in invisible strength. The giants went all out. The giant of earth swung his fist and a fierce storm whipped up with the intention of shredding Tae Ho. As Tae Ho manipulated himself through the air, Balgad's cronies conjured waves of lightning, fire, wind, and light. Taking advantage of their cooperation, Balgad closed in on Tae Ho once more. The profound magic that had accumulated in Balgad's eyes was unleashed and enveloped Tae Ho's body. The devouring magic encircled Tae Ho as if a huge snake were trying to gulp him down. Within a split second, Balgad's malicious attack had succeeded in completely locking down Tae Ho's movements. Balgad was now confident of winning. He anticipated savoring the impending sweetness of victory after countless sacrifices. But it didn't happen that way. Even through his calculated demeanor, Balgad had forgotten something very important. The warrior of Iden wasn't alone. The Knight of the Sun wasn't his only title. He was King of Camelot. The king's influence was everything. Balgad screamed in pain as the several weapons still stuck in his body moved once again. The souls of the Knights of the Round Table had disappeared after expending the last vestiges of their strength, but their wills remained in this place. The power in the sentence of the Milesians moved their weapons. The spear of Perceval pierced further into Balgad's arm and stopped the lightning being fired towards Tae Ho. The sword of Bedivere carved through the back of Balgad. The magic sword of Agravain doused his flames, and the sword of Lancelot severed Balgad's magic power. The sword of Galahad shielded Tae Ho's back, and the arrows fired from the bow of Tristan pierced the eyes and necks of the encircling giants. The weapons of the Knights of the Round Table then gathered next to Tae Ho. They protected their king in the stead of their owners. From his position, Merlin pushed out more of his magic power. He coated the weapons in his spells to aid in their movement. He could sense the battle's conclusion was nigh. He knew he'd probably never again see the Knights of the Round Table gather next to the king, but it was enough with this. Merlin didn't wipe away the tear which slowly passed down his wrinkled face. He thanked the miracle made possible through the knights' efforts, and he'd, in part, connected his magic with their weapons to be with them once more. The underlings of Balgad had all collapsed. And the injured Balgad roared like a beast. While Tae Ho couldn't hear the voices of the Knights of the Round Table, he could imagine their figures holding the weapons aiming for Balgad's throat. Gallatin had told him as much. Tae Ho was a warrior of Valhalla before becoming king of Camelot, and he knew Dash. Saga. Each saga retells the unforgettable story of a great hero. Now that Tae Ho had remembered their names, they wouldn't be forgotten. They would live eternal lives through their stories. The weapons flew forward. It was the final assault of the Knights of the Round Table, one which decorated their legend. Tae Ho also blurred into motion. He didn't fall behind the weapons in speed. Iden. Haida. He muttered two names beneath his breath and added more of his own strength to Gallatin. He then activated a slew of sagas. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. Saga, Giant Killer. Saga, King of Camelot. The weapons of the Knights of the Round Table impaled themselves deeply within the body of Balgad. Arondite pierced the chest of Balgad, and the sword of Galahad broke his knee. Balgad went down on his functional leg and glared at Tae Ho with bloody malice. He reflected all his strength through his evil eyes. Tae Ho didn't hesitate. The sword of Gallatin surged high into the air before penetrating downwards, destroying the giant's magic power and splitting his body while rupturing his heart. Idun's warrior. Balgad spoke for the last time. He was also a great warrior just like Harad had been. He smiled faintly instead of glaring resentfully and then collapsed after vomiting blood. After a moment, Tae Ho descended to the ground and nearly fell over. He wanted to pass out, but it wasn't the time. He endured forcefully and steadied himself. Tae Ho faced the cloud of runes that swarmed out of Balgad's body and closed his eyes for a moment. He moved his exhausted body to stab Gallatin in the ground and then looked at the weapons embedded within Balgad's body that lay still. Tae Ho never really knew much of the Knights of the Round Table, but he remembered their names. He would know their stories through the weapons they'd left behind. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. Tae Ho hit his chest and expressed etiquette. He engraved the legend he'd witnessed, the last battle of the Knights of the Round Table, deep in his heart. Episode 30, The Knights of the Round Table, 6, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Episode 31/Chapter 1, Idun's Legion, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. There were various reasons for why the front lines had stood at a constant state of adhesion since the Great War. The force that was concentrated in Aran was split three ways into Asgard, Olympus, and the Temple. Otherwise, the Nine Realms wouldn't have cooperated with each other. But this, like many others, was merely a secondary reason. The decisive factor was much simpler. A loss of power. A really big loss. 100 years had passed since the Great War, but Asgard still hadn't recovered from its previous state. The same held true for the giants of Jotunheim. Tae Ho hit his chest and then collapsed, nearly unconscious. The current him didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Haida. He murmured her name in a whisper-like voice. It seemed his calling to her was quite unavoidable, for he thought of Haida's face first whenever things became tough or painful. Idun would forgive him as the battle had ended. No, in the first place, she wouldn't have hurt him as he had terminated Idun's warrior. Tae Ho laughed even though he felt he'd die and closed his eyes and prayed in thanks. The reason he could fight until the end was because Idun had supported him. My goddess, Idun. Tae Ho mumbled in a low voice while imitating Idun and then let out a sigh while closing his eyes. He felt the warmth of Idun that remained in his chest and then closed his eyes more tightly and rose up. He wanted to sleep and lose consciousness like this, but he couldn't. There were still things he had to do. The situation wasn't one appropriate for a warrior to take a rest. He was really glad that he was a warrior of Idun. If it was any other warrior, they would have already expended all their strength and collapsed. Entaro Idun. Tae Ho mumbled a slightly altered line from a game and then rose completely. He first sheathed Gallatin in An-Nur and then scanned his surroundings while tripping over himself. My king! Merlin was approaching. He was rather fine among the ones that had been transported with him. Tae Ho took out a bottle of water from An-Nur and drank it. The feeling of cold water passing through his parched throat was so reinvigorating that his throat became clogged. My king! Merlin approached Tae Ho and used recovery magic on him. Although the spent energy didn't return, he did feel a lot better than before. We have to hurry. Merlin spoke with a face stained in tears. Tae Ho knew what he meant. They had beaten the giant of Earth, but it wasn't the end. Aran was closer to Jotunheim than Asgard. More of Balgad's cronies remained, so they first thought of getting out of this place. I will retrieve the warriors. Merlin, knowing that Tae Ho understood his words, swung his staff and called a beast of light to take him elsewhere. His direction was towards Bragi, Ciri and Ingrid. Tae Ho breathed and then stumbled towards Balgad's corpse. He retrieved each and every weapon stuck in his body and placed them in Annur. There were 11 of them including Gallatin. Tae Ho retrieved Arondite lastly and checked Merlin's progress by activating Eyes of the Dragon. He felt like his head would split from using multiple sagas simultaneously, but there was still something he had to check. He didn't see any red words, but Tae Ho felt uneasy. Just like Merlin had said, he felt like they should hurry. It seems like there's no problem in their lives. Bragi, Ciri and Ingrid were being carried by the beast of light Merlin had summoned. Their injuries were all severe, but they were breathing at least. Tae Ho felt relief and sadness at the same time. They weren't the only companions that had come to Eren. The warriors of Valhalla taught me the way we have to go. But King, we have to first find a place to rest and hide ourselves. Merlin looked at a certain direction for a moment. It was where the souls of the warriors went flying to. Even Merlin didn't know where they were exactly as Eren was currently destroyed and in pieces. The worst case is inside Jotunheim or near it. Fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. If that really was the case, reinforcements from the giants would have already arrived. The reason they were looking for a place to hide and rest was simple. Excluding Merlin, everyone else was really exhausted. Ingrid especially needed treatment immediately. If they left her like this, there was a possibility she may lose her life. Is there a place to hide? Tae Ho turned to look at the ashen surroundings. As the clouds that had been split for a moment gathered again, the sky took a dark color once more. We have to hide underground. It was the only answer as they couldn't see any man-made buildings nor forests or mountains. Merlin swung his staff to summon an additional beast of light and began to ride it. Tae Ho jumped atop the big wolf of light and followed Merlin's back. The giant of the night, Avalt, sensed the death of Balgad. As he'd left the darkness and Balgad, whom he'd been sharing his vision with, had died, it was now impossible to observe the situation. But regardless of that, Avalt didn't stop moving. He had to end it here. He couldn't allow Idun's warrior to return back to Valhalla safely now that Balgad had failed. Avalt urged the underlings of Balgad and he even pressured his own subordinates. In the destroyed Eren, below the ground of Ash Dash. Before Idun's warrior escaped, and before he recovered his strength dash. Avalt covered himself in darkness once again. He crossed into the skies of Jotunheim in an instant. Merlin first chose to distance himself from the battlefield. Whether they were underground or in the sky, if they were near the battlefield there was a high possibility Avalt could find them. But even if that was the case, they couldn't go too far. He had to prepare a place for everyone to rest before the giants came and before Ingrid's state worsened. Merlin stopped only after he was tens of kilometers away from the battlefield. After he recited a hole-digging chant on the ground, he took out a magical seed. The seed that was the size of a finger grew bigger within a split second and became a 5-meter-tall fruit. It was a magical resting place that was hard outside and empty inside. Tae Ho remembered the treehouses he saw in Svartalfheim. Let's enter. I will cover ourselves with dirt after everyone has entered. As Tae Ho took the group and entered the resting place, Merlin recited another spell. The resting place entered the hold he'd opened. Dirt covered the surface, and a safe place was made just like that. Amazing. This is just a secondary skill. Merlin smiled bitterly as if he was embarrassed and then called a light elemental to brighten the room for them. It seemed like there was a part connected above the ground since the air was really fresh even though they were underground. If the Knights of the Round Table had offensive roles, then Merlin's role was the equivalent of support. Originally, Merlin was more skilled in secondary magic like this rather than fighting. Tae Ho laid down Bragi, Ciri, and Ingrid before leaning against a wall. He felt better than when he was on the open battlefield, and his eyes seemed to close on their own. But it wasn't the time yet. It was too early for him to fall asleep. Tae Ho took out a summoning rock. It was the last rock that contained magic power. Adenmaha. You bastard. As soon as Adenmaha was called, she blinked her eyes a few times and then immediately cursed out Tae Ho. It wasn't because she felt enmity towards him, one could know just by looking at her teary face. Adenmaha embraced Tae Ho and cried once again, and Tae Ho hesitated for a moment but then grabbed her shoulders. After he stroked her head a few times, Adenmaha gulped down her cry and said with a heavy voice, "Rollo and McLaren are both alive. They are really hurt, but they aren't dead. They won't die." Rollo had a wing torn off and had his chest crushed, but there seemed to be no danger in his life after he ate a piece of a golden apple. McLaren was split in two, but as he'd originally been more of a spirit than a creature, he was able to maintain his life. In addition, there was also Skathak in Iden's residence. As she was specialized in the mystical powers of the Tuatha De Danann, her powers could prevent McLaren from dying pointlessly. Do you know how scared I was? Haida wasn't in the residence because she had business to attend to, and I can't even see Ragnar, my guys returned at the brink of death. Adenmaha spoke through sobs in Tae Ho's embrace. He could feel how scared she was, as she hadn't had anyone to help calm her down. Sorry. Leave it. I have to do what I came here for. Adenmaha got out of Tae Ho's arms and then breathed in after covering her face with her two hands. When she barely managed to calm herself, she looked at Tae Ho and continued. There are a few pieces of a golden apple remaining that Haida gave me. Adenmaha took out a piece and gave it to Tae Ho. Although it was as small as a sugar cube, it was enough to have some effect. While Tae Ho wolfed down the piece of golden apple, Adenmaha greeted Merlin with an embarrassed face and then turned to look at Bracky, Ciri, and Ingrid lying on the floor. She was wondering about how she should feed them the golden apples. It wasn't easy to feed medicine to a person that had passed out. The golden apple was very much an item that would only work if one chewed it. Tae Ho grasped his memories for a moment and then remembered how Haida had fed him while he was unconscious. Go away. I will feed them. Don't even dream of it. Adenmaha spoke rather sharply and then chewed a piece of a golden apple and fed Ingrid and Ciri. Tae Ho got embarrassed from nothing and turned his head as Merlin cleared his throat. The effects of the medicine were clear. The states of Ingrid and Ciri started improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Adenmaha wiped off her mouth with the back of her hand and then looked at Bracky. Tae Ho got nervous unconsciously, and Merlin tried to say that he could grind the apple to feed them in a liquid state. But Adenmaha opened her eyes sharply and then hit the shin of Bracky. I know that you are fully conscious. Don't try to act. Adenmaha spoke scarily and then threw the last piece of golden apple in his mouth. Sob, why is my body this resilient? As Bracky barely managed to chew the golden apple, he mumbled with a mournful expression. Tae Ho just looked at him with lukewarm eyes instead of cheering him up. Adenmaha wiped off her mouth once again and changed the subject. Skathak said that Idanim would certainly do something, perhaps, a rescue team is already coming our way. Tae Ho nodded. He told Adenmaha and Merlin what Iden kept repeating in the middle of the battle. Thor was coming. Thor was coming, so endure a bit more. Iden wasn't someone to spout nonsense. The faces of Adenmaha and Merlin grew comparatively bright. But it was after that dash. Merlin raised his head, and Adenmaha shrank down unconsciously. Tae Ho could also know. He couldn't see it, but he certainly felt it. The giants had arrived. It seemed like there was no one as strong as Balgad among them, but their numbers weren't low at all. Tae Ho grabbed the stiff hands of Adenmaha and whispered. Adenmaha, return for now. I will entrust Rollo and McLaren to you. Adenmaha wanted to protest, but she wasn't a child. She bit her lips and then nodded. She placed her lips on Tae Ho's forehead as a valkyrie before speaking lowly. May Iden's blessing accompany you. May Iden's blessing accompany you. Tae Ho also did the same for Adenmaa, and she sniffled once more and disappeared. Braki held his breath while shutting his mouth, and Merlin also stayed silent. Tae Ho closed his eyes and relaxed his body. An indeterminate amount of time passed. The number of giants continued to increase, and now, the sound of the ground ringing was heard. They could soon hear the noise of the ground being displaced. Braki gritted his teeth and glared at the ceiling. Merlin gripped his staff tighter, and Tae Ho's face grew determined. The shaking got fiercer. They could feel the giants gathering. But right at that moment Braki shot to his beat and raised his arms in silent cheer. Tae Ho also clenched his fists in excitement. Far away, from the direction the souls of the warriors of Valhalla had headed to, a string of thunderclaps was growing closer. Episode 31, Iden's Legion, 1, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 31/Chapter 2, Iden's Legion, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The fight began with a loud explosion followed by huge shockwaves that swept into the ground. The magic shelter Merlin had made shook as if in the midst of an earthquake. Merlin leaned his back on the wall and began reciting a spell while looking up. The apple-yellow ceiling grew transparent and the scene above the ground was revealed. Thor was fighting he was massacring the giants single-handedly. With every swing of Mjolnir came a crushed head, shoulder, or chest. The giants couldn't even begin to dare confronting the red-caped warrior. Oh! Thor! Braki let out an odd exclamation. Thor jumped up as if answering the call of Braki and then hit down the ground with the thunder encasing Mjolnir. A fearsome lightning fell down and spread across the ground before surging up and sweeping away all of Thor's surroundings. The giants that were swept up by it couldn't even scream. They vomited black smoke and then collapsed on the ground. A force of 20 giants wasn't to be scoffed at, but the scene of the fearsome lightning surging up with the sound of the thunder was really amazing. It was a literal myth. A story of the gods. Tae Ho unconsciously gulped dry saliva upon verifying the appearance of Thor, god of thunder. Old man Merlin. We have to get out quickly. Braki urged Merlin. Merlin turned to look at Tae Ho instead of answering immediately as if asking his opinion, and Tae Ho nodded hurriedly. Merlin then began chanting. Tae Ho carried the still unconscious Ingrid and Braki held Ciri on his shoulders. It looked like Braki was transporting a prey he had hunted instead of carrying a person, but it was unavoidable for him as he had to at least be able to use a hand freely. As Merlin finished his chant, the magic shelter started to go up little by little. When they saw the scene above the ground through the transparent ceiling, they saw that the ground was destroyed. Fortunately, Thor didn't attack the magic seed that sprouted up from the ground. It was obvious for him not to. Just like Iden could feel Tae Ho, Thor could also feel his warriors, Braki included. In the first place, Thor had known the location of Braki ever since he'd landed. As soon as the magic shelter surfaced completely, Thor dropped Mjolnir a bit and then looked at the sky. Father! Braki yelled as soon as the wall of the shelter opened. Thor smirked at him as he treated all the warriors in his legion as his own sons and then looked at Tae Ho and Merlin. You became unbelievable strong. I almost couldn't recognize you. Thor said. He didn't know the process, but he knew the results well. Tae Ho and his group had won with the giant of earth, Balgad, as their opponent. The corpse of Balgad was proof of that. Tae Ho hit his chest first and expressed etiquette. Merlin moved to the front and spoke. It's been a long time, god of thunder. Merlin, the great magician of Camelot. It's good to see that you are safe. The relationship between Thor and Merlin wasn't that deep. The day of Aaron's demise, they'd fought in different places and they didn't meet at all after that. They just conversed a few times when Camelot still existed before Aaron got destroyed. But it was enough with that. Thor was sincerely happy about Merlin's safety. It wasn't because of his utility. Even though the place they fought on was different, he was still his comrade in arms and at the same time, the last survivor of that beautiful and great Camelot. Thor respected the Knights of the Round Table. Each of them were worthy of admiration, and their king, Arthur, had been an especially exceptional person. Merlin's eyes turned red at Thor's goodwill. It seemed that because it hadn't been long since he witnessed the last moments of the Knights of the Round Table, or perhaps because of the goodwill the strongest god in Asgard showed him, his heart had been deeply moved. But it wasn't the time to be sentimental. Merlin organized his emotions after putting a deep smile and then shot a question at Thor. God of Thunder, do we have to create a path to escape? Thor nodded heavily at Merlin's question. That's right. This place is closer to the territory of the enemy, and in addition, they are surrounding us more and more. I came alone while creating a path as the situation was urgent. Thor spoke quickly and then drew a rune in the air. A map made of light appeared from that rune. Aaron was broken and scattered into several realms. Some of the fragments landed on the ground or the sea, but most of them were in the sky. Just like islands in the sky. The giants of Jotunheim occupied a part of the region that connected Aaron and Asgard after the islands settled. The fragment of Aaron the group was currently located was in that central region, and just like Thor had said, they were closer to the territory of the giants. As Thor moved his fingers again, a blue and red arrow appeared in the map. The rescue team that had Thor as a vanguard had left the front lines of Asgard, although a part of their forces had collided with the giants in the front lines. Obviously enough, the two forces collided in the central region and a battle erupted. It doesn't seem like the giants will give up easily. Quite a large number of them have started to move from the rear. A great host of giants was approaching from behind the ruins of Aaron. The front lines dispatched additional forces, and Asgard also dispatched more reinforcements as they couldn't just allow the rescue team to get massacred. The scale of the battle had increased from just the elites to two great armies being mobilized to face each other. So this fight is what started it all. Merlin spoke with a bitter face and Thor nodded. But they won't be able to end it immediately. If we escape from them, there is a high possibility for them to give up on the attack. The giants didn't go on the offensive ignorantly. They analyzed the gains and losses of their forces and distinguished when they had to attack and retreat. Asgard and Jotunheim mobilized great armies, but it was still at the stage where they were simply moving. Mobilizing a great army with great risks was something burdensome for both sides. Conquering a bit more of land in war wasn't that important, contrary to popular belief. Above all, removing the force that protected the land was much more important. This held true even more so in a war destined to eliminate one of two sides. Such was the war between Asgard and Jotunheim. Because of that, there was a high possibility for the giants to retreat when Tae Ho's group escaped from this place, just like Thor had said. We can end the explanation of the situation here, right? We have to hurry. Those words weren't wrong. The giants would be moving even at this moment. Thor floated into the sky slowly and looked at Merlin and Tae Ho alternatingly. Merlin answered his eyes that were asking if they didn't have anything to write on. Mahariko Carven DM. As Merlin recited a chant in a low voice and swung his staff, one of the jewels engraved in the staff broke and a huge eagle of light was summoned. Get on! It was a really huge eagle with a wingspan of over 40 meters. It was enough to carry Tae Ho's group in its back. Thor watched Tae Ho and Bragi get on the eagle and then surged up to the heavens. The eagle fluttered its wings. When it flew up high, they saw a dried-up continent next to the destroyed fragments of Aaron. Thor took the lead and the eagle followed it back. Tae Ho sat next to the lying down Ingrid and looked back. There were hundreds of red letters in the air behind them. They were all flying-type monsters such as harpies and wyverns. In addition, they didn't only come from the back. A huge army that seemed like it would dye the sky in red approached from the sides. Tae Ho could feel his mouth dry up. Looking at them one by one, they weren't even that strong, but there were just too many of them. In addition, if they got caught here, there was a high probability for them to face an army composed of strong giants. Tae Ho gulped dry saliva and took a deep breath. Even though he had eaten a piece of a golden apple, Tae Ho didn't have the strength to fight anymore as he had spent too much stamina and concentration. But he still had to fight. Tae Ho unsheathed Kalidbolg from Manhwa. "Oh, Aiden." Tae Ho called out Aiden's name in a low voice and concentrated. It was to borrow her strength as his own strength was almost depleted. But something felt off. It was hard to sense Aiden even though he had activated Aiden's warrior. The strength that was transmitted was so low it couldn't even be compared. Was it because he used the saga too recklessly? Or there was another reason for it? Tae Ho dispelled Aiden's warrior in the uneasiness. Thor, who was flying next to Tae Ho, looked at him and then glared at the direction the monsters were approaching from and spoke out. "Go first. I will tie them up." Tae Ho couldn't respond immediately to Thor's words. It bothered him to leave Thor alone before thousands of enemies, and he was doubtful that Thor would be able to tie all of them up. Moving in the air was different to moving on the ground. On the ground, you could tie down the enemy by blocking the path, but how are you supposed to do it in the air? As Tae Ho hesitated, Thor laughed magnanimously. "Did you forget? I'm the god of thunder." He didn't explain any more than that. Tae Ho hit his chest twice and Braki did the same. "Go!" Thor yelled and then gathered lightning and Mjolnir. The Eagle of Light increased its speed and Tae Ho held Ingrid more tightly and lowered his posture. It was then dash. Quagagagagang. An overwhelming sound of thunder rang behind them. The lightning covered the sky and dyed the world in blue momentarily. Thor didn't think of blocking the path. He was planning to pour out attacks so strong that the flying monsters wouldn't even think of ignoring Thor and attacking Tae Ho's group. Thor! 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 God of Thunder! Braki whopped like a joyful youth and thunder was heard as if answering his call. Merlin started to sweat and squeezed out all his magic power. The Eagle of Light increased its speed a bit more and the sound of thunder became more distant. Tae Ho looked at the front in the sharp wind and gritted his teeth unconsciously. He could see red words in front of them. They were comparatively lower in number, but Tae Ho could feel his mouth dry up. They weren't wyverns or harpies but giants. There were some giants that had wings and others that rode on huge monsters which wouldn't be inappropriately compared to dragons. Their number was merely 30, but the pressure they gave was really amazing. "Take a turn. We have to evade fighting," Braki yelled. His words were right, but it wouldn't be easy to do so. The moment the eagle changed directions, the giants started to increase their speed and fired several weapons made with magic towards them. Light, lightning, and flames attacked them. The spears and arrows poured down like a rain that would tear the ground. Merlin concentrated, and Tae Ho panted and activated his saga. He assisted the flight of the eagle with one who controls dragons. They dodged the attack of the giants with a flashy series of maneuvers. Unfortunately, the consecutive dodging motions resulted in a decrease in speed. The distance between the giants was shortening. The sound of thunder wasn't heard anymore and new forces appeared from the front. They were the same flying-type monsters that appeared behind them. Red words were also seen from the sides, and Tae Ho couldn't be certain but he thought they also resembled giants. Braki gritted his teeth and then sucked in air and gathered lightning in his hammer. It was to pass through the flying-type monsters instead of fighting against the giants. The sound of thunder was heard once again from far away. Thor was certainly approaching them. Tae Ho raised Kalidbolg and then squeezed out all of his strength and created lightning of a golden color. They would pass through the monsters like this. The monsters screamed and charged, and the giants kept pouring down attacks regardless of the monsters being hit by them or not. Some of them only focused on flying and closed the distance with Tae Ho's group. Brackey raised his hammer. Tae Ho also raised Caladbolg high in the sky. At that moment, Tae Ho looked off toward a distant place beyond the flying-type monsters and suddenly cheered. The ones coming from the front weren't only enemies. Thor wasn't the only rescue squad. Tae Ho saw them. The hundreds of steel warriors flying in the sky and the warriors of Valhalla riding on big hawks in their midst. He also saw the one in front of them. The one that entered Tae Ho's eyes first. Damned disciple. You will only get satisfied after making your ill master work hard, right? Ragnar appeared on top of a white hawk and smirked. He charged towards the army of monsters and activated his saga. Myth-ranked saga, Viking King. Go! Warriors of Valhalla. The Viking King's order was heard, and the warriors of Valhalla answered to his absolute command. For Asgard in the Nine Realms. At the center of the battlefield, both sides clashed in the air and a ferocious battle began. Episode 31, Idun's Legion, 2, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 31/Chapter 3, Idun's Legion, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. A battle that took place in the air was different to one which occurred in the ground. Compared to the ground which acted as a solid barrier, the concept of height was reintroduced in the air. It was possible to move more three-dimensionally, so there was obviously a difference depending on the placement of one's forces in mobility. The monsters didn't utilize this beside Tae Ho's group to block them directly, but they instead flew both below and above them. It was just like making a big wall. The warriors of Valhalla clashed against the monsters. The giants kept pouring out attacks towards them, and the sound of thunder approached from behind. Tae Ho looked at the scene before them on top of the Eagle of Light. Half of the monsters clashed against the warriors of Valhalla, and the other half continued to maintain the wall. It was a temporary wall. Compared to the troop in the ground, the troops in the sky had to move endlessly. The wall attacked Tae Ho's group. They covered them from above and below like a hand holding a fist. Merlin gritted his teeth and increased his speed even more. Brackey and Tae Ho released lightning at the same time and opened up a path. Quagagagagang. The monsters hit by the lightning fell down, but it was also different compared to the ground. The monsters that were outside of the range of the lightning started to charge towards the Eagle of Light. If one stayed still, they would get suppressed in the air. The eagle fluttered its wings. Brackey fired lightning once more and Tae Ho gathered his strength. Merlin made the eagle fly higher. Quagong. This time, Tae Ho released lightning from Caladbolg. A big hole was created among the monsters charging from above and the eagle entered that gap. It fluttered its wings strongly and passed the monsters. But it lasted only a moment. As soon as they left the chokehold of monsters, something else charged towards them. Be careful! Brackey yelled. They were the giants that were flanking them. The giants closed the distance once again and poured down arrows and magical attacks. It didn't matter if the monsters died or not, it would be enough if they caught Tae Ho's group. The eagle staggered. The attacks that contained an overwhelming strength behind them were threatening even if they didn't hit directly. The flight of the eagle became more risky. Don't stop! Ragnar's voice was heard from far away. The warriors of Valhalla were crashing down on the monsters and advancing. The warriors riding on hawks formed the formations insides, and the ones outside were the warriors of steel. The steel warriors, that had steel wings in their backs, didn't hesitate for even an instant. They pierced through the monsters and grew closer to Tae Ho's group. Immediately after, they became shields that stopped attacks from reaching them. A spear thrown by a giant pierced the body of a steel warrior. No, the steel warrior threw its body towards the spear that would have hit the eagle otherwise. It was the same for the rain of lightning, flames, and light. The warriors gathered at one side to form a shield and then protected Tae Ho's group. Go! 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 The steel warriors yelled. They didn't disperse the shield wall even as they were being destroyed by the attacks. It was a sacrifice to save Tae Ho's group. Why? Why do they have to go to such lengths? Tae Ho couldn't ask. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead. He could see Ragnar and the warriors of Valhalla using their sagas to fight against the monsters. The monsters screamed and fell down, but some warriors of Valhalla also died in that confrontation. The soul of the warriors that lost their bodies turned to become a blue light and went to Valhalla. Go! The steel warriors yelled once again. They stayed behind the group. They then gathered once again to take the form of an arrow and then charged towards the giants. The giants destroyed those steel warriors. They swung their huge, blunt weapons to rend the armor and cut off the wings with strong magic. The steel warriors also didn't stay still. They attacked the monsters carrying the giants and brought them down. They slashed their chests and tore off their necks with their swords and axes. Tae Ho! Ragnar yelled. He reached the front of Tae Ho's group and then pointed to the direction from where the warriors of Valhalla had came with his Viking sword, Ulfbert. Go! The objective of this battle was to rescue Tae Ho's group. The scale became bigger than expected, but Ragnar didn't miss the main point. It's just like Ragnar said. If we reach the objective, the warriors of Valhalla will also retreat. Cuchulainn spoke suddenly. Tae Ho turned to look at the steel warriors but then gritted his teeth and looked at the front. The eagle passed the warriors of Valhalla and went towards the rear. Warrior Tae Ho! Wait for a moment. When he raised his head to see who had called him, he saw some Valkyries and steel warriors. The Valkyries were flying even though they hadn't taken the shape of swans, as if they had used a special magic. As Tae Ho made the eagle stop, the Valkyries approached them alongside the steel warriors. There was a familiar steel structure being carried in the backs of the 3-meter-tall steel warriors. It was none other than the Black Flash. Get on! We will evacuate you first. It was a blunt way of speaking, as if they wouldn't allow any objections. Tae Ho first placed Ciri and Ingrid in the Black Flash. As there were only 2 Black Flashes, he put the smaller people in a single structure and the remaining 3 people each rode on one. Listen well. You don't have the strength to fight right now. You will be of help the faster you get out of the battlefield. Cuchulainn sensed Tae Ho's rejection towards escaping before speaking bluntly. Brachii and Tae Ho had spent all their stamina and concentration, and they'd barely managed to recover while releasing some lightning towards the monsters. They couldn't fight any more than this. Right then, a deafening clap of thunder was heard from behind. Thor had returned. But he wasn't the only one that reached the battlefield. Tae Ho could see the red words that were like blood through eyes of the dragon. They were certainly the underlings of the frost giant leader, King Harmarti. The giants and the monsters kept coming, but reinforcements from Valhalla were also approaching. For Asgard and the 9 realms. A Valkyrie laid down Tae Ho and spoke proudly. She closed the lid even before he could answer and then recited a chant to fire the Black Flashes. The Black Flashes flew in the air at an astonishing speed. Tae Ho looked at the existences flying above him through the spear that was hanging on the front. There was a really clear green word shining from among the warriors of Valhalla. God of hunting. Ullr. Thor wasn't alone. Ullr had also participated in this battle. Ullr pulled on the string of the bow loaded with multiple arrows of light, and Tae Ho couldn't see more than that. The speed of the Black Flashes became faster. The sound of thunder became more distant, and the yells of the warriors and screams of the monsters also dimmed. Tae Ho closed his eyes and breathed some air. As soon as he released Eyes of the Dragon, great exhaustion came at once. They traveled for a long while. The Black Flashes that were flying in the sky began to descend to the ground. It wasn't towards one of the bases in the front lines of Asgard. Bang! 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 A rough and harsh landing occurred. Tae Ho landed first and then closed his eyes tightly once and opened the lid. As he did so, he saw people running towards them, and surprisingly enough, one of them was someone they all knew. Idun's commander. It was Valkyrie Hildegard of Freya's Legion. She helped Tae Ho get down from the black flash and then placed her lips on Tae Ho's forehead. May Freya's blessing accompany you. It wasn't a simple blessing. Tae Ho received the blessing without resisting as if it was a habit and then closed his eyes unconsciously. It was a strong sleeping magic. Rest. Hildegard's voice passed by his ear with a low tone. And Tae Ho fell in a deep slumber like that. Time flew by. Tae Ho opened his eyes slowly and then closed them again. He couldn't form thoughts about anything. When he woke up from a sleep after not dreaming of anything, this always happened. Tae Ho closed his eyes for a moment and didn't think of anything. It seemed like he was trying to sleep again, but he couldn't do so. Rather, his senses that were asleep started to awaken one by one. Sound, taste, smell. Tae Ho opened his eyes slowly. His back hurt. It was a common symptom one faced after having slept for a long time. Everything that touched his skin felt nice and soft. It seemed like they were sheets and blankets of good quality. Tae Ho closed his eyes again. He let out a long sigh and then rose up. So, you woke up? A voice was heard next to him. Tae Ho opened his eyes in a still confused state and then looked around. He saw a familiar face which completely alerted him. Ragnar! He raised his voice unconsciously. Ragnar placed a chair next to the bed and then frowned before continuing. I'm merely exhausted. You don't have to worry. Just like he had said, he didn't seem that worse for wear, but Tae Ho could feel his exhaustion from his posture and heavy voice. Tae Ho was still thankful that Ragnar was safe. He sat a bit properly and then asked Ragnar about the obvious. How did the battle go? We fought hard and then retreated. That happened 3 days ago. Tae Ho put on an absent-minded expression at Ragnar's words, but it only lasted a moment. The exhaustion from that day was really severe. It wouldn't be weird to have heard that he had been sleeping for 3 days. I saw Ullernim. Tae Ho spoke. That scene was really clear, perhaps because he'd seen him just before he'd fallen asleep. Ragnar nodded. Right. It was quite a big battle. It was one of the biggest battles of all which have occurred in dozens of years. Basically, the number of forces the giants dispatched had numbered in the tens of thousands. Most of them were monsters, but still, it had reached that number. In addition, all the monsters that were dispatched in this battle were flying-type monsters. The meaning of that could only be significant. The rest of the members are safe. They woke up earlier than you. Ragnar smirked as he spoke. It was a joke to brighten up the mood, but Tae Ho let out a sigh of relief and then his face revealed sadness. Ragnar knew why Tae Ho looked as he did. He knew too well what Tae Ho had seen before he departed from the battlefield. Don't blame yourself. They died in a meaningful battle. The Steel Warriors had thrown their lives away to protect them. It wasn't only 1 or 2. The number Tae Ho had seen had numbered in the hundreds. How many of them could have made it back safely? Just how many had lost their lives? The reason they went to the battlefield was to save Tae Ho. It was really fortunate, but he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Just why did they go to such lengths? Why did Asgard sacrifice hundreds of Steel Warriors just to rescue Tae Ho? Ragnar lit up a piped cigarette and elaborated. We rescued 2 warriors that had high possibilities of becoming superior rank warriors and a warrior that had already reached the level of a superior rank and one who'd certainly become a top-ranked warrior at that. With this alone, you can say that it's enough. Not all the warriors that entered Valhalla could become superior ranked warriors. Only a very small minority achieved such a level. There was nothing to say about top-ranked warriors. If they could sacrifice hundreds of inferior-ranked warriors to obtain a top-ranked warrior, Valhalla would make the same choice every time. Ragnar looked at Tae Ho's eyes for a moment. He exhaled the smoke from the cigarette and continued. The Steel Warriors can't use sagas. It was short, but his words Tae Ho couldn't refute. The root of the warriors of Valhalla were their sagas. It wasn't excessive to say that the strength of a warrior that couldn't use their saga was perhaps even a mere third of their prowess remained. But the Steel Warriors couldn't use their sagas. Naturally, the warriors of Valhalla had more worth than the Steel Warriors did for Valhalla. The reason Ragnar retired instead of dying while fighting was to preserve his saga. Valhalla preferred Ragnar, who could manifest his saga, albeit sloppily, over a Steel Warrior in his place. There should be many things you are curious about, but let's leave those for another time. Before that, I have things I need to know. Ragnar changed the subject forcefully. He placed down the pipe cigarette and then got closer to Tae Ho and inquired bluntly. How did you win? The giant of earth, Balgad, was one of the 5 fingers of the magician king, Utgard Loki. He was a strong opponent who only the most experienced among the superior-ranked warriors could face. Even though Tae Ho had Bragi, Ciri, and Ingrid by his side, it was still impossible. It was impossible for the current Tae Ho to have defeated Balgad. But Tae Ho had won. The one that had lost his life wasn't Tae Ho but the giant of earth. Tae Ho let out a long sigh at Ragnar's question and then leaned his body on the wall. He grabbed An-Nur from the things that were on the table next to the bed. I got some help. Tae Ho started to take out the weapons from An-Nur one by one and explained. The moment he thought that it was over, the Knights of Camelot had appeared to save him. The great Knights of Camelot. Indeed, the Knights of Camelot. When Ragnar finished listening to Tae Ho's explanation, he turned to look at the weapons of the knights with mixed emotions. It was because he knew about the knights, and he'd even fought with some of them during the Great War. Even after Arryn was destroyed and Camelot had disappeared, their wills had remained. That truth heated up Ragnar. It should be quite uncomfortable to carry all of those. Ragnar spoke like a joke once again. It was to lighten up the heavy atmosphere, but after he said those words he realized that it would indeed become a problem. Tae Ho already had a silly number of weapons. But it wasn't only one, but 11 weapons which had been added, so it would obviously become uncomfortable even if he had An-Nur. Tae Ho nodded. He was planning on giving the magical bow of Tristan to Ciri, but he would be using the remaining ones for himself. That's why I don't think I should be saving it anymore. Save what? Tae Ho concentrated instead of answering anymore. He had used the empty slot for a saga he had saved until now. The saga that was thought of quite a long time ago but wasn't actually made. Until now, An-Nur had been enough. There was no way to waste it on a saga. But the situation had changed. Because of that, Tae Ho manifested the saga he had saved until now without regrets. Saga, his pocket is connected to a treasure vault. A window made of light appeared in front of Tae Ho. It was the common inventory window you could see in games and, obviously enough, in the Dark Age. Tae Ho placed the weapons he took out from An-Nur in the inventory. Ragnar looked ridiculous while he gaped at the weapons disappearing in the air and then feigned a laugh. That's not a saga. That's a cheat. Ragnar spoke incredulously, and Tae Ho nodded. Episode 31, Aiden's Legion, 3, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Episode 31/Chapter 4, Aiden's Legion, 4. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The biggest difference between An-Nur and the inventory saga was the number of actions needed when taking out an item. One needed 3 motions to take out something from An-Nur. Firstly, they had to open the pocket. Secondly, they needed to think of or call out the item they wanted, and lastly, they then had to take out the item itself. The last two weren't that bad, but the process of opening the pocket unexpectedly took a lot of time. Of course, it could be done in a mere second or two, but those seconds could determine one's life or death in battle. In contrast to that, someone only needed 2 motions to retrieve an item from the inventory saga. Simply think of the desired item and then take it out. Then again, Tae Ho couldn't always maintain the saga, so he would have to activate it beforehand. As a fix, he could just activate it before a fight. Does it have to develop a bit more for it to get predetermined keys? In Dark Age, it was possible to bind a key to each piece of equipment and change one's weapon and armor in an instant. It seemed like it wasn't possible yet, but if it did become so, the utility of the weapons would increase several-fold as Tae Ho would be able to take out a suitable weapon for each situation. Just like Ragnar said, it's really a cheat. On top of that, the sentence of the Milesians will be added. Cuchulainn spoke as if it was absurd. He could merely listen to the stories of the weapons right now as he lacked in training, but if he developed it well, he would be able to handle the weapons freely just like how the Knights of the Round Table could. In addition, Tae Ho could activate it instantly, and even if the comprehension of a weapon reached the peak, he still had the warrior's equipment. Precisely speaking, the weapons belonging to the Dragon Knight, Kalstead. Won't you be able to control legendary weapons and fight like it's nothing? Thinking about it, it wasn't that it was impossible. He already had 10 weapons that would appear in Legends. Cuchulainn spoke as if he was rather excited, and then Tae Ho turned back to the conversation with Ragnar once again. It was because he still had some questions he wanted to ask. Master Ragnar, how is the situation in the residence? Nothing bad happened to Idunnim, right? Ragnar was a warrior of Odin instead of Idun, but actually, it wouldn't be weird to say that he was a member of the residence. Ragnar tilted his head at his question and answered. I didn't particularly get a call from Haida. Did something happen to Idunnim? I can't feel Idunnim well, even when I use Idun's warrior. Tae Ho explained the situation in a bit more detail. He could feel the power of Idun when he fought against Balgad, but when he was escaping from the monsters, it became more difficult to sense her even more so than when he was in Midgard behind the Great Barrier. Well, she will be fine as Haida didn't contact us, right? As Tae Ho asked as if he wanted Ragnar to agree, the latter nodded slowly. Right, there should be nothing wrong. He felt a bit uneasy as Ragnar didn't answer immediately, but it wasn't a negative answer either way, so Tae Ho decided to be at ease. Ragnar spoke again. I thought you would be curious, so I will tell you that there isn't any abnormality in Midgard. They were a bit bewildered after you disappeared suddenly. It seemed like Raskrid had held several ceremonies to ask the situation of Tae Ho's group. Tae Ho thought of the deaths of the warriors of Valhalla in the battle against Balgad. They would all become steel warriors, but he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Ah, right. Tae Ho organized his thoughts for a moment and then raised his head. As Ragnar asked if something was wrong, Tae Ho took out the fragment of Garmar's soul from Onur instead of answering. I've got this. The fragment of Garmar's soul which he retrieved after defeating Korga. He had forgotten about it as the battle against Balgad was really big, but looking at the entirety of Asgard, this was also an important thing. It becomes even more rewarding for me to have saved you, Ragnar smiled with a satisfied face and then extended his hand towards Tae Ho. Give it to me for now. I will pass it to the upper ranks. Thank you. Because he would be handling all the tedious things. Ragnar received the soul fragment from Tae Ho and then stood up. Good, we have put off the urgent fire for now, so rest. You just have to return to the residence now. Tae Ho nodded, and at the same time, a reply came from his stomach. Rumble. Tae Ho blinked at the honest sound, and Ragnar laughed and then pointed outside the room with his chin. Let's go eat. He had starved for 3 days, so to say. Tae Ho hurriedly stood up. Oh. Tae Ho. Over here. A big restaurant appeared as Ragnar led Tae Ho into the unfamiliar hall. The place was almost empty since it wasn't the usual mealtime, but Bracky, who was seated comfortably in a corner, yelled as soon as Tae Ho entered. Tae Ho turned to look at him and then spotted Siri and Ingrid with him. It seemed like they were just about to eat, for there was a lot of steaming, hot food placed in the table. As Tae Ho approached the group, Bracky hit next to his side and Siri moved a bit sideways to make a seat for Ragnar. "Are you all fine?" "Somewhat." "Are you okay?" "Somewhat too." Tae Ho answered Bracky's question and then checked on Siri and Ingrid quickly with his eyes of the dragon. There didn't seem to be any abnormalities on the two of them. What about Merlin? He got called by the Valkyries. It seems like they want to discuss Aaron's Gate and other things with him. Excluding Tae Ho, he was the only one that had witnessed everything from start to end. In addition, Merlin was a great magician that had the ability to interpret what had happened to the group, so there could unavoidably be many things to talk about. "Warrior Tae Ho, I heard the general story from Merlin. I express respect to your performance." Ingrid spoke with her businesslike face and then stood up from her seat and approached Tae Ho. "May Njord's blessing accompany you." She placed her lips on Tae Ho's forehead and smiled. Tae Ho looked stiffly at Ingrid and then stood up and also placed his lips on her forehead. "May Iden's blessing accompany you." He had just received the blessings until now. Tae Ho blessed with good intentions and smiled brightly, but Ingrid put on a dumbfounded face and just blinked. No, it wasn't just dumbfounded but also quite surprised. "It seems like she disliked your blessing." Cuchulainn clicked his tongue and said sharply. The flustered Tae Ho was taken aback and hesitantly threw a question. Did I make a mistake?" Asking like this could also be a mistake. Ingrid blinked a few more times and then shook her head. She then put on a faint smile before responding. "No, it's because it was the first time I received a blessing from a warrior. Thinking about it, it's been a long while since I was blessed by anyone. Because it was rare for even the Valkyries to bless themselves." As Ingrid answered with a soft face, Bracky stood up abruptly from his seat. "HM. Then I will also." Bracky approached Ingrid naturally and she showed some reflexive movements. She took a big step back and then shrank her shoulders. At the clear rejection, Bracky put on a depressed face and Ingrid then said while gulping dry saliva. It's nothing. I'm fine. I finished preparing my heart, so come whenever you want." Hitting her chest was an attitude a warrior took in the battlefield. Bracky dropped his shoulders at the more miserable feeling and Siri laughed. She stood up to lighten the atmosphere and then blessed Ingrid in her forehead. "May Uller's blessing accompany you. May Njord's blessing accompany you." It was a really warm exchange of blessings. Ragnar witnessed that from beginning to end and then feigned laughter and said, "So, are you done?" Bracky said that he wasn't, but his voice just echoed in the air. Siri laughed and then asked Ragnar, "Do you also want a blessing, teacher?" "I'm fine, let's eat." Ragnar really wanted his meal, and Siri smiled brightly and sat next to him. Ingrid blessed the depressed Bracky and continued to eat. And after some time After Tae Ho had tried each dish in the table "How is it, does the food suit your tastes?" "Yes, it's really Del." Tae Ho answered reflexively but paused in the end. It was because he had heard a voice that shouldn't be heard in this place. Freyanim. The one that called out the owner of the voice was Ragnar. Everyone that was focusing on eating put on surprised faces and looked at the woman sitting next to Tae Ho, and the goddess of beauty answered Ragnar with graceful eyes. "Hi Ragnar. It's been a while. It's nice to see that you are healthy." Freya's smile was really fascinating. Even Siri, who was a girl, and Ragnar's face got loosened for a moment. Bracky had a completely absent-minded face. Freya laughed at their reactions and looked at Tae Ho. She then frowned. It wasn't because Tae Ho showed an expression beyond being surprised. It makes me really competitive. Freya mumbled in a really low voice and then snorted and fixed her sitting posture. Well, it's nice to see that all of you are healthy. It's enough then. She spoke a bit uncomfortably, but even that was beautiful. Could it be said that she had a haughty charm? Bragi just stared at Freya absent-mindedly, and Ragnar smiled bitterly and took a deep gulp of some alcohol. As Tae Ho, who was the only one that was fine, asked what was wrong, Freya snorted once again. Aiden was worried about you. So I just came to check on you as I was just passing by. Did something happen to Aiden Nim? As he asked as he felt that something wasn't right, Freya frowned and then sighed. She collapsed out of exhaustion because she used too much of her strength. It's not that it was too much for her body to handle, so don't worry too much. Tae Ho opened his eyes widely. For Aiden to have collapsed. There was one reason he could think of right now. As Tae Ho's face changed, Freya twisted her eyebrows a bit and then said with sharp eyes. Treat her well when you return and don't always look for that Valkyrie. She's your one and only goddess. Tae Ho couldn't answer anything easily at her words. It was because he felt a sudden remorse towards Aiden. Freya looked at the front instead of berating him. It was because she felt Ragnar's gaze. Freya Nim, what did you mean? It was the biggest battle in a long time. I also have things to investigate about the Gate of Aaron. However, it turned out, the gate was connected to a place outside of Midgard. They had just gotten outside, but they still couldn't overlook it. Do we have to retrieve it and install it anew at a later time? But there are a lot of problems, just like the Great Barrier. Freya mumbled by herself and then stood from her seat. Listen to the details in the conference. It seems like one great conference will be held tomorrow. Thank you for telling us. As Ragnar answered while standing up, Ciri and Ingrid also followed suit. Tae Ho did the same, but Freya extended her hand and made him sit down again. May my blessing accompany you. Freya's lips touched Tae Ho's forehead, and a strong blessing that couldn't be compared to those of the Valkyries covered Tae Ho's body. Is it regretful that it wasn't elsewhere? Freya took her lips off from Tae Ho's forehead and asked him in his mind, and Tae Ho again grew flustered and bewildered at the same time. I like you a bit now. Freya giggled and then blessed Ragnar. And then, Bragi took a posture with a really excited face. It was just like looking at a kid before he received a present. However, Freya turned around coldly and then left. She's like a storm whenever I see her. Ragnar spoke while Bragi was being pressed flat by the disappointment. Ciri and Ingrid stood down as if they agreed and let out sighs. Anyways, if they open up a great conference, it seems like you will get to your residence a bit later. Yes? Why? Tae Ho wondered aloud at Ragnar's words. It was because he wanted to return with haste, as he was worried about Aiden. Ragnar laughed as if Tae Ho's reaction was absurd and then pointed at Tae Ho with a gesture of his chin and said, Why do you think it is? You should participate in it too, commander of Aiden's legion. The gods weren't the only ones that participated in conferences. Each commander of every legion also participated in it. Not every commander participated, although at least the ones currently stationed in the base would undoubtedly show up. Warrior Tae Ho, if you are going to participate in a conference, you should contact your residence as soon as possible. The other commanders will all be accompanied by Valkyries. Ingrid said hurriedly as if it was a really important thing. Asgard viewed the benefits to be more important than the formalities, but it wasn't that they didn't take them. If Tae Ho went alone when all the other commanders got accompanied by Valkyries, it would obviously be unsightly, and it would also become a problem for the prestige of Aiden's legion. I will contact them immediately. Even if that wasn't the case, he was curious about the situation in the residence. In addition, there was no reason not to do it if he could meet Haida. Tae Ho stood up intently. Tae Ho contacted the residence between lunch and dinner. As he had spent all the summoning rocks, he wrote a letter and sent it to the residents through Ingrid. And a few hours later it was when the time to sleep was approaching. Adenmaha. Tae Ho asked with a surprised face, and Adenmaha answered with a displeased face. Why? I'm not enough for you? It seemed like she was sharper than usual. Tae Ho looked at Adenmaha with the eyes of the dragon instead of speaking, and a new letterbox that couldn't be seen before got added. Aiden's Valkyrie. Adenmaha. It's true, and Haida? She's out as she had something urgent to take care of. It's become really busy nowadays, so she's not always in the residence. That's also one of the reasons why we hurried on turning me into a Valkyrie. One wouldn't know if Tae Ho was the only warrior like before, but there were now warriors that were staying in the residence. They needed a Valkyrie to look over the residence while Haida was out taking care of her business. There are no problems in the residence, right? It's fine. Rollo and McLaren recovered a lot. I'm glad. Tae Ho let out a sigh of relief and then checked the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. Saga. It was because he thought of something. Indeed. The name of Adenmaha was added on the registered Valkyries. He hadn't received a blessing from her yet, but the completion was similar to Regenleaf, perhaps because their connection was deep. Did I get added too? Tae Ho nodded at the question of the quick-witted Adenmaha, and it was after that Tae Ho opened his eyes widely and put a surprised face that shocked Adenmaha. It was because Adenmaha wasn't the only one that got added to the list. Valkyrie Lord. Freya. The chief of the Valkyries and the goddess of magic and beauty. Tae Ho looked at his surroundings for a moment and activated his saga. Episode 31, Aiden's Legion, 4, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Episode 31/Chapter 5, Aiden's Legion, 5. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Each person had their own preferences, but there was always something universal. When taking that into account, the most beautiful woman in Asgard was Freya, no matter what anyone said. In the first place, she was literally the goddess of beauty. It would be weirder if there was someone more beautiful than her. Tae Ho thought that Haida was much prettier than Freya because of the power of the bean chaff. Of course, Haida was also an outstanding beauty among Valkyries, but he didn't deny the fact that Freya was also really beautiful. Because of that, Tae Ho could feel that he was more nervous than usual. It was different to when he called out Regenleaf or Ingrid. Why are you checking the surroundings? Adenmaha opened her eyes sharply and asked. Tae Ho cleared his throat at her eyes and then concentrated on his saga. Because the thing that appeared would be a fake anyways. There was no need to be nervous. Saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. As soon as Tae Ho activated his saga, a small magic circle appeared in front of him, and then a beautiful woman appeared along with some light. She was, of course, the goddess of magic and beauty, Freya. However, Tae Ho put a vague expression and Adenmaha let out a sigh of relief. The fake Freya had been summoned, but her condition wasn't good. First, the transparency was too high. It wouldn't be excessive to say that she was half transparent. In addition, she just stayed still like a wooden doll and didn't even move. I think that it's not easy to summon a goddess. In the case of the Valkyries, Tae Ho was able to summon a perfect fake after meeting once and receiving 2 blessings. I'm also a goddess. Adenmaha pouted her lips and mumbled, but it was unavoidable. If one followed that train of thought, all the Valkyries were goddesses. The difference in their statuses is too big, but it seems like there is also a good point to learn from. If you are able to summon her properly, it seems like she will show a completely different strength from the Valkyries. Cuchulainn laughed as if it was funny while speaking. The fake Valkyries that were summoned became quite influenced by the backgrounds and personalities of their real counterparts. It wasn't that noticeable when he'd first used it as the completion rate was too low, but for the ones whose completion rates were becoming quite high, their uniqueness was showing up. In the case of the fake Regenleaf, she had the best physical abilities among the ones Tae Ho could summon. Rasgrid was powerful in magic, and Ingrid was skilled in defense. But of course, the most superior is Haida. For starters, her completion rate was the highest to the point where she couldn't even be compared with the other Valkyries. "Summon me too." Adenmaha, who was checking out the fake Freya, said as if urging him. Tae Ho was also curious about the completion rate of Adenmaha, so he released the fake Freya and activated his saga once again. Ho! A fake Adenmaha appeared on the place the fake Freya was standing on. In the first place, as Adenmaha had quite a deep connection with Tae Ho, the completion rate was quite high even though it was her first time being summoned. So I am like this in your eyes, right? Adenmaha examined her fake self as if looking at a mirror and then crossed her arms and spoke. Tae Ho also smiled and asked as she looked to be having fun. "Do you like it?" "It's not enough." Adenmaha spoke harshly and shook her head a few times before approaching Tae Ho. "So that completion rate increases as the number of meetings and blessings does, right?" "Somewhat." Just like the fake Adenmaha proved that the deep connections and interactions were also important, the most crucial things were the meetings and blessings. Well, it's unavoidable then. Adenmaha glanced at a distant place and then cleared her throat a few times. It seemed like she was requesting something, but as Tae Ho looked at her as if asking why she was postured so, she frowned. "What did I expect?" Adenmaha grumbled in a low voice and then approached Tae Ho a bit more and stood on her toes, but it was pointless. The more the synchro rate increased with Kalstead, both Tae Ho's face and physique were becoming more similar to his. When he first entered Valhalla, he was 180 centimeters tall, but he was now 187 centimeters. In the case of Haida, she could barely reach Tae Ho's cheek to give him a blessing after she stood on her toes, but it didn't work for Adenmaha. Her height was 161 centimeters when he checked with the eyes of the dragon. Adenmaha lived without thinking that she was particularly small among the Tuatha De Danann, but she changed her thoughts in Asgard. Everyone was just too tall. The average height for the warriors of Valhalla was 190 centimeters, and the Valkyries were all slim and tall and at least 170 centimeters. Now that I see, all the members in the residence are tall. The female members excluding Adenmaha, so to say Haida, Siri and Skathak were at least 170 centimeters tall, and Tae Ho and Ragnar were well past 180 centimeters. Ingrid and Braki, who hung out with them frequently, were also tall. Braki was a giant even among the warriors of Valhalla at more than 2 tall, and Ingrid was more than 170 centimeters. Whatever the case, the important thing was that there was a difference of 30 centimeters between Tae Ho and Adenmaha, and even if she stood on her toes, she wasn't able to bless Tae Ho if he didn't lower himself. Sit down a bit. Adenmaha got angry while struggling to be on her toes and then hit Tae Ho's arm. It would have been good if he lowered his posture by himself, but he just stood there stupidly. Tae Ho bit his lips at the rebuke of Adenmaha. It was because he felt like he would burst out of laughter. "Here, done?" As Tae Ho sat down on the bed and shrugged his shoulders, Adenmaha pouted once more and then blessed Tae Ho's forehead in both cheeks. "May Iden's blessing accompany you." It seems like she really wanted to bless you. To see that she blessed him 2 more times in quick succession. Cuchulainn was the Casanova of Aaron, and he laughed as if Adenmaha was too cute. It was different for Tae Ho, however. It was because he hadn't imagined that she would bless his forehead in both cheeks. As Tae Ho looked at her with surprised eyes, Adenmaha snorted like she always did and said, "It will fight better the higher the completion rate is. It's bothersome to go look for another master, well, something like that?" Adenmaha turned around at the last sentence and Cuchulainn burst out of laughter at that and Tae Ho smiled in a good mood. It was because Adenmaha worrying about him was commendable and thankful. How spoiled. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue when Adenmaha turned around once again. Now that I see, I heard that you will be participating in an important conference tomorrow. Did you prepare everything? Somewhat. It's not that I'm going to give a presentation. Ragnar and Merlin had already reported how he had defeated the giant of Earth, Balgad. In addition, the main subject for this conference would be on the results of the battle and the movement of the giants. Because of that, Tae Ho just had to listen attentively and not speak. But Adenmaha let out a sigh as if it was absurd and then spoke with sharp eyes. Your clothes and things like that. Are you planning to participate like that? Is there a problem? Master Ragnar didn't tell me anything. Tae Ho looked at himself and said. He was wearing the hawk wing coat on top of his armor like usual. Really? What would you have done if I hadn't come? Adenmaha mumbled and shook her head a few times and then said with a stiff voice. I heard that it's a place where you get accompanied by a Valkyrie of your legion and boast how great you are, so you obviously have to dress well. It didn't seem like one should mind their attire that much as it was a conference being held in a fortress, but still, it was a conference that existences above the commander rank participated in. There was a high probability for it to be formal. Well, it's not really in the front lines. I think she's right. Tae Ho was at a loss for words as Cuchulainn agreed with her. Actually, it was obvious for Tae Ho not to think about how he would dress. The only thing he wore was the team uniform. When Tae Ho nodded absent-mindedly, Adenmaha placed the big bag she had brought with her on top of the bed. It was a trunk-like bag meant for traveling, but as she opened it, Tae Ho could see cool clothes and a black cape with golden lines. Adenmaha? It's the uniform for the commander of Idun's legion. One that you use on ceremonies and special occasions. Tae Ho could see the symbol of Idun that was engraved in several places of the clothes. Tae Ho looked at the uniform with an admiring expression, and Adenmaha smacked her lips as if she was hesitating about something and then opened her mouth with a sigh. Haida started to make it a few days ago before you became a commander. I also helped a little. Like that decoration on the shoulder. Adenmaha spoke as if she were proud of herself. Tae Ho nodded a few times in affirmation and then checked his uniform once again. He could feel the care and effort Haida had made in the needlework in the crest of Idun. Thank you. Tae Ho caressed the uniform and said in a low voice. Adenmaha let out a sigh again and opened her shoulders. Anyways, I will sleep in Ciri's room, so you should know that. You should go to sleep early. Right, have a nice sleep. Because it was already late. May Idun's blessing accompany you. May Idun's blessing accompany you. Adenmaha added another blessing on Tae Ho's forehead, and Tae Ho also returned it to her. The next morning, Adenmaha inflated her cheeks with a displeased face. Why are you laughing? It suits you well. How cute. She looks like a baby Valkyrie. The first voice was Tae Ho's, and the second one belonged to Brake. Adenmaha was wearing the uniform of a Valkyrie instead of the white dress she usually wore. An armor that covered her shoulders and chest and a white dress that secured the mobility of her two legs. In addition to this, she was wearing a headband with the wing decoration characteristic of Valkyries and a sword at her waist. She was also carrying a round shield that seemed to be too big for her. As Adenmaha didn't have any relation with the armor, sword, shield, or other pieces of gear and was even smaller than the average Valkyrie, there was, unavoidably, an awkward vibe coming from her. As Brake kept laughing, Adenmaha kicked Brake's shin as if she couldn't endure it anymore. However, Brake was someone that could even endure a giant's attack. He just chuckled as if it didn't even tickle. Adenmaha turned to look at Tae Ho as if telling him to take revenge for her, but it seemed like he didn't plan to do that at all. Fortunately enough, it wasn't that there was no one that sided with Adenmaha. Ciri pinched Brake's side to make him stop and then spoke to Tae Ho. Have a safe trip, Tae Ho. Don't get nervous over nothing. Adenmaha, it also suits you really well, so don't worry too much. We will return soon. Tae Ho and Edenmaha said their farewell to Ciri and Brakke and then moved to the conference room with a Valkyrie that had come for them. If they were with Ragnar, they would have been more relaxed, but unfortunately enough, he was a warrior of Odin's, not Idun's. He also couldn't go to the conference with Tae Ho as he'd participate in it alongside other warriors of Odin's legion. Don't tremble. It's nothing much. In the first place, aren't the people you meet more special? Cuchulainn and Ragnar were warriors that could represent a world. In addition, Tae Ho had also met Freya and Thor a few times. Just like Cuchulainn had said, Tae Ho grew more resolute and then followed the Valkyrie with a more comfortable heart. And after some time if you go inside, you will see a place for Idun's legion. The Valkyrie that finished her role expressed etiquette towards Tae Ho in front of the door. Tae Ho also hit his chest twice and answered her. For Asgard and the 9 realms. As Edenmaha hit her chest sloppily, the Valkyrie put on a smile and turned around. It doesn't seem to be a place here but a separate room. There were several rooms connected in the hall that drew a circle. Tae Ho thought of an opera house he'd once seen in a movie. The VIP room was separated from the normal spectators, and it seemed to be similar in this instance as well. Tae Ho took a breath and opened the door of the room. The structure he had expected appeared in front of him. A wide, thick table stood in the middle of the room, and the seats of the commanders surrounded it. One difference this room had with an opera house was the height of the seats. It seemed like they were so large because they were meant to seat gods. Edenmaha entered the small room and gulped dry saliva and grew pale. It was because of the heavy atmosphere that pressed down on the conference room. The strong auras of the commanders emanated naturally as if they were breathing. The divine power each representing Valkyrie held also mixed into the air. When those things gathered and were mixed in one spot, it created a volatile environment. Tae Ho shared the power of Idun to Edenmaha and looked towards the seats. He could see Freya covering her face with a veil and Thor that was laughing like always. And one more person A warrior was next to those two people. Tae Ho looked at him for the first time, but he knew who he was the moment he saw him. The pinnacle of the warriors of Valhalla. The strongest warrior that had even far surpassed Ragnar Lodbrok. Top-ranked warrior. Sigurd. His eyes moved towards Tae Ho. Episode 31, Idun's Legion, 5, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Episode 31/Chapter 6, Idun's Legion, 6. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Sigurd's hair was golden. The really soft and long hair that flowed down his shoulders and back seemed like a flowing river of gold. But rather than beautiful, it gave off a strong impression like fire or the sun. Sigurd's face was upright like a sculpture made from a rock. He didn't have an expression and displayed a rock-hard discipline through the strong magic power within his red eyes. Tae Ho swallowed dryly. The moment he faced Sigurd's eyes, he felt like static flowed all over his body. Sigurd. Tae Ho knew about him. Precisely speaking, it was more correct to say that he had investigated him. Who is the strongest warrior in Valhalla? Who's the ranking number 1? What sagas does he have? It was a natural curiousness. It was an old habit of Tae Ho to perform research on the top player of any game he started and what his record was like. A protagonist from a legend. Sigurd was a successor of the Volsungr family that has inherited the blood of Odin. So obviously enough, the blood of Odin also flowed in his veins. That and a lot more. More than anyone else in the Volsungr family. He was already close to a demigod since he was born. He would surely become a great warrior even if he didn't receive any training. But Sigurd also received proper training. The one that had trained him was the father of sheeps, dwarf Regan. Regan was an outstanding blacksmith that had no competitors. Because of that, Sigurd naturally learned blacksmithing skills from him, and that made him into an even stronger warrior. Sigurd wasn't merely a warrior that knew how to swing some weapon well. He could listen to the voices of his weapons just like the warriors of Erin could. In addition, he could perfectly understand the weapons of his enemies just by seeing them once. When Sigurd grew up and developed completely, there was no one in Midgard that could beat him in a duel. It wasn't excessive to say that he had already climbed to the seat of the strongest warrior. But Sigurd's story didn't end there. He was also a strong magician. Dwarf Regan had transmitted to Sigurd all the magic and visions he knew, excluding the most important ones. His talent in magic was completely overwhelming, even more so than his talent as a warrior. Because he had the blood of Odin, the king of gods, flowing in his veins. The strongest warrior in Midgard and at the same time a magician. Dwarf Regan really treasured Sigurd. He had even said that Sigurd was the best magical sword he had made. The reason Regan trained Sigurd to this point wasn't because of his love for his sheep, nor because Sigurd's talent was so beautiful that he couldn't leave him alone. Regan had raised up Sigurd as his magical sword. The stories that were heard weren't comparisons or jokes. It was all to remove his old enemy, the devil dragon, Fafnir. The Dragon Slaughterer. That was the nickname of Sigurd. Sigurd had defeated Fafnir just like Regan had wished. He didn't stop there and promptly defeated 10 more dragons. The battle against the dragons made Sigurd stronger. The blood of the dragons that he bathed in made his body strong like steel, and the heart and flesh of the dragon he ate granted him mystical powers. All of this had happened before he'd even entered Valhalla, when he was in his youth. Dragon Slaughterer. Tae Ho breathed slowly. He could feel his saga even if he didn't see with the eyes of the dragon. He was a dragon's death incarnate. A specialized magical sword to bring down the legendary flying beasts. The reason Edenmaha found the atmosphere to be harsh wasn't only because of the air in the room. Sigurd's existence itself made her, a dragon race, feel nervous. That was the dragon slaughterer that made any dragon ilk feel choked just with his presence. Kalstead also had the blood of a dragon flowing in him, and because of that, Sigurd was the opposite existence for him. Don't cower. Just from looking at the bases, you are much more of a monster, thought Cuchulainn said matter-of-factly. He already knew as much about his saga and Kalstead as Ragnar. Ragnar had spoken, and Cuchulainn had agreed. As it were right now, though, Sigurd's presence was entirely domineering. He wouldn't be able to become an opponent for Sigurd even if he fought with all his strength. However, that was only in the present. Synchro rate, 59%. Tae Ho slowly released his strength. He protected Edenmaha, who seemed to be in pain just from being watched by Sigurd. He grabbed on her waist as it seemed like she would fall at any moment. A conspicuous color appeared in Sigurd's eyes, which stared at Tae Ho and Edenmaha expressionlessly. Tae Ho didn't dodge his eyes and faced them directly. The one that turned his eyes away was Sigurd. He just slightly averted his eyes instead of trying to press down Tae Ho and Edenmaha by releasing all of his strength. They couldn't know what he was thinking about because he didn't have an expression, but at least it didn't seem like he had any enmity with them. It seems like he's on guard as she's the race of a dragon. Cuchulainn mumbled. For Edenmaha, it was something she could get enraged at, but this place was Asgard, and in Asgard it was common sense for Sigurd to be aware of a dragon. No sane dragons existed in Asgard, to say nothing of the ice and fire dragons that resided in Jotunheim and Muspelheim, respectively. All the named dragons living on the roots of Yggdrasil like Nidhogg were evil. There were also few good dragons in Erin, but excluding Edenmaha, who was of a dragon race and a goddess of the Tuatha De Danann, one could say that there was almost none. In Sigurd's position, who'd fought against dragons all his life, he could only stand on guard as a warrior that had the blood of a dragon flowing in him appeared with a Valkyrie of a dragon race. No, it was more impressive that all he had done was stare. I heard that there are many good dragons in the temple, and I even saw one directly in the Great War. If Asgard was of the northern European mythology and Olympus was the myth of Greece and Rome, then the temple belonged to the mythology of the East. He had only heard things from Ragnar, but it seemed like maidens flew instead of valkyries, and it seemed to be a world where immortals and soldiers formed a strong army. Tae Ho listened to Cuchulain's easygoing explanation and turned to look at Adenmaha. Adenmaha, are you okay? I'm fine. Adenmaha panted and barely managed to answer. Looking at Adenmaha, Tae Ho naturally felt hostility towards Sigurd. However, Adenmaha grabbed his arm. Sigurd hadn't done anything evil and wasn't someone that enjoyed bothering Adenmaha. It's fine. Adenmaha reiterated her position, and Tae Ho nodded. He breathed in to calm himself down and looked at the front. He could feel the several gazes he had missed as he was concentrating on Sigurd. They were the gazes of the commanders. The commanders were all putting on interested faces at the short clash of powers between Sigurd and Tae Ho. Only superior-ranked warriors or above could become a commander of a legion. They had read several things from that short clash of powers. Let's start. The voice received a flood of gazes. It was the voice of Thor. He lightly hit the platform with Mjolnir and glanced at Freya, and she shrugged her shoulders and took off her veil. With that, all minor conversations ended. Everyone in the conference room turned to look at Freya. She got satisfied at the atmosphere of the room that had turned silent and giggled and then put on the veil again. Then, we will be starting with the great conference. The Valkyrie that was standing below the platform where Thor, Freya, and Sigurd were at raised her voice, and then all the commanders and Valkyries sat on their seats. After that, the story proceeded quite quickly. Just like Ragnar had said, this battle was the biggest they had faced in tens of years, but it was pointless to say more than that. It felt like the two sides had suffered losses they could still handle. Obviously enough, the giants had suffered more than them. They had lost Balgad, the giant of Earth. As Balgad wasn't a giant that stood on the front lines, there wasn't an immediate loss, but it would surely become a problem in Jotunheim. In addition, it was impossible even for the magician king, Utgard Loki, to raise someone to the level of Balgad. The next thing that was mentioned was the Gate of Aaron. First, Freya had said that it was impossible to use it again now that it had been used once. She honestly recognized the flaw in the Great Barrier by mentioning the battle against the Fomors that had also occurred recently. It's to the point that we have to remove it and install it again, even by taking some risks. I will send you the results of this after we decide it later. After this, the reports of the several commanders took place. Tae Ho had also participated with the right of a commander, but as he wasn't taking part in the front lines, he had nothing to report. As he was just listening, the conference soon ended. Good. We will now honor the heroes in this battle. As Thor said enjoyingly, the commanders also revealed jovial expressions. Freya smirked at their expressions and said with the purest voice, "Iden's commander. Come to the front." The moment Freya stopped talking, the wall that was next to the place Adenmaha and Tae Ho were sitting on disappeared, and some stairs appeared. As Adenmaha and Tae Ho already knew that there would be a reward at the end of the conference, they could walk down the stairs rather naturally even though they were a bit nervous. The Valkyrie that was below the platform conceded her seat to the both of them and then stepped back. Adenmaha let out a long breath and Tae Ho tried to put on a calm expression for her sake. Freya laughed at the two of them once again and then rolled her fingers to activate some magic. Kayak? Adenmaha let out a stifled scream. It was because the floor had started to move. The platform that Thor, Freya, and Sigurd were seated at and the platform Tae Ho and Adenmaha were standing on began to spin. It didn't end there, and the wall that was behind Thor disappeared like a lie. Fresh air and wind entered in an instant. Adenmaha opened her eyes widely unconsciously and dropped her mouth. There were warriors of Valhalla on the wide platform that you would have to look up at. If one also counted the steel warriors, it seemed like there would be tens of thousands. What a grand sight! Cuchulain spoke, enjoying the moment. Adenmaha grew astonished at the unexpected meeting with the great army and then started to act excitedly. Thor laughed and spoke with a voice that shook the ground and sky like thunder. "Warriors, I remember the Great War. The terrible war that occurred 100 years ago. Asgard had lost too many things in that war. Idun's legion was decimated to the point where they couldn't act as a legion anymore. Because of that, it has remained inoperable for the past 100 years. But it was different now. The destroyed legion has started to recover again. I welcome the legion that has returned. I compliment the commander of Idun that has raised great merits." Thor spoke about Tae Ho's performance. He defeated Bres, the king of the Fomors, and destroyed Balgad, the giant of earth. The hero of Valhalla that has retrieved several fragments of Garmar's soul. Thor stood from his seat and hit his chest with the fist that was holding Mjolnir, and the sound of thunder was heard at the same time so that everyone could hear it. For Asgard in the 9 realms. For the goddess of youth and life, Idun. Thor raised Mjolnir high, and then the warriors of Valhalla answered. The tens of thousands of warriors hit their chests at the same time. For Idun. For Idun. The voice that became one shook the sky and the earth. The commanders also expressed etiquette and called out the name of Idun. Adenmaha turned to look at Tae Ho with an excited face. Tae Ho also felt his chest get heated up at the amazing cheer. Could Idun be hearing it right now? He thought of Idun's smiling face. He felt like he could listen to her voice that was like an excited bird chirping. For Idun. Tae Ho said in a low voice and hit his chest twice, and then the warriors yelled once again. For Idun. For the goddess of life. The goddess of life and youth. Tae Ho's goddess. He wanted to meet Idun as much as Heda right now. Idun was standing on the green plains. She'd heard the voices of the warriors of Valhalla that were calling out her name, and she'd cried and laughed. It wasn't on the plains where she'd met Tae Ho. It was a place hidden beyond the big apple tree and somewhere Tae Ho had never visited before. There was a big tombstone in front of Idun. Idun wiped off the tear that flowed down her cheek and touched the tombstone. There were names of warriors engraved in it. The warriors of Idun that lost their lives in the Great War. Not a single name was omitted, from the lowest ranked to the superior ranked warriors. There were also the names of Valkyries on it. Idun remembered all of their names. She hadn't been able to forget even though a century had passed. Wind blew and Idun took a breath. She looked at the names that were at the highest place of the tombstone. Idun, the goddess of life and youth. Bragi, the god of poetry and music. The 2 gods that lost their lives in the Great War. The mother and father they couldn't meet anymore. Idun, or more appropriately, the current Idun, held back her tears. She then put on a smile forcefully. Idun's legion was reconstructed. The new commander led the legion. My warrior, Tae Ho. The present Idun leaned her cheek on the tombstone and then boasted about Tae Ho towards the previous Idun, the deceased warriors of Idun, and her father. Episode 31, Idun's Legion, 6, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Episode 32/Chapter 1, The Land of Darkness, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Balgad, the giant of earth, died. The magician king, Utgard Loki, buried his body within the wooden throne and closed his eyes. It was an unexpected loss. There were now only 3 of the 5 fingers remaining. The magician king didn't want to blame a vault. The one that had granted them a right to act freely was him, and they didn't have death planned. An accident. The incident was one only expressed like that. The magician king thought of the Great War. Asgard wasn't the only side that hadn't completely recovered since then. The 5 fingers had been weakened. The present 5 fingers weren't comparable to the ones in the Great War. The Magician King gritted his teeth. It was because the old wound in his shoulder had started to hurt. The Prince of Light, Cuchulainn, the warrior of Aaron that had defeated the strongest giant of the previous 5 fingers, the giant of cold, Urtr, and had even dealt Utgard Loki a near-fatal wound. The Magician King pressed on the wound with his big hand and the pain was transmitted on his skin that looked like a split wall. The Great War. The Magician King smiled bitterly. He didn't look at the past but at the present. The 5 fingers weren't weak. They were strong among the present giants. It wasn't easy to imagine that the giant of earth, Balgad, was defeated by a warrior that had just become superior ranked. Idun's warrior. He had already heard his name several times. The one that had defeated the sinner, Sigil, and killed Brest the tyrant was that warrior. The Magician King understood the 5 fingers. He could also understand why Avalt and Balgad were so obsessed with Idun's warrior. He'd been contacted by the Frost Giant King, Harmardi. He received the results from when Asgard clashed against the army of giants to rescue Idun's warrior. The things that happened in Midgard Dash. The reaction of Asgard Dash. The measures Freya took Dash. And the most important thing of all, the movement of the King of Gods, Odin. The Magician King sped up his thoughts. Contrary to his brilliant mind, he opened his eyes slowly and looked out before him. He moved the small picture of Idun's warrior to a broader one and looked at the completed image. The time had come. It was already ripe. The Magician King rolled his fingers and transmitted his will through the magical nets that looked like a spider web. The god of lies, Loki, raised his head. He was in a noisy bar. It was still the middle of the day, but warriors were already gathered and drinking. The traveler that came from the north started to tell stories about the warriors of Valhalla, and the warriors' eyes shone like those of kids as they listened to his story. Even the waitresses that had no connection to the battlefield leaned their ears towards the traveler. And that was a really obvious thing. Because the stories of the warriors of Valhalla were manifested myths on the ground. The traveler also spoke about Idun's warrior. Based on the words of Idun's warrior, the residence of Idun was filled with the most beautiful Valkyries in Valhalla, and he rode on a golden ship and even had strong and cool shinsus. In addition, he had also said that the great Viking king, Ragnar, also resided in that place. Just being able to meet him was glorious enough, but it seemed that one would be able to receive classes from him if you went to Idun's legion. Idun's warrior said that the representative Valkyrie of Idun's legion is so extraordinarily beautiful that her beauty is the best in Asgard and in all the 9 realms. Not only that, but she also cooks so well that you may die after eating it. Oh, Valhalla. Loki tilted his head slightly. Because there was only one Valkyrie in Idun's legion. Heda. Loki also knew her. Although it wasn't as that traveler claimed, she was certainly a beauty in any part of Asgard. The traveler kept telling many other things. Especially, the most popular of them was the story of the monster Brage of the Skald Knights. His story of having died and having returned in a few months after becoming a warrior of Valhalla made the hearts of the warriors burn. Valhalla! Valhalla! The warriors desired Valhalla more than usual, and they pondered about the life after death rather than the current life. Loki smiled bitterly. He thought of Odin's face that would be frowning by looking at this situation. He created wars with his magic to replenish Valhalla with new warriors, but he wouldn't like this situation where everyone desired death. Loki drank the beer in his cup. No one in the bar noticed that they were in the presence of a god. Loki closed his eyes. It wasn't to savor the cheap beer. He could hear the voice of the Magician King. It was really weak, as it had passed a long way and was sent from beyond the Great Barrier. The contents of it were also short. But it was enough. Loki placed down his cup and again smiled bitterly. Let everything happen as the king wishes. Loki mumbled and stood up. He then left the land that the giant of earth, Balgad, had prepared many things and moved to another place. Now, the time wasn't really too long. Amazing! Adenmaha yelled brightly as soon as the conference ended and returned to the residence. Actually, she was already beyond elated while coming to the residence. Tae Ho understood Adenmaha, and he was actually also really excited. Standing in front of tens of thousands of people is always thrilling, but Cuchulainn said, and Tae Ho agreed. It was what he felt in a final. Tens of people would concentrate in him. They would react sensitively at each one of the motions of his hand or eyes. It was a moment where one could imagine that they had become a god. And that feeling would get bigger the more people were lined up in front of you. Adenmaha was a goddess of the Tuatha De Danann, but she didn't possess that much power. In addition, the word goddess for the Tuatha De Danann, that was solely composed of gods, was no different to differentiating a woman. Because of that, Adenmaha had no experience of being worshipped by someone, and the same went for being cheered in front of tens of thousands of people. Ah, so you play being God because of this, It seemed like it was a wrong appreciation, but Tae Ho just laughed at it as Adenmaha also wasn't being serious with her words. It must have also influenced you ever since you became a Valkyrie of Idun's legion. You are an existence belonging to Idun now, so you will obviously get heated up when they call out Idun's name. Ragnar, who had returned earlier than Tae Ho's group, said as much. Tae Ho looked at him, wondering when he had arrived, and Ragnar opened his mouth again. If you are going to return to the residence, you should do it quickly. It's not just one or two commanders that want to have a drink with you, so if you get caught, you will be held for at least a month. The humans of Midgard weren't the only ones that showed an interest to Idun's warrior. Idun's warrior was also the main talk among the warriors of Valhalla. A feast with warriors of Valhalla was always painful. Cuchulainn mumbled in a low voice as if he had remembered something terrible. Because when the warriors of Valhalla started to party, they would follow that path until the end. Tae Ho remembered the banquets he had been until now and shook his head unconsciously. He then turned around and thought of another thing. I also want to see her. If he closed his eyes, he felt like he could see Hades and Idun's faces. He wanted to meet the two of them the fastest he could. It's obvious what you are thinking about. Ragnar clicked his tongue and shook his head. Tae Ho grew embarrassed and then cleared his throat a few times and asked, What are you planning to do, teacher? I'm planning on staying a few more days before returning. I have some things to take care of. Although he was retired now, he was someone that had once climbed to the top-ranked seat. His influence couldn't be ignored at all. In addition, Valhalla always needed his vast knowledge and strategies. Most of all, Ragnar swapped the subject and looked at Tae Ho. He put on the eyes of a master testing his disciple and asked, I'm curious about your thoughts of having met him directly. How did you see Sigurd? The top-ranked warrior, Sigurd. The strongest warrior in Valhalla, something no one could deny. He was strong. So strong that the current Tae Ho couldn't even begin to be compared with him. Did he only feel that he had faced a wall? Or fell in shock that there was another sky beyond the sky? Ragnar was expectant of the answer Tae Ho would give, and it was the same for Cuchulainn. Tae Ho opened his mouth slowly. It was an honest thought he didn't decorate at all. And that answer satisfied Ragnar and Cuchulainn. The day Tae Ho left the fortress in the front lines was the day after the grand conference took place. Bragi and Ciri, who had suffered along with Tae Ho, received a momentary vacation. In addition, Ciri was called especially by Ullr to rest in his residence instead of Idun's residence or in Midgard. Because of that, when they arrived at Valhalla, Ciri went to Ullr's residence along with Gander that had come for her. Bragi was also received by a Valkyrie of Thor's legion, so he immediately rode off on their ship. She didn't come to greet me. As Tae Ho looked at the dock with disappointed eyes, Adenmaha swelled her cheeks. You have me. I'm here. He was already being accompanied by a Valkyrie, so there was no need for another one to come. In addition, there was one more reason this time. That's a cool ship. Merlin smiled and said. The thing that was in front of Tae Ho's group wasn't the wooden boat. It was a huge ship that was adorned in gold. It was one of the several rewards he had received this time for his actions. Tae Ho looked at the big, white sail that had the symbol of Iden with a proud face. He felt like he could understand the expression to feel full just by looking at others eat. As it was a magical boat like the flying pirate ship in Squabchuan, it didn't particularly need anyone to control it. With that in mind, Tae Ho, Adenmaha, and Merlin could view the insides of the ship while going to the residence. It's big and beautiful, Tae Ho said with a satisfied expression after checking out the spacious cabins, storage, etc. Adenmaha put on a satisfied expression when she saw a symbol of a white sea serpent that was on the deck. And after some more time the three of them stood on the deck and looked at the direction of Iden's residence. As it was the first time for Merlin, he showed an excited look like that of a traveler finally visiting a famous landmark. Most of all, are you prepared to cope with it? Cope with it? You bluffed big time. Adenmaha started to say the things the newcomer warriors said they heard in Midgard as if it was absurd. She had said something similar in Midgard, but the situation was different now. Firstly, a few days had passed since new warriors entered the Legion, and it was plenty of time for them to realize the truth of the Legion. What did they say? They didn't say anything but, let's wait until the commander comes, something like that. Adenmaha frowned and said. As Haida wasn't currently on the residence, Adenmaha had been the one that was taking care of the new warriors. I can feel their doubtful gazes at times and, I felt like my liver was aching. Because there was a difference that couldn't be filled from what Tae Ho had said and the actual residents of Iden. Tae Ho frowned. It's somewhat unfair. I have never lied, why is your expression like that? It hurts. Hurts. Adenmaha got her cheeks pinched strongly and then stepped back while putting on a teary face. While she covered her cheeks with her hands because she was afraid she may get pinched again, Tae Ho found her to be both cute and poor at the same time. As a result, Tae Ho opened his shoulders broadly and said, The flying ship is what I showed them in Midgard, and we also have this cool ship, right? So you are saying you didn't have it when you spoke about it? Cuchulainn spoke with a lukewarm voice, but he ignored it. Adenmaha said while still covering her cheeks. What about the Valkyries? The new warriors had heard that there were more than 10. That's no problem either. Tae Ho spoke and then looked at a distant place. It seemed like he should start by now as they were getting closer to the residence. Saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. Saga, warrior's equipment. Saga, his pocket is connected to a treasure vault. Tae Ho activated his sagas in rapid consecution and a squad of fake Valkyries appeared behind Tae Ho with Haida at the front. Raskrid, Reginleaf, Ingrid, Gander, Chaldea, and Adenmaha. A total of 7. Excluding the fake Haida, all the other ones were just standing dumbfoundedly, but it was enough. When he armed the Valkyries with the warrior's equipment and several loots he gained from the battlefield, a quite convincing squad of Valkyries was made. Good. Perfect. He made the fake Haida and Adenmaha wear helmets so that their faces wasn't shown. It would be hard to explain if there were several similar faces. Adding Haida and Adenmaha to the fake ones, there were 9 in total. As there were 6 warriors in Iden's legion including Tae Ho, the number of Valkyries was much bigger. Adenmaha looked at Tae Ho with really lukewarm eyes and Cuchulainn clicked his tongue and said, It certainly isn't a saga but a cheat. Note, Cuchulainn should hook up with Ragnar. He hadn't lied, whatever the case. And the effects was enough. The newcomer warriors were standing on the deck as if to welcome Tae Ho's return, and they all had enchanted expressions. Oh. It's just like Iden's warrior had said. Look at the Valkyries. Aiden's warrior. Our commander. They were all bearded, grown men, but it was nice to see that they were jumping in joy. This is service. As Tae Ho rolled his finger ever so slightly, the fake Valkyries waved their hands towards the warriors, and then the cheer of the warriors became louder. A king needs a strategy to fool the enemy. While Merlin decorated his words, Adenmaha took a deep breath and fell behind. It was because a beautiful woman showed from between the cheering warriors. Haida, Tae Ho said. As soon as the ship arrived on the deck, he jumped down and stood in front of her. Haida smiled brightly instead of running towards him and embracing him. Hello once again? Tae Ho smiled and then opened his arms and hugged her. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 1, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Episode 32/Chapter 2, The Land of Darkness, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. It was their first meeting in 2 months since they hadn't been able to after the battle at Kalliv Castle. Haida, who'd been embraced by Tae Ho, shrank down as if it was embarrassing being in front of the other warriors, but then bit her lips and then hugged him back. Haida is certainly the best. Freya was so beautiful that one could imagine her just by closing their eyes, but for Tae Ho, Haida always came first. As Tae Ho wanted to receive a blessing like that, Haida flinched once again and then blessed him in the cheek. Haida had boldly blessed him in front of thousands of warriors at Kalliv Castle, but it wasn't possible to always act like that. After all, she had firmly steeled her resolve before doing that. No, rather than having done that, she had just went for it. The newcomer warriors clamored while Haida was still feeling embarrassed. Tae Ho placed his lips on her forehead and then looked at the warriors. You are familiar faces. Oh. So you remember us. I am from Katar. I fought with you, Commander, in recapturing Katar. I was also there. Sob, for you to remember the names of the likes of us. One warrior that was overflowing with emotions said while his eyes got red. I don't remember your names. And he had never said that. But Tae Ho decided to get past it as it was something good. And actually, Tae Ho didn't remember their faces either. He felt like he had seen them at first glance, but it was merely that. Were you also like this in the world you used to live in? You said that you were a popular and famous person. Always pretending to remember your fans. Cuchulainn criticized him while clicking his tongue, but Tae Ho didn't mind. Because he didn't do that with evil intentions. Tae Ho remembered that time when a singer he liked when he was young acted friendly towards him in a signing conference. He had really liked that. Even though he knew that it was fan service and she didn't actually know him. A king has to know how to catch the hearts of the public. Merlin realized the situation from a distance and tried to adorn Tae Ho in a good way, and Adenmaha looked at Tae Ho that was still hugging Haida. On the other hand, Tae Ho removed his hands that were holding Haida's waist and then hit his chest twice to express etiquette like a warrior. Welcome to Aiden's Legion, It was a Valhalla-like etiquette that was now engraved in his person. The newcomer warriors put on moved expressions and then also hit their chests. It's just like the commander had said. We will devote ourselves for Asgard and the 9 realms. We will train earnestly so the seniors that are fighting outside don't get embarrassed of us. Tae Ho's eyes sharpened while the warriors stated their opinions. The seniors that are fighting outside? Tae Ho turned to look at Haida and spoke in a low voice, and Haida cleared her throat and looked at a distance place while mumbling as if making an excuse. It's true that you just returned after fighting, I mean. She didn't lie. Actually, their senior, Tae Ho, had been fighting outside and just returned. You really are perfect for each other. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue and remarked. Tae Ho pinched the side of the embarrassed Haida and then put on a dignified expression towards the warriors. I will be anticipating your growth, and warriors, have some pride in yourselves. Being in this place is already proof of how great you are. It wasn't that anyone could enter Valhalla. It was easy to forget as Valhalla gathered great people, but even the lowest-ranked warriors were great warriors that had a high name in Midgard. The warriors put on moved expressions at Tae Ho's words and hit their chests. He really liked their shining eyes. Did you practice or what? A bit. As Haida asked him in his ear, Tae Ho answered immediately. And actually, this was something that he was quite accustomed to as he had led the warriors in Midgard for a month already. So the situation was different too when he was a lowest-ranked warrior. Now, let's leave it here and return. You guys were just training, right? A Denmaha, that was looking from behind, stepped up and said. The warriors seemed to be accustomed to listening to a Denmaha that they returned to the training center without any complaints. Wow! How Valkyrie-like! Hoof! A Denmaha snorted like usual at Tae Ho's admiration. And then Haida laughed and whispered towards Tae Ho. Did you hear about Rollo and McLaren? A little bit from a Denmaha. I was planning on going to see them after I met Eidenim, but it isn't that they've been weakened, right? Yes, they are fine. They have rather improved. There are also good notices for Rollo. Good notices? He became a father. Tae Ho blinked his eyes at Haida's answer. It was because he couldn't understand it immediately. A Denmaha pulled on Tae Ho's arms as if it was unavoidable and said, Rollo's wives laid some eggs. Eggs? Did they hatch? Not yet, but I believe that it won't be long. There are 3 eggs. Haida added to a Denmaha's words. Oh Rollo! Oh Rollo! Tae Ho became sincerely happy. He could only do so. For Rollo to have become a father and to have had kids. For there to be more griffins that could be used in Aiden's legion. You should keep working hard. Fighting, I mean. Do I have to bring back the females we left in the forest? There's no worse slave than him. The first one to speak was Tae Ho, and the last one was Cuchulain. Tae Ho cleared his throat a few times and then asked Haida. I'm looking forward to meeting Rollo. You are able to fix the wing, right? Yes. It will take some time, but it is possible. It has already grown by half. Tae Ho let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't only because he had lost Rollo's mobility. The advantage that flying held when facing flying monsters was really big, so he was sincerely glad that Rollo would be able to fly again. Ah, look at myself. Tae Ho raised his head and then turned around. Haida, this is Merlin. Merlin, Haida. Tae Ho introduced Merlin with a sorry face. Merlin flashed a smile at Tae Ho and approached Haida, and Haida expressed etiquette first towards Merlin. Representative Valkyrie of Aiden's Legion, Valkyrie Haida, greets the great magician of Camelot. Welcome to Aiden's Legion. You are quite like the king has described you. Nice to meet you. Merlin also greeted Haida with a bright face. Haida greeted back Merlin with her eyes and then spoke to a Denmaha. A Denmaha, can I entrust you with showing him the residence? Yes, it's fine. Merlin, over here. I will first introduce you to your lodging. A Denmaha answered Haida instantly and then approached Merlin. As they had become closer after having known each other for a long time, the way they spoke was very comfortable. When Merlin and a Denmaha left, Haida grabbed on Tae Ho's hand. Now, let's go greet Eidenim. That was the first thing he had to do when returning to the residence. However, Tae Ho pulled on Haida's arm instead of following her. Before that, don't you have something to do? Haida tilted her head at his words, but she soon understood his meaning. She checked his surroundings with a flushed face and then stood on her toes. Did you really have to do that in front of the shrine? Aiden said, and Tae Ho cleared his throat. Aiden giggled in front of the apple tree in the plains like always and then sat in a boulder and gestured Tae Ho. My warrior, Tae Ho. Come closer. Tae Ho sat next to Aiden as he was already accustomed to it. Aiden placed her hand on top of Tae Ho's and said, You have overcome a really difficult fight. I'm extremely proud of you. It was all thanks to you. Are you okay? I did overdo it a bit, but it's only a minor issue. I'm fine now, so don't worry. Aiden put on a bright smile, but she looked more exhausted than usual. Thinking about it, it was an obvious thing as she had even collapsed out of exhaustion for having sent too much strength to Tae Ho. As sorry and worry appeared in Tae Ho's eyes, Aiden hurriedly shook her head and spoke bluntly. I'm really fine. For me, collapsing out of exhaustion isn't the most fearful thing to happen. Something happening to you is what scares me the most, so from now on, don't hesitate on using my strength, understand? Thank you. He couldn't think of any other words than that. Aiden nodded once and then said something as if trying to change the subject. Now, take this. The item Aiden took out from the air was something Tae Ho knew well. Oh. The white flying horsewing coat. It was an item that didn't enter his hands as he always chose the other item when he had to choose. I have missed the opportunities to give it to you, so I want to give it to you now. Oddly, it seemed to weigh on Aiden. Tae Ho received the wing coat with a happy heart. Thank you. I will use it well. Right, then shall I rebuke you for a bit? Aiden said while smiling, and Tae Ho blinked as he didn't understand her words because of her bright smile. Rebuke? Right, rebuke. What in the world is this Aiden, Haida? Aiden, Haida nonsense? You aren't able to give up Haida at all, dot. You are too much. For me, you are the best, but for you, it seems like Haida is the best. Aiden lowered her head as if she was really sad and then spoke with a childish voice. You could clearly feel the desolation and sadness in her even though her expression wasn't showing because the eye cover was covering half of her face. Tae Ho grew baffled once again and didn't know what to do. Aiden laughed as she was satisfied and said, I'm joking. You still can't tell? And well, I will forgive you as my name comes first. Thank you. He never knew when she started joking, but he was glad as she got over it. Aiden smiled brightly and then put a bit of strength in her hands that were on top of Tae Ho's. Now, let's talk about how we will operate the Legion. Honestly speaking, I was really looking forward to it. The goddess and the commander of the Legion would speak about the future nurturing of the Legion. It was new for Tae Ho, but actually it was also new for Aiden. Aiden said with an excited voice. New warriors entered our Legion. Although we have only 5, it will increase from here on out. Based on what Freyayuni said, about 10 more warriors will arrive in about 15 days. Only in our Legion? Right, only in our Legion. Midgard was facing a Valhalla boom because of the descent of the warriors of Valhalla. Thanks to that, the recruiting speed was also becoming faster. It wasn't that good of a situation looking at the entirety of Asgard, but it was good news for Aiden's Legion. There are many things we should prepare as new warriors will enter our Legion suddenly. You should check the residence at a later time. There are also places that have been started to be reconstructed. A mold of the residence formed from light after Aiden drew a rune in the air surged from the ground. The lodging has certainly gotten bigger. Right? Thanks to you, a lot of funds entered our Legion, so we are quite relaxed on the expenses. The lodging had gotten 4 times bigger since Tae Ho first entered the Legion. Tae Ho looked at the other places and asked, But is it only for the lodging? I left the other places intact on purpose. I wanted to listen to the opinion of the commander. As Aiden waved her hand once again, all the buildings excluding the lodging and the shrine disappeared, and then, several buildings started to appear instead. It looks like a simulation game. One could freely adjust the size of the molds, and as there were several variations, it was fun to place them in alternating spots. The recruiting of Valkyries is also an urgent matter. It looked enough with 2 Valkyries for 16 warriors, but that wasn't the case. A legion needed at least 3 Valkyries to function properly. One to administer the residents, another one to train the warriors, and the last one to lead the warriors that were dispatched. Actually, that meant that the minimum number of Valkyries one needed was 3. In addition, taking into account that a Denmaha may get called at any time by Tae Ho, there was a need to recruit 2 more Valkyries. Where do we recruit Valkyries from? Normally, from the Valkyrie training school of Freya's Legion, but we prioritize the opinions of the Valkyries, so we can't just bring them. But we will still have to apply for it. Shall I go myself? There's no need. Leave it to Haida. Also, the training center for Valkyries prohibits entry to men. As you have those rumors around you, there's a high probability they won't let you enter. Just what kind of rumor was she talking about? As Tae Ho asked with his eyes, Aiden put on an expression as if she really had to tell him. First of all, I have something to request to you. I have someone I really want to recruit as a Valkyrie, but she said that she would like to speak with you first. Someone you want to recruit? Right, we need her to train the warriors. Aiden offered more information, and Tae Ho couldn't help but know who she was talking about. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 2, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Episode 32/Chapter 3, The Land of Darkness, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Generally speaking, there were 3 types of Valkyries in Valhalla. The first was a pure-blooded Valkyrie whose parents were gods. Another was a half-Valkyrie who only had one parent as a god. The last type was a human warrior that entered Valhalla and became a Valkyrie. Tae Ho knew all 3 of these types well enough as the Valkyrie master. Valkyrie Regenleaf was a pure-blooded Valkyrie. Based on Ingrid's words, when looking at the pureness of the blood, Regenleaf was the best. In addition, she was born from the king of gods, Odin, and a goddess of Asgard. This meant that she was a half-sister to the god of thunder, Thor. Because of that, she possessed a special bloodline even among the other pure-blooded Valkyries. Valkyrie Raskrid and Chaldea were Valkyries who only had one of their parents as a god. God and human, god and fairy, god and giant, and more. There were many mixed breeds, and more than half of the Valkyries belonged to this category. Raskrid was a mixed breed born from Odin and a light fairy, and she was thus a half-sister of Regenleaf. She boasted of her outstanding abilities suitable for someone that received the blood of Odin, but just by looking at the bloodline, she wasn't that special. It was because these types of Valkyries could only possess a fourth of Odin's blood. For the third type, Ingrid and Gander were prime examples. Ingrid grabbed the attention of the Valkyries after entering Valhalla as a shield maiden and so became one. Valkyries that were humans got chosen similarly to Ingrid. Gander had also gotten picked by the Valkyries, but there was a difference with Ingrid. She wasn't a shield maiden but a hunter. There were really few cases that a female warrior that wasn't a shield maiden entered Valhalla, so she belonged to the real minority when she was a warrior and also a Valkyrie. Gander doesn't treasure Ciri for nothing, Ingrid had said while explaining about the Valkyries. Looking at it with a modern point of view, Ciri was someone that came from the same village of Gander and got to work in the same place. They were like a junior and a senior from a school. The purebloods had the lowest numbers, and the human Valkyries were a 7th or 8th part from the mixed breeds. There were really scarce Valkyries that didn't belong to any of these categories, the ones you could call irregulars. Cases like me? Yes, cases like you. A Denmaha was a Valkyrie that didn't even belong to Asgard. There were few cases after the Great War that they received refugees from Aran, but there were really a minority. In addition, Adenmaha didn't receive education from the Valkyrie training center that Freya ran. If you also took this into account, then she was an unprecedented case. I feel good as I became somewhat special. But it just means that you are a parachute. Tae Ho just mumbled inwardly as Adenmaha was boasting with a satisfied face. But anyways, it should also be a really special case this time. Probably, right? Although I doubt they will even allow it. Tae Ho smiled and answered bitterly and stopped walking. He looked at the place he would enter. It was the dwelling place of Skathak that was located at the deepest part of Idun's residence. A pure human that belonged to Eren and didn't even have a little bit of blood from a god flowing in her. However, she was queen of the land of darkness. She was an outstanding teacher that had raised peerless heroes like Cuchulainn and was also a great magician that ruled the turbid lands where life and death crossed. In addition, Eren was a place that the boundary between humans and gods was vague. She was a human but was stronger than normal gods and was a mystical existence. Because of that, Tae Ho doubted that Skathak would be able to get recruited as a Valkyrie. The case of Adenmaha was closer to being a movement. You could say that she moved from being a normal goddess A of the Tuatha De Danann to a normal goddess B of Asgard. On the other hand, if Skathak did become a Valkyrie, it wouldn't be a zero-sum game. Of course, it became different if she became a high-ranked Valkyrie like a representative of a legion or a Valkyrie lord, but neither such seats were given out easily. As it were, the representative Valkyrie of Idun's legion was Heda. In addition, even if Skathak's abilities and qualifications were enough, she still wouldn't have received any education to become a Valkyrie. A representative Valkyrie was someone that represented a legion and at the same time, led all the Valkyries in a legion. They couldn't put Skathak, that was a foreigner, on that seat. You said that the position of Valkyrie Lord was given by Freya Nim, who's the Valkyrie Master, right? Yes, I heard so. The naming of a Valkyrie Lord was something that could only be done by the Valkyrie Master, Freya, and the owner of Valhalla, Odin. With this knowledge, it was impossible to promise Skathak the seat of a Valkyrie Lord. Well, it will somehow turn out well. Adenmaha spoke moderately and then took a deep breath. She spoke like this, but she was still learning magic of the Tuatha De Danann from Skathak even after she became a Valkyrie. For Adenmaha, she just wanted to dodge the notion that her harsh and strict master could become a co-worker of hers. Unexpectedly, Skathak nodded too easily when she faced Tae Ho and Adenmaha. Fine. But I have two conditions. Skathak spoke naturally as if she already knew that Tae Ho would come find her. The first is a temporary work. I'm always grateful towards Idun, who took me in after I lost my country and my citizens and had nowhere to go, but I can't become her Valkyrie forever. Skathak was queen of the land of darkness. Although it was something that would happen in the future, she would have to leave the residence of Idun to rebuild her kingdom. Tae Ho nodded. It was because he had already heard from Idun that it was fine to accept her condition. Idun also didn't think that Skathak would remain as her Valkyrie forever. The second condition is an assignment. If you can accomplish it, I will become a Valkyrie. Me? Yes, you. Compared to the first condition, the second one was difficult to understand. For a condition to become a Valkyrie to be an assignment. He couldn't understand how it would benefit Skathak. But it was different for Cuchulainn. He, who had already come to Skathak's residence before them and was roaming in his spiritual state, laughed and said, "Well, the time hasn't only come, but he has already passed it." Cuchulainn? Tae Ho looked at Cuchulainn as if asking what he was talking about. Although it was only limited to Skathak's residence, he touched the incomplete Gibulg in his spiritual state and said in a low voice, "Tae Ho, do you remember when we first met? Back then, I told you that I would become your teacher." He had certainly done so, and Cuchulainn had already accomplished quite a lot of that. "You did teach me a lot." "Yes, I did teach you various things." I even advised you every time you fought and even transmitted the geas and the sentence of the Milesians. Looking at it like this, Cuchulainn had provided more tutoring than Ragnar, the formal teacher of Tae Ho. But they aren't proper teachings. I have yet to transmit a single technique of Scathach to you. Frankly, the situation between Tae Ho and Cuchulainn and Tae Ho and Ragnar was really rather vague. Normally, if one were master and disciple, the disciple would learn the techniques of the master. However, Tae Ho had never learned from Ragnar's swordsmanship nor Cuchulainn's spear techniques. Part of it is because you already have some techniques of your own, but there is another big reason. Do you know what it is? Tae Ho tilted his head. It was because he couldn't guess easily. Ragnar was a warrior that had once climbed to the top rank, but his swordsmanship wasn't as outstanding as the Knights of the Round Table. Knowing this, he didn't transmit any knowledge of swordsmanship to Tae Ho as he already had Karlsted's sword techniques. What Ragnar taught Tae Ho was how to use his saga, using the power of a god, or reading the mind of the opponent. Merely basic fighting methods. Cuchulainn was different from Ragnar. If Ragnar was a great king, then Cuchulainn was a great warrior. In addition, he had his outstanding spear techniques that he took self-confidence in as being the best in Erin. But even then, Cuchulainn hadn't transferred his spear techniques to Tae Ho, and it wasn't because he already had Karlsted's techniques. You were lacking in skill. Pushing a beast off from a cliff to tell it to fly wasn't education. It would only lead to an early grave. The transmission of a technique was similar. It was impossible to transmit an excessive technique to the ones that didn't have the ability, and rather, there was a possibility it may destroy the original techniques one had. But it's enough now. You have remaining skills to learn all of Scathach's techniques, but Tae Ho was now a superior ranked warrior, and just like Cuchulainn had said, it wasn't the time, but he had already passed the threshold of requirements. Scathach leaned her body on the chair and then said softly, Tae Ho, the assignment I will be giving you is simple. Learn the spear techniques from Scathach's techniques. If you get to a certain level, I will become your Valkyrie. Just like she had said, it was an assignment. Still, he couldn't understand that at all. It wasn't something that benefited Scathach directly. Scathach faced Tae Ho's doubtful face and smiled. She put on the face of a wise master instead of a cat and continued. Didn't I tell you already? I'm grateful towards Aiden for having taken me in. In addition, if I become your Valkyrie, your force will increase as you are a successor of Erin. It's not a bad thing. You had said that it was the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him, right? Only words stated a condition, but she was already planning on becoming a Valkyrie of Aiden. And all of that was for Tae Ho, the successor of Erin. Thank you. He couldn't say anything else besides that, as it was really unexpected and he was really grateful. Scathach laughed arrogantly like the queen of the land of darkness which everyone feared. I am a teacher by nature. Raising up a disciple is one of the joys in my life, so there's no need to be that moved. The reason Scathach managed to raise great heroes wasn't only because she possessed outstanding teaching skills. Scathach loved the young ones that had talent, courage, and passion. She sincerely enjoyed teaching those people. She would polish gemstones and turn them to jewels. She would bloom the talent of the young ones and turn them into heroes. Scathach felt joy in all that process. She really was a born teacher. But is it something that can be learned easily? Isn't it impossible to do so in a short time? Adenmaha, who'd been just listening silently, raised her hand and asked. It was because Aiden's legion needed Valkyries immediately. If they had time to wait for Tae Ho to master all the spear techniques, then they would have just recruited Valkyries from the training center. Scathach and Cuchulainn looked at themselves and laughed. Of course it is. That's why you must use the vision of the Scathach's techniques. This isn't something that can be done just by training hard. Vision? Tae Ho asked with a nervous voice. For it to be impossible just through hard work alone, What then did he have to do? Scat opened her eyes sharply and smiled. It was the most bewitching and beautiful smile Tae Ho had seen from her until now, and because of that, he grew even more nervous. Cuchulainn spoke with a fresh face as if prodding his nerves. You will know if you do it. You already know the style of master, right? Scat style. Tae Ho stiffened up unconsciously the moment he remembered the past. Adenmaha, an actual student of Scat seemed to have some unwanted memories surface, and she grabbed Tae Ho's hands tightly and put on a teary face. You have to survive. Huh? Just what had happened to Adenmaha in the past months? But there was no time to ask. Cuchulainn put on a devilish face as if telling Tae Ho to suffer too before grabbing his arm. Scat spoke with a face filled with joy. Let's start immediately. Right now? Yes, right now. So that's why they said that you could enter as you pleased but not go out. Scat smiled sweetly and then rolled her fingers. She activated some magic. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 3, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Episode 32/Chapter 4, The Land of Darkness, 4. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Hidea. Tae Ho screamed and rose up. He looked just like someone that was having a nightmare, as his body was completely sweaty. That's a peculiar scream. Pant, Cuchulainn? Tae Ho's breathing was ragged as he turned his head. He could see Cuchulainn snickering. Are you all right? Do you remember something? Cuchulainn sat next to Tae Ho and threw a question. Tae Ho faced Cuchulainn with an absent-minded face but then looked at himself in a surprised way. No way. I passed out even though I have Aiden's blessing. Aiden's blessing hadn't let go of Tae Ho's consciousness even when Tae Ho was at the verge of death. But now, he had passed out so cleanly even though he had Aiden's blessing. Cuchulainn faced Tae Ho's shock and then placed his hand on his shoulder as if it was fun. Isn't it fortunate? If you hadn't passed out, it would have been more painful. Well, that's true, but... Those were truthful words, but he didn't want to agree to it. Cuchulainn patted Tae Ho's shoulders again. But hey, you still endured it for quite a long time. It's the first time I've seen someone faint after enduring it for a long time like you. The majority lost their consciousness as soon as they started. Tae Ho opened his eyes sharply at the compliment that wasn't a compliment and threw a question with a sigh. But still, it does have an effect, right? Of course there's an effect. Being able to speak with face-to-face is proof of that. Huh? Now that I see. Tae Ho looked at his surroundings. It wasn't the residence of Scat but Cuchulainn had a profoundly clearer shape. Right, this isn't the real world. It's the imaginary world of Master. Cuchulainn stood up and looked at his surroundings. The world was dyed in ash gray and was covered by a big shadow. You can say that it's another land of darkness. Even though Eren was destroyed, the land of darkness, that world still remains. An incomplete world that was between the boundary of life and death. Eren was destroyed, but the land of darkness still remained. Scat had lost her people and country, but she was still the queen of that land. The reason Scat was one of the best magicians in Eren wasn't because she had mastered several destructive or offensive magics. Even though she was a Milesian, she was versed in the mystical powers of the Tuatha De Danann. She could naturally use the several wonders only the strong gods of the Tuatha De Danann could use as if she were breathing. In Eren, a magician wasn't someone that fought. They were the protectors and transmitters of knowledge and wonders. But of course, if great magicians like Merlin or Scat fought in a magical region after taking enough preparations, the story changed. Cuchulainn usually thought of Scat as someone he had to protect, But he didn't even think of that inside of the magical region of Skathak. Cuchulainn looked down on Tae Ho and said, "Listen well, Tae Ho. All the theories of the weapon techniques have been injected into your mind and body, but you aren't able to use them freely as they've just been engraved. If you want to use them properly, you will have to learn with your body." What Skathak did to Tae Ho was simple. It took a long time to teach him the techniques one by one, so she forcefully engraved them in his body and mind. It obviously wasn't an easy process and couldn't be repeated easily. Tae Ho felt pain like his bones and flesh were torn apart. Tae Ho had been pushed to the brink of death several times in battles against the giants, but this time was the worst. He couldn't recall much that was more painful than this. It was a process all the disciples of Skathak had to go through. Because of that, Cuchulainn felt a sense of sympathy and pointed to a distant place with his chin. "The tower you see over there is the Tower of Shadows. It has several floors in it, and there are floor masters protecting each floor. Defeat them and climb the tower. Every time you pass through a floor, you will be able to master one technique of Skathaka's." When Tae Ho turned his head, he saw a big tower. It was a common, pillar-type tower, but it was so high one wasn't able to see its peak. As Master connected her imaginary world with your mind, you won't be able to completely use your saga. You won't be able to use the sagas that borrow external power like Iden's warrior, and if possible, it's good if you don't use the other sagas either, as the objective of this tower is to increase your skills. The best thing is to pierce through with just weapon techniques as if head-butting into the ground. What if I die when battling against a floor master? He didn't think that Skathak would give him a soft and easygoing training by this point. Cuchulainn shrugged his shoulders at Tae Ho's question and said, "Well, like you would have imagined, you won't really die in this place. You just have to determine yourself once again and repeatedly challenge it. There's no need to eat and sleep as it's an imaginary world. You will continue fighting. Perhaps it was worse than the myths of Valhalla that repeated endless wars. At least there was time to enjoy oneself after fighting in the myths of Valhalla." Tae Ho thought of what he should do and how he should interpret Cuchulainn's words and then stood up abruptly. "Wait, until when? Until you give up. You already know what kind of person our master is. He could give up on the first floor and on the 10th floor. Only, the things one could gain lessened the earlier they gave up. In addition, she has already said that she enjoys polishing gemstones into jewels." Was that polishing in a materialistic way? Cuchulainn just showed a white smile instead of nodded to his question. He patted Tae Ho's shoulder with a detached face. "Cheer up." Tae Ho turned his eyes and then saw that the door of the Tower of Shadows was opening. Adenmaha bit her lips upon seeing Tae Ho on top of the altar. His condition wasn't good at all. He was sweating while frowning and even screamed at times. "You witch! What the hell did you do to mast, kayak?" Adenmaha ended up cursing to Skathak as she was nervous, but then got her arm twisted and fell to the ground. Skathak rode on top of Adenmaha and twisted her arm even more. "Your manners are bad." "Ah! It hurts. Hurts. I was wrong." Adenmaha begged while crying, but Skathak didn't let her go easily. She gave her plenty of time so that Adenmaha could engrave the lesson of today in both her body and mind. And a few minutes later Skathak let go of Adenmaha's arm and said while standing up, "He has just started with the training." Adenmaha didn't have the strength to reply at her answer that came with a slow tempo. She sobbed unfairly and then turned to look at Tae Ho and said, "His frowning looks painful. The price you pay is as big as what you gain." Skathaka's philosophy stated that there was no easy thing in the world. The time frames of the imaginary world and the real world are different. You can say that it's a place of time dilation. A month in that place is like a day here. I think I have heard of something similar from Master. It was certainly something that came out in manhwas, mangas. While Adenmaha shut her lips and tried to remember, Skathak smirked. You now call him as master really well. It seems like you like him? It's a humph. Adenmaha pouted while turning her gaze away. Skathak smiled with her eyes as if Adenmaha was really cute. Hidaya! Tae Ho screamed again. Adenmaha turned to look at Tae Ho hurriedly, and Skathak frowned and said, It seems like it has started for real. It was something Skathak was quite accustomed to. As a result, she spoke towards Adenmaha, who was uneasy while wiping off Tae Ho's sweat, in a calm voice. Tell Haida that he will be like this for a few days. You don't know when he will wake up? That depends on his disposition. If he gave up immediately, he would be able to wake up right now, but in the first place, Skathak wouldn't have used the magic that connected to her imaginary world if Tae Ho was that kind of person. I'm quite looking forward to what floor he can reach and when he will wake up. She would polish a gemstone and turn it into a jewel. Joy appeared in Skathak's eyes and Adenmaha shrunk down with a scared face. Haida. Haida turned around hurriedly at the low call. Freyanim. So you've requested to recruit a Valkyrie. Freya spoke towards Haida, who was expressing etiquette gently. The place the two people were at was at the dock of Freya's legion. The biggest legion among the several legions in Valhalla didn't belong to Odin's nor Thor's. The Legion of Freya was located in the center of Valhalla and boasted its great size comparable to several other legions together. Naturally, it had several docks. Among them, the one Haida arrived at was the one that was connected with the Valkyrie training center. Haida put on a nervous face and stiffened because Freya spoke about the reclutation without even greeting her. Don't be too nervous. It's also a happy thing for me that Idun's legion has started to rise up again. I didn't bring it out to find a fault in it. Thank you. How stiff. Freya laughed at Haida, placing her hand on her chest and then closed the distance with her. She looked at the nervous face of Haida up close and then nodded. You have certainly become prettier than before. It seems like your face is shining. I don't like that Idun's warrior acted so calmly after seeing me, but I can only admit this. Haida didn't know up to what point Freya was joking. Regardless, there was no evil in Freya's eyes. In addition, Haida could only show an embarrassed smile because of the contents of the conversation. Freya giggled. She pinched Haida's cheek as if the embarrassed Haida was cute and then said, The Valkyries in the Valkyrie Training Center are quite interested in Idun's legion. They are also really interested in Idun's warrior. You will be able to get someone that wants to join without much problem. Thank you. Well, I didn't really do anything. It's thanks to you and the warrior of Idun for having worked so hard, but. As it were, Idun's legion was a legion that was quite popular within the Valkyrie Training Center. First, the number of Valkyries was low. That meant that a Valkyrie who has just graduated didn't have that many predecessors. Of course, it would be a complete failure if no successors entered, but Idun's legion had started to rise up completely. The warriors and the Valkyries would increase in an instant. There were few predecessors but a lot of successors. As there were few Valkyries, if someone entered now, even a greenhorn Valkyrie that had just graduated would be able to take a spot. It would be even weirder if it wasn't popular. I will have to go slowly. Freya mumbled in a low voice and looked at Haida. She held her hand still and then looked at Haida's golden eyes. Say hello to Idun. It wasn't her usual, cute voice. It was a voice and expression that had the affection of the goddess of beauty and magic. Yes, I will. Haida answered while putting on a complicated face, and Freya nodded slowly. She put on a playful smile again and let go of Haida's hand. For Asgard and the 9 realms. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Freya hit her abundant chest twice and then turned around. Haida looked at her back for a moment and then let out a long sigh. I should return. There were many things to do in the residence. Haida hopped on the wooden boat and then steered it towards Aiden's residence. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 4, End. == Episode 32/Chapter 5, The Land of Darkness, 5. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Time flowed. 1 day, 2 days, 15 days. It was a long and a short time, but there were quite big changes in the residents of Aiden. The biggest change was the transformation of the population. New warriors entered Aiden's legion just like Freya had told them. They numbered 12 in total. Adding them to the original 5, there were now 17 lowest-ranked warriors. Of course, it was a really embarrassing thing to call just 17 people a legion, but in the first place, Aiden's legion only had Tae Ho. Compared to before, one could say that it had become exponentially more legion-like. Aiden followed Tae Ho's advice and built a big lodging for the warriors. If the original lodging was a hut, then the new one that was built was a huge mansion. It even had 3 floors so it would be able to accommodate more than 100 warriors. It was a mansion built from thinking of the future. Aside from the lodging of the warriors, a training center, smithy, restaurant, and other buildings were also installed. We also built a lodging for the Valkyries. Adenmaha mumbled in a low voice in front of the altar where Tae Ho was lying and then smiled shakily. I also have more juniors now. Haida had obtained Adenmaha as her junior after 100 years, but Adenmaha obtained 2 of her own in less than a month. Sigrun and Gudrun. The 2 of them were Valkyries that had just graduated from the Valkyrie Training Center. Sigrun was a sharp-eyed woman that had a long braid woven with her sea blue hair. As she was also tall, she gave the impression of a sharp blade when she stood still. On the other hand, Gudrun gave a soft impression. Her long, brown hair, slightly droopy eyes, and drowsy voice resembled her well. In addition, her body and character were also filled with an aspect of motherly love. Adenmaha thought about Gudrun for a moment and then pouted. It wasn't always good if you were tall. I'm talking about stature. Height. Adenmaha said as if she was making an excuse. Actually, it wasn't that great of an excuse as the 2 new Valkyries were taller than her. Even Gudrun, the shorter one between the 2, was taller than Haida. She was around the lower 170 centimeters range, but as she had good proportions, it made her seem taller. Sigrun was taller than Gudrun and had reached 180 centimeters. As she also had good proportions, she seemed to be even taller than some warriors if seen from afar. But the 2 of them are good people. Because they certainly treated Adenmaha as their senior even though there wasn't a big difference between them. Right now, only Gudrun was in the residence. It was because Sigrun went out to lead warriors in an expedition. Originally, it was normal to be led by a Valkyrie of one's own legion when warriors went out on an expedition. Tae Ho didn't need a leading Valkyrie as he had been the only warrior, but it wasn't the case for the new warriors. Ragnar said that it has now become a proper legion. Adenmaha still chirped about the changes like a baby bird. Rollo is almost completely healed. He can't fly yet, but should I say in a short while? McLaren can also dig into the ground again and is healthy. Adenmaha spoke up to that point and then laughed. It was because she thought of the warriors that were discussing among themselves as to who would become a griffin rider by looking at Rollo's kids. There was a big cave in Skathaka's lodging. But it wasn't a bit dark because of the light wards that were emanating light in the ceiling. Adenmaha spoke again what she had already said yesterday and the day before and then wiped off the sweat from Tae Ho's forehead. As if on cue, Tae Ho convulsed again. Haida! Tae Ho screamed and began pouring sweat, but it didn't end there. I doin'. Tae Ho let a groan after screaming and then gasped with a pained expression. Adenmaha breathed in to calm down her surprised heart and then wiped off Tae Ho's sweat once again. It has already been 15 days since she first saw this scene, but it didn't feel like she would get accustomed to it anytime soon. Aiden. Haida. Tae Ho yelled once again, and Adenmaha put on a sulky expression instead of regret. It would be good if he also calls out my name at times. If he screamed 10 times, 8 or 9 of them were Haida's name and the remaining ones were Aiden. Is it because my name is too long? Rather than shouting out Adenmaha, it would be more comfortable to shout Haida or Aiden. But of course, Adenmaha also knew that it was nonsense. You play well alone. Adenmaha frowned at the voice that was heard behind her, but she then calmed her breathing and turned around with a businesslike expression. We already finished with today's classes. Can't I roam inside my house like a please? As Skathak stated her argument, Adenmaha could only cower and step back. But she didn't just step back. He has only been screaming for 15 days. Is this working properly? Skathak stood next to the altar and then nodded slowly as Adenmaha grumbled. Right, it's going well. He grew accustomed to it better than I thought. 15 days having passed in this world meant that it has already been a year and 3 months in Tae Ho's mind. Looking at it externally, a difference of 30 times existed in the land of darkness. Because of that, Skathak didn't really mind Tae Ho's shouts or pained expression. It was because it was a reaction that showed his overall state and not the actual reaction. Screaming, groaning, and panting were basic options for those who trained in the Tower of Shadows. As even the Prince of Light, Cuchulainn, had done so, there were no exceptions. Opposingly, Adenmaha put on a bright expression when Skathak said that he was getting accustomed to it well. Is he doing well? Like, is he breaking the record or something? If one looked at Adenmaha still, she looked more like a puppy than a serpent. Skathak looked at Adenmaha's rear trying to find her waving tail and answered. No, how can that be? He's struggling on the lowest floor with the worst speed, Those weren't words to tease Adenmaha. There was no one that was as slow among the ones she had put in the tower. Adenmaha put on a disappointed face at Skathak's words. Skathak looked at her face that showed all of her emotions and then opened her eyes sharply and said, But it's really, really interesting. Tae Ho was certainly roaming in the lower floors and the speed he conquered the tower was also the slowest. However, it was certainly interesting. Not because he was too slow but because of his methods. As Skathak's eyes shone with a conspicuous color, Adenmaha opened her eyes widely as if she was moved with curiously and then looked up at her. Skathak just nodded instead of explaining, and Adenmaha pouted once again. You should tell me you're something so I can be interested too. Your words are short nowadays. Skathak said while opening her eyes sharply and Adenmaha flinched, but she just played dumb instead of making an excuse or saying that she was sorry. Adenmaha wasn't someone to forgive that arrogant attitude. Kayak. Adenmaha, who'd been sitting down, screamed and rolled over. It was because Skathak had performed a crosslock on her. Adenmaha screamed once again, but she didn't beg her to release her or said that she was sorry and instead gritted her teeth. As she couldn't just suffer always. A crosslock was something done by a human to another human. Because of that, Adenmaha was thinking of transforming into a sea serpent. She had been enduring it as the place was too narrow and it was burdensome if Skathak got crushed by her, but everything had its limit. She's a witch, so she will do something about it. Will she die because of that? Adenmaha closed her eyes and tried to transform. Tried being the operative word. Aha! It doesn't work, Kayak. The last scream came out instinctively. Skathak fixed her lock even tighter and then clicked her tongue and said with a pitiful voice. This is my residence. Did you think that I would allow you to do what you wanted in the territory of a magician? Strong magicians had the power of a god in their magical territories. Skathak put more strength than Adenmaha couldn't endure it anymore. I'm sorry. Hurts. It hurts, . What did you do wrong? Polite words. I will. Use them. Ugh. Fine. Let's see how you do. Skathak undid the lock and stood up. Even though she had rolled on the ground, she didn't look at all messy. Contrary to her, Adenmaha was in full disarray. She barely stood up again and sat down, but her hair and clothes were a complete mess. Sob sob. Wah! Skathak inspected Tae Ho once again while Adenmaha was sobbing pitifully, and then interest spread over Skathak's face once again. So, what is so interesting? It seemed like her arms still hurt, for she still had a teary face. Skathak frowned while looking at Adenmaha but didn't use recovery magic on her. It was to let the pain turn into a lesson. Nevertheless, Skathak wasn't planning on just leaving her alone. Skathak drew a rune in the air and said, "You will know if you see it directly." What she had been interested in. The rune emitted a bright light and then a big window of light spread over Tae Ho's chest. It's Cuchulain's point of view. As soon as Skathak finished speaking, a scene appeared from outside the window of light. It was showing Tae Ho and the floor master. Cuchulain was checking the battle between Tae Ho and the floor master with crossed arms. They were currently in the 11th floor. He was merely at the 11th floor after a year and 3 months, so it was a really slow speed, but Cuchulain didn't feel bored but interest just like Skathak. The floor master Tae Ho was fighting against currently was one of Skathak's disciples, Ferdia MacDamon. It was a clone instead of the real Ferdia, and his looks and abilities weren't those of when he was at his peak. When he was in his youth, precisely speaking, when Cuchulain first saw Ferdia MacDamon, his skills matched those of the clones. Tae Ho was using a big spear meant to do a lance charge to face the sword and shield-bearing Ferdia MacDamon. There was obviously no way to fight against him properly. Tae Ho was barely managing to block Ferdia MacDamon's attacks. Cuchulain had already seen their fight more than 40 times. Ferdia MacDamon's weapons were always the sword and shield. But it was different for Tae Ho. Even though he was most proficient with a sword, the types of weapons he used were much more widespread than a mere spear or axe. Tae Ho was clearing the same floor several times. After he defeated the floor master with a one-handed sword, he tried again with a two-handed sword. If he won again, he tried once more with a dagger and kept changing his weapons. It was a method Cuchulain had never thought of, perhaps it was a stupid way. Because he was struggling to learn several weapons when it was hard to even learn one of them properly. Actually, Tae Ho had defeated the floor masters quite easily with a sword, but he hadn't been able to do so with the other weapons. Lil bastard. Tae Ho had died more than 1,000 times the past year and 3 months. Even though it wasn't a real death, the pain wasn't illusory. Because the pain one felt when they died was real. But Tae Ho didn't change his strategy. He proceeded with the ignorant method even though he died and kept dying. Well, Aiden's warrior indeed. Cuchulain had wondered seriously if the ones that received Aiden's blessing started to enjoy pain and became masochists. But Cuchulain didn't deny Tae Ho's method. He would have stopped him if what Tae Ho was learning was martial arts, but what he was training in right now were Skathak's techniques. The reason Cuchulain had said Skathak's spear techniques was because Gi Bulb was the best weapon Tae Ho had, but it wasn't that he was planning on forcing him to learn spear techniques. In addition, Skathak's techniques weren't limited to just the spear techniques. In normal martial arts, one learned how to use a particular weapon. How to use a sword, how to use a spear, or others. But it was different for Skathak's techniques. It taught the essence more than anything. The eyes looking at the fight. The moment one clashed their weapon against their opponents, they'd experience a normal way to fight, how they should fight, and how their opponent would move. Thinking and analyzing was the normal thing. But Skathak's techniques hoped for something beyond that. Being able to understand everything just by watching. Analyzing more things in a systematized way than thinking and analyzing. Eyes that had surpassed any reason. And gaining insight through those eyes was the essence of Skathak's techniques. It wasn't important what weapon one was holding. Just like a warrior of the temple had said, all streams connected into one. Someone that had realized the essence of Skathaka's techniques could be said to be able of expressing their strength completely through any weapon. The Tower of Shadows was a place that made the nature of Skathaka's techniques awaken forcefully. And in that meaning, Tae Ho's way of training suited well with the Tower of Shadows. Battling with various weapons created various aspects. In addition, it was also effective on training in the sentence of the Milesians. Tae Ho was now able to communicate with the weapons registered in the warrior's equipment and also with the weapons of the Knights of the Round Table. Because of that, Cuchulainn and Skathak felt interest in Tae Ho. They didn't expect that Tae Ho would be able to awaken the essence in an instant, but he would at least be able to approach it. And the expectations of the two people weren't wrong. At some point, Tae Ho's movements had changed. It was a change that occurred when one didn't realize it. Tae Ho raised his huge spear, but he hadn't done so while thinking about it. It was a natural movement which saved his life. The attack that should have originally pierced Tae Ho's abdomen was parried. Tae Ho created some distance with Ferdia MacDamon, and then Tae Ho realized a gap in the latter's defense. He moved his huge spear following him. The attack of Ferdia MacDamon missed, and it wasn't able to even touch Tae Ho. A smile appeared in Cuchulainn's face, and Skathak, who was observing with a time difference, put on a similar expression. Adenmaha didn't know well how the situation was turning but smiled brightly as Tae Ho was fighting well. Tae Ho looked at Ferdia MacDamon and understood in that moment. The Knights of the Round Table once fought like this. They could see things like this. The battle tilted to Tae Ho's favor and he had started to take the lead. Ferdia MacDamon was in a hurry to block Tae Ho's attacks. Adenmaha clenched her fist and cheered for Tae Ho, but it was different for Cuchulainn and Skathak. The smile in their faces disappeared. It was because they could know different from Adenmaha. Tae Ho started to stab with his huge spear. It was a stab he had learned on the 7th floor, but it wasn't completely the same. There were other things mixed in it. Synchro rate, 61%. Tae Ho got pushed in swordsmanship against the traitor Mordred and not in strength or speed either. He couldn't overcome Mordred's mysterious sword techniques. Tae Ho blamed himself for that. He thought that he was at fault for not being able to recreate the sword techniques of Kalstead perfectly, who was the strongest swordsman in the Dark Age. Synchro rate, 62%. He became able to execute Kalsted's sword techniques better than during the battle against Bress the Tyrant. Because of that, he was able to face Bress, who had overwhelmed him in speed, strength, and all the other areas. And now he could understand. There was a defect in Kast's sword techniques. A saga was a recreation of a legend. Kalstead was the strongest swordsman in Dark Age, but there was no substance to back it up. Only the image of the strongest sword technique still remained. Shell. Sword techniques that only had the external appearance. But in this moment, Skathaka's techniques were added to Kalsted's sword techniques. Synchro rate, 65%. The synchro rate increased quickly, but Tae Ho didn't think of what was happening to him. He just understood it and received it naturally. A combination of Kalsted's sword techniques and Skathaka's techniques. What was born from that dash? What was made dash? Cuchulainn opened his eyes widely, and Skathak let out a soft exclamation. Synchro rate, 69%. Tae Ho stabbed with his huge spear. Ferdia MacDamon couldn't block Tae Ho's attacks anymore. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 5, End. Episode 32/Chapter 6, The Land of Darkness, 6. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. 1 attack. It wasn't a flashy attack and there was no light or sound effect. It also wasn't fast or strong. Just stabbing. But it was a bit different. The stab Tae Ho had executed couldn't be compared to the ones he had executed until now. Ferdia MacDamon couldn't parry nor dodge Tae Ho's attack. He just looked at the huge spear that had pierced his heart with an absent-minded expression and then turned into light and disappeared. The 40th victory. If he counted this, then Tae Ho had already won for the 40th time against Ferdia MacDamon. Tae Ho dropped the huge spear and stood still. He closed his eyes naturally and took a deep breath. He felt like he could understand. He could understand it with the recent battle, albeit not completely. Cuchulainn and Scathach didn't explain about Scathach-style techniques to Tae Ho in detail. They had told him that he would be able to realize them by himself as the important things were engraved in his body and mind. He naturally cursed out as he was the one that would be suffering, but he couldn't refute it anymore. The words of the two people were true. He felt like he was learning a type of technique when he had first started to climb the tower. Slash like this when you slash. Control your strength and speed like this. There were quite flashy techniques among them. It wasn't excessive to say that the consecutive stabs he had learnt in the 10th floor was a kind of an ultimate attack. But the essence of Scathach's style techniques weren't only that. Insight. Eyes that let you grasp how you had to move just with looking, how the enemy would move and how will the surroundings change. Tae Ho hadn't completed it yet and had merely entered the early stages, but even with just that, the world Tae Ho saw had completely changed. And it didn't end there. Tae Ho opened his eyes slowly. He looked at the huge spear and then imagined the stab he had just executed. It wasn't a technique of Scathach's style. It was Kalsted's stab. The sword techniques Tae Ho used until now all belonged to the immortal warrior. The strongest swordsman in the Dark Age, Kalsted. It didn't have a specific shape. He did know some techniques recreated with his skills, but it wasn't enough with just that. Swordsmanship wasn't merely a combination of skills. With this as fact, Tae Ho didn't possess the strongest swordsmanship. He had merely displayed somewhat good movements with the image of the strongest swordsman through his saga. This wasn't the case anymore. Scathach's style techniques were added onto Kalsted's swordsmanship, which previously only retained a faint image. When it obtained the base of Scathach's style techniques, Kalsted's swordsmanship wasn't a virtual image anymore. Scathach's insights had made that possible. The sword techniques of Kalsted, who'd lived in the Dark Age which weren't materialized, were different from Tae Ho's newly made sword techniques. The two of them shared the same image of the strongest swordsman, Kalsted. Two versions from the same source. A saga was a recreation of reality. Tae Ho laughed unconsciously. It was a laughter that was mixed with joy and a bit of absurdness. It was the result of several things combining. The saga, Scathach's techniques, the sentence of the Milesians, and the Tower of Shadows. Is it a combination of Asgard and Eren? If even one of those things were lacking, he wouldn't have been able to produce the current result. Tae Ho slowly raised his head and looked at the front. Synchro rate, 69%. 10% had increased in an instant. The reason that the synchro rate, which had only increased 1% the past year in 3 months, had surged up explosively was simple. Tae Ho was now able to use the sword techniques of Kalsted. He had become that much closer to him. I feel like I can know. His thoughts about the synchro rate changed once again, and now, he felt like he realized it. Tae Ho had two theories about the synchro rate until now. The first one was established when he first entered Valhalla. 1% of the synchro rate meant that Tae Ho was able to execute 1% of Kalsted's strength. It was the most intuitive theory, but he realized that that wasn't the case when he became an inferior-ranked warrior. Because if that was the case, then he would have to be 10 times stronger when he reached 10% from when he was at 1%. But that wasn't the case. There were times that the increase in strength wasn't relative to the numbers. Because of that, Tae Ho came up with the second theory. Kalsted's strength was the result of his several skills, items, and Tae Ho's influence. Because of that, he wouldn't be able to recreate Kalsted's strength just with catching up in stats. He had thought that it was a quite convincing theory, but he realized that it wasn't the case now. It's much simpler. The more the synchro rate increased, the closer Tae Ho moved to becoming Kalstead. Precisely speaking, he grew closer to the strongest image the Dragon Knight, Kalstead, had. The synchro rate was a kind of scale, and that scale wasn't clear mathematically. People normally felt a big difference between 19% and 20%. It was different depending with each person, but that difference was always bigger than that mathematic 1%. The synchro rate was closer to a psychological resemblance. Because of that, a big gap could obviously exist between 99% and 100%. However close 99% seemed to be at completion, in the end, the 100% was the real completion. There was a great psychological difference in that 1% one couldn't describe with words. It seemed like a messed up description, but it was somewhat convincing. Because the saga was something like that. It was the story of a hero that was transmitted from mouth to mouth and was shared by people. Whatever the case, what's certain is that I grow stronger the higher it gets. Tae Ho organized his thoughts simply and turned his head. Cuchulainn was smiling. Did you finish with the appreciation? Somewhat. Arrogant bastard. Cuchulainn was still smiling and his expression was closer to a friendly one rather than a curse. Seeing this, Tae Ho also flashed a smile towards Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn looked at him for a moment and then looked at the huge spear. Skathaka's style techniques have been added onto your sloppy sword techniques. If we have to put a name, should it be Skathaka's style, Tae Ho's law? The name was a bit weird, but it wasn't bad. Tae Ho nodded suitably and asked another thing. But Cuchulainn, you knew that my swordsmanship was a sham, dot. Of course I did. Ragnar should also know it. There was nothing to say about Cuchulainn, but Ragnar was also a master of the sword. They could realize that Tae Ho's swordsmanship was a sham just by seeing a bit of it. Wait. Then the two of you just left me be? Even though they knew it was a mess? Tae Ho was absent-minded for a moment, as Cuchulainn had spoken too obviously, and then threw a question. Tae Ho was feeling betrayed even if but a little. Cuchulainn merely shook his head instead of apologizing and then said with a sigh. It was beyond our capabilities to intervene. You now have a lot of actual combat experience, but it wasn't the case before. If we intervened for nothing and you started to use a sloppy swordsmanship instead of the strength of your saga, there was a high probability for you to grow weakened. We were just waiting for the right time. In addition, saying that Tae Ho's swordsmanship was sloppy was only from the perspectives of the masters like Ragnar and Cuchulainn. Even though his swordsmanship was sloppy, it was still a strength that belonged to his saga. It was more than enough to reach the intermediate ranked warrior. But I honestly got surprised. I was just planning on replacing your sword techniques with Skathaka's style techniques, but the two became one. How marvelous! Cuchulainn finished speaking and then swung the spear he was holding. It was an attack that was executed so naturally that one could only perish by it even if they attentive. However, Tae Ho blocked Cuchulainn's attack. It was to the point that it was so natural it didn't give the feeling that they had exchanged blows. Cuchulainn smiled. He then swung his spear a few more times and Tae Ho blocked it all very lightly. It feels like we are playing catch ball. Cuchulainn stopped his attacks the moment Tae Ho thought that. It's good. The completion rate is high. Skathaka's style techniques indeed. Master is certainly amazing. I do agree, but is that the only thing you have to say? In the end, he was just praising Skathaka. Shouldn't he praise Tae Ho no, Kalsted's sword techniques in situations like this, dot. Cuchulainn shook his head at Tae Ho's question as if it was nonsense. It is my philosophy that the strongest martial art doesn't exist. A warrior of the temple I met in the Great War told me this, and I agreed to it completely. What did he say? Cuchulainn's answer was a bit off the mark, but Tae Ho asked as he was curious as to what he would say. Cuchulainn smirked and answered. A strongest army doesn't exist, but a strongest person does. There's no need for me to interpret it further, right? Tae Ho nodded slowly. In the end, it was more important who the person was rather than the techniques they displayed. Of course, ranks also exist in martial arts. Because of that, someone that has the same skills can become strong or weak depending on what martial arts he's learned. But contrary to that, even though you do learn some martial arts, you will also grow weak or strong depending on who you are. Cuchulainn saw Skathaka's style techniques as training and ability of a person rather than a technique to handle weapons. As the essence of Skathaka's techniques was one of gaining insight, it was a correct description if one interpreted it as such. In the end, he's saying that Skathaka is the best. Because Skathaka's techniques could train people, and the handling of weapons was also outstanding. Looking at it with that meaning, you're newly made. Kolsted's techniques. Right, you can say that it's a martial art that is closer to the concept of the strongest. Cuchulainn nodded as if he agreed to his own words and said, Whatever the case, the conclusion is that our master is great and so you are too, but you shouldn't get too conceited. You still haven't been able to reach the essence of it. Cuchulainn finished speaking and then swung his spear once again. Tae Ho also blocked it reflexively this time, but it was different from before. He wasn't able to see it properly. He could see the next move Cuchulainn had planned clearly, but now it was faint. You can't see it well, right? It's because there's a clear difference between you and me. The both of them had learned Skathaka's style techniques, but the completion was different. Tae Ho's insight couldn't be compared to the strongest warrior of Eren, the Prince of Light, Cuchulainn. But if you are able to reach the absolute peak and you get the transcendent eyes, you will be able to stand victorious no matter who your opponent is. Skathaka's techniques had the peak as their objective. The eyes of a transcendent that saw through the essence of everything. Well, this is merely a possibility, but I and Master still haven't reached that ideal peak. But Cuchulainn still sent him a proud smile as if he was looking forward to it. Actually, he had been a bit surprised that Tae Ho was able to block his attack. He had swung his spear to hit him, but for him to block it. Is this Kolsted's style techniques? The strongest swordsman in the Dark Age whose image was added to Skathaka's techniques. Cuchulainn could feel his blood boil. He couldn't not look forward to it when he imagined how strong Tae Ho would eventually become. Tae Ho evaded Cuchulainn's burdensome but thankful eyes and changed the subject. But Cuchulainn, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? The place called the temple, do the warriors there use cultivation techniques and have schools and sects? For there to not be a strongest army but a strongest warrior. Wasn't that a line that was used in novels? Cuchulainn opened his eyes widely at Tae Ho's question and answered. Yes. They did use a peculiar strength called energy. They also had a secret art to gain eternal life. Cuchulainn looked at a distant place as if he was remembering the past and continued speaking. When I fought in the Great War, there was someone called the Sword King of the vast sky that battled alongside me. The temple is a place that is closer to Asgard rather than Eren, a world where gods and warriors exist, and he said that the warriors used energy and the gods used supernatural arts. He also said that there was an organization comparable to our knights. Tae Ho felt like he was now completely certain of it. He then decided to put a wedge in it. I'm saying just in case, but isn't the strongest warrior a Pegasus? Oh, how did you know? Did Ragnar tell you? Indeed. So the temple was Eastern mythology. Asgard was a myth of Scandinavia, Eren from Britain and Ireland, and Olympus from Greece and Rome. So it was kind of right. There should be many people with similar names to mine in the temple. He felt like he could understand why Bjorn had talked about the temple when Tae Ho had first entered Valhalla. Tae Ho cleared his curiousness to a certain extent and then sat on the ground. After some more time, he wanted to lie down, and Tae Ho didn't hold back the urge. Why, did you get exhausted? Cuchulainn looked down on the lying Tae Ho and said. It was quite understandable for him to have grown exhausted, as the battle against Ferdia MacDamon had lasted for several hours this time. Tae Ho looked back at him as if there really was a need to ask and then placed his hand on his stomach. The Tower of Shadows was a mental place. As such, there was no need to eat, and one didn't get exhausted no matter how hard they exercised. Still, Tae Ho wanted to eat food. Precisely speaking, he wanted Haida's food. I want to see Haida. Cuchulainn smirked as Tae Ho mumbled unconsciously. Tae Ho had been climbing the tower for a year and 3 months already. Compared to Cuchulainn, who could go out of the tower to meet Scathach, Tae Ho could only remain in the tower. So the time he spent in the tower was the time he hadn't been able to see Haida. Shall we go out now? As Cuchulainn sat on the ground and asked, Tae Ho shook his head immediately. We still have to go a bit more. We are merely at the 11th floor. Venomous bastard. This time, his tone was closer to a curse compared to before. But it is really marvelous. It doesn't seem a lie that you want to meet Haida, so how are you able to endure this well? Normally, you go crazy because you want to go out. It was the same for me. Of course, compared to the others, Tae Ho had Cuchulainn to converse with. But even if that were the case, Tae Ho was enduring too well. Tae Ho had died more than 1,000 times the past year and 3 months. It was easy to say, but he had died 1,000 times. This meant that Tae Ho experienced death at least twice a day on average. It wasn't easy to endure this even if one knew it wasn't real death. Tae Ho would have already gone crazy if he was a normal person as even the pain was real. Tae Ho scratched his chin as if Cuchulainn's question was hard to answer and then said, "Dut. Well, what can I say? Should I call it an instinct to conquer? Like I have to beat it? And even more when I'm given floors like this. Beat the first floor to go to the second. Beat the second and go to the third." A famous mountain climber had said this. That he climbed mountains because they were there. It was the same. He would climb the tower because it was there. He would conquer it as he had something to conquer. Tae Ho hadn't been the best professional gamer in the world for nothing. Cuchulainn listened to Tae Ho's excuse and then shook his head as if it was hard to understand. He then spoke again. "Anyways, for how long are you going to stay here? Are you saying that you will stay for 100, no, 1,000 years more? I can't wait for you that long. Don't blame me if I go out first. I'm not planning on conquering it until the end, only. Only? I'm also not planning on staying too long either. Because he really wanted to see Haida. Time was still flowing outside, albeit slower than in the Tower of Shadows. It took a year and 3 months to climb to the 11th floor. And he wasn't planning on changing his conquering method now. He was planning on clearing it repeatedly. But wasn't planning on staying for too long either. Tae Ho rose up. He looked at the ceiling and said, "I'm planning on climbing it a bit faster from now on." A contradictory statement, but Tae Ho spoke like that. And that happened for real. Aiden's Valkyrie. Scathach. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 6, End. == Episode 32/Chapter 7, The Land of Darkness, 7. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The sun set and rose up again. They were still small and cute, but Rollo's offspring had started to look more like griffins. Adenmaha, who was playing with them, raised their heads to check the location of the sun. It was now time to enter the cave of Scathach. It had already been a few months since she had started to learn the mystical powers of the Tuatha De Danann instead of Tae Ho. Adenmaha had become more knowledgeable in the several magics thanks to Scathach's classes, but her steps towards Scathach's cave were always heavy. But it was different now. Adenmaha hummed and left Rollo's nest, and Rollo's wives Ferrari and Benz looked at Rollo as if to inquire on what was happening. It seems like Nunim has reached the boundary where she can enjoy things. Didn't they say that if one couldn't dodge it, they should just enjoy it? Ferrari and Benz praised Rollo as being outstanding because of his guess, and the chirping chicks also chirped even harder. Ho ho, this is the way you should be living. His master was training or something and wasn't even calling him. Rollo looked at his fox-like wives and his rabbit-like children and put on a proud face. But the happy times of Rollo were also coming to an end. In addition to that, his guess about Adenmaha was also wrong. The reason Adenmaha hummed and headed towards Skathaka's cave wasn't because she had developed into a masochist as expected of a Valkyrie of Idun's legion, and started to enjoy her lessons. It was the 20th day since Tae Ho entered the Tower of Shadows. Cuchulainn had told her when he got out of tower for a moment that Tae Ho would be getting out of the tower today. He. The reason she was happy wasn't only because Tae Ho was going to get out. It was because Tae Ho had successfully cleared the assignment that evil witch Skathak had given him, and a really good thing happened. Idun's Valkyrie. Skathak. Of course, Adenmaha didn't have the eyes of the dragon and she couldn't see the green words. But she felt like she could sense the letters above Skathaka's head, who was sitting with a casual expression. You came? Yes, I did. Adenmaha raised her chin and answered briefly. Skathak, that was reading a book in her chair, opened her eyes sharply and Adenmaha gulped dry saliva. It's a battle of spirit. You can't lose. Adenmaha determined herself and maintained a calm expression while hiding that her heartbeat had increased. Skathak smirked. Your words have shortened once again. Oomph, that's because I'm now your senio, whack. Adenmaha fell to the ground. She collapsed while not being able to finish her words and screamed, and Skathak, who'd pinned down Adenmaha in an instant, twisted her arm roughly and asked. Senior what? Senior Valkyrie. Senior. Adenmaha yelled hurriedly with a red face. Just like how the ocean had an upper and lower region, there were also seniors and juniors between Valkyries of a legion. Although you didn't have the right to order others just because you were seniors, juniors still had to respect them. However, Skathak pretended not to have heard Adenmaha's cry and tilted her head. Sen, what? It was a lie. There was no way she didn't hear that. Adenmaha tried to use a more effective attack instead of transforming recklessly like the last time. I will tell Master. As Tae Ho was the commander of the Legion, it could be said that he had a higher position than the Valkyries. However, Skathak didn't mind that. He's still my disciple. Ack! Adenmaha let out a cry once again, but Skathak still didn't budge. She rather twisted Adenmaha's arm more harshly and said with a low voice. Once a master? Always a master. It's enough if you know that, Skathak put down Adenmaha's wrist and then sat on the chair once again. She didn't shed even a drop of sweat even though she'd moved so rashly. On the other hand, Adenmaha had become a mess. She sobbed sorrowfully like a damsel in distress while being on the floor and mumbled in a low voice. Sob, the legion is flowing backwards. Skathak turned to look at Adenmaha once again and she flinched. She had said it for her to hear it, but was it too loud? Did she have to say it a bit lower? Skathak looked at the flinching Adenmaha and then clicked her tongue and pointed the side next to hers with her chin. Wipe off your tears and sit over here. It's almost time for him to wake up. You wouldn't want to face him while looking like that, right? Today was a good day. One of the reasons for that had gone out the window, but there was still the other reason. Adenmaha determined herself and then wiped off her tears to sit next to Skathak. There was a big platform next to the two people where Tae Ho was lying. There was a time difference of 30 times between the world Tae Ho was at and the world Adenmaha was at. Because of that, not even Skathak could determine exactly when Tae Ho would wake up. Skathak started to read the book again and waited patiently, and Adenmaha rolled her feet while sitting down and waited for Tae Ho to wake up. And about 10 minutes later Tae Ho opened his eyes. Hey da. The first thing he called out when he woke up was the name of Haida. Skathak smiled as if it was absurd and then said, "You really have your priorities set straight." It really was the case. Adenmaha pouted her lips once and then stood up and approached Tae Ho. It was an elegant walking that wasn't in a rush. "Adenmaha? Did you return?" As Adenmaha spoke with a well-mannered expression, Tae Ho rose his upper body and blinked. He then stood up and embraced Adenmaha. "Adenmaha! Kayak?" Whether the surprised Adenmaha screamed or not, Tae Ho still put more strength in his two arms. It had only been 22 days in Adenmaha's point of view, but it had been 2 years for Tae Ho. It would be a lie if he didn't want to see her. It's humph. Adenmaha mumbled from Tae Ho's embrace. Tae Ho laughed as if this kind of reaction was also good and then looked in front of him. "Are you back?" "I am." There was some progress indeed. Skathak put on a satisfied face and looked at Tae Ho from head to toe. His looks hadn't changed, but Skathak could know. Tae Ho's spirit had also changed. The sentence of the Milesians was also emanating a strength so strong it couldn't even be compared to before. "So you climbed up to the 37th floor, right?" "Yes. I learned all the basic techniques of Skathak's style. 7 months to reach the 11th floor." Tae Ho had climbed up to the 37th, and there were really few people that had climbed up to that floor in only 2 years. In addition, Tae Ho hadn't just ascended once. He had cleared the floors several times with the various types of weapons he possessed. He may have set up a new record if he had climbed normally, but Cuchulainn manifested next to Tae Ho and sent a message magic so only Skathak could hear it, and Skathak answered with a smile from her eyes. In the other hand, Tae Ho activated the eyes of the dragon out of habit as he hadn't returned to reality for a long while. Skathak Nim? Right. I became a Valkyrie of Iden's Legion just like I promised. Tae Ho had successfully cleared the assignment Skathak had given him. Iden requested Skathak to train the warriors in her legion, and Skathak gladly agreed to it. Training talented warriors and turning them into heroes was one of her joys. Having entered Valhalla was already proving the greatness of a warrior, so for Skathak, it was like having entered a theme park with various kinds of rides. "She's my junior. I am the senior here." Adenmaha whispered in a really low voice from Tae Ho's embrace. Tae Ho laughed like Brackei and then released Adenmaha. "Warrior Tae Ho, it's a meeting," Skathak said suddenly. And then, that became a formality. Skathak approached Tae Ho and he lowered his posture like he did with Iden. Skathak's lips reached Tae Ho's forehead. "May Iden's blessing accompany you." A blessing from a Valkyrie. Tae Ho could sense a change in his saga. The name of a new Valkyrie was recorded in the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. Skathak. The Queen of the Land of Darkness. The teacher of the great heroes. I should organize it a bit. Because he could only register up to 9 names in the saga. If he didn't clear a spot, Skathak's name would disappear. Because of that, Tae Ho quickly reviewed the list of Valkyries. Iden's Valkyrie, Haida, /Adenmaha, /Skathak. Odin's Valkyrie, Raskrid. Tyr's Valkyrie, Regenleaf. Tyr's Valkyrie, Gander. Ullr's Valkyrie, Ingrid. Njord's Valkyrie, Chaldea. Valkyrie Lord, Freya. First, he erased the name of Hildegard to make a spot for Skathak, as the completion rate was low and he thought he wouldn't see her much. Should it be better to swap Chaldea for Sigrun or Gudrun? Tae Ho hadn't met them yet, but had heard their names and knew their existences through the things he had heard from Cuchulainn. Just looking at the performances of the Valkyries, he had to choose Chaldea without even thinking about it, as it wasn't proper to compare a veteran Valkyrie to the two that had just become so. But the story changed if he took the completion rate into account. The number of blessings and the type of relationship influenced the completion rate, so it would be better to complete it with a Valkyrie that lived in the same residence as him instead of a Valkyrie of another legion he wouldn't be seeing much. Who should I take out? Even if he did take out Chaldea from the list, there was one spot lacking. Do I have to take out Raskrid or Regenleaf? The two of them were outstanding Valkyries, but their completion rate was lower than the other Valkyries and he even met her few times. Ingrid has a high completion rate, and I think that I will be seeing Gander a lot because of Ciri. Ingrid was the one that had the highest completion rate after Deheda because of the time they had been together in Midgard. It seemed like it would change soon as Adenmaha was increasing at a frightening pace, but even if that were the case, she had the third highest completion rate. Actually, just looking at the completion rates, I should take out Freya. Because he could meet the other Valkyries in the battlefield, but he almost certainly couldn't meet a goddess. From a different perspective, he may be able to tell her to help him on strengthening his saga just like he did so for the other Valkyries, but he was talking to none other than Freya. It was doubtful whether she would agree to it or not and may even order him to remove her from the list as it was impertinent. But it's still regretful. The goddess of magic and beauty and the second most beautiful no, besides that, a strong goddess that had light emanating from her. He may be seeing her more than he thought as he had become a commander now. If he accumulated the blessings slowly, she would surely become a reliable force. Good, let's think of the other things at a later time. Tae Ho finished reviewing the list in a short time and then looked downwards. Adenmaha was struggling on her toes to give him a blessing. May Iden's blessing accompany you. May Iden's blessing accompany you, ... Adenmaha barely managed to bless him and then smiled brightly and said something. However, Tae Ho turned his head reflexively. It was because a familiar sound of footstep was heard. Pant, pa. Her breath was rough, maybe because she came running to this place. When Haida reached the residence of Skathak, she took a breath and collected herself with a bright smile. Hello once aga, Tae Ho? She couldn't finish her words. It was because Tae Ho closed the distance in an instant and then grabbed her waist and kissed her. Haida tried to push Tae Ho because there were many eyes looking them, but he didn't even budge. It had only been 22 days for Haida, but 2 long and grueling years had gone by for Tae Ho. He couldn't let go of her. And in the end, Haida also received him. Adenmaha pouted, Cuchulainn sent a lukewarm gaze, and Skathak smiled. May Iden's blessing accompany you. May Iden's blessing accompany you. The completion percentage of Haida's clone increased yet again. It was a really busy day. Haida said when she exited out of the cave. Tae Ho wasn't the only one to have returned. The lowest-ranked warriors of Iden's legion that had gone out on their first expedition with Sigrun were returning as well. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any deaths. They would have grown a bit more if they had accumulated runes. Adenmaha and Skathak, that were following from behind, offered their respective opinions. Haida laughed and spoke. I was preparing food with Gudrun. We have to open a party that doesn't fall behind to the night banquet. There were now more than 20 people in Iden's residence. It wasn't an easy thing for 2 people to prepare all the food alone, but it seemed like Haida enjoyed even that. Because it had been a really long time since Iden's legion was this lively. A ship is coming. Skathak looked at a distant place as soon as they reached the dock and said. Adenmaha frowned as if she couldn't see well, but Tae Ho could see the green words that were approaching. Let's go greet Iden Nim after the party ends. Haida said in a low voice while looking beyond the dock with a proud face. Tae Ho has been staying in the residence until now, but looking at it in another way, he had gone to a far-away place and just returned. So receiving an audience with her was only proper. Tae Ho nodded immediately as he wanted to see Iden almost as much as Haida. He then looked at the green words approaching and said. Haida. Yes? Did you go to meet them? Because the new warriors also belonged to Iden's legion. Haida opened her eyes widely at Tae Ho's question and then laughed merrily. She opened her eyes sharply and said playfully, "I wonder. What do you think? TCH, you have already lost since you asked." Cuchulain clicked his tongue as if Tae Ho still had a long way to go. Meanwhile, people approached Tae Ho. Their faces were a welcome sight. "My king. It has been a while. You've changed a lot in 3 weeks. Merlin. Master Ragnar. It's great to see both of you. It seemed like Merlin had gotten quite accustomed to the residence while Tae Ho wasn't around. He seemed as relaxed as a person in his hometown. Siri said that she would be coming later. Aden Maha added. It really was a gathering of the family of Aiden's Legion. The first after a really long while. The big warship reached the dock. Rollo and his wives brought his babies, and McLaren also showed his face with a healthy visage. For Aiden. For Aiden. As the warriors that had remained in the residence yelled, the warriors that jumped down from the ship also yelled. Valkyrie Sigrun greets the commander. Valkyrie Gudrun greets the commander. Sigrun and Gudrun hit their chests twice and expressed etiquette towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho also expressed his manners and the banquet Haida had prepared started. An indeterminate amount of time soon passed. Not long after everyone got settled, Siri joined the banquet just like Adenmaha had said. There was then one more person that reached the dock of Aiden's Legion. It wasn't a wooden boat but a swan. As soon as she landed on the ground, the swan that had transformed into a black-haired Valkyrie passed the warriors confidently and stood in front of Tae Ho. Hildegard. Valkyrie Hildegard greets the commander of Aiden. Hildegard expressed etiquette and gave a blessing on Tae Ho's forehead. Haida looked at that and then frowned and asked. Hildegard, why have you come here? Because she hadn't heard that Hildegard would be visiting. In addition, it was in the middle of the night. As Haida asked with a wary expression, Hildegard looked at Tae Ho once again and said, Freyjanim is calling the commander of Aiden. The goddess of magic and beauty, Freya, who commands all the Valkyries in Valhalla. Why was that goddess summoning Tae Ho? Tae Ho and Haida turned to look at each other as neither could come up with an answer. Episode 32, The Land of Darkness, 7, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Episode 33/Chapter 1, Aiden's Warrior, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Valhalla, the holy land for warriors, was divided in several sectors. The central hall had the space door that connected the several places of Midgard. The amusement center of the warriors, Anaheim. The smithy where the dwarf masters gathered and created several weapons for the warriors of Valhalla. The fog lake that had the residences of the legions that had the shape of islands. The holy door Valgrand, for the warriors to be dispatched at. The great banquet room that could hold all the warriors of Valhalla. The lowest-ranked warriors that had just entered Valhalla didn't have much doubts of it, but the warriors with experience could only grow doubtful about the structure of Valhalla. The reason was simple, for a residence of the gods didn't exist at all. Excluding some special gods that were in charge of their legion, most of them didn't live in the residences. Because of that, the lowest-ranked warriors simply thought that there may be a palace for the gods somewhere in Valhalla. However, no such residence for the gods existed. The gods that were in charge of their legions were residents of Asgard before being the owners of Valhalla. One could say that the entirety of Valhalla was their palace. The palace of the god of thunder, Thor, Bilskirnir, was located in the north of Valhalla, and it was the most majestic and grandiose building among all the ones that existed in Valhalla. Thor's palace wasn't located in Thor's residence but in a different place, and the reason for this was because his palace also acted as the treasure vault for Valhalla. The fortress of Heimdall, which guarded the entrance to the Bifrost, was quite far away from Valhalla. However, one could say that it was also part of Valhalla, as it was connected with a long bridge that warriors could cross. The residence of Freyja, Folkvanger, was located in the middle of the fog lake. Folkvanger, which was called the Plain of Battles, was wider than any other residence, but unlike Thor's, it was inside her territory. The reason it was located in the center of the fog lake was because it had a much more important role than Odin's residence. The owner of Valhalla, Odin, was the god who commanded all the warriors of Valhalla. It was by his authority that the place, time, and manner of a battle was decided. But Valhalla was the place the warriors stayed at and not the place they faced their enemies. So naturally, Odin's authority was displayed more outside of Valhalla. Subsequently, it was Odin's role to decide the things that happened outside of Valhalla. The ones that were in charge of what happened inside of Valhalla wasn't Odin but Freyja and her Valkyries. Because of that, it was a natural thing for her residence to be located in the middle of the fog lake so that she could influence all of the legions surrounding it. The goddess is waiting for you. Let's hurry. Hildegard urged Tae Ho. As she knew that Tae Ho had the hawk wing coat, she said that there was no need to ride on a ship and they should just fly over the Freyja's residence, but Heda dismissed this. It's a visit by a commander, and as it's late in the night, I think that there's more need to keep with the procedures. Hildegard didn't have anything to rebuke with as Heda spoke her argument with eyes filled with vigilance. She could only get on a boat as Heda had proposed. The ones that got on the wooden boat Heda drove were Tae Ho, Hildegard, and Adenmaha. In the case of Adenmaha, she was just blinking because she wanted to go but had particularly no reason to. Unexpectedly, Heda had ordered her to go too. Heda was the representative Valkyrie indeed, but she didn't particularly order her Valkyries. Even Adenmaha, who'd just been ordered, merely did favors, and as it was the first time she received an order, she put on a bewildered look. Heda is really on her guard. Is she more cautious of Freyja than Hildegard? Cuchulainn said in a low voice. Tae Ho gripped Gibalg while sitting next to Heda and whispered in a really low voice. But it still feels quite good. He also felt that Heda was being jealous. Are you open-minded or just simple? Cuchulainn clicked his tongue, however, he didn't think of this situation to be too serious. He must have gotten called because Freyja had business with him, and there was a really low probability for her to harm Tae Ho and Heda. Freyja wasn't simply a beautiful woman. She was the one that administered all of Valhalla instead of Odin and could be said to be the real owner of Valhalla. She did show a childish side at times, but she was an undeniably wise and clear goddess. She had had her own reasons when she met Tae Ho until now, so there would also be one this time. Heda drove the wooden boat while standing, while Tae Ho and Adenmaha sat calmly. Hildegard looked at Heda and the direction the boat was going to while frowning. Time flew by. A really huge island started becoming visible from beyond the fog. It's Folkvanger. The place where both Freyja's residence and the Valkyrie training center are at. Adenmaha's eyes shone and showed a reaction at Hildegard's explanation rather than Tae Ho. It was because she was quite interested in the training center she had heard from Sigrun and Gudrun. Heda told me that she would send me to train when the Legion gets stabilized. Adenmaha pulled on Tae Ho's clothes and said in a low voice. It was enough for her to learn from Heda as she was quite intelligent, but still, it was also good to experience it once. But just like Adenmaha had said, it was impossible to do so right now because they didn't know when Tae Ho may call Adenmaha. When they hopped off the boat after it reached the dock, the Valkyries of Freyja's Legion approached them as if they had been waiting. Greetings to the commander of Iden. The Valkyries hit their chests twice and then offered Tae Ho's group to ride a cat carriage. It feels like animal abuse, ... Because the cat carriage was really being pulled by a sort of feline. The carriage that looked like a sleigh had about 10 cats in front of it. Tae Ho agreed to Cuchulainn's words and got on the carriage. When Heda and Adenmaha also got on the carriage, Hildegard boarded last and swung a willow branch to depart the cats. It was doubtful if the cats would be able to pull the carriage, but it seemed like they weren't normal cats. The carriage started to move much faster than an average one and then floated into the air and aimed for the sky. The white palace you see over there is Sessrumner. It was a palace that had quite the difficult pronunciation. The residence of Freya was quite a distance away from the training center of the Valkyries and the lodging of the warriors. The palace of Freya was wide rather than high, and it looked similar to the palace of Versailles of France. Hildegard made the carriage stop in front of the main gates and then looked at Tae Ho and Haida at the same time and said, "The only one that can enter is Idun's commander." "I know. Be careful." She said the first part to Hildegard and the last part was directed towards Tae Ho. It seemed like it was a certain rule that was established rather than favoring Freya. Haida just frowned and didn't say anything else. Adenmaha looked at Haida and told Tae Ho to have a safe trip. "I will be going then. Be careful." Tae Ho said his farewell to Adenmaha, who was waving her hand, and Haida, who was looking at him worriedly, and then followed Hildegard inside of the palace of Freya. "It feels warm and soft." Cuchulainn checked the insides of the palace and said in a low voice. Everywhere Tae Ho looked was white, but it was a warm white instead of a cold one. It reminded Tae Ho of a sun-dried blanket and pillow. In addition, as there were white cats rolling inside of the palace, one could only feel fluffy. After he stepped on the red and comfy carpet, a long staircase that led to the second floor appeared. After climbing each floor, a big room that was guarded by Valkyries appeared. "The commander of Idun has arrived. Let him in." As the Valkyrie that was next to the door spoke, an answer from Freya came back from inside the room. Tae Ho ended up laughing as he had seen this scene several times in historical plays. "Let's enter." Hildegard stopped right in front of the open doors as if she would accompany him up to here and said. Tae Ho greeted her with his eyes and then entered the room. The commander of Idun greets the goddess of magic and beauty. Freya was half lying in a big throne that looked like a bed rather than a chair. As Tae Ho lowered his posture to express etiquette to Freya just like he did so with Idun, Freya laughed and received his greeting. "Your greeting has become quite good. It feels like you got a cust, huh?" Freya, in the middle of complimenting Tae Ho, paused her words and frowned. She rose up and then checked on Tae Ho with her sharp eyes. "You've changed quite a lot in only 20 days. Did Ragnar use magic on you?" It was the sharp observation of the commander of the Valkyries. Tae Ho grew amazed inwardly and said briefly, "I just trained hard." Really? Ragnar indeed. How amazing. Hey, say that the amazing one is master quickly. Ha! The last one that urged him was Cuchulainn. Tae Ho pretended not to have heard it as he was in front of Freya, but it wasn't possible. Rather than Cuchulainn, Freya was the problem. Gibolg, the spear of Cuchulainn. It seems like there's a bit of his soul in it. She was the goddess of magic and this place was her magical region. It would be weirder for her to not notice Cuchulainn. "Beautiful Prince of Light, it's nice to meet you again." When Freya waved her hand, Cuchulainn materialized next to Tae Ho akin to the scene in the residence of Skathak. Cuchulainn smiled bitterly and then hit his chest to express etiquette. "Nice to meet you. You are still pretty, although you come after master. Just like birds of the same flock. Both of your eyes are twisted." Freya answered with a discomforted voice at Cuchulainn's greeting, but her eyes were smiling. It seemed like she was happy that she was able to face Cuchulainn. "I can now understand. You have Ragnar and also Cuchulainn. I also heard that Skathak is staying in your residence, and even Merlin was added? It's a really flashy composition." The number of the members of the Legion was low, but it was a lineup that wouldn't fall behind any other Legion. Freya looked at Cuchulainn with affectionate eyes for a moment and then fixed her posture to say, "I should tell you the reason I have called you. The reason is because I have something to entrust you with." The distance between Tae Ho and Freya shortened. It wasn't that Tae Ho had approached Freya, but the distance between them had just closed. The result of having gotten closer while omitting the process was really marvelous, but Tae Ho just thought it as being on top of a moving floor. Freya showed a disappointed look as Tae Ho didn't get that surprised, but then continued speaking. If it's you, who has already gone to Midgard several times, you should know that the state and the effects of the Great Barrier are not clear. We also talked about this in the Great Conference. Could they keep believing in the Great Barrier like this? Weren't the defects increasing? It hasn't been revealed publicly, but we are planning on installing the Great Barrier once again completely. Freya lowered her voice and then ordered Tae Ho to get closer. When the distance between the two of them became 3 steps, Freya said while blushing a bit. Installing the Great Barrier again isn't a normal thing. In addition, it's a sudden installation that hasn't been planned. Because of that, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but we are lacking strength. It was understandable as it was a great barrier that protected all of Midgard. And just like Freya had said, it was decided too suddenly. Tae Ho frowned unconsciously. He did understand Freya's words, but he was curious as to where he could be put in that story. Freya read Tae Ho's expression and then clicked her tongue. Don't worry. I'm not telling you to use magic. If that really was the case, she would have called Skathack instead. What I want to entrust you with is to go to Vanaheim to get the materials we need to install the Great Barrier. Are you talking about the land of the Vanir? Right. It's the land of my father, my brother, and I that we long for. I don't know if you know this, but most of the magic of Asgard originated from Vanaheim. I am a body that was dispatched to teach magic to the Aesir. If one went deeper into the matter, the Vanir had sent Freya as a hostage after they'd been defeated in the war against the Aesir, but there was no need to speak about that. Freya spoke once again as the silent Tae Ho nodded. The reason we are sending you instead of the Valkyries is because this matter is that important. What you will be bringing from Vanaheim isn't simply a magical book or tool. It's a really precious item, even in Vanaheim. Appropriately, we have to send someone that's at least a commander, and the one that has the most free time among the ones I know is you. It didn't mean that Tae Ho had free time. Normally, the commanders acted together with their legions. But the situation of Idun's legion, which Tae Ho belonged to, was different. Excluding Tae Ho, all the others were lowest-ranked warriors, and that number was only in the tens. Because of that, Tae Ho could only act alone, so naturally he had more freedom than the other commanders. In addition, you should already know this, but Vanaheim isn't a place you can come and go freely through a space door like Svartalfheim or Nidavellir. The existence of an escort is indispensable. What are those eyes? Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. Tae Ho nodded honestly. There was no way he would know about Vanaheim when he didn't even have the basic knowledge. However, Freya frowned in disapproval. Really, what did Idun and Heda do without even teaching you this? She let out a sigh and said, It's too long for me to explain everything, so get more information from Hildegard. There's a need for you to know about the structure of Asgard and other realms as you are a commander now. I will take it into account. Right. Thank you for answering me freshly. Also, I'm sorry that I called you in the middle of the night, but I hope you can depart immediately. I hope you understand, as it's a really important matter. It's fine. Thank you once again. If you have something besides the reward, you can just tell me. I will listen to you if it's in my power. Everything had to have a price corresponding to it. Tae Ho noticed Freya's sincerity and then said in the end of his pondering, I want to receive Freya Nim's blessing after and before I finish the task. My blessing? Yes, I want your blessing. Tae Ho said with craving eyes, and Freya tilted her head as if it was unexpected but then put on a smile. Right. So that's what you want? Well, now we are being reasonable, It was time for Tae Ho's bean chaff to get off as he had kept facing Freya's shining beauty repeatedly. Freya smiled joyfully and then made a gesture with her hand to Tae Ho to get closer. It really was to bless him. But it was when Tae Ho lowered his posture in front of Freya, she opened her eyes sharply and said, "What is this? It feels like you are planning something." Tae Ho flinched but spoke with desiring eyes. "That's not true. I just want to receive your blessing." Suspicious. Freya's eyes became even sharper. But it only lasted for a moment. Freya shrugged her shoulders and then stood up from her seat. "Well, it's not that I can't do it." She spoke briefly and then made Tae Ho raise his head and kissed him. The blessing that had the biggest effect among the Valkyries was a blessing on the lips. Cuchulainn whistled and Tae Ho forced himself to act calm. Freya giggled and then touched Tae Ho's cheek. "Go, Idun's commander. Hildegard will be the one to tell you the details." Freya spoke refreshingly and then sat on the throne once again and laughed. Tae Ho could understand why Freya was enjoying it so much after he got out of the room. So that was the case. You just wanted to strengthen your saga. The reason you smiled like a fool is also because your saga got strengthened, not because of another reason. So that was the case. Haida and Adenmaha looked at Tae Ho with the same eyes. It was because they had watched Freya giving him the blessing in a live broadcast. Hey! At times like this, you just have to come out shamelessly. Tae Ho ignored Cuchulainn's baseless advice and then Hildegard approached him with an enjoying face. "I will be leading the commander of Idun to Vanaheim." There were 2 Valkyries of Freya's legion and 20 shield maidens behind Hildegard. It seemed like it was because there were many Valkyries, but Freya's legion had many more females compared to the other legions. Haida was another case, but when even Adenmaha's eyes grew chilly, Tae Ho thought of another thing. Did I erase Hildegard for nothing? As soon as he erased her name, an opportunity to receive her blessings several times had appeared. Hildegard was quite a strong Valkyrie. Just by looking at the performances of Valkyrie, she was comparable to Regenleaf. But Tae Ho shook his head. If he decided on a path, he should keep going by it. He would only suffer more damages if he couldn't decide. Compared to Adenmaha, Haida, who knew what Tae Ho was thinking about clearly, let out a sigh and then grabbed on Adenmaha's arm and said, "I will entrust Tae Ho to you, Adenmaha. Leave it to me. I will be watching him closely." The representative Valkyrie couldn't follow Tae Ho outside. In the first place, the reason Haida brought Adenmaha was because she had been expecting something like this to happen. But for them to install the Great Barrier again at this point, is the situation more serious than I thought? To install the Great Barrier anew, they had to remove the existing barrier once. So that meant that Midgard would be exposed to the giants at that moment. Of course, Odin and Freya wouldn't just remove the barrier. He was sure they had their own preparations. Regardless, he couldn't help but worry. 100 years since the Great War. Many interesting events had been occurring recently. Perhaps, the time for a change had come. Haida. Haida raised her head when she was called and then fixed her expression. She shook her head at Tae Ho, whose eyes were filled with worry. Hildegard led the warriors and got on the ship of Freya's legion. Haida allowed Adenmaha on the ship first and then gave Tae Ho the best blessing. "May Idun's blessing accompany you, ... May Idun's blessing accompany you." The ship of Freya's legion left the dock with Haida watching from on. It went towards Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir. Episode 33, Idun's Sword, 1, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. Episode 33/Chapter 2, Idun's Warrior, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The Drakars, the ships of Freya's legion, were some of the most common Viking ships seen around. This ship, which could also be called a long ship, had a really drawn-out shape but was light and stable, so its mobility was quite excellent. The warriors of Freya's legion were at their posts after spreading the sail. Being able to stir the oars so that one could move when things didn't go as expected was one of the strong points of a drakkar. As it were, the ship wasn't one commonly powered by sail and oars as it belonged to Freya's legion. Adenmaha pointed the blue sail and said in a low voice, "There's wind magic casted in it." It was a magical sail that could control the wind hitting it freely, be it strong or soft. As the drakkars were single-floor ships, they didn't possess cabins or a storage. It seemed like the curtain installed in the rear of the boat was acting as both the cabins and the storage. "We have prepared a place for Commander Nim at the innermost side of inside the curtain. You can rest there at night." Tae Ho nodded suitably. What Tae Ho was riding right now was a warship, and in addition, the warriors of Valhalla were all people accustomed to living on ships. Getting angry because a separate, luxurious cabin wasn't prepared was something lacking common sense. "Right. Since when did you mind those things? It's enough with having a place to lie down. In addition, isn't that place really good? You are the only male on this vessel, but there are no walls." Cuchulainn spoke while laughing creepily. Tae Ho lamented that this kind of man was the one called the Prince of Light and clicked his tongue, but he didn't say that he disliked it. Tae Ho and Cuchulainn had gotten much closer while living in the Tower of Shadows for 2 years. So he was also accustomed to speaking about absurd things with him. On the other hand, Hildegard commanded the Valkyries and the warriors and increased the speed of the ship. It was so fast that the ship that was passing through the fog seemed like the slash of a sword. "Commander of Iden, come over here. I will explain to you the objective of this trip and about the structure of Vanaheim and the realms." Hildegard had spoken in a friendly manner when she first met Tae Ho, but her words and attitude were now really polite as he was now a commander. As most of the Valkyries he knew were related to him since he was a lowest-ranked warrior, this kind of treatment was really new. "You are really enjoying this." Tae Ho ignored Cuchulainn's words and approached Hildegard. She made Tae Ho and Adenmaha sit on some chairs that were prepared near the mast and started her explanation. "Freya Nim has ordered me to explain everything from the basics. There should be many things you already know, but I hope you understand. It's good to do a review. I'm grateful that you speak like that." Hildegard smiled brightly and then produced a thin, wooden board made with wood from an ash tree on top of her thigh. There were many runes engraved on top of the wooden board, and when Hildegard placed her hand on it, the runes started to shine. Just as you know, there originally existed 10 realms, including Asgard, but one of them, Aran, was destroyed. Now there are only 9 realms. Hildegard's voice was calm and soft. In addition, holograms started to form in the places her hands passed over. Tae Ho felt like he was in a planetarium. "Our realm is called as Asgard, and there are several small worlds in it including Midgard." The holograms started to take shape. The shapes and colors were a bit different, but they shared the same commonality that they were round and flat. "It's marvelous even if I see it again." He had already heard an explanation of the composition of the worlds by Haida. At that time, he had also heard it while looking at the magic video made by Haida, but surprisingly enough, it wasn't the Earth-shaped worlds that Tae Ho knew. A round star planet located in space. But this wasn't the case in this world. It was a world with land that had sea surrounding it just like the people before the medieval age believed, with elephants holding it up. A fantasy indeed. In addition, that kind of land wasn't only one. When the several round lands found their location, Hildegard started to explain once again. "The biggest land is this one, Midgard. Compared to the other lands, it was much bigger. There was sea water falling down like endless waterfalls around the borders of that world. The ones at the right of Midgard are Svartalfheim and Nidavellir, and the one at its left is Alfheim." The characteristics of the 2 round lands were clear. Svartalfheim, which Tae Ho was familiar with, shared half of its land with Nidavellir, but there was no river or lake or even a sea like in Midgard. The land of light fairies, Alfheim, had the shape of a big and shining island on top of a calm lake. It was really beautiful and emanated faint light while shining brightly simultaneously. Niflheim, also called the Otherworld, is located under Midgard. Some call Niflheim as the underworld because of this structure. Niflheim was a bit smaller than Midgard, and it was a world that sun never shone on as Midgard was covering it from on top like a lid. So that was the reason it was called the Frost World. The Queen of Hel, Hela, who is located at the center of Niflheim, is loyal to Asgard unlike her father Loki or her brothers. Her army is the one that protects the outer areas of the several small worlds. Tae Ho remembered the soldiers of the Otherworld that he saw in Black Fortress. They were existences that lived with worry and suffering and had no life compared to the warriors of Valhalla. Asgard is above Midgard. Asgard wasn't located at the center of Midgard but at the end of it. As it was a land that humans couldn't reach and was much smaller than Midgard, the humans couldn't see Asgard directly. The thing that connects all of these small worlds is Yggdrasil, the world tree. When Hildegard rolled her fingers, white light connected the worlds which she had explained. You could say that the world tree, Yggdrasil, is the connector which binds the smaller worlds. The humans in Midgard just think of it as a big tree, but such a notion is only half right. Hildegard now slid her finger from above to below, and a big tree that passed through Asgard, Midgard and Niflheim soon appeared. A huge tree that connects Midgard, Asgard, and Niflheim actually exists, but this is only a part of Yggdrasil that has been materialized. The lake of Mimir that Odin frequented or the nest of the evil dragon, Nidhogg, were near the root of Yggdrasil. Eren had no small worlds in it compared to Asgard, so Adenmaha looked at the holograms with shining eyes. These were all things she already knew, but it was marvelous every time she saw it. It seemed like Hildegard enjoyed Adenmaha's reaction, and she smiled and moved her hand. Promptly, a new land that was quite a distance away from the lands already revealed appeared. Vanaheim is located the farthest from Midgard among the smaller worlds. In addition, although it is connected with Yggdrasil, its connection is unstable compared to the other places. If we compare it to a sea route, you can say that it's a harsh sea with a constant storm running through it. The light connecting Asgard and Vanaheim was really dull and faint. Because the connection is unstable, we aren't able to approach it as easily through a space door as the other smaller worlds. If it deviates from the world tree, we will become lost and will wander through the crevices of the world. It was the reason why Freya's legion was moving with a ship instead of a space door. But going over there through the water isn't easy either. It's because of the Sea of Ymir that is in the path to Vanaheim. He did remember hearing it vaguely. Tae Ho remembered the things he learned from Haida when he was a lowest-ranked warrior and said, "If you are talking about Ymir, he's the giant of ancient times, right?" Yes. He was a giant among giants that was used as an ingredient by the gods when making Midgard. The birth of Midgard shared its story with the death of Ymir. It was because the king of gods, Odin, and his brothers Vili and Ve defeated Ymir and used his corpse to create several places of Midgard. Just like the evil spirits that appear in Midgard and the other worlds are existences born from the dirty blood of Ymir. A lot of his blood flows especially in Ymir's sea, so strong spirits that are called Ymir's shadows appear frequently. Hildegard spoke up to there and then paused for a moment and looked at the path of the ship. The ship shook and then the surrounding scene changed. The sky darkened and the fog grew denser. The weather was also much colder than before. We've entered the Sea of Ymir. This region is a place where strong spirits called the Keda reside, but one can say that it's a rather safe place to navigate. Why? Adenmaha blinked and asked. Hildegard smiled once again at her eyes filled with curiousness and then said gently, "It's because the appetite of the Keda is special, When Hildegard waved her hand once again, the small worlds disappeared and the shape of a black and evil spirit with the shape of a bee appeared. The Kedars that look like huge bees feast on dragon races. They have no interest in the ones that aren't dragons, so you don't have to, or are why?" The voice of Hildegard, that was explaining, became a mess. It wasn't only because Adenmaha's face paled when she heard that they liked to eat dragons. Hildegard stood up from her seat and the Valkyrie that was at the stern yelled, It's the cater. Get ready to fight. How? Hildegard grew instantly bewildered, but it was an obvious reaction. It was because she didn't know that Adenmaha was of the dragon race. For her, she was just a newcomer Valkyrie of Idun's legion. The warriors of Freya's legion stood up and then pulled out their weapons. The sound of the wings made by the flock of bees was heard from far away. Adenmaha panted and trembled, and even if that didn't reveal her panic, her face was completely pale. The shadows of Ymir weren't normal spirits. It wasn't excessive to say that they were born to devour dragons, so the aura they emanated was like a curse for dragons. They are coming from above. Get ready! Shield wall! The warriors and the Valkyries yelled. The huge caters that looked like wasps started to pour down like rain. Adenmaha looked up the sky and stiffened. She knew that she had to use magic, but her body didn't follow her thoughts. She had overcome several battlefields, but she couldn't do anything this time. One cater fell down vertically. It was to stab Adenmaha with its poisonous needles that was like food emanating a sweet scent. Adenmaha couldn't use her magic. She couldn't close her eyes nor scream. Hildegard gritted her teeth and raised her sword. But the caters were too fast. The caters that fell down resembled lightning. She would die. Adenmaha thought like that. But at that moment, a hand grabbed Adenmaha's waist. It was a sword that was swung much faster than the sword of Hildegard and much faster than the caters. The cater that was falling down was split in two. It was bisected in a split second and fell to the sea on both sides of the ship. Hildegard opened her eyes widely. She couldn't open her mouth at the scene that happened in front of her eyes. She couldn't see it. How the attack was executed and when it started. It was the same for Adenmaha. No, in the first place, she wasn't in a situation that she could mind over those things. The fastest sword. Tae Ho grabbed the sword glass broing, which he'd used to defeat the Kilius that could call forth lightning, and looked down at Adenmaha. He put more strength in his arm holding her and said, "Don't worry, Adenmaha." Tae Ho swung his sword once again. The sword aura that got extended sharply split the body of another cater in two. It was the wind slash of Skathaka's style techniques. Tae Ho had changed in the Tower of Shadows over the past 2 years, and Adenmaha realized the truth. That he hadn't simply gotten strong. Adenmaha felt out of breath for another reason and Tae Ho stabbed the wedge onto her heart. "As I will protect you. You wa aya. It gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps. As I will protect you, as I will protect you. You wa. Is this something that should be said by a human? My hands and feet are twisting. Spacetime is twisting up." Cuchulainn howled with a pained expression. It didn't seem that it was to tease him but like he really was in pain. The battle against that cater didn't last for long. It was because the caters were surprised by the overwhelming presence of Tae Ho and gave up and escaped. However, Tae Ho's fight hadn't ended yet. His face flushed at Cuchulainn's fierce criticism, and he didn't know what to do. He had said it without thinking much at the time, but he felt like it was really cheesy even if he thought about it. Adenmaha isn't saying anything. When he barely managed to say something, Cuchulainn snorted. Of course she won't. Adenmaha won't. Because she is more in love than a certain someone. Cuchulainn could feel like he could hear Adenmaha's heartbeat even when she was deep inside the room beyond the curtain. Look at the reaction of the girls of Freya's legion. I am more embarrassed than you. Tae Ho flinched and then glanced at his surroundings, but unexpectedly enough, the gazes looking at Tae Ho were quite good. And some of them were even showing favor towards him openly. It's fine. As Tae Ho counterattacked slightly after obtaining a bit of courage, Cuchulainn got bewildered, but it was only for a moment. Phew, do you know thanks to whom that it turned out like this? You should thank Master. Tae Ho just turned his head at the sudden change of attitude. It was because Hildegard had returned after checking the state of the warriors. She was looking at Tae Ho with eyes filled with interest, just like when she first met him in the night banquet. I was sincerely impressed at the skills of Commander Nim. She had heard that Tae Ho was strong, but for him to possess a swordsmanship as strong as this. It was possible for the warriors of Valhalla to become explosively stronger by accumulating runes in a short time thanks to the rune accumulation system, but getting strong through the runes was merely for the basic abilities like the physical abilities or concentration. It hasn't been a year since Hildegard brought Tae Ho to Valhalla, but for him to have sword techniques as outstanding as this, it really was something that couldn't be imagined. On the other hand, Tae Ho thought of a vague thing while Hildegard was showing interest in him. If it was just like he had heard in the night banquet, Tae Ho would have been able to become a warrior of Freya's legion. It was a family affair, but if that were the case, then the closest Valkyrie to Tae Ho would have become Hildegard instead of Heda. Of course, Tae Ho's imagination ended there. It was because he didn't want to imagine and couldn't imagine himself being at another legion aside of Idun's. Idun, the goddess of life and youth. The gentle and affectionate goddess of Tae Ho. Now that he thought about it, the last time he'd seen her face was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years since he had an audience with Idun. Ah! Hildegard got surprised and blinked her eyes as Tae Ho yelled inexplicably. It was the same for all the warriors and Valkyries in the ship. However, Tae Ho couldn't mind their gazes. I forgot about it. He had certainly decided to go meet her after the party ended. He had gone to Freya's legion in the middle of the party and was going to Vanaheim after that. So that meant that he had left without greeting Idun after having come out of the Tower of Shadow after 2 years. It's the end. The end. She will really sulk out now. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue and spoke, enjoying the situation, and Tae Ho couldn't rebuke his words. Shall I not sleep today? Tae Ho grew afraid of sleeping. Precisely speaking, of dreaming. The ship of Freya's legion flowed on the Sea of Ymir. A new thread of fate was made on the spinning wheel. The oldest of the 3 sisters, Uld, spun the wheel. Verdandi, who represented the present, placed her slender fingers on top of the thread and read down the fate. As the future wasn't set, not even the 3 sisters could read the threads of fate perfectly. They could just guess the future with the given information as the background, just like Mimir did. Skuld released the threads that had passed through the hands of Verdandi. She could only see an uneasy future no matter how many times she repeated it. Midgard. And Vanaheim. Skuld, that was untying the threads, stood up from her seat. Uld and Verdandi didn't ask Skuld where she was going. It was because the future always worked as it pleased. Idun's warrior. The thing she had told Heda hadn't changed even now that quite a lot of time had passed. A part of the threads of fate were still touching Idun's legion. Skuld spoke in a low voice and got out of the residence of the 3 sisters. She used the swan wing coat she received as a Valkyrie and then transformed into a beautiful and white swan and flew to the sky. It was towards Vanaheim. Episode 33, Idun's Sword, 2, End. TL note, thanks for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Episode 33/Chapter 3, Idun's Warrior, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The Sea of Ymir was very broad and complicated. The sea that could be described as a vast expanse of water and the expression complicated didn't seem to suit each other, but that was only when perceived through the eyes of an outsider. There were many experienced sailors among the warriors of Valhalla. For them, who were accustomed to naval navigation, the complicated changes that were occurring below the surface of the water were seen clearly. The fast but dangerous path, the slow but safe path, or other routes that held some dangers within but were relatively safe. There were various kinds of paths. Hildegard decided on the path they should take after thinking about it for a long time. Despite her precaution, unexpected occurrences could always take place. The turmoil between Adenmaha and the Katers was such an example. For the newcomer Valkyrie of Idun's legion to be of a dragon race, it was a situation that was hard to guess, but it ended up happening anyways. Hildegard blamed herself for the incident. An accident had happened because of her not having investigated the group she traveling with. Hildegard apologized to Adenmaha and Tae Ho and then reviewed the remaining sea routes. As they were in a situation that necessitated haste, they had been forced to navigate the fast, dangerous path. Needless to say, the remainder of the trip probably wouldn't be easy either. Still, Hildegard decided to keep with the path they were on after pondering about it for a while. In her mind, there wouldn't be any more dangers now that she'd been made aware of any potential threats from Tae Ho's and Adenmaha's presences. But once again, there was nothing absolute in a trip in the sea. After the third day since the group entered Ymir's Sea, Hildegard decided to change the difficulty of this trip greatly. From a dangerous and hard trip to a comparatively easy one, that is. The reason was simple. Idun's warrior. Idun's warrior. You are really cool. Too strong. The female warriors of Freya's legion exclaimed with really excited faces. There were admiration and joy mixed in their eyes. That was the long and short of it. Simply put, the commander of Idun was much stronger than what Hildegard had thought. But of course, she did know that he was strong. Because if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to become commander in the first place. He wouldn't have been able to accomplish his shining achievements in Midgard. However, Hildegard thought of different things. Because whatever the case, he was still a warrior that had just become superior ranked. He was a warrior that hadn't even been in Valhalla for a full year yet. She had thought him far below the other commanders and considered the possibility that the Legion had given him the title even though he lacked strength. He had certainly accomplished surprising things, but she had thought that it was the result of having received help from other warriors. But that wasn't it either. Idun's commander was strong, and in addition, the kind of strength and its shape was different to what Hildegard had thought. Phew! Tae Ho heard the cheers of the warriors of Freya's legion and let out a long sigh. Cuchulainn said with a confused voice. If others see you, they will think that you were the one that had fought. When the battle against the people with the heads of fish had started, Tae Ho couldn't take one step. It wasn't that he was standing on the ship while swinging his sword. He just stood there and watched others fight. There were Valkyries gathered in front of Tae Ho. They were all fakes and they were equipped with the weapons of the Knights of the Round Table and gear made with the warriors' equipment. Valkyrie Captain. Fake Haida. The fake Haida grabbed the sword of Lancelot, Arondite, and expressed etiquette in front of Tae Ho. After her the fake Ingrid, Adenmaha, Reginleith and Raskrid also did the same with their respective weapons. Excluding the fake Haida which had an exceptional completion rate, the others were rather lacking, but as the performance of the weapons Tae Ho provided them with were great and their teamwork was immaculate, so they could display quite a notable battle prowess. If one simply looked at their battle capabilities, then the 5 fake Valkyries standing in front of Tae Ho would be much stronger than the 20 warriors of Freya's legion gathered together. Tae Ho expressed etiquette to the fake Haida with a satisfied expression and then retrieved their equipment and dispelled the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. The warriors of Freya's legion cheered once again when they saw the fake Valkyries disappear into light. Those eyes are admiring you because they think that you created a saga that makes your army because you were the only one in your legion. Tae Ho ignored Cuchulainn's guess of a gaze of one Valkyrie of Freya's legion and then turned around. It was because he was bothered about something while fighting. Adenmaha? Phew! Adenmaha let out a strange sound when she got called. It seemed like she made that sound because she was surprised, but Tae Ho had also gotten surprised as that sound was really unexpected. Are you hurt somewhere? Or you have a fever, perhaps? WHY? Is my face red? Adenmaha grew nervous as she spoke since her face was actually quite red. Tae Ho couldn't help but worry. That's something, but you also aren't able to stand properly since the attack. You just keep staring off into a distant place, you're doing it again. Should he say that she looked uneasy? She was looking elsewhere instead of looking at Tae Ho while he was talking to her. It seemed like she was evading his eyes. Adenmaha flinched at Tae Ho's guess and then replied. I am not. I'm looking at you properly. It was a lie. Whoever saw it could notice that she was only glancing at him. She didn't hurriedly roll her eyes when their eyes met but even turned her head. Tae Ho frowned even more at the clear symptom. It was because he was seriously worried about Adenmaha's state. Are you really not hurt? Like you are seasick or something? Tae Ho placed his hand on Adenmaha's forehead. It was slight, but he could feel some heat from it. On the other hand, Adenmaha let out another vague sound when Tae Ho's hand touched her forehead and said while stuttering and still avoiding his gaze. That's probably the case. Yeah. I'll go rest for a moment. Adenmaha let out a long sigh and then turned around to hurry towards the curtain room. And Tae Ho nodded slowly after looking at her as if he understood it now. So that is the case. Sea serpents can also become seasick, it seems. Because swimming for yourself and riding on a ship were different things. Tae Ho got convinced and nodded, and Cuchulainn spoke with a dumbfounded voice as if it was absurd. Hey, did you really learn Skathaka's style techniques? The essence of that technique was on the insight that let one see through everything. That meant that it was normal for them to be more quick-witted than others. However, Tae Ho talked back as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Why? Is there a problem? Leave it. Perhaps, this was also the effect of having fallen deeply in love. Tae Ho shared a short conversation with Hildegard and then sat down and looked out over the water before them. It's really smooth. Right. You don't have any notices from Aiden, not. Rather than being worried, it seemed like he wanted to hear a notice from her quickly. Tae Ho shook his head and said, Not yet. And thinking about it, I think that I worried that much for nothing. What are you talking about? Well, it was 2 years for me, but it has only been 22 days for Aidenim. That was right. Because Tae Ho was the one to enter the Tower of Shadows, not Aiden. It wasn't that Tae Ho went to meet Aiden every day just because it was him. He did get divine messages from her when he was out on an expedition, but that was also when she had a special business with him. If matters were urgent, 15 days was the usual period between their visits. Otherwise, 2 months and 1 month were the respective longest period and average. As that was the cycle that Tae Ho met Aiden, 22 days wasn't that long of a time. TCH. So he noticed. He had hoped for him to feel more haunted thinking that it was 2 years. Tae Ho shook his head as Cuchulainn regretted it quite seriously. You really are bad as a person. TCH. Of course, the two people were joking. Cuchulainn spoke once again. But still, it's true that you didn't greet her before coming out. You should soothe her well later. Yes, I should. If it was like Hildegard had said, even communication magic was difficult to use in the Sea of Ymir. Right, that's why it should be fine until we get out of Ymir's sea. He had heard that they still had 2 more days to go until they reached Vanaheim, so he could talk about how to soothe her at a later time. Tae Ho became determined and looked off into the distance. Later that night, he realized that his thoughts were quite wrong. My warrior, Tae Ho. The commander of Aiden greets the goddess of youth. Tae Ho expressed etiquette politely while hiding his surprise. For him to receive a divine message as soon as he relaxed. But still, it doesn't seem like she's all that sulky. He had thought that she would say something like, so that was the case. You only go with Haida just like a warrior of Haida. Or, aren't you Tae Ho, the warrior of Freya? as soon as she saw him. It seemed like there was no need to worry that much as she called him as my warrior. Tae Ho grew relieved but was taken aback upon raising his head. It was because he saw the anxiousness written on Aiden's face. You are not a warrior of Freya, Aiden said matter-of-factly. She approached Tae Ho and then said quickly. You are Aiden's warrior. My warrior, not a warrior of Freya. So don't say that even as a joke. Understood? It seemed like she had seen right through what he was thinking about. He could know it even without using the insight of Skathaka's style. There was anxiousness and eagerness mixed in Aiden's voice, and Tae Ho could also feel a bit of obsession towards him. It feels vaguely good, not? If Cuchulainn had heard this, he would have said that he was a pervert, but it was still the truth. The truth that none other than Aiden was, on some level, obsessed with him and that she treated him specially gave him satisfaction. Tae Ho? Of course. Tae Ho answered while smiling as if relieving Aiden. Aiden seemed to have gotten relieved at that smile, and she let out a long sigh. Freya Uni too. How can she entrust with something like this to another commander? She could, of course, understand. It was because it was important enough that Freya, the owner of Valhalla, had the right to give orders to a commander even if they belonged to another legion. A report had also reached Aiden, but she ended up contacting Tae Ho. But still, it was a lie if she said that she wasn't angry. Aiden pouted and complained a bit more about Freya, and Tae Ho decided to enjoy it leisurely instead of feeling awkward by Aiden's showing of this side of her for the first time. And a few minutes later Aiden seemed to have noticed Tae Ho's gaze that she flushed and cleared her throat a few times and then said something else with a calmed expression. My warrior, Tae Ho. You should already know this, but you will meet the chief of Vanaheim, Heimstream, if you reach it. He had already heard this from Hildegard. The chief of the Vanir couldn't be compared to Odin or Freya, but he was still one of the strongest magicians among the Vanir. Bringing Freya the several magic tools he had stored was the task of Tae Ho. Aiden paused for a moment and then said with a resolved expression. It shouldn't be something that Freya planned, but it turned out well anyway. If you meet Heimstream, reveal your identity and say that you have come to claim the legacy of our legion. The legacy of our legion? Right, it's the legacy of before the Great War, of Aiden's legion. It is now time to retrieve it. Maybe it was his imagination, but Tae Ho could feel a bit of sadness in her voice. The legion before the Great War. Tae Ho didn't know much about them. It wasn't because he didn't try to investigate but because there were very few records about them. Haida would always answer Tae Ho's questions, but she always evaded the question about the legion before the Great War. But it was now time. Not only because Aiden's legion was rising up again. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning in it. But Aiden saved her words. She just smiled towards Tae Ho instead of speaking longer. I heard from Haida. It must have been really hard being in the Tower of Shadows alone for 2 years. I am really proud of you. It was merely 20 days for Aiden, but it was 2 years for Tae Ho. Tae Ho could feel his heart grow soft. Tae Ho expressed etiquette once again, and Aiden approached Tae Ho a bit more. It was to bless him like she always did. Tae Ho raised his head and Aiden looked at him with a gentle expression. She pondered for a moment, and then gave him the best blessing. May my blessing accompany you. Aiden smiled shyly, and Tae Ho woke from his dream. Time flowed like usual. Skuld, who had transformed into a swan, flew towards Vanaheim. Loki, who'd been roaming Midgard, finally stopped. The Magician King, Utgard Loki, called and gathered the remaining 5 fingers in one spot. The Frost Giant King, Harmardi, ordered the giants in the front lines. Ald and Verdandi looked at the threads of fate. The King of Gods, Odin, sat before the lake of Mimir and had a conversation with him. Hugin and Munin told him the news. Freya looked at Midgard with worried eyes. And a day after that, Tae Ho reached Vanaheim. Episode 33, Iden's sword, 3, end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. Episode 33/Chapter 3, Iden's Warrior, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The Sea of Ymir was very broad and complicated. The sea that could be described as a vast expanse of water and the expression complicated didn't seem to suit each other, but that was only when perceived through the eyes of an outsider. There were many experienced sailors among the warriors of Valhalla. For them, who were accustomed to naval navigation, the complicated changes that were occurring below the surface of the water were seen clearly. The fast but dangerous path, the slow but safe path, or other routes that held some dangers within but were relatively safe. There were various kinds of paths. Hildegard decided on the path they should take after thinking about it for a long time. Despite her precaution, unexpected occurrences could always take place. The turmoil between Edenmaha and the Katers was such an example. For the newcomer Valkyrie of Iden's legion to be of a dragon race, it was a situation that was hard to guess, but it ended up happening anyways. Hildegard blamed herself for the incident. An accident had happened because of her not having investigated the group she traveling with. Hildegard apologized to Edenmaha and Tae Ho and then reviewed the remaining sea routes. As they were in a situation that necessitated haste, they had been forced to navigate the fast, dangerous path. Needless to say, the remainder of the trip probably wouldn't be easy either. Still, Hildegard decided to keep with the path they were on after pondering about it for a while. In her mind, there wouldn't be any more dangers now that she'd been made aware of any potential threats from Tae Ho's and Edenmaha's presences. But once again, there was nothing absolute in a trip in the sea. After the third day since the group entered Ymir's Sea, Hildegard decided to change the difficulty of this trip greatly. From a dangerous and hard trip to a comparatively easy one, that is. The reason was simple. Iden's warrior. Iden's warrior. You are really cool. Too strong. The female warriors of Freya's legion exclaimed with really excited faces. There were admiration and joy mixed in their eyes. That was the long and short of it. Simply put, the commander of Iden was much stronger than what Hildegard had thought. But of course, she did know that he was strong. Because if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to become commander in the first place. He wouldn't have been able to accomplish his shining achievements in Midgard. However, Hildegard thought of different things. Because whatever the case, he was still a warrior that had just become superior ranked. He was a warrior that hadn't even been in Valhalla for a full year yet. She had thought him far below the other commanders and considered the possibility that the Legion had given him the title even though he lacked strength. He had certainly accomplished surprising things, but she had thought that it was the result of having received help from other warriors. But that wasn't it either. Iden's commander was strong, and in addition, the kind of strength and its shape was different to what Hildegard had thought. Phew! Tae Ho heard the cheers of the warriors of Freya's legion and let out a long sigh. Cuchulainn said with a confused voice. If others see you, they will think that you were the one that had fought. When the battle against the people with the heads of fish had started, Tae Ho couldn't take one step. It wasn't that he was standing on the ship while swinging his sword. He just stood there and watched others fight. There were Valkyries gathered in front of Tae Ho. They were all fakes and they were equipped with the weapons of the Knights of the Round Table and gear made with the warriors' equipment. Valkyrie Captain. Fake Haida. The fake Haida grabbed the sword of Lancelot, Arondite, and expressed etiquette in front of Tae Ho. After her the fake Ingrid, Edenmaha, Reginleith and Raskrid also did the same with their respective weapons. Excluding the fake Haida which had an exceptional completion rate, the others were rather lacking. But as the performance of the weapons Tae Ho provided them with were great and their teamwork was immaculate, so they could display quite a notable battle prowess. If one simply looked at their battle capabilities, then the 5 fake Valkyries standing in front of Tae Ho would be much stronger than the 20 warriors of Freya's legion gathered together. Tae Ho expressed etiquette to the fake Haida with a satisfied expression and then retrieved their equipment and dispelled the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. The warriors of Freya's legion cheered once again when they saw the fake Valkyries disappear into light. Those eyes are admiring you because they think that you created a saga that makes your army because you were the only one in your legion. Tae Ho ignored Cuchulain's guess of a gaze of one Valkyrie of Freya's legion and then turned around. It was because he was bothered about something while fighting. Adenmaha? Hugh. Adenmaha let out a strange sound when she got called. It seemed like she made that sound because she was surprised, but Tae Ho had also gotten surprised as that sound was really unexpected. Are you hurt somewhere? Or you have a fever, perhaps? Why? Is my face red? Adenmaha grew nervous as she spoke since her face was actually quite red. Tae Ho couldn't help but worry. That's something, but you also aren't able to stand properly since the attack. You just keep staring off into a distant place, you're doing it again. Should he say that she looked uneasy? She was looking elsewhere instead of looking at Tae Ho while he was talking to her. It seemed like she was evading his eyes. Adenmaha flinched at Tae Ho's guess and then replied. I am not. I'm looking at you properly. It was a lie. Whoever saw it could notice that she was only glancing at him. She didn't hurriedly roll her eyes when their eyes met but even turned her head. Tae Ho frowned even more at the clear symptom. It was because he was seriously worried about Adenmaha's state. Are you really not hurt? Like you are seasick or something? Tae Ho placed his hand on Adenmaha's forehead. It was slight, but he could feel some heat from it. On the other hand, Adenmaha let out another vague sound when Tae Ho's hand touched her forehead and said while stuttering and still avoiding his gaze. That's probably the case. Yeah. I'll go rest for a moment. Adenmaha let out a long sigh and then turned around to hurry towards the curtain room. And Tae Ho nodded slowly after looking at her as if he understood it now. So that is the case. Sea serpents can also become seasick, it seems. Because swimming for yourself and riding on a ship were different things. Tae Ho got convinced and nodded, and Cuchulain spoke with a dumbfounded voice as if it was absurd. Hey, did you really learn Scat Hakka's style techniques? The essence of that technique was on the insight that let one see through everything. That meant that it was normal for them to be more quick-witted than others. However, Tae Ho talked back as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Why? Is there a problem? Leave it. Perhaps, this was also the effect of having fallen deeply in love. Tae Ho shared a short conversation with Hildegard and then sat down and looked out over the water before them. It's really smooth. Right. You don't have any notices from Aiden? Rather than being worried, it seemed like he wanted to hear a notice from her quickly. Tae Ho shook his head and said, Not yet. And thinking about it, I think that I worried that much for nothing. What are you talking about? Well, it was 2 years for me, but it has only been 22 days for Aidenim. That was right. Because Tae Ho was the one to enter the Tower of Shadows, not Aiden. It wasn't that Tae Ho went to meet Aiden every day just because it was him. He did get divine messages from her when he was out on an expedition, but that was also when she had a special business with him. If matters were urgent, 15 days was the usual period between their visits. Otherwise, 2 months and 1 month were the respective longest period and average. As that was the cycle that Tae Ho met Aiden, 22 days wasn't that long of a time. TCH. So he noticed. He had hoped for him to feel more haunted thinking that it was 2 years. Tae Ho shook his head as Cuchulain regretted it quite seriously. You really are bad as a person. TCH. Of course, the two people were joking. Cuchulain spoke once again. But still, it's true that you didn't greet her before coming out. You should soothe her well later. Yes, I should. If it was like Hildegard had said, even communication magic was difficult to use in the Sea of Ymir. Right, that's why it should be fine until we get out of Ymir's sea. He had heard that they still had 2 more days to go until they reached Vanaheim, so he could talk about how to soothe her at a later time. Tae Ho became determined and looked off into the distance. Later that night, he realized that his thoughts were quite wrong. My warrior, Tae Ho. The commander of Iden greets the goddess of youth. Tae Ho expressed etiquette politely while hiding his surprise. For him to receive a divine message as soon as he relaxed. But still, it doesn't seem like she's all that sulky. He had thought that she would say something like, so that was the case. You only go with Haida just like a warrior of Haida. Or, aren't you Tae Ho, the warrior of Freya? As soon as she saw him. It seemed like there was no need to worry that much as she called him as, my warrior. Tae Ho grew relieved but was taken aback upon raising his head. It was because he saw the anxiousness written on Iden's face. You are not a warrior of Freya. Iden said matter-of-factly. She approached Tae Ho and then said quickly. You are Iden's warrior. My warrior, not a warrior of Freya. So don't say that even as a joke. Understood? It seemed like she had seen right through what he was thinking about. He could know it even without using the insight of Skathaka's style. There was anxiousness and eagerness mixed in Iden's voice, and Tae Ho could also feel a bit of obsession towards him. It feels vaguely good, not. If Cuchulainn had heard this, he would have said that he was a pervert, but it was still the truth. The truth that none other than Iden was, on some level, obsessed with him and that she treated him specially gave him satisfaction. Tae Ho? Of course. Tae Ho answered while smiling as if relieving Iden. Iden seemed to have gotten relieved at that smile, and she let out a long sigh. Freya Uni too. How can she entrust with something like this to another commander? She could, of course, understand. It was because it was important enough that Freya, the owner of Valhalla, had the right to give orders to a commander even if they belonged to another legion. A report had also reached Iden, but she ended up contacting Tae Ho. But still, it was a lie if she said that she wasn't angry. Iden pouted and complained a bit more about Freya, and Tae Ho decided to enjoy it leisurely instead of feeling awkward by Iden's showing of this side of her for the first time. And a few minutes later Iden seemed to have noticed Tae Ho's gaze that she flushed and cleared her throat a few times and then said something else with a calmed expression. My warrior, Tae Ho. You should already know this, but you will meet the chief of Vanaheim, Heimstream, if you reach it. He had already heard this from Hildegard. The chief of the Vanir couldn't be compared to Odin or Freya, but he was still one of the strongest magicians among the Vanir. Bringing Freya the several magic tools he had stored was the task of Tae Ho. Iden paused for a moment and then said with a resolved expression. It shouldn't be something that Freya planned, but it turned out well anyway. If you meet Heimstream, reveal your identity and say that you have come to claim the legacy of our legion. The legacy of our legion? Right, it's the legacy of before the Great War, of Iden's legion. It is now time to retrieve it. Maybe it was his imagination, but Tae Ho could feel a bit of sadness in her voice. The legion before the Great War. Tae Ho didn't know much about them. It wasn't because he didn't try to investigate but because there were very few records about them. Haida would always answer Tae Ho's questions, but she always evaded the question about the legion before the Great War. But it was now time. Not only because Iden's legion was rising up again. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning in it. But Iden saved her words. She just smiled towards Tae Ho instead of speaking longer. I heard from Haida. It must have been really hard being in the Tower of Shadows alone for 2 years. I am really proud of you. It was merely 20 days for Iden, but it was 2 years for Tae Ho. Tae Ho could feel his heart grow soft. Tae Ho expressed etiquette once again, and Idun approached Tae Ho a bit more. It was to bless him like she always did. Tae Ho raised his head and Idun looked at him with a gentle expression. She pondered for a moment, and then gave him the best blessing. "May my blessing accompany you." Idun smiled shyly, and Tae Ho woke from his dream. Time flowed like usual. Skuld, who had transformed into a swan, flew towards Vanaheim. Loki, who'd been roaming Midgard, finally stopped. The magician king, Utgard Loki, called and gathered the remaining 5 fingers in one spot. The frost giant king, Harmardi, ordered the giants in the front lines. Ald and Verdandi looked at the threads of fate. The king of gods, Odin, sat before the lake of Mimir and had a conversation with him. Hugin and Munin told him the news. Freya looked at Midgard with worried eyes. And a day after that, Tae Ho reached Vanaheim. Episode 33, Idun's Sword, 3, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 34/Chapter 1, Vanaheim, 1. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The gods for the humans of Midgard were the Aesir. It was because the king of gods, Odin, alongside Thor, Heimdall, and all the other gods that had power in Asgard, belonged to the Aesir. But it wasn't like that from the start. Long ago, the Aesir didn't only have the giants as their enemies. Another race of gods that were called the Vanir confronted the Aesir with the right to rule the divine world. The war between the Aesir and the Vanir didn't come to a conclusion easily. One of the reasons was because they both had the giants as a common enemy, meaning they couldn't unleash all of their strength, but also because the Vanir weren't easy adversaries for the Aesir. The gods of the Aesir, including Odin, were all proficient in battle. It wouldn't be excessive to say that the Aesir were a race specialized in battle. But compared to them, the Vanir weren't proficient in battle. The number of warriors and their skills couldn't be compared to the Aesir. But the Vanir had the power of strong magic. If the Aesir were warriors, then the Vanir were magicians. They lacked strong warriors but had strong magicians. But of course, it wasn't that the Aesir were ignorant on magic, as even the king of gods, Odin, was a strong magician. Especially, his prowess in magic was so outstanding that there were few gods among the Vanir that had comparable skills to him. However, the number of gods that were proficient in magic was different. The Aesir from back then and the current race had many different points. The Aesir of that time didn't have strong magical tools like right now. They didn't have Thor, and also didn't have the strongest weapon of Asgard, Mjolnir. Excluding Odin and a few others, they didn't have resistance towards magic. The war prolonged. And at the beginning of the war, the Vanir rather suppressed the Aesir. But as more time passed, the Aesir grew accustomed to magic. The decisive point was that the giant of fire, Loki, who was proficient in magic, became the aide of Odin. Loki received the goodwill of Odin even though he was a giant and became a god of Asgard. He harassed the Vanir with cowardly and cunning tricks that the simple warriors of the Aesir wouldn't imagine at all. In addition, the battle prowess of the Aesir increased greatly just by having one more being proficient in magic. The Vanir couldn't overcome the Aesir with their sorcery and magic anymore. The race of the Aesir had won, however, they couldn't annihilate them or absorb them completely as they still had the common enemy remaining. Because of that, Odin chose to reconcile with the Vanir and inserted them in Asgard after a long time. The Vanir that accepted their defeat followed the will of Odin and chose 3 outstanding gods among their ranks and sent them to the Aesir as hostages. And one of them was the goddess of magic and beauty, Freya. Freya was actually a prisoner of war, but thanks to her outstanding beauty and her character that had a lot of charm, she received a lot of love from the gods of the Aesir. In addition, as she was also a great magician that was comparable to Odin, she could become a magic teacher for the Aesir and transmit them to Asgard. Simply put, she was a war prisoner but was so outstanding that she rose to the highest ranks of Asgard. Cuchulainn stated his opinion bluntly after listening to the long explanation of Hildegard that was full of praise towards Freya. Because Hildegard is a Valkyrie of Freya. Tae Ho just answered inwardly, as Hildegard was right in front of him. It was a really obvious thing to say, but the Valkyries showed a really good attitude towards the gods of their legions. Ingrid thanked Njord at every mealtime, and when Gander got drunk, she praised Uller without stop. Now that I see, Haida doesn't speak about Idanim that much. He rather felt that Iden spoke about Haida more. Is like this. Did you understand? Hildegard put her face closer to Tae Ho and asked, and he nodded reflexively. She said that the current Vanaheim has the role of a magic research center of Asgard. Cuchulainn explained quickly as he realized that he hadn't been able to listen to her because he was thinking about other things. Tae Ho thanked Cuchulainn inwardly and nodded once again. So that's the case. That's right. Hildegard smiled brightly with a satisfied expression and pointed at the front. Welcome to Vanaheim, the mystical land that magic breathes. It almost seemed like she had set a timer, for the moment she finished her words, the dense fog cleared up and a big, lush island appeared. Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir. It makes me think of Ulster. Cuchulainn said briefly, and Adenmaha, who was sitting behind Tae Ho, looked at Vanaheim with interested eyes. I'm the defense commander of the port of Vanaheim, Harald. I welcome you, Commander of Iden. There were dozens of lines where one could leave their ship at in the port of Vanaheim. However, there were only 2 places that could station a big ship. In the first place, as Vanaheim had no need to go to battle using ships, they had limited the numbers for defense. Tae Ho thought of the explanation he had heard from Hildegard before getting off the ship and posing confidently on the dock. He expressed etiquette. Iden's commander greets Harad Nim. Thank you for welcoming us. The ones living in Vanaheim were the gods of Vanir, and if one interprets this in a different way, it meant that Harad was also a god. Still, on that note, then Adenmaha was also a goddess, as she was a Tuatha de Danann, and Gander, who had nasty alcoholic habits, and Ingrid, a well-mannered Valkyrie, were also gods. But there was the difference in status among gods. The defense commander of the port of Vanaheim wasn't a low rank by any means. If one just thought of the abilities and simply thought of the role, they could compare him to Heimdall of Asgard, so it was proper to speak politely for Tae Ho. It seemed like Harad liked Tae Ho's attitude, and he put on a bright smile. That smile suited well with his shining golden armor and white helmet. The affiliation feels clearly different from the Aesir. The only Aesir Tae Ho knew was Thor, but whatever the case, compared to the strong and manly Thor, Harad in front of him was tall and had broad shoulders but emanated a more feminine-like aura. That was only when you compared him with Thor, as it was good to call his strength and manliness as being outside the standards. When Harad fluttered his violet cape and turned around to take the lead, warriors that were wearing golden armor and had magical spears spread to the sides and lined up as if covering the group. It was a small, flashy escort squad of sorts. It seemed like Hildegard really liked Vanaheim's polite welcome, and she smiled brightly while walking next to Tae Ho to lead the warriors of Freya's legion. It would have been good if Merlin was also here. Adenmaha, who followed Tae Ho's back, mumbled in a low voice. It was because she could smell the scent of the strong magic covering the entire Vanaheim. It seemed like there was also magic even in the most insignificant pebbles. Harad, who'd been taking the lead, stopped and entered a big road. Several big carriages were seen as if they were prepared beforehand. The animals at the reins weren't cats, but just by looking at their shapes, it was quite similar to what they had seen in the palace of Freya. The warriors of Valhalla created some distance and then lined up in front of the carriage. But it was at that moment oh my! Adenmaha let out a small exclamation. Tae Ho turned around and saw a unicorn approaching Adenmaha. The port of Vanaheim gave a weak artificial feeling compared to the ports of human cities. It was like it was mixed with nature, just like the fairy village they saw in Svartalfheim. The unicorn that had white fur and had no spots was beautiful to whomever saw it. In addition, its body was amazingly smooth, and it gave an innocent feeling because of its blue and big eyes. I heard that it was a creature of Olympus. It's also the first time for me seeing one. They are bad creatures that only let pure, beautiful women ride on their backs. Tae Ho listened to Cuchulain's words and nodded. It was because he had heard several things about them, but it was the first time seeing one directly. It seemed like the unicorn really liked Adenmaha that it approached her while lowering its head and acted affectionately. The female warriors of Freya's legion that were preparing the carriage smiled at that scene. Harald frowned because of the delay thanks to the unicorn, but he didn't chase it away. He rather looked at Tae Ho's group as if he was making a guess. On the other hand, the unicorn placed his head on Adenmaha's chest and then slightly bit on her clothes and pulled her to its side. "Ha? You want me to ride on you?" It seemed like she had guessed right that the unicorn nodded. Adenmaha pondered for a moment and then glanced at Tae Ho. "Right, I should ride on something at times as I always carried people. But of course, she couldn't become an obstacle to Tae Ho that had to go to Vanaheim with the carriage, so she would only ride on it for a moment or follow the carriage with the unicorn. Adenmaha hurriedly rose on its back as the unicorn lowered its posture. As she was wearing the clothes of a Valkyrie instead of her usual long skirt, it didn't become an obstacle for her. But it was at that moment dash. As soon as Adenmaha rode on it, the eyes of the unicorn changed. Its eyes turned crafty instead of being innocent and then tried to escape somewhere. The movement of the unicorn was really fast. It was an agility that the warriors of Freya's legion and the warriors of Vanaheim couldn't react to. But the unicorn which wanted to run suddenly couldn't do so. It couldn't move after taking 2 steps as if it had been flash frozen. Harald opened his eyes sharply and let out a small exclamation. It wasn't magic grabbing it. The unicorn was standing still and trembling. It couldn't move because of the nasty and overwhelming killing intent currently bombarding it. "Adenmaha, are you okay?" Tae Ho approached the blinking Adenmaha that was on top of the unicorn and asked. And only then did she understand what had happened just now. "So you did learn properly." It was one of the Skathaka-style techniques he learned in the 20th floor. It was a technique that restrained a low-level adversary by emanating a strong killing intent, but as it was mixed with the technique of Kalstead, that had the blood of a dragon, he had the skills of a kind of dragon peer. The reason Cuchulain was satisfied wasn't only because he had managed to restrain his opponent with killing intent nor because of the completion of the technique. The only thing Tae Ho's killing intent was restraining was the unicorn. It wasn't leaked even by a little towards the others. Thinking about the property of the killing intent that was easy to disperse to the surroundings, it was a really precise control. The reason Harald grew amazed was also because of that. Adenmaha jumped down from the unicorn while Cuchulain was feeling proud. She realized the situation as she looked the eyes of the unicorn that had changed completely, but she rather scolded Tae Ho. "Why are you reacting so sensitively with a prank made by this guy?" However, her eyes were smiling. No, her entire face was smiling. Her mouth will rip off at this rate. Cuchulain clicked his tongue. On the other hand, Harald, who'd been standing still while the unicorn approached Adenmaha, got closer to Tae Ho and said, "They are rumored to have bad habits. Forgive me, as it became a test for you. Forgive my rudeness." He could have stopped the unicorn before, but he had just left it be. In the end, he had just observed how Tae Ho would react. "It's nothing, dot." Honestly speaking, it wasn't that he wasn't angry at all, but it wasn't the time to argue about these things. As it were, Adenmaha had acted on her own. Harald smiled once again at Tae Ho's open-minded reaction. "I sincerely welcome you to Vanaheim." The carriage still rode and reached the big and white palace while Adenmaha was mumbling because she got hit by Tae Ho. It was said that this place was only opened when guests arrived to Vanaheim. "Nice to meet you. I'm the chief of the Vanir, Heimstream. Iden's commander greets Heimstreamnim." As soon as they entered the palace, their eyes landed on an old man whose hair and long beard were white standing in the middle of the hall. The man that was standing below the shining light smiled towards Tae Ho and spoke, and Tae Ho hit his chest and expressed etiquette. Only Tae Ho was allowed from his group to enter the palace, and because of that, Heimstream told Tae Ho what was going to occur without any secondary greetings. I did know that someone special would come, but I didn't think that Freya would send a warrior of Idun's legion instead of someone from her legion. The slim and tall Heimstream was a man that gave the feeling of being a scholar at first glance. In addition, Tae Ho couldn't feel his strength or divinity even though he was right in front of him, unlike Thor or Freya. However, that wasn't because Heimstream was weak. That rather proved how great of a god he was. There were very few gods in Asgard that could completely hide their divinity in front of a commander of Valhalla. It seemed like it was really unexpected for him that a warrior of Idun was the one to come instead of a warrior of Freya, and he looked at Tae Ho with conspicuous eyes before handing him a chest the size of a person's head that he had prepared beforehand. All the things you have to send to Freya are here. The chest is protected by a strong magic, but I still hope you can be careful. I will take it into account. Tae Ho stored the chest inside of Unur. Actually, putting it inside of his inventory was more secure, but he could just do it outside. There was no need to activate his saga in front of a chief of the Vanir. It was a trip that had taken a few days, but it wasn't excessive to say that the matter ended here. But Tae Ho didn't stand up immediately, and Heimstream put on a smile. It seems like you have something to tell me. It seemed like he already knew what he was going to say, and because of that Tae Ho said directly. Idun said that I should bring back the legacy of the Legion. Right. I think that, after looking at you, it is finally time. He put on a soft smile once again and then rolled his finger in the air. On cue, Violet's space door materialized beside him. This is the passageway leading to the place which contains the legacy of Idun's Legion. Heimstream said as much and then gestured lightly towards the space door. It seemed like he was telling him to go and bring it, as there was nothing more to talk about. It didn't seem like he was testing Tae Ho at this point. Realizing this, Tae Ho stood up and promptly strode into the space door Heimstream had made. Episode 34, Vanaheim, 1, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 34/Chapter 2, Vanaheim, 2. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. The place that appeared beyond the space door was a vast, devastated landscape. Tae Ho instantly knew. He was gazing upon a remnant of the Great War. It was the same scene that he had seen in Svartalfheim, and Tae Ho remembered the trace of the Great War that was hidden in a crack of the world. He had also heard that there were some traces of the Great War in Vanaheim. Tae Ho looked a bit further. There was a sky, but it was dark. The chaotic flow of magic had formed an invisible whirlpool, and the land had an ash-gray color just like the destroyed remains of Eren. The devastated land had a unique shape. It felt like there was a wall or some other obstacle blocking the space beyond the part that waved like heat. It felt like they had torn off the trace of the Great War located in the crack of the world, or ripped off a part of it and placed it in a magical space. Tae Ho let out a long sigh and looked at his surroundings. In his vision, many icons were revealed upon his activation of Eyes of the Dragon. Sword of Idun's Warrior, Karen. Sword of Idun's Warrior, Luff. Spear of Idun's Valkyrie, Asur. There were weapons lying about everywhere. There weren't only the weapons that were used by the lowest ranked warriors, but also the weapons used by the intermediate and superior ranked warriors. Tae Ho could sense the foreboding atmosphere. This was undoubtedly the place where Idun's Legion had faced its annihilation. Idun and Heda didn't tell him what had happened to Idun's Legion in the Great War in detail, and Tae Ho didn't ask further as it seemed like it was painful for them to even remember it. In the first place, the fact that there was only one Valkyrie remaining was already evidence of several things. Idun's Legion had been utterly obliterated. That, or only an exceptionally small minority had survived, to the point that everyone excluding Heda had disappeared over the past 100 years. Tae Ho walked by, following the weapons that were lined up in the ground, and then stopped in his tracks. It was because he saw white gold letters in a not distant place. Magical Sword of Idun's Commander, Sigmund, Argentra. The black and massive magic sword emanated a faint green light and was stuck like a tombstone. As he had heard that there hasn't been any commanders in Iden Legion, Tae Ho could be certain that he was the second-generation commander. The weapons the warriors of Iden had left behind. Could these be the things Iden had spoken about? It did make sense. By this point in time, new warriors had entered Iden's legion. Retrieving the weapons of the warriors of the previous generation, those which now functioned as tombstones, would be more efficiently used in arming the current one. But he thought that it wasn't the case. Tae Ho touched the hilt of Argentra for a moment and then continued walking. He started to see other things. It was the giants and the fragments of their weapons. They were emanating a strong aura even though 100 years had passed. Iden's legion had been ravaged during the fighting against them. What happened at their last moment? Was it a situation where they couldn't even retreat? He walked a bit further up and Tae Ho stopped walking unconsciously. There was a trace of divine power left in the ground, and Tae Ho's eyes of the dragon, which had grown exponentially more powerful as he did, told him to whom it belonged. No, he could feel it just by facing it. Goddess of youth and life. Iden's divine power. It was scattered everywhere. Tae Ho felt that it was a bit different to what Iden usually emitted, but he could feel that it was similar in its overall appearance. The scattered divine power didn't only belong to Iden. There was another divine power felt right next to it. God of music and poetry. Bragi's divine power. It was the name of a god he'd heard for the first time. Tae Ho had already memorized the gods of Asgard that had legions and their commanders and also their representative Valkyries. He must have been a god that has lost his life in the Great War, just like Freya's brother, Freyr. Just why was his divine power felt in the place Iden's legion got annihilated? Did Iden face a big injury in this battle? The warriors of Iden fought desperately to protect Iden and Bragi, and their efforts resulted in Iden barely managing to survive. It seems like it's that kind of story, anyway. Cuchulainn said in a low voice. It was his guess that the warriors of Iden's legion had chosen to face an honorable death to protect their goddess. It was quite a convincing story. He automatically thought that Heda was an apprentice Valkyrie or had stayed behind in another place, so she had barely managed to survive. But it was when Tae Ho took a few more steps following the trace of the divine power. Huh? What? Do you see something? Iden's husband, Bragi. Bragi's wife, Iden. He rests in this place. There was no need to see it with the eyes of the dragon. Those were letters that were engraved on the elaborate yet decayed tombstone. So Iden was a widow. Ho, it makes her feel more mature. Cuchulainn made a joke to try to lift up the mood, but his efforts were entirely in vain. Iden's husband, Bragi. It made sense now why his divine power remained in the place where Iden's legion had met its demise and that Iden's legion had put their lives to protect him. However, Tae Ho didn't accept Cuchulainn's joke nor did he even acknowledge it. It wasn't because he couldn't imagine the gentle and bright goddess having a husband. This tombstone wasn't only for Bragi. The name of Iden was also engraved in it. Cuchulainn misunderstood for a moment because Iden was currently alive, but he soon realized that something was wrong. What happened? If this was the tombstone of Iden and Bragi, then just who was the Iden they'd been associating with until now? She wasn't a fake. Because if she was one, all the things that happened until now wouldn't make sense. Did she inherit the name of Iden or something? Cuchulainn stated his guess. Cases that you received a name of a family was quite common. The administrator of the Golden Apple Tree was called Iden, and if one thought that it was the name all of the administrators received, then it made sense. The place the previous Iden and her husband, Bragi, had died at. Iden's legion had died alongside them. Then, just what was the legacy that was in this place? Tae Ho lowered his posture in front of the tombstone. He slowly placed his hand on the tombstone and activated the power of Iden. The faint golden light started to transmit from Tae Ho's palm to the tombstone, and then a reaction occurred in the tombstone. The scattered divine power of Idun and Bragi started to gather on it. The light grew stronger. The divine power of the previous Idun was golden, and Bragi's divine power was silver. It was so bright that Tae Ho felt like he would be blinded. Cuchulainn called Tae Ho's name, but the latter couldn't hear him. He couldn't even realize that the divine power of Idun was being fired from the weapons of the warriors of Idun's legion that were scattered everywhere. It was because he heard a voice. The voices of the previous Idun and Bragi. Their call. Tae Ho opened his eyes. He wasn't at the wasted remnant of the Great War anymore. The entire world was black, and there were two people standing before him whom he'd never before met. The woman was young and beautiful. She had long, golden hair with a mild smile. She was a beauty that wouldn't fall short to Freya, and her gentle atmosphere was similar to Idun. There was also a middle-aged man that had an exceptionally long beard standing next to her. He was tall and had a good body, but he didn't give the feeling that he was a warrior even by a little bit. His really big and clear golden eyes were memorable. They were certainly the previous Idun and her husband, Bragi. The two gods looked at Tae Ho, but he realized that they weren't souls that stayed behind like Cuchulainn or the Knights of the Round Table. They were really remains. You could say that the two were echoes of their divine power. Idun extended her hand towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho hesitated a bit at her gesture that told him to get closer, but chose to walk towards her anyway. The divine powers of the two gods that were before him felt like living fire. It was burning right now, but one couldn't know when it would extinguish. The previous Idun was a bit shorter than the current one, and because of that, she looked up at Tae Ho with her big, shiny eyes. It seemed like she would ask a question at any time, as her eyes shone with curiousness. But the previous Idun then blocked her mouth with her two hands as if it wasn't the time to speak, or that there was no time to begin with. Tae Ho grew a bit taken aback at that cute action, and Bragi laughed. He, who was taller than Tae Ho, placed his big hand on top of Tae Ho's shoulder and then clenched it. It was a really strong grip. Tae Ho frowned unconsciously, but it seemed like Bragi wasn't planning on letting go. The symbols of Bragi and the previous Idun were engraved in Tae Ho's shoulder and wrist. May our blessing accompany you. The previous Idun then spoke. Bragi looked at Tae Ho with complicated eyes mixed with resentment, rage, expectation, and resignation and made a request. I'm leaving our daughter to you. The current Idun. The woman which two gods and an entire legion had died protecting. You must never make her cry. Understand? The previous Idun said playfully, and that was the end. The divine power of the two people started to disappear. It started to dim little by little, and then it disappeared completely. Tae Ho opened his eyes again. He was in front of the tombstone and he could feel that his shoulder and wrists were burning. But those weren't the only places. Tae Ho screamed and opened his mouth. It was because his tongue was so hot it felt like it was burning. Hey, are you okay? Hey! Cuchulainn called out to Tae Ho several times, but Tae Ho just stuck out his tongue without answering and looked down. He couldn't see his tongue properly, but he could read the words through the eyes of the dragon. Bragi's rune. A rune engraved by the god of music and poetry, Bragi. His speech has a magical power within it. Tae Ho said random words. His voice wasn't different from before, but he could feel a definite change. He hadn't tested it yet, but his ability to sing would probably have increased greatly. Wait. Your words give great trust, people fall for your words more easily, you are able to control the sweet feeling more easily, and you can even sing well? This is the most suitable ability to pick up girls? Tae Ho was at a loss for words for a moment. He was still someone that was called the Prince of Light, so how did all his thoughts flow that way? Why? What else is more important for a man? Tae Ho just looked at his shoulder and wrist instead of talking back to him. It was hidden by his clothes, But the eyes of the dragon didn't miss the two runes of the gods that were shining with distinctive gold and silver lights. The power behind those two runes. The real legacy Aiden had told him to retrieve. The rune of the previous Aiden wasn't that different from the blessing of the current Aiden. Actually, you could say that they were the same. But the rune of Bragi was different. The several effects Bragi's rune gave were only supportive ones. But the reason it was engraved on Tae Ho's tongue was to unleash the real power his rune possessed. The god of music and poetry, Bragi. The god who sang legends to life. Tae Ho activated a saga reflexively. He then added the power of Aiden and Bragi onto it. Strengthened saga. The warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. Master? A Denmaha appeared in front of Tae Ho. It wasn't the doppelganger but the real one. She was shocked from having been suddenly transported from the entrance to the White Palace, and she looked at her surroundings in amazement. Meanwhile, Tae Ho hurriedly looked away and ignored a Denmaha. The reason was simple. It was because Bragi's rune hadn't only strengthened one saga. Strengthened saga. The eyes of the dragon see through all things. Hey! What can you see? Huh? What did you see? Cuchulainn asked hurriedly, but Tae Ho didn't answer him. Episode 34, Vanaheim, 2, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 34/Chapter 3, Vanaheim, 3. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. What happened? Where are we? A Denmaha checked her surroundings and then spoke with a slightly frightened voice. It was because she'd been called suddenly, but also because she felt that the isolated space itself was twisted. Master? A Denmaha approached Tae Ho and raised her head to meet his gaze. Tae Ho looked down at a Denmaha, but it was only for a moment. He then turned his head sharply. Cuchulainn clicked his tongue at that and said, "Hey, she is asking you. You should answer her and slowly check on her from head to heel. If you can share what you see, it's all the better." Those were advices that weren't worthy to be heard, however there was someone that moved regardless of Cuchulainn's advice. It was a Denmaha. Master? Why do you keep avoiding my eyes? A Denmaha blinked her eyes and tilted her head before moving again. This time she moved sideways to put herself in Tae Ho's range of view instead of approaching him. A Denmaha, wait. Wait. Tae Ho looked at the other side once again, and then a Denmaha frowned and even opened her eyes suspiciously. How suspicious? There was a bit of playfulness in her voice. It was because Tae Ho acting this way was quite new and funny. Why aren't you able to see me properly? And why are your eyes shining? A Denmaha moved her body to try to match Tae Ho's eyes, but Tae Ho turned his head desperately and said quickly, "No, well dash." So? Tae Ho couldn't speak anymore. It was because a Denmaha extended her two hands and grabbed him. Of course, a Denmaha couldn't be compared to Tae Ho in strength, but the current Tae Ho was in a really panicked state. He couldn't push away a Denmaha, let alone move himself. Why do you keep dodging me, I wonder? A Denmaha suppressed Tae Ho like a snake that had prey before it. She didn't know the reason, but now that it turned out like this, she decided to release all the hard feelings she had accumulated up to this point. Tae Ho stepped back and then fell on the ground with a Denmaha on top of him. You can just close your eyes, but you don't. While Cuchulainn was clicking his tongue and criticizing him, a Denmaha grabbed Tae Ho's head in an almost perfect mount position and didn't let Tae Ho turn away. Yes? Master? Tae Ho thought of closing his eyes, but he discovered himself opening them just slightly. In the end, Tae Ho wanted to curse at himself and release the saga, but that wasn't easy either. It couldn't be controlled properly, perhaps because the saga had been strengthened suddenly. Master? A Denmaha put her face closer to Tae Ho's and he realized that there were no other options. He looked at a Denmaha fixedly and yelled, "I can see it." What? Adenmaha tilted her head and asked provokingly, but Tae Ho couldn't say the words. Because of that, he grabbed Adenmaha's wrist and activated another saga. Strengthened saga. The one that controls dragons. Tae Ho synchronized his senses with Adenmaha, and he showed all the things he had seen to her. And about 1 or 2 seconds later Quick! Adenmaha let out a mortified scream and hurriedly stood from her position. Shameless! Pervert! Enemy of humankind! I have certainly said that I wouldn't watch. You were the one that forced me. Tae Ho rebuked inwardly. It was because he would only provoke her even more if he said it out loud. Anyways. This is a trace of the Great War, and your saga has been strengthened, right? Adenmaha changed the subject first, and Tae Ho didn't miss the opportunity and followed her up. Right. This is a trace of the Great War. It doesn't seem like it's hidden in a crack of the world, but it was forcefully separated with magic. The reason my saga was strengthened is because of the blessing of the god of music and poetry, Bragi. He said all of those things quickly without breathing out once. Adenmaha, who barely managed to understand all of that, tilted her head at the name she'd heard for the first time. Bragi Nim? Iden Nim's husband. Iden Nim's Iden Nim is a widow? Adenmaha let out a shocked voice. It seemed like she had met her once opposed to what Tae Ho had thought. Well, she must have met her once to become a Valkyrie. Tae Ho, who became convinced by that idea alone, picked the most important point and continued. No, the previous Iden Nim. But it seemed like that was too summed up. Adenmaha blinked with a face that mirrored her confusion and then asked for an explanation with a slow voice. Explain it in a bit more detail. Right. That would be good. Tae Ho nodded and took out Gibald to provide an easier explanation. He made Adenmaha grab a part of it and started his explanation. So summarizing it up, Iden's legion was annihilated in this place, right? Annihilated to the point where the previous Iden Nim and her husband Bragi Nim also died. Adenmaha picked the most important points after listening to all of Tae Ho's story. Tae Ho nodded once again. Right, Anne. I don't know exactly, but it seems like the current Iden Nim is the daughter of the previous Iden and Bragi and inherited the position of administrator to the golden apple tree and seat of the goddess of life and youth. The previous Iden and Bragi had said that they would entrust their daughter to him. So based on the situation, the daughter they were talking about should be the Iden Tae Ho knew. It's a bit unexpected, but it's not that there were no precedents of this. There were also some gods among the Tuatha De Danann that took over the ranks and names of others. Adenmaha nodded while having her arms crossed and then looked at Tae Ho's right shoulder and left wrist before continuing. Anyways, Iden Nim has told you to retrieve the legacy of the Legion, and the legacy you received were the runes of the previous Iden Nim and Bragi Nim? Right. The rune of Bragi Nim, I think that my saga became strengthened thanks to his blessing. You said that he was the god of music and poetry, so it does make sense. So that means that he was the god of bards and troubadours, right? Because spreading tales and stories was their job. The one that sings legends. The one that spreads the story of a warrior. It was obvious for Bragi to have the power to strengthen a saga. Now that I see, didn't all the sagas get strengthened in a lump? Or they get strengthened by time? Cuchulainn worded his first normal question in a long while, and because of that, Tae Ho answered almost immediately, unlike before. I think that it's closer to the latter. I will have to investigate a bit more, but I feel like I'm not able to use it perfectly because my capability in it is lacking. Shouldn't the divine power of Bragi Nim still be unfamiliar for you, Master? He did feel a bit unfamiliar with the divine power of the previous Iden, but it was still familiar overall. However, Bragi's divine power was completely unfamiliar to Tae Ho, so he could only be clumsy in using it. The god of music and poetry, how unfortunate. If someone had taken over his rank like the current Iden, it would be helpful in several ways. Tae Ho thought of the same thing. For the current Aiden to have taken over the name, divine power, and rank of the previous Aiden meant that she had inherited a divine mandate. It was possible to succeed a rank or authority on such a level. But it was meaningless to worry about such a thing right now. Because of that, Adenmaha said something else. Anyways, how did the sagas that got strengthened change? Like the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him and the eyes of the dragon see through all things. Adenmaha's face flushed completely upon recalling what had happened a few minutes ago. Tae Ho ignored her face and said, firstly, the limit of the number of Valkyries increased for the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. It was 9 before, but I can now register 18. The number 9 is treated as a holy number in Asgard, but it doubled in an instant. Now you won't need to worry about who to put in the list. For now. For now, he says. Just how many more Valkyries do you want to obtain? The last one was Adenmaha. She looked at Tae Ho and mumbled, and Tae Ho spread his chest shamelessly and said, won't it be better to strengthen my saga even more and create an army of Valkyries? If I penetrate through the enemy ranks alone and then summon a lot of Valkyries. It's really a one-man army, right? So you want to roll on a field of flowers. There were also male Valkyries, so how about putting them in your army? Cuchulain's unproductive opinion passed through one of Tae Ho's ears and flowed out the other. Adenmaha shook her head as if it was absurd and said, that, and a summoning function was added? Yes. I think that I'm able to summon the real deal, but I feel like there's a distance limit. The reason Adenmaha had been summoned was because she was the closest to him among the Valkyries that were registered on his list. Heda and Ingrid were in Valhalla, and Gander, Regenleif, Raskrid, and the rest were in the much further away realm of Midgard. So if we organize it, the number of members increased and a function to call the real one got added, right? Right, and for the eyes of the dragon. Tae Ho paused and then turned his eyes away. Adenmaha blushed and also turned her eyes away so they didn't exchange glances. The effect range widened, and the ability to grasp a weak point was also strengthened. The vision also got strengthened. Alright. What about Bragi's rune? You said that it also had a function. That's right. That's also important. Now that it came out, let's test a few things. Cuchulain received Adenmaha's words. Tae Ho started to explain as he also agreed to it. Firstly, the functions I saw with the eyes of the dragon are as follows. His words became more trustable. Even if he said the same things, the positive reception to his words from others was increased. Secondly, his words had become more convincing. Thirdly, he could influence the mood of the adversary through his words. Fourthly, Tae Ho was able to sing really well. And lastly, the functions of the tongue, such as his sense of taste, had grown more intense and precise. Actually, it wasn't that he could see the explanations in that much detail with the eyes of the dragon. It was because the explanation that came with Bragi's rune also came with a lot of metaphoric explanations. The 5 functions that were lined up were the explanations Tae Ho came up with after analyzing and guessing it. But it wasn't impossible to guess what the overall ability was. Adenmaha put on a thoughtful face and then smiled brightly. This will be really useful. You are saying that your speech will strengthen, right? That's right. You are already a swindler, but you now hold the aptitude of a swindler king. Cuchulain thought of the warriors that were smiling brightly in Aiden's residence and then had a silent time of meditation. But Tae Ho shook his head. Cuchulain, I have never lied. I just exaggerated it a bit. Isn't that right, Adenmaha? I will just say that's the case. Adenmaha evaded Tae Ho's eyes as if she couldn't agree to his words. Fine. Whatever the case, it will effective in gathering more warriors to Aiden's legion. Now, sing. He here? Without any chorus? Now you are acting like a pro. Just sing. Dugun dugun, dot. The last one that put the effect was Adenmaha. It seemed like she was really looking forward to it, for her eyes were shining. Let's pass this one for now. Let's investigate the other things. Like the one that gives more trust to the adversary and makes them feel better? Cuchulainn continued speaking as if he didn't really want to hear Tae Ho singing that much. Precisely speaking, it's more like controlling. Should I call it as oratorical talent? Let's test it on Adenmaha. Me? Right, you. Say something to her. Let's see how she reacts. Tae Ho looked at Adenmaha at Cuchulainn's urge and her eyes were shining expectantly. What should he say? Tae Ho thought for a moment but decided to say anything. In the first place, they were testing the effects of the rune, so there was no need to say anything cool. HM. Adenmaha. Yes. Adenmaha answered gently and looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho felt the pressure and opened his mouth. Yo! You are really beautiful. You are just like a flower. His voice was split because of the nervousness, and the words he chose were also cheesy. Surely enough, Cuchulainn started to scream. Kwa wa'awag. Painful. Too painful. Hey, how can you say something like that among all the things you could have said? Cuchulainn kept criticizing him but suddenly shut his mouth unconsciously. It was because the reaction of Adenmaha wasn't normal. Really? The dot. Adenmaha, who'd became red like a tomato, looked down as if she was embarrassed and kept laughing sillily. It seemed like she was trying not to laugh too much like a fool, but thanks to that, one could see that she was dying of happiness. It does have an effect. Tae Ho spoke in a bewildered state. It was because he also thought that his words were a mess. For the effects to be this good. No, she doesn't count. It's null. Think about it. There's no way she can be used as a test. Because she was really blinded by affection. Cuchulainn felt stuffed alone and then held back Tae Ho that wanted to say a few more words. Hey, let's go out. You can finish the test later. Was he called Heimstream? The chief of the Vanir should be waiting for you. It was a reasonable thing. It wasn't easy to imagine Heimstream waiting until Tae Ho got out, but whatever the case, Tae Ho had to go out for their meeting to come to an end. If one also thought about Hildegard and her group waiting outside, they had to hurry. Perhaps there's a commotion because of Adenmaha. She had, after all, disappeared without warning. It wasn't the time to be testing things just like Cuchulainn had said. Because of that, Tae Ho nodded and stood up. TCH. Adenmaha pouted as if it was regretful, but there wasn't anything that could be done. Cuchulainn laughed. You can test it as much as you want in the residence, so don't feel regretful. Let's hurry, anyways. Wait a moment. We should take all the things we have to. Tae Ho interrupted Cuchulainn this time. Cuchulainn and Adenmaha asked at the same time. What? Things they should take. Wasn't this the end as they had received Idun's and Bragi's rune? Tae Ho clicked his tongue and opened his arms widely. He pointed at the white gold-colored weapons that were close to him and said, The legacy of the Legion. The weapons his seniors had left. They would be given to his juniors. Tae Ho activated the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him and mobilized all the Valkyries, excluding Freya, to retrieve the scattered weapons. It took longer than I expected. Episode 34, Vanaheim, 3, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 34/Chapter 4, Vanaheim, 4. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. It took longer than I thought, that. Tae Ho flinched at the voice that he heard when he got out of the space door. Fortunately enough, Heimstream wasn't just dumbfoundedly looking at the space door. He was inspecting some books and documents while sitting in a big table next to it. If one just looked at him, it looked like he was investigating something. "I'm sorry. Displaying etiquette towards my seniors took longer than I expected." Tae Ho hurriedly apologized. Those were common words, but the only thing in common was the contents. Heimstream placed his eyes off the documents the moment he heard Tae Ho's words and then looked at him. His face then drew a smile. "It seems like you put your hands on Bragi's rune." Because the strength behind his words were different. Tae Ho's words now had the power to move a person's heart. It's a rune that will bring danger if held by a weak person. The power of words is that strong. In that case, it seems like disaster will soon befall the 9 realms. It was when Kuchulain clicked his tongue and criticized that Adenmaha, who'd left the space door a bit later than Tae Ho, glanced at Tae Ho and Heimstream and then hit her chest twice. Aiden's Valkyrie, Adenmaha, greets the chief of the Vanir. The movements of Adenmaha and eyes were graceful and beautiful. However, Heimstream didn't look interested in the external appearances, but in another thing. For a goddess of the Tuatha De Danann to have become a Valkyrie of Asgard. How marvelous. It seemed like his words were close to mumbling to himself, so Adenmaha pretended not to have heard it. It seemed like Heimstream also liked that, and he laughed in a low tone. He then sat in his chair and said, "The space door shook for a moment, but it seems like you called your Valkyrie. What an interesting saga." Heimstream was looking at the air and not at Tae Ho. The place Tae Ho had been in was a place that was being maintained by Heimstream's magic. Because of that, Heimstream could know what had happened in the trace of the Great War. Is it a saga that recreates fake Valkyries that have a deep connection with you and can call for a real one when they are close? Although it will only work when you register them, it seems like it will be quite useful. On top of that, it's a saga that can be greatly abused like Bragi's rune, so it's a saga that not just anyone should learn. Ah, I understand. So you are the disaster of the Valkyries. Kuchulain received Heimstream's words. Meanwhile, Heimstream used some magic while waving his hand a few times and then frowned. The name of the saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him? It was a voice layered with astonishment. Tae Ho flinched once again and Adenmaha did the same. Just what do you have to do for a saga like this to get created? He didn't speak alone this time. Heimstream was looking at Tae Ho right now. Yeah. It is marvelous indeed. A saga wasn't made out of nothing. There had to be an origin and a transmission for a saga to be created. So that meant that for the saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him, to be made, a similar story had to have happened. Tae Ho received Heimstream's curious and perplexed eyes and replied calmly. It's thanks to the representative Valkyrie of my legion. She took care of me a lot after I first entered Valhalla. Whatever Tae Ho was feeling right now, his words that came out through his tongue that had Bragi's rune engraved were good to hear and trustworthy. But his adversary was the chief of the Vanir. Heimstream smacked his lips a few times as if reviewing what Tae Ho had just said and then nodded. If it's Aiden's representative Valkyrie, it should be Haida. Do you know her? Tae Ho was the one to get surprised this time. Heimstream didn't miss the joy in Tae Ho's voice and smiled. A bit. There are merely 10 representative Valkyries in Valhalla, and in addition, she's the youngest representative Valkyrie. There are a lot of reasons to remember her. The Valkyrie that had protected Aiden's legion alone for a long time. The last survivor of Aiden's legion. Heimstream remembered the day Aiden's legion suffered devastating losses. He couldn't forget Haida, who had faced the gruesome, devastated lands alone. Originally, Aiden's legion was a legion that shouldn't have existed. It was because Odin had decided to disband Aiden's legion, as it wasn't able to work as a legion anymore. But Aiden's legion wasn't disbanded. That was the result of Haida supplicating Odin, believing she would protect it. And in the end, it resurrected. For the day that the commander of Idun's legion came to this place to retrieve Idun's and Bragi's legacy had actually come true. Heda, who'd been but a small girl, would have matured as a beautiful woman. Heimstream imagined that for a moment and looked at Tae Ho once again. He said what he just remembered. Idun's commander. What do you think a saga is? It's a magic of Asgard that recreates the story of a warrior and the several thoughts, beliefs, and strength other people have in it. Tae Ho answered reflexively. It was because he had heard that several times from Heda and Ragnar. However, Heimstream put on a vague smile instead of saying that he was right. Right. It is normally told like that. If you ask the warriors of Valhalla, 2 or 3 will answer like that. And the remaining 7 or 8 would say that they didn't know. Tae Ho nodded unconsciously, and it was the same for Adenmaha. Because those were the warriors of Valhalla. Heimstream spoke with a light joke and continued by saying, the power of magic, it's both wrong and right. The magic Asgard currently uses, and the magic our race has developed, both have a long history behind them. The order and system are also clear, and the theory is also right. But it's a bit different for the saga. The magic of the Vanir was certainly mystical, but it had a clear theory behind it. It was an exact science like math where adding 1 plus 1 would give someone a 2. The one that made the sagas isn't Odin nor Freya nor even me. The sagas weren't made by the gods of Asgard, it's a shared strength that the entire Asgard possesses. It was different to magic. In the first place, the origin of it was a different strength. Idun's commander, why do you think the warriors of Asgard and the 9 realms all use a different strength? Is it to have a peculiarity of themselves? Asgard had the sagas, and there was the Geas and the sentence of the Milesians in Eren. Just like you said, it's because of the shared strength each world has. That's right. Because of that, it's impossible to use the power of another world in general. Why can't the warriors of Valhalla use the sentence of the Milesians or the Geas? They would be able to grow much stronger if they did. And it's the same for the task of Olympus and the energy in the temple. There was no warrior of Valhalla that used the task that was the power of Olympus. And martial arts that utilized energy also didn't exist. The reason is simple. It's not that they don't use it willingly but because they physically can't. Right, Cuchulainn? As soon as Heimstream finished speaking, Cuchulainn materialized next to Tae Ho. Just like the cave of Skathak was her magical territory, this place was Heimstream's magical region. It's been a while. It has, Prince of Light. I'm a bit disappointed, as you didn't greet me since the beginning, Ut. I am doing it now. Cuchulainn smiled bitterly and expressed etiquette. Heimstream nodded and then kept talking to Tae Ho. A warrior being able to use the power of another world is a really special one. It's not that it's completely unheard of, but it also doesn't happen frequently. But you are really special even among them, as you are using the power of Asgard and Eren at the same time. Cuchulainn had fought with the warriors of Asgard in the Great War, but he couldn't use the sagas. It was the same for Ragnar. He was bright on the power of Eren to the point he had warned Tae Ho about the danger of the Geas, but in the end, he couldn't use the sentence of the Milesians or the power of Eren. But of course, it wasn't that it was completely impossible. Not being able to use it in general meant that there were special exceptions. Even with the Geas, one needed to pay a great price for it, as its magical property was really strong, but it was possible to use it. And there were more special cases that could use the power of a foreign world even without paying that price. I don't know if you have already heard this from Heda, but there are warriors that came to Valhalla from another world. They were all able to use the sagas, and that is because the world allowed them to do so. The saga was an innate strength the world had. It was a power that was granted only to the ones that lived in that world. Because of that, the world was able to allow the usage of that strength. Cuchulainn, why did you choose the commander of Idun as the successor of Eren? Because he is indeed the successor of Eren. Is it not because only Tae Ho could become the successor among the warriors of Valhalla? Is it that different? What a warrior-like reply. Heimstream laughed like a magician. Iden's commander. You are special. Even if we bring warriors of another world forcefully, they won't be able to become like you. There's a high probability they won't merely be able to use the power of different worlds at the same time but also won't even be able to use the sagas. That's because they haven't been chosen by the world, since we'd have brought them forcefully. Tae Ho remembered what he and Hildegard had talked about when he met her again in the night banquet. Odin and Freya weren't the ones that chose who they brought from the mortal world. Perhaps, the will of the world may have really chosen Tae Ho just like Heimstream had said. What I'm trying to say is that you are special. You are someone that has been chosen by the world. Is that not the result of nonsense and gibberish? As Cuchulainn butted in, Heimstream laughed once again. I got busted. Right, if we return to the beginning of the story, the sagas are a shared power of the world. That's why they don't have a fixed rule as the gods or humans think. Only a similar rule exists. The reason Heimstream had stated this wasn't to say that Tae Ho was special. You may have already heard this from your teacher, Ragnar, but there's no need to limit your sagas yourself. The power of your sagas, your story, will always be able to reach further. What would happen if you tried to recreate the warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him with magic? You would need a really huge-scaled magic for it. But it wasn't like that for the saga. Perhaps, it may be able to develop even more. This is all I wanted to say, including the gibberish nonsense. But Iden's commander. Don't you need more pockets? There would have been so many weapons to put it all inside of Unur. I'm fine. I retrieved all of them. Heimstream blinked as Tae Ho smiled and answered him, and then he understood his words. The power of a saga is really incredible. He laughed pleasingly and stood up. Send my greetings to Freya and the current Iden. I will. Tae Ho fixed his posture. It seemed like Heimstream had grown to like Tae Ho, and he hit his chest twice with a good mood. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. For Asgard and the Nine Realms. Tae Ho left Heimstream's room after he finished greeting him. Hwah! I thought like I would die out of breath. As soon as the big door, which resembled a gate, slammed shut, Adenmaha let out a sigh of relief. She didn't end there and then slightly pulled on Tae Ho's arm. It seems like all the great magicians are weird and cranky. Hey! Are you talking about Master right now? Cuchulainn spoke with sharp eyes, but unfortunately, Adenmaha wasn't grabbing Gibalg right now. Because of that, she hummed a bit more and talked ill about Skathak a bit more. It was because one could even curse the king when he wasn't present. Master? Sorry. I had something to think about. Adenmaha let out a sigh of relief because she had thought that it bothered Tae Ho that she had spoken ill about Skathak. On the other hand, Tae Ho fell into his thoughts once again. It was because a worry he had from a long time had surged up, although he didn't say it out loud. Tae Ho's comrades. More specifically, the professional gamers that he played Dark Age with instead of the warriors of Valhalla. They hadn't said that it was a shared power of the world like Heimstream, but he had already heard from Heda and Ragnar that they probably won't be able to use the sagas even if they brought people from another world. But he still couldn't erase his uneasiness. Because Heda's and Ragnar's words were merely a guess. What Tae Ho was worried about wasn't that another pro-gamer would appear in Valhalla to take away his specialness. What Tae Ho worried about was rather the pro-gamers themselves. It would be a big problem to bring them, who were living good lives, to test something. To enter Valhalla, one had to first die. In addition, what would happen to their lives if they couldn't use the sagas when they were brought to Valhalla? Would they get taken back to the underworld of Tae Ho's world, or would they get thrown to Niflheim, the other world of Asgard? That wouldn't happen. It didn't seem like Odin or Freya didn't know something that Heimstream did. In addition, even if he didn't know Odin, he had met Freya several times. It didn't seem like she would casually do something that cruel. Tae Ho calmed himself and thought of another thing. It was because he'd formed a new doubt after listening to Heimström's story. Asgard's saga, Aaron's Geas, and the sentence of the Milesians, Olympus's task, the energy of the temple. Then, what was the power of the world Tae Ho grew up in? It wouldn't be something like science, right? There was magic that could be compared to science in Asgard and also in Aaron and Olympus. Let's think about it slowly. It wasn't a problem that would get solved by thinking about it. Tae Ho grew resolute and then stroked Adenmaha's head that was looking at him with worried eyes. Anyways, let's go, our good and pretty Adenmaha. It's a humph. Adenmaha snorted like always, but she failed this time. Tae Ho felt like he had heard a melting voice and then spoke to Cuchulainn excitedly. Isn't the effect really great? I should also use it on Haida. What should I say? What's the reasoning for using it on an adversary if you can't check the effect of the rune? You aren't confident? Tae Ho took Adenmaha and got out of the palace while hearing Cuchulainn's rebuke. The first one that greeted them was certainly Hildegard. Did you come? Yes. I'm sorry to have made you wait for too long. How can that be? Let's ride the carriage. I will lead you to your lodging. She replied skillfully and then glanced at Adenmaha and said something to the Valkyrie that was near her. It seemed like they had started to search the surroundings as Adenmaha had suddenly disappeared. Tae Ho took Adenmaha, who was still trying to snort, and then got on the carriage. But it was then that Tae Ho turned his eyes unconsciously. It was because a strong urge that couldn't be explained made him do that. The direction which pulled at Tae Ho's attention. The front lines of Asgard lay in that place. Episode 34, Vanaheim, 4, End. TL Note, thanks for reading. Episode 34/Chapter 5, Vanaheim, 5. TL, Subak. ED, Julsmal. Asgard was different to the world Tae Ho used to live in. Gods and magic actually existed, and it was a word that had an invisible strength and even made prophecies. Because of that, Tae Ho couldn't shake away the uneasiness that passed through his chest. What's wrong? Master? Cuchulainn and Adenmaha asked almost at the same time, but Tae Ho just frowned instead of answering either of them. It must be an illusion, right? This place was Vanaheim. It was a place that was harder to communicate with than even Midgard, a realm being protected by the Great Barrier. There were several mysteries in Asgard. That's why uneasiness was like having a premonition backed up with proof. Like having sensed a change from far away or a force was transmitted like a current of water. Master, are you hurt somewhere? Adenmaha asked with a worried voice and then put her hand on Tae Ho's forehead. Rather than worry, it seems like you are feeling more excited and happy at the contact. The jab didn't reach Adenmaha, fortunately. Because of that, Adenmaha was enjoying her happy time but soon regained her composure and tilted her head. You don't have a fever. I'm fine. I was just thinking of another thing. Tae Ho pushed away Adenmaha's hand as he had also gotten a hold of himself and said. It seemed like it really was a delusion. Did you feel something uneasy? That's right, but I don't think it's something much. Or a mistake. The door of the carriage opened up as he answered Cuchulainn. It was Hildegard, that had finished searching the surroundings. We will depart immediately. Hildegard simply revealed her business and then rode on a horse instead of entering the carriage and started to take the lead. The warriors of Freya's legion also rode on their horses and took an escorting formation. Depart! The carriage and the escort group started to move at Hildegard's terse order. And then, Cuchulainn spoke once again. Even if it bothers you, it must have been a delusion like you said. Rest for now. You must already be familiar with the divine power of the previous Idun, but that isn't the case with Broggynims. Perhaps, a flaw was created in your soul and body while receiving an unfamiliar divine power. Yes, that is also possible. It was a really convincing story. As Tae Ho nodded at Cuchulain's words, Adenmaha, after guessing their conversation, said that, "Master, are you going to rest now? You said that we would depart tomorrow morning, right?" "That is the schedule Hildegard set up for us. It's barely noon, but they would go to make preparations to sail once again. Being shut in our rooms will be helping them. It took about 4 days by ship to come to Vanaheim from Freya's legion. It may take a similar time when they returned, so they needed the process to check the condition and objects of the ship. In addition, the warriors of Freya's legion weren't steel warriors. They also needed time to release their fatigue of traveling. Then don't we have to bring back Merlin's belongings?" Adenmaha looked up at Tae Ho next to him and said carefully. She growled against Scathach like a cat to a dog. Of course, this was only what she thought, but when others saw them, they saw that Adenmaha suffered one-sidedly, but she was in a really good relation with Merlin. In addition, if she took something, be it small or big, it became of help to Tae Ho and Iden's legion. So whatever the case, Adenmaha had started to think about managing the legion after she became a Valkyrie of Iden. Tae Ho really treasured Adenmaha, but Cuchulain clicked his tongue and said, "What else do you want to take from here? Just sweep it all." They had already retrieved more than many dozens of weapons from the trace of the Great War. Tae Ho drew a smile and looked at Adenmaha. "It would certainly be good if we can make some time. And we even know the general location from what we heard from Merlin. It seemed like it would certainly be good to retrieve it now that they were in Vanaheim." Adenmaha smirked as Tae Ho agreed, but then said with a regretful voice, "If we knew we were going to come to Vanaheim, it would have been good if Merlin came with us." Tae Ho thought of the same thing, but he couldn't do anything about it at this point. As the visit to Freya's residence itself was too sudden, he should be glad that he had at least brought Adenmaha. "Well, you shouldn't worry too much. He has already retrieved the most important thing that was in Vanaheim." "You are speaking about Gallatin, right?" "Right. Gallatin. That's one of the most precious objects among the ones Merlin hid in Vanaheim. The other ones are somewhat good, but even so, they won't be normal as they have been through Merlin's hands. Merlin was a strong magician and an excellent blacksmith. Even the mass-produced Liberatuses boasted of a performance that was much superior than average magical tools. But of course, Tae Ho's battle power wouldn't increase by having a few more mass-produced Liberatuses, but it was different for Iden's legion. If he distributed Merlin's weapons to the new warriors, then their individual battle prowesses and survivability rates would increase exponentially. "Then you should just take it now. When else will you come to Vanaheim? The path to here is that far and harsh. It was a distance that took over a week even if one rode a fast ship." Tae Ho nodded. "I was going to request to Hildegard when we reached our lodging as it would be good if we had a guide." He heard the general story from Merlin, but it was still an unfamiliar path for them. If there was someone that was knowledgeable of this land, then searching the secret investigation lab of Merlin would be much easier. Adenmaha listened to Tae Ho's words and said in a good mood, "We have to eat lunch, so let's go slowly. It's not that anyone is chasing after us, right? I'm also curious as to what they eat in Vanaheim." It seemed like Adenmaha was looking at the secret lab of Merlin as going on an excursion. Tae Ho's eyes remained on Adenmaha. The inside of the carriage was bright, but humming next to Tae Ho made her seem like a cat. "Now that I see Adenmaha, don't you have motion sickness for being in the carriage?" Because the sea and the carriage moved the same. Adenmaha had rejected looking at Tae Ho in the face, pretending to have gotten seasick. Adenmaha blinked with a surprised face at his question and barely managed to open her mouth. Now that I see, I slightly." "Huff." Adenmaha slightly closed her eyes and leaned towards Tae Ho, and Cuchulain criticized her as always. "She acts disgustingly bad." But still, Cuchulainn was being considerate of her as he spoke in a voice so low Tae Ho didn't hear it. At that moment, Tae Ho thought about using the eyes of the dragon but then changed his thoughts. He fixed his sitting posture and then pulled a Denmaha to make her lie down sideways. And obviously, a Denmaha's head landed on Tae Ho's thigh. Rest. I will tell you when we arrive. Yees. A Denmaha covered her face with her long hair while answering. Tae Ho stroked the head of a Denmaha and looked at the front once again. He didn't get the uneasy feeling like before, but it was still hard to look away. May Idun's blessing accompany you. Tae Ho prayed in a low voice while looking at the newly engraved rune of Idun in his wrist and slowly closed his eyes. Ciri stood in the hall of Valhalla that was connected with the wooden dock and looked at a distant place. Several warriors of Ullr's legion were lined up behind her. They were the force that was selected to be dispatched to the front lines. How regretful. Ciri thought of Tae Ho and put on a bitter smile. It was because she wouldn't be able to visit Idun's legion for a few months while she was away in the front lines. Having departed from him without saying a proper farewell was really regretful. But right at that moment He Ciri. Bra-Kai. Ciri looked at the direction the voice was heard at and smiled. Braki, who was bigger than the already massive warriors, smirked and approached her. It's been a while. Did you rest well? Somewhat. What about you? I had a fun time in Anaheim. Braki laughed treacherously and looked at a distant place. Ciri let out a sigh reflexively at him, who looked like a fool, and then shook her head and started to imitate Haida. So that was the case. You had a fun time. How good of you. She had learned from Haida because she had said that it had great effects, and that really was the case. What is it? I feel like I'm being treated like a moron. There certainly wasn't a curse mixed in her words. Ciri just looked at him with lukewarm eyes instead of explaining to him, and Braki couldn't endure it anymore. Anyways. We got to be together this time, too. Don't you think that there's a solid tie between us? Well, it's not that there is none. Actually, it wasn't that she had been in almost all the battlefields like with Tae Ho, but she had still been in quite a lot of battlefields with Braki. Just taking into account the time they had spent in an expedition, Tae Ho came first and Braki would be the second. Rolf, who hadn't been with her recently, would take third place. While Ciri was counting the numbers by herself, Braki looked at his surroundings and then blinked and asked, Isn't that Tae Ho guy here? He has almost always been with you. Or went with Ullr's legion. Because the one-man army of Idun's legion couldn't go out on an expedition alone. Tae Ho had always joined in another legion for an expedition since he was a lowest-ranked warrior, especially in Ullr's legion. But of course, the situation had changed now. Tae Ho had become the commander and new warriors had entered Idun's legion. But even so, Braki just ignored that fact. It was because the new warriors were all lowest ranked and it was impossible for them to stand on the same battlefield as Tae Ho, a superior ranked warrior. Ciri didn't answer immediately and checked her surroundings and then approached Braki and said in a low voice. He went to Vanaheim after receiving a call from Freya Nim. It was something that shouldn't be hidden, but it still wasn't something that could be said openly. Braki thought of the beautiful face of Freya at the words of Freya's orders and drooled like a fool, and Ciri looked at him once more with lukewarm eyes. And a few seconds later, Braki said after he barely managed to regain his bearings. He's quite busy lately. Is it different if you are a commander of a legion? Of course. And Tae Ho is a superior ranked warrior while we are still intermediate ranked. At first, Ciri was an inferior ranked warrior and Tae Ho was at the lowest rank, but when did this gap get created? Ciri put on a bitter expression unconsciously, but Braki didn't follow suit. He rather snorted and said bravely. Good. We will catch up to him soon. Ciri, you should also work hard as you will want to be with him from now on. Let's work hard. Siri thought why the warriors of the mortal world liked Braki. An existence that gave one strength just by being with him. Someone that was like a vitamin. Siri laughed and tried to speak about the front lines that they were about to go to. Siri had already gone once when she was an inferior ranked warrior, but it was the first time for Braki. But of course, they had stayed in the fortress next to the front lines, but that was rather like visiting as guests instead of protecting it like warriors. There could only be a difference in it. But it was when Siri was about to open her mouth. Siri. Braki. Ingrid Nim? They turned their heads to look at the urgent call and saw that Ingrid was fast approaching them. She, who didn't normally have any change in her stone-like expression, was putting on a face with perplexity and anxiousness. The two of you, follow me. It's an urgent task. Siri and Braki turned to look at themselves at the sudden order, and it was at that moment . The sound of a horn trumpet was heard from a far place. It was the signal indicating an emergency. Skald, who was flying towards Vanaheim, twisted her body in the air. She transformed from a swan back into a woman and then looked at the direction the front lines was at. She was the future. She was the one that reviewed the thread of fate made by the past old and the present Verdandi. The uncertain future one faced no matter how many times they untied the thread and made it anew. Skald transformed into a swan once again. She flew towards Vanaheim, as she didn't have much time anymore. The god of thunder, Thor, glared at the front lines, and the god of hunting, Ullr, clenched his lips at the roars that was heard from far away. The roars of beasts. The cry of a predator that made one's organs freeze. They were similar to a wolf's, but Ullr shook his head. It wasn't Fenrir. The roar of the world wolf wasn't that weak. The canine of hell, Garm. The beast that got out of the hands of Hela. It wasn't complete, but wasn't weak either. It was the strongest and biggest roar that was heard since Asgard has started searching for the soul fragments. It's not only one soul fragment, Ullr said, and Thor understood his words. The number of Garmr's soul fragments that Odin had estimated numbered about 15. Among them, Asgard had merely attained 6 of them. There wasn't a clear method for Asgard to know how many fragments the giants had gathered and how many more they have acquired. But it's still incomplete. It wasn't to the point to wake up the world wolf that was in its long slumber. They hadn't gathered that amount of fragments yet. But it had certainly drawn near. If even 1 or 2 more fragments were added, the thing they were deathly afraid of could certainly happen. Thor felt doubt. Why did the giants wake up Garmr when they didn't have enough soul fragments? Just why did they reveal the fact that they had gathered almost enough fragments? Thor. Ullr. A voice was heard from behind, and the two of them turned around hurriedly. Hermod, the younger brother of the two and the god of wind and messages, hurriedly landed on the fortress of the front lines. He, who had the look of a youth, reported to the two gods. Things were happening in Midgard. The roar of Garmr was spread once more, and the giants in the front lines started to move. Hugin and Munin were currently in Midgard. The two crows transmitted to Odin what they heard and seen from the sky. There were changes occurring in several places of Midgard. It was a similar thing that happened when Garmr's soul fragment was discovered. In addition, it wasn't only 1 or 2 this time. About 5 soul fragments were emanating its strong presence at the same time. The distance among them was far. It wasn't close at all. It was impossible to retrieve all of them at once with just the warriors that were down in Midgard. Odin, who was sitting in front of Mimir's lake, gazed at the head of Mimir. The head of Mimir, which was on top of a wide and plain boulder, opened its mouth and spoke. It was a story he had kept repeating since long before, and that didn't change much, but there was a variable added into it. Odin agreed. The several crows aside of Hugin and Munin told him of the many things that were happening in Midgard and Asgard. Giants were appearing in Midgard. Now that the Fomors had disappeared, there was only one person that could do what they did. The god of fire and lies, Loki. Odin saved his words for a moment. He looked at a distant place and said with a bitter smile, "It's finally started. The time has arrived now." Odin stood up from his place. He didn't stay seated anymore. Gungnir. The spear of Odin that boasted an absolute accuracy. A strong weapon suitable for the king of gods. He could hear the voice of Freya searching for him urgently, and the voices of Thor and Heimdall were also heard. The head of Mimir spoke once again. And Odin didn't speak back this time. He looked at a distant place with his only eye and then placed the horn trumpet he was carrying on his waist in his mouth. He'd been the god of war before the king of gods. Odin blew the horn trumpet. It announced the start of war. Episode 34, Vanaheim, 5, end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.